everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Jujutsu Kaisen Mahoraga doesn't want a weakling mindset. Novel summary. New book, ratings just came out, will rise will win. JPG. Jujutsu Kaisen plus Dr. Jujutsu plus demonic girl plus transformation? Plus growth plus no pairing. If you had to choose, would you choose to be the protagonist in a visual novel or to go to war with Sukuna in Jujutsu Kaisen? Junbai smiled slightly and decisively chose Gal game. Are you kidding me? Do you expect him to go to the Jujutsu Kaisen and get casually cut in half at the waist by Sukuna, turning him into cannon fodder who can only say so fast? However, the next second, he really did travel to the cursed return world and became the demon void. Before he could even comprehend the situation, the Dharma wheel above his head began to spin wildly because of this time travel. Emo Shilua began to adjust. When he came to his senses, his field of vision had lowered, his body had become lighter, and a lock of silver hair hung down in front of his eyes. Demon Void Luo's adaptation ended. Demon Void Luo adapted into Demon Void Loli. Silver hair, red eyes, the appearance of a 12-year-old, a demon-slaying sword at her waist, and her entire body devoid of magical power. Junbai, now known as Kujo Mashiro, looked down at her tiny palms and fell silent. What does this mean? How are we supposed to fight this? Are we supposed to go toe-to-toe with Sukuna? The only good news is that she seems to be free. She has completely adapted from Shikigami Demon Luo to human sorcerer, and the contract and constraints have vanished. Mashiro sighed deeply. Who wouldn't want to utter a few profound words when exchanging elbows? Alright, we're already here. She gripped the demon-slaying sword tightly, a resolute glint in her crimson eyes. Then don't adopt a weak mindset. As doctors of pyromancy, you are the challengers. Chapter 1-50, What is a Mahoraga-chan? Not an invincible protagonist story, the MC's abilities will grow stronger. Please check out our cute Mahoraga-chan, apologies if it doesn't meet your expectations. Junbai's last memory was in his university dorm. He had just finished reading the entire Jujutsu Kaisen manga and was scrolling through a post on Tieba. Would you rather transmigrate into a gal game as the male lead, or go to Jujutsu Kaisen and trade blows with Sukuna? Did he even need to think about it? Junbai chose the gal game without a moment's hesitation. Otherwise, what else? Was he supposed to go to the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, get casually sliced in half by Sukuna, and become mere cannon fodder who could only say so fast? Before going through a life flashback, failing to even entertain Lord Sukuna? What kind of joke was this? Were the beautiful girls in gal games not attractive enough, or was sweet love no longer satisfying? Just as the thought crossed his mind, the aging wiring of the dorm finally gave out under the full load of 4 computers and an air conditioner. With a loud bang, Junbai's computer exploded. Holy crap, became the last words he left behind in this world. When he opened his eyes again, Junbai found himself enveloped in darkness. Could it be? I've transmigrated? Murasame. Kujo Miyako. Yukiana. Here I freaking come. Junbai was ecstatic. However, things rarely go as planned. When he tried to move his body, he noticed something was wrong. His massive body was as heavy as a mountain, and countless invisible binding vows made it difficult to move. Before Junbai could think any further, the Dharma wheel atop this massive body's head suddenly began to spin. At first, it spun slowly, making clicking sounds, but then it went faster and faster, until the outline of the wheel blurred into a faint halo in his perception. This Dharma wheel. Holy crap! It's Mahoraga. The Jujutsu Kaisen he had just finished reading. Are you kidding me, bro? Didn't he choose the gal game? Why did they still throw him into Jujutsu Kaisen? This wasn't playing by the rules at all. Wait. Doesn't Mahoraga's Dharma wheel only spin when adapting? But he wasn't in combat right now, so what was it adapting to? Junbai's mind raced. Could it be adapting to the very phenomenon of my transmigration? The Dharma wheel quickly provided the answer. This time, the method of adaptation was reconstruction. Junbai felt this body beginning to disintegrate. There was no pain. Instead, Maharaga's very existence was being altered. Its massive shell began to break down as the cursed energy, rules, and even the conceptual existence that made up the Shikigami were completely reorganized under the rapidly spinning Dharma wheel. Junbai felt his field of vision dropping. This was his entire body being shattered and condensed once more. The heaviness of his body was vanishing, replaced by an unfamiliar lightness. The binding vows from the Shikigami contract were also dissolving. Junbai understood. This was Mahoraga adapting to his human soul. With every turn of the Dharma wheel, the new body became clearer. On the final spin, after the wheel stopped, the concept of a human jujutsu sorcerer was locked in. Immediately after, a powerful sense of rejection washed over him. As a human, he was forcefully expelled from the world of Shikigami. Beside a bustling street in Tokyo, the space within a certain small alley warped slightly, and a petite figure was spat out. Ugh! Junbai fell to the ground, letting out a soft, delicate groan. Hearing her own sweet, high-pitched voice, Junbai froze. No way? A terrifying thought rushed into her mind, and she looked down with trembling eyes. What met her eyes was a pair of small, fair hands. Her fingers were slender and pale, her nails neatly trimmed. Long, silvery white hair fell over her shoulders, shimmering faintly in the dim light of the alley. She raised a hand to touch her face. It felt soft and smooth, a world apart from that Shikigami, Mahoraga. Scrambling on all fours, she rushed to a puddle in the corner of the alley. By the faint light filtering in from the distant street, she clearly saw her reflection. Silver hair, red eyes, and a youthful face of about 12 or 13 years old. She was wearing a black tracksuit that was clearly several sizes too large, hanging loosely on her petite frame. A quiet Dharma wheel rested atop her head, and this non-human feature instead radiated a unique charm. I've become Mahoraga-chan? She had seen such fan creations on Tieba in her past life, but she never expected that she would actually become one. Fine, Mahoraga adapted into Mahoraga-chan. I get it, she muttered to herself after a long silence, trying to accept reality. But can someone tell me where my cursed energy went? She tried to channel the power within her body, but found it completely empty. Empty in the most literal sense. She couldn't feel even a trace of cursed energy flowing. Right now, she was just like the most ordinary little girl. The only consolation was that the feeling of restraint had completely vanished. She could feel that she was free now. Her body was no longer a Shikigami, no longer bound by contracts. In terms of her existential nature, she was classified as a human jujutsu sorcerer, even though this sorcerer currently had zero cursed energy. However, Mahoraga's all-around abilities had been weakened to varying degrees. She thought about it for a moment. Perhaps Mahoraga had taken her fragile soul into consideration when adapting into this body. Using a binding vow that sealed away most of her abilities, she had exchanged them for the identity of a human jujutsu sorcerer and absolute freedom. As she perceived her current state, the information of this body also flooded into her mind. Kujo Mashiro, the last remaining descendant of the long-declined jujutsu family, the Kujo clan. It can even adapt to create an identity? Seriously? Mashiro could only let out a long sigh and stand up. Huh? Feeling something pressing against her waist, Mashiro reached down and drew a tachi. It was about 60 centimeters long, with a silver-white blade and a pitch-black hilt. With a casual swing, a faint cold gleam flashed along the edge. To put it simply, Mahoraga only has one weapon, right? Sword of Extermination, Mashiro whispered its name. After examining it closely for a moment, she felt that the Sword of Extermination wasn't much different from its manga setting. However, it now only retained a certain special efficacy against cursed spirits and the ability to sever cursed energy. The power of adaptation, plus the Sword of Extermination. She stood silently in place for 3 minutes. Click, click. The Dharma wheel on her head spun slowly. A damp wind blew through the alley, kicking up dust from the ground, The distant bustle of the city, the sound of traffic, and muffled voices drifted over. Everything was so real that it felt surreal. This was the real Tokyo, the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, a world where she knew the entire plot and every tragedy. And she was now Kujo Mashiro, a person who theoretically shouldn't even exist. Fine. She finally spoke, her voice soft and cute, which she was still a bit unused to. Since I'm already here. Even though she didn't have cursed energy right now, she couldn't actually just be cannon fodder, right? Who wouldn't want to boldly drop some badass quotes in front of all the characters, and then passionately trade blows with them? Since she had become Mahoraga-chan and possessed the ability to adapt, she wouldn't live with the mindset of a weakling. She walked out of the alley, and the lights of the city that never sleeps poured down, illuminating her silver hair and red eyes. The streets were bustling with traffic and hurried pedestrians. Mashiro looked up at the time displayed on a giant screen, June 2018. Everything should have only just begun. Looking up, she knew that in some corner of this world, Yuji Itadori would soon swallow the first of Sukuna's fingers. The Shibuya incident, the culling game, countless deaths and sacrifices, she remembered every single plot point. In that case, as a jujutsu expert, I should do what I want to do, make up for some regrets, and save some people. Kujo Mashiro had adapted as well. She curled her lips into a smile and looked at her slightly trembling palm, not from fear, but from the excitement of being able to personally participate in these thrilling events. Sukuna, just you wait. I'm coming to throw hands with you. As long as she kept adapting and growing stronger, then. You are the challenger here. Production team announcement. 1. Fixed a bug in Mashiro's appearance, her Dharma wheel now appears on top of her head, which is more in line with the Mahoraga-chan setting. New players, please do not be confused if you see this mentioned in the paragraph comments. 2. Fixed a plot hole in the setting, the details of her abilities have been moved to Chapter 1, and several short explanatory paragraphs have been added. 2. Chapter 2 The beginning of adaptation. Chapter 2 The beginning of adaptation. Mashiro stood at the Shibuya crossing, her stomach suddenly letting out a soft growl. Grumble. Although she was talking big just now, reality had set in. She patted her tracksuit pockets, finding them completely empty. Forget money, she didn't even have a tissue. Starting with just a sword, and relying entirely on drops for gear? Mashiro's lips twitched. This starting difficulty is way too high. Looking at the bustling streets, pedestrians passed right by her. Nobody cared why a child was lingering on the streets of Shibuya so late, let alone why this child had a floating Dharma wheel above her head. What a cold, big city. But it seems ordinary people can't see the Dharma wheel, so thank goodness. Mashiro sighed and began to ponder her next move. First, I need money. She counted on her fingers. Then, I need identification. Finally, I need a place to stay. Theoretically, she could go to Jujutsu High. With her knowledge of the plot, she could easily secure a position just by offering a bit of intelligence. But the problem was that her current strength was unknown, and she had no way to explain the source of her information. Hello, my name is Kujo Mashiro. I know everything that will happen in the future, but right now I'm so weak I can't even beat a grade 3 cursed spirit. Please take me in. If she actually said that, she would probably just be kicked out as a lunatic. Even if Satoru Gojo found her interesting, those higher UPS would definitely capture her and slice her up for research. No, I need at least some ability to protect myself first. Mashiro clenched her fists, feeling the state of her body. Though her cursed energy was completely empty, and her adaptation ability still needed to be activated through combat. But as her strength increased, her original abilities would gradually unseal and return. Besides, her current physical strength wasn't low. After all, this was Mahoraga's body, her combat instincts should still be intact. So, I need to find a cursed spirit to fight. Although I should still have some basic combat power, it's better to be safe and find a weaker one. She looked around. The concentration of cursed energy in Shibuya was not low. As a commercial district with massive foot traffic, negative emotions piled up, making it perfectly normal for cursed spirits to breed. Most cursed spirits were just flyheads, not even reaching grade 4. Ordinary people couldn't see them, and they posed no threat. But surely she couldn't fight a flyhead, right? That would be too degrading. What is this? Mahoraga's debut battle is against a flyhead? Mashiro laughed self-deprecatingly. If word got out, Sukuna would laugh at me for a whole year. She took a deep breath and concentrated. Although her cursed energy was at 0, her perception wasn't completely gone. It was like a nearsighted person taking off their glasses, blurry, but still able to see outlines. Mashiro closed her eyes, and the world around her lost its color, turning into a monochromatic gray. Within it were faint spots, residual cursed energy, traces left behind by the activities of cursed spirits. Found it. She opened her eyes and looked toward a convenience store on the corner. There was a weak cursed energy reaction there, barely scraping grade 4. That's the one. Mashiro wrapped her oversized tracksuit a bit tighter and carefully tucked away the sword of extermination. After all, she couldn't just draw her sword in a crowded place. As she walked into the convenience store, the automatic door chimed. The clerk, a young man in his 20s, was looking down at his phone. Hearing the sound, he looked up and froze for a moment upon seeing a little girl. "Hey kid, why aren't you home so late?" "I'll be leaving soon," Mashiro smiled, her voice soft. "I'm just buying a bottle of water." She walked toward the shelves, but her gaze was locked behind the freezer, where a cursed spirit was crouching. It was about half a meter tall, with a body like a lump of sludge and 3 asymmetrical eyes. It was clinging to the back of the freezer, making a creaking, gnawing sound. It was feasting on the negative emotion seeping from the freezer. Probably left behind by corporate wage slaves picking out coffee in the middle of the night. No time to mourn the wage slaves, she had to enter combat mode first. I need to find a way to make it attack me first to test my physical durability and adaptation ability. She walked up to the refrigerated display case, pretending to choose a drink while actually observing the cursed spirit. The cursed spirit noticed her, its 3 eyes swiveling over as it let out a gurgling sound. It was highly sensitive to the aura of the living, especially negative emotions like fear and anxiety. And Mashiro was indeed a bit nervous right now. "Come on, bite me," she muttered in her mind. "But don't bite me to death." But death is cool. No, now is not the time to quote memes. The cursed spirit blinked, unable to understand what the little girl in front of it was dawdling for. It lunged out from behind the freezer, its body stretching like a whip made of sludge, lashing toward Mashiro's face. Her body moved first. Before Mashiro's brain could even register it, her body had already reacted. Taking half a step back with her right foot, she lowered her center of gravity, instinctively raising her left hand to shield her face in a defensive stance. Her combat instincts had kicked in. Smack. The cursed spirit whipped her left arm. It didn't hurt, it felt like being lightly flicked by a rubber band. Mashiro nodded silently, having gotten a rough gauge of her body's durability. The next second, she felt the ability within her awaken. The Dharma wheel above her head made a clicking sound and began to turn slowly. The muscles, skin, and even the flow of cursed energy in the area that had been attacked were all understanding and adapting to the opponent's strike. The cursed spirit's second strike followed immediately. This time it was a frontal pounce, its sludgy body spreading open to wrap her up entirely. Although it was a bit disgusting, Mashiro didn't dodge. She glanced around. Seeing no one nearby, she drew the sword of extermination and thrust it right into the center of the cursed spirit's 3 eyes. Squelch! The tip of the blade sank into the sludge, making an unpleasant sound. The cursed spirit let out a sharp screech, its body twisting violently in an attempt to break free, but Mashiro pressed the blade down, completely impaling it with the sword of extermination. She felt the blade heating up as the cursed spirit's cursed energy flowed along the sword and into her body. The sword of extermination was absorbing the cursed energy and feeding it back to her. Though it was just a tiny trickle, cursed energy was flowing through her body once again. Mashiro's eyes lit up. The sword of extermination can absorb cursed energy and replenish the wielder. The cursed spirit gradually stopped moving, and its body began to disintegrate. Starting from where it was stabbed, it turned into black ash like burnt paper. Gurgle, gurgle. With one final screech, the cursed spirit completely dissipated, and the convenience store fell silent once more. Mashiro stood in place, panting softly. This was her first battle in this world. Her body wasn't tired, but her heart was beating rather fast. Looking at the spot where the cursed spirit had vanished, Mashiro's lips curled into an excited smile. How interesting. I probably won't forget you for the rest of my life. Exhilarating. Especially the part where you talk trash after a battle. Taking a moment to calm down, Mashiro looked down at her hands. A faint trace of cursed energy was flowing in her palms. More importantly, she could feel the changes in her body. Her left shoulder, which had been struck by the cursed spirit, now felt as though if she were hit by the exact same attack again, the damage would be reduced by at least 30%. This was the effect of adaptation, and a weakened version at that. So how powerful would the original ability be? So, my growth path is to get beaten up, adapt, and then get stronger? Mashiro muttered to herself. What kind of masochistic path is this? But it was feasible. Just thinking about becoming a special grade in the future and entering the culling game to fight Sukuna got her blood pumping. Delivering a victory speech to the strongest in history and the strongest of the modern era, engraving the ultimate record of battle in Tokyo. Now, it's delusion time. Hey kid, are you okay? The clerk's voice came from behind her, shattering Mashiro's Chunibu delusions. Mashiro turned around to see the clerk looking at her with a bewildered expression. In his eyes, she had just swung her hand at the air and then stood there dazed for a moment. I'm fine, Mashiro smiled, taking the cheapest bottle of water from the shelf. How much is this? 120 yen. Mashiro. Shoot, she forgot, she had no money. The air suddenly fell silent. The clerk stared at her, and she stared at the clerk. Mashiro tried to act cute to get away with it, I forgot my wallet. 5 minutes later, Mashiro was kicked out of the convenience store. The clerk was kind enough not to call the police, simply telling her to leave. After all, a little girl out on her own late at night looked like a troubled runaway child no matter how you sliced it. Mashiro stood at the entrance of the convenience store, clutching the bottle of water. The clerk had ended up giving it to her anyway, probably out of pity. Starting out without even 120 yen. Mashiro unscrewed the cap and took a gulp. This is way too real. But she was in a much better mood. Now that she had cursed energy, she could finally call herself a jujutsu sorcerer. She had at least secured her ticket to the final showdown. Looking at the sword of extermination at her waist, Mashiro thought for a moment. From now on, I'll call you Murasame. Consider it compensation for my regret of never getting into a gouge. Chapter 3, The First Pot of Gold. After being asked to leave the convenience store, Mashiro wandered the streets of Shibuya for another half hour. Her stomach was still growling. Murasame hung quietly at her waist, but the silver-white blade couldn't be eaten as food, and before actually taking damage, she couldn't adapt away her hunger. Damn it, how is adaptation such an inconvenient thing? I have to find a way to make some money. Mashiro rubbed her stomach as she walked aimlessly through the streets of Shibuya late at night. I can't starve to death before I even get to see Sukuna, can I? That would be way too pathetic. She turned into a relatively quiet alley, wanting to find a place to sit and rest for a bit, but just as she reached the middle of the alley, she heard a strange sound. Heh, heh. It sounded like someone gasping for breath while being choked. Mashiro paused in her tracks, her right hand resting on the hilt of the sword at her waist. It was a cursed spirit, and more than one. She quietly peeked around the corner, looking deep into the alley. A middle-aged man in a suit was cornered, his briefcase lying on the ground. He opened his mouth in terror, and in front of him were 3 cursed spirits of various shapes. Mashiro narrowed her eyes. Two of them looked like skinned monkeys with long, thin limbs, crawling rapidly all over the walls. The other one resembled a bloated pufferfish. Its round body was covered in dark purple spikes, and it was growling at the man. "I don't recognize any of them," Mashiro muttered to herself. These kinds of small fry never appeared in the manga. Though she didn't recognize them, she could sense their approximate strength, somewhere between grade 4 and grade 3. The three cursed spirits surrounded him. The pufferfish in the very front suddenly bloated up, and several spikes violently shot out from its body. Terrified, the man fell to the ground. The spikes embedded themselves into the wall behind him, their tips dripping with a viscous purple liquid. Poisonous. The realization flashed through Mashiro's mind. One look at that disgusting color made it obvious. There are 3 of them. I don't know if I can block them all. If even one gets past, that man will die. Mashiro sighed. The situation had worsened again. The pufferfish bloated up once more, and the 2 monkeys on the wall crouched down, ready to pounce at any moment. No time to observe. If I don't act, he'll definitely die. Mashiro drew Murasame and leaped out of the shadows. "Hey," she called out. The 3 cursed spirits turned their heads simultaneously. Sensing the fluctuation of cursed energy on her, they became even more agitated. The man also looked up. Seeing a silver-haired little girl, he froze for a moment. "K-Kid, run." Though I appreciate the warning, Mashiro stopped 5 meters in front of the man, her gaze sweeping across the 3 cursed spirits before finally landing on him, but that is the mindset of the weak. The cursed spirits couldn't understand human speech and launched their attack. Mashiro suddenly drew Murasame, deflecting the incoming spikes. Clanging sounds echoed through the alley. Looking at Mashiro blocking the cursed spirits in front of him, the man stammered, "What do you mean by the weak?" Sigh, as expected, ordinary people just can't keep up with the memes. Memorable quotes always have to come from the strongest. But this was an opportunity to make money. She would absolutely not let it go. "I'll deal with them, and you pay me." "That's what I mean," Mashiro said, turning her head slightly and trying to sound as calm as possible. 50,000 yen, cash, no bargaining. The man was stunned. "Do we have a deal?" Mashiro asked again, her eyes fixed on the pufferfish. I agree. I'll give you 100,000. "No, 200,000, the man babbled incoherently. "As long as you can." "Deal. 50,000 is enough." After Mashiro finished speaking, her gaze sharpened, and she moved. Holding Murasame in her right hand and angling it in front of her, Mashiro channeled her cursed energy and accelerated toward the pufferfish. As if startled, the pufferfish bloated up again. This time, over a dozen spikes shot out simultaneously, covering all her angles of evasion. "Here they come." Mashiro didn't slow down, charging straight into the spikes. Just before being hit, Mashiro rapidly swung Murasame, deflecting most of the spikes, but she was still hit by one in her left shoulder, one in her right leg, and one in her flank. Pfft! The spikes pierced her flesh, not deeply, only about 2 centimeters in. But in the next second, intense pain set in. It wasn't a sharp stinging pain, but poison. The purple venom flowed along the spikes into her body, and the areas hit felt a burning sensation as if they were soaked in sulfuric acid. "Hiss," Mashiro gasped, contributing her share to global warming. It hurt. Way more than she had imagined. Clack, clack. The Dharma wheel began to turn, and the adaptation commenced. She felt the burning sensation slowly weakening and gritted her teeth. "I need time, adapting to this poison takes time." By this time, she had already rushed in front of the pufferfish. With a backhand horizontal slash, a sluggish sensation was felt the moment the blade sliced through the pufferfish, followed by the dull sound of flesh and bone splitting. Pufferfish, exorcised. Without spending even a moment mourning the death of the pufferfish, immediately arriving on the battlefield were the 2 monkeys. They pounced down from the walls, moving so fast that an ordinary person would only see after images. Watch out, the man screamed, warning Mashiro. Before she could steady her rushing steps, her sword momentum suddenly quickened, slashing diagonally upward. She severed the claws of the first pouncing monkey, but her back was clawed by the second one. Rip! Her already tattered tracksuit was completely ruined, leaving 3 bloody gashes on her back that burned with pain. Moreover, she felt that there was also poison on the claws. It was different from the spike venom, presenting a sharp, stinging pain instead. How insidious. To think 3 crouching dragons and fledgling phoenixes would appear in such a tiny alley. A different toxin requires a new adaptation. Mashiro took a deep breath, understanding her current adaptation mechanism, and slashed backhanded. Murasame sliced across the monkey's arm. It didn't sever it, but it left a deep wound that exposed the bone. The anti-cursed spirit special effect had kicked in, even a mere scratch dealt significant damage. The monkey roared and retreated, trying to put distance between itself and Mashiro once again. Too slow. Mashiro wouldn't give it the chance. She closed in, using the narrow alley walls as leverage. Kicking off the wall to flip over, her blade slashed down from above, using the momentum of her fall to increase the force of the strike as she violently cut down at the second one. Pfft! There was no resistance. Murasame sliced through its body as smoothly as cutting tofu. Exorcised. The remaining cursed spirit was terrified. Dragging its severed arm, it tried to flee, but it was too late. Mashiro caught up and sliced it in half at the waist. Fleeing the battlefield is not the way of the brave, Mashiro snorted. 2 plumes of black smoke rose. Murasame absorbed 2 more portions of cursed energy. Mashiro felt her internal cursed energy grow significantly richer than before. Probably, around the level of a grade 3 Jujutsu sorcerer, she guessed. She sheathed Murasame and turned to look at the man. The man was utterly dumbfounded. He slumped in the corner, not even realizing his glasses had fallen to the ground, staring at Mashiro in shock. Is it over?" he asked in a trembling voice. "It's over." Mashiro walked over, squatted in front of him, and held out her hand. 50,000 yen, no credit. Yes, I'll pay." The man scrambled to pull out his wallet, pulling out all his cash, about 70 to 80,000 yen, and stuffed it all into Mashiro's hand. "I only want 50,000. Mashiro counted out 5 10,000 yen bills and handed the rest back. "A deal is a deal. 50,000 means 50,000. But you saved my life. In business, honesty is the best policy." Mashiro stood up and stuffed the cash into her pocket. "Can you walk on your own?" I think so." The man tried a few times before shakily standing up. "Thank you. What on earth were those things just now?" "Cursed spirits, monsters nourished by human negative emotions. Next time you see something like that, turn around and run. Don't throw your life away for nothing." Mashiro sensed her surroundings. There was no trace of cursed spirits left, so she turned and walked away. Looking at Mashiro's petite figure from behind, the man opened his mouth, and finally whispered, "Thank you." For Chapter 4 Rectification. Chapter 4, Regrouping. After walking out of the alley, Mashiro found an empty corner to check her injuries. Although there were many wounds on her body, most of them had stopped bleeding and scabbed over. The wounds contaminated with various toxins were recovering slightly slower, but they were also gradually healing. "My physical strength is indeed high, and my recovery speed is fast, at least I'm not done for. Coupled with my adaptability, as long as I'm not killed instantly, if given enough time to adapt to the enemy's attacks, I can become stronger the more I fight. But if there are too many enemies, or if the attack methods are too varied, it will be troublesome." She summarized the pros and cons of her abilities in her mind. After a while, she snapped back to reality and took out the 50,000 yen she had just received. "My first pot of gold. Although it's not much, my food and accommodation for the next few days are settled." Mashiro contemplated how to use this money. Clothes and a mobile phone are also necessities, and Mashiro lowered her head to sniff herself, I smell so bad, and I feel so sticky. I need to find a place to stay. She stood up and stepped back into the night. The 24-hour supermarket in Shibuya was lit with cold white light. Pushing a shopping cart, Mashiro moved between the shelves. In the dead of night, the supermarket only had a few night shift office workers buying coffee and a convenience store clerk. No one spared her a second glance. She first picked out 2 sets of relatively cheap clothes, pants, shoes, and socks, black, as they were more resistant to dirt. She also grabbed a baseball cap. Her appearance was too conspicuous, so covering it up even a little was better than nothing. Then she walked to the food section. Looking at the bento boxes that only a bird-like appetite could be satisfied with, she gritted her teeth and bought 3 of them, along with bottled water and a large sports bag. When passing the toiletries section, she stopped and purchased toiletries, all in the smallest packaging for easy portability. At checkout, the cashier was a sleepy-looking middle-aged woman who scanned the items expressionlessly and stated the amount. 21,000 yen. Mashiro counted out the bills and handed them over, then took the change and the bulging shopping bag. When she walked out of the supermarket, she had a heavy backpack on her back, but her wallet was half as thin. 29,000 left. She calculated, I need to find a cheap place to stay, and I can only buy a phone tomorrow. Hotels were out, she had no identification and was too young. An overnight stay at an internet cafe would work, but such places were crowded and nosy, not suitable for someone like her who needed to hide a blade. She remembered a place she had seen earlier while passing by. A capsule hotel, hidden in an alley on the edge of Shibuya. The sign was old, the lights were dim, and a sign hung at the entrance reading 24-hour service, 3,000 yen per stay. Mashiro pushed the door open and went in. The receptionist was a balding middle-aged man who was looking down at his phone. Hearing the doorbell, he looked up and was stunned to see a little girl with silver hair. Little girl, you've come to the wrong place, haven't you? Accommodation, single stay. Mashiro placed 3,000 yen on the front desk, her head lowered, the brim of her cap pulled down low. The man glanced at the money, then sized her up. You. Alone? Yes. Do you have an ID card? No. The man frowned. Little girl, we have rules here. Double it. Mashiro interrupted him, pulling out 3 more 1,000 yen bills and pressing them gently next to the stack of cash. This was a necessary expense. Mashiro suppressed the feeling of heartache in her heart. The man was silent for a few seconds, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the cash and her lowered cap brim. Finally, he reached out to sweep the money into the drawer and took out a key, room 307. The bathroom is at the end of the first floor. Check out by 10 in the morning. Thank you. Mashiro took the key and walked up the narrow stairs with her bag on her back. The capsule room lived up to its name. It was about 2 meters long, 1.5 meters wide, and no more than 2 meters high. Inside, there was only a thin mattress, a blanket, and a small shelf. But for Mashiro at this moment, it was enough. She organized the things in her backpack, ate the 3 bento boxes, picked up a set of clean clothes and toiletries, and headed to the bathroom. The bathroom was public, but it was 3 in the morning, so naturally, she was alone. She locked the door and turned on the hot water. The warm water flowed over her body, washing away the blood and sweat stains. She looked down at the wounds on her body, the scabbed areas itched slightly under the running water, a sign of healing. Her adaptability not only took effect during combat but also made her recovery speed much faster than normal people. She carefully washed her body and hair. Since she was already in the form of this cute girl, she should be cleaner. After washing, she stood in front of the mirror, quietly gazing at the silver-haired girl within. A cute face, silver hair and red eyes, skin so white it was almost translucent, and the Dharma wheel on her head added a touch of otherworldly beauty. Kujo. Mashiro. She raised her hand to touch the mirror surface, whispering her own name, then smiled lightly. It sounds pretty good. She didn't really care about whether she had turned into a girl. Looking at her cute appearance actually made her feel happy. Could this also be a result of adaptation? Mashiro pondered, dried her body, changed into clean clothes, and stuffed the dirty clothes into a plastic bag. Forget it, no point in thinking about it. The worst-case scenario is just a plane crash. Mashiro gave up on delving deeper and returned to her room while humming softly. The room was very small, but she wasn't tall either. Her height of 144 centimeters allowed her to lie down easily, with Murasame placed by her side, ready to be drawn at any time. She closed her eyes but didn't fall asleep immediately, thinking about her future direction in her mind. The accumulation of cursed energy was too slow. Murasame could absorb the cursed energy that dissipated when a cursed spirit died, but the amount was really too small. At this rate, to reach grade 2, she would probably need to take out more than a dozen grade 3 cursed spirits. The efficiency is too low, she muttered, sighing. But there was no better way at the moment. She turned over and gradually drifted into sleep. The sound of birds and the movements of other guests outside the door woke Mashiro. She glanced at the clock in the room, 7 in the morning. Her body had mostly recovered, the wounds were basically healed, leaving only faint red marks. She stretched her limbs and felt that her condition was good. Checkout time was 10 o'clock, but she didn't intend to stay long. She packed her things, put on her backpack, hung Murasame at her waist, covered it slightly with her coat, put on her hat, and waited until the voices in the hallway gradually faded before walking out of the room. When she left the capsule hotel, the receptionist had been replaced by a young female clerk who just looked up at her without asking any questions. Mashiro stepped into the morning in Shibuya. The streets were already filled with early risers, office workers hurried past carrying briefcases, students walked toward the station in 2s and 3s, and breakfast shop employees were cleaning at the entrances. She found a cafe, bought a breakfast set, coffee and bread, and sat by the window, eating while observing the outside. At this time, the concentration of cursed energy in the air was much lower than at night. Most cursed spirits lurked in the shadows, waiting for nightfall, but there were always exceptions. She saw a fly head clinging to the side of the building across the street, slowly crawling. In the small park further away, there was a faint reaction of a grade 3 cursed spirit. They were all too ordinary, the window would handle them. The so-called window was a monitoring organization in the Jujutsu world, responsible for searching for intelligence on cursed spirits and formulating task assignments. It was mainly composed of people who could see cursed spirits but had low cursed energy and no cursed technique. Mashiro finished the last bite of bread, drank the coffee, and stood up to leave. She arrived at a mobile phone shop, spent 10,000 yen on a second-hand phone, and didn't have much money left. But that wasn't the point now. Alright, food and drink are done, time to start hunting. Thinking about the cursed energy she could absorb after exorcising cursed spirits, Mashiro licked her lips and revealed an excited smile. Chapter 5, Lawyer and Maxim. She left the station and walked towards the west. There was a relatively strong cursed energy signature there last night, I can go check it out today. At 10 in the morning, Mashiro arrived at an old commercial district in the western suburbs of Tokyo. The buildings here were mostly built 20 or 30 years ago and were mostly abandoned. The streets were deserted, pedestrians were scarce, and the concentration of cursed energy was significantly higher than in the center of Shibuya. She stopped in front of an abandoned office building. Inside the building was a grade 2 cursed spirit, its aura murky, carrying a certain rotten stench. Although it was a level that only experts like Fushiguro Megumi could barely contend with, she was still full of confidence inside. Let it be this one. She gripped the hilt of Murasame and walked into the building. The battle lasted 20 minutes. That cursed spirit was a rotting corpse type, its body festering. It could spray corrosive pus and also extend tentacles from its wounds to entangle. Mashiro suffered a setback at the start, getting her left arm sprayed by the pus, and a large patch of skin instantly festered. It hurt so much she almost could not hold the sword. But she did not retreat, instead, she charged forward against the attacks. Click, clack. Letting the pus spray onto her body time and again, letting the tentacles wrap around her limbs time and again. Adapt, adapt, adapt. When she was sprayed by the pus for the 10th time, she felt the pain of the corrosion had weakened by 70%. The entanglement of the tentacles also seemed powerless, she could break free with a little effort. Then, she unleashed her blade. Murasame slashed across the neck of the rotting corpse, the cursed spirit collapsed, turned into black smoke, and was absorbed by Murasame. Mashiro felt the cursed energy within her body increase by another notch. Grade 2 cursed spirits really can absorb more cursed energy, she estimated. To reach grade 2, about 7 or 8 of these should be enough. She could now exorcise grade 2 cursed spirits alone, making her a combatant on the level of Fushiguro Megumi. How about I go to Sendai? Go and make contact with Itadori, the timing is about right. She pondered, walking out of the abandoned office building. The sunlight was somewhat scorching. The festering wound on her left arm was already healing, but the new skin was very tender. Being hit by the sunlight, it turned slightly red. She pulled down her sleeve to cover it and continued walking forward. At 1 in the afternoon, Mashiro bought yakisoba bread and mineral water at a street stall in a shopping street and sat on a park bench to eat. There were not many people in the park, a few elderly men were playing chess in the distance, and a mother pushed a stroller past. She ate the bread, her gaze sweeping across the surroundings. Then, she saw a person. A man in his 20s or 30s, wearing a plain suit, holding a briefcase, was sitting on a bench not far away, looking down at a document. He was reading very intently, his brow slightly furrowed, occasionally marking something on it with a pen. The gaze of Mashiro lingered on his face for a few seconds. That face, a bit familiar. She searched in her memory. Manga, plot, characters. She remembered. Hiromi Higuruma. That lawyer who awakened his cursed technique during the culling game. Right now, he had not awakened his cursed technique yet, he was just an ordinary person. Mashiro continued eating her bread, but her gaze did not move away. Hiromi Higuruma seemed to have encountered a problem. He put down the document, rubbed his temples, and sighed. Then he looked up and happened to meet the gaze of Mashiro. The two looked at each other for a few seconds. Hiromi Higuruma was stunned for a moment, then revealed a professional, gentle smile and nodded lightly at her. Mashiro expressionlessly shifted her gaze away and continued eating her yakisoba bread. But Hiromi Higuruma did not seem to intend to end this accidental eye contact just like that. He put away the document, stood up, straightened the hem of his suit, and then walked toward Mashiro. Mashiro did not look up, but her hand holding the bread tightened slightly. Excuse me. Hiromi Higuruma stopped 2 steps away from the bench, his voice gentle and polite. I noticed you have been sitting here alone for a while. I apologize if this is intrusive, but you look like you might need help. Mashiro slowly swallowed the bread in her mouth and looked up. Up close, Hiromi Higuruma looked younger than in the manga, but there were already fine lines at the corners of his eyes. 36 years old, a public defender, this was his current identity. His suit was a cheap off-the-rack one, but it was ironed very flat, and his leather shoes were worn at the edges but polished clean. His whole person exuded a temperament of being serious to the point of being almost rigid. He was a character she respected. He was a character she liked. Mashiro suppressed some of the excitement in her heart at seeing a character from the original work and replied in as calm a tone as possible, no need. Is that so? Hiromi Higuruma did not leave immediately, his gaze lingered on Mashiro for a moment, from that obviously oversized baseball cap to the slightly damaged black sportswear, the unnatural bulge at her waist, and the few shallow, scabbed marks on her exposed wrists. If you encounter any difficulties, you can contact social welfare organizations, or... He paused, took a business card from his briefcase, and handed it over with both hands. I am a lawyer. Although I mainly take on criminal defense cases, I also have some knowledge of laws related to youth protection. If you need legal consultation, you can contact me, the first consultation is free. The business card was very simple, white background with black text, containing only his name, affiliation, and contact information. Mashiro looked at the business card and did not take it immediately. The wind in the park blew gently, and the sound of children's laughter came from afar. Hiromi Higuruma, attorney at law. She read the name on the business card, her voice very soft. Yes. Hiromi Higuruma maintained the posture of handing out the business card. Mashiro finally reached out to take it. The business card still held a faint scent of paper, and the texture felt very real. She stared at the words on it for 2 seconds, then looked up at Hiromi Higuruma. "Do you believe in rules?" she asked suddenly. Hiromi Higuruma was taken aback for a moment, then answered seriously, "As a legal practitioner, I believe that rules are the foundation for maintaining the functioning of society." "Then what if the rules themselves are problematic?" Mashiro continued to ask, "If the rules protect those who should not be protected and punish those who should not be punished, what would you do?" This question was clearly beyond the scope of casual small talk. Hiromi Higuruma stood up straight, slightly frowning, but still thought carefully before answering. "The legal system itself has a correction mechanism. If one discovers that rules are unfair, they can be corrected through legislative procedures, judicial interpretations, the accumulation of precedents, and various other channels. This is precisely one of the meanings of a legal practitioner's work." A very standard answer. A very Hiromi Higuruma answer. A faint smile curled at the corners of the mouth of Mashiro. "Is that so?" She put the business card into her pocket and stood up from the bench. She was only as tall as the chest of Hiromi Higuruma, but the look in her eyes as she gazed up at him made Hiromi unable to decipher it. "Attorney Higuruma, you are a good person," she said. "In this world, good people often live very tiring lives." Mashiro understood that this person was the type who would toil tirelessly for the justice in his heart. Her advice might not necessarily have any effect. Hiromi Higuruma opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but Mashiro did not give him the chance. "You believe in rules, which is good. But one day, you will encounter a predicament that rules cannot solve. You will encounter evil that cannot be measured by legal statutes. You will encounter enemies standing in the loopholes of the rules, mocking you." Her voice was very calm, and her eyes were very direct, making Hiromi continue to listen seriously. "When that time comes, remember one thing." Mashiro pulled down her hat, her crimson pupils appearing exceptionally deep under the shadow of the brim. "Rules are tools, not shackles. When you truly want to judge something, what you need is not just legal statutes." She raised her hand and pointed to the location of the heart of Hiromi Higuruma. "But the resolve to make the rules work for you." Having finished, she no longer looked at the expression of Hiromi Higuruma and turned to leave. Hiromi Higuruma stood on the spot, watching her figure fade into the distance, his brows furrowing tighter and tighter. He subconsciously raised his hand to press against his chest, where the sensation of the fingertip of the other lightly touching seemed to still remain. "Rules are tools, the resolve to judge." He repeated these 2 sentences in a low voice, always feeling that some important information was hidden within these words, but he had no clue. "That girl, who is she?" Meanwhile, Mashiro had already walked out of the park and rejoined the flow of people on the street. She touched the business card in her pocket, her fingertips brushing over the 4 characters Hiromi Higuruma. "That is all I can do," she whispered to herself. "As for the rest, I cannot influence anything." She did not know how much influence these few words could have in the future. Perhaps Hiromi Higuruma would forget this strange silver-haired little girl tomorrow, or perhaps these words would leave something in his heart, taking root and sprouting on the day the culling game descended. For now, she had a blast being a riddle maker. Mashiro looked up at the sky to the west. The afternoon sunlight was a bit dazzling. She pulled down the brim of her hat and continued walking forward. There were still cursed spirits to exorcise. There was still strength to accumulate. She was still too weak right now. Chapter 6 Learning Techniques. Chapter 6 Learning Cursed Technique. After leaving the park, Mashiro didn't dally anymore and walked into Shibuya Station. Sendai is to the northeast, 300 kilometers away, less than 2 hours by Shinkansen. But the ticket price of 10,000 yen is too high. So poor. She stood in front of the automatic ticket machine, looked at the scrolling ticket prices, and clicked her tongue softly. Need to make money. She counted the cash in her wallet. After setting aside money for tonight's accommodation and food, what remained wasn't even enough to buy half a Shinkansen ticket. Night buses were cheaper, but still cost several thousand, and the departure time was too early. The top priority is to secure travel funds, and also to improve my cursed energy, reaching grade 2 or even grade 1 as soon as possible. She pressed against her waist, where Murasame sat quietly in its scabbard. Only then will I have the ability to drop golden quotes when I come into contact with the core group. When you aren't strong enough, what you say isn't a golden quote, it's just arrogant posturing. Only the strong are worthy of delivering famous quotes. Mashiro walked out of the station and began to sense the surrounding cursed energy again. The density of cursed spirits in Shibuya was still high, but after the battles last night and this morning, she had no interest in grade 3 cursed spirits anymore. The efficiency was too low, the cursed energy absorbed was minimal, and the benefits of adaptation were limited. I need to find grade 2 or higher, or take on commissions, but I have no connections. Contacting Tokyo Jujutsu High or Meimei right now is too risky. She touched the business card of Hiromi Higuruma in her pocket and sighed. I can't just go to Higuruma to borrow money right after acting like a riddle maker, can I? Borrowing money is the mindset of the weak. Since there was no hope for commissions for now, she would continue hunting. She rushed towards the north, where the cursed energy reactions were stronger. Time waits for no one, the moment Itadori Yuji swallows the finger won't change. She had to reach Sendai before that, or at least intervene shortly after the event occurred. And before that, she needed more cursed energy, a stronger body, and most importantly, travel money. 3 in the afternoon. Mashiro stood in front of an abandoned apartment building. This building was on the list for demolition, the residents had long since moved out, the windows were broken, and the walls were mottled. Mashiro released her perception, but paused slightly. There wasn't just one cursed spirit in the building, there were the auras of at least 3 grade 2 cursed spirits, entangled with each other and wary of one another. Living in groups? She was somewhat surprised. Most cursed spirits were solitary, unless there was a special grade leader, they rarely gathered in groups. But it didn't matter. She needed cursed energy, and they happened to have it. More importantly, 3 grade 2s, 3 different attack methods, could enrich her adaptation sample library. There was risk, of course, but she wouldn't die fighting 3 grade 2s now. She was confident. It would just hurt a bit more. She had gotten used to the pain over the last 2 days, oh no, she had adapted to it. Mashiro gripped the hilt of Murasame and stepped into the dim hallway. She didn't intentionally hide her footsteps, cursed energy spread from her, acting as both a probe and a provocation. Almost the moment she stepped into the 3rd floor corridor, the balance was broken, and the 3 cursed spirits revealed their true forms. She glanced at them, they were a grudge-bound spirit, a gap woman, and a shadow dog. They attacked almost simultaneously, each with a different method. Mashiro tilted her body slightly, letting the grudge-bound spirit's piercing attack graze her left chest instead of her heart, but the bone-chilling pain that went straight through to her organs still made her grunt. She raised her right arm to block the gap woman's invisible slash. Her arm was sliced open by the invisible blade, and the tearing pain surged as blood splattered. If she hadn't leaned back in time, her right arm might have really been severed. As for the shadow attack from below, she didn't even have time to twist her body, several claw marks deep enough to reveal bone appeared on her back, and blood instantly soaked the fabric of her clothes. Painful. Very painful. Adaptation couldn't actually adapt away the pain. Was it because pain was useful to her? But she had also grown accustomed to this kind of pain. If she lost the heart of the strong because of this, it would be no different from being dead. Come again! Mashiro shouted, ignoring the wounds on her body, and raised Murasame to face the enemy again. The Dharma wheel above her head was spinning frantically. Every time their attacks landed, their power diminished by a fraction. Adaptation, adaptation, adaptation. When the grudge-bound spirit pierced her chest again, and she only felt a faint chill. She knew that the adaptation was complete. "Excuse me." Murasame left its scabbard, and a silver light slashed across the grudge-bound spirit. It didn't even have time to scream before it turned into black smoke and was absorbed by the blade. Mashiro felt the cursed energy in her body surge significantly. Very good. She turned to look at the remaining two. Whatever you do is futile. Just lie down and wait for death. The Gap woman seemed to sense the danger. It opened its twisted mouth, and a formless space cutting slashed toward Mashiro. Mashiro raised her left arm to take it head-on. SSS. Her skin was sliced open, crimson blood flowing out, but the wound was at least half as shallow as the last one. Nothing special. Mashiro sneered. Under the analysis of her adaptation, she understood the trajectory, intensity, and cursed energy composition of the space cutting. So that's how it is. She whispered, spinning Murasame in her hand. Space cutting is essentially applying traction to the cursed energy breakpoint at a specific coordinate. She accelerated and dashed forward. The Gap woman frantically swung out cracks, and streaks of space cutting filled the narrow corridor. The enemy fears, I go crazy. Mashiro wove through them. Her movements were a bit stiff at first, but as she dodged more and more cracks, her body was already able to predict their trajectories and easily evade them. She could even use her own cursed energy to gently tap the weakest node of the crack, causing it to dissipate prematurely. The more I adapt, the more I understand. It turns out I can even imitate other people's cursed techniques. Mashiro was ecstatic. I didn't expect I could reach this point. This was an ability that Mahoraga in the original work did not have. It could only adapt methods to counter cursed techniques, but Mashiro, who could understand the cursed techniques, could actually use the cursed techniques she had adapted to. Adapted. She stopped in front of the Gap woman, the Dharma wheel above her head stopped spinning. I'll take your cursed technique. Then, with a space cutting, the Gap woman's head flew off, and its body dissipated. Murasame absorbed another portion of cursed energy. Finally, the shadow dog. This cursed spirit already wanted to escape, but Mashiro didn't give it a chance. She had already adapted to the rhythm of shadow movement. The moment it emerged from the shadow in the corner, the tip of Murasame was already waiting there. Don't disappoint me. Is it over already? Murasame pierced its skull, and Mashiro laughed brazenly. 3 balls of black smoke rose, and the hallway returned to quiet. Mashiro leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. There were at least 20 wounds on her body, of varying depths, and the heaviest ones were still oozing blood. But she could feel that the cursed energy in her body was nearly twice as dense as before. Grade 2. Should be close. She estimated. Also, I have initial resistance to spiritual attacks, space-type cutting, and shadow movement. She was slowly building a basic database. After absorbing more and more samples, she could deal with enemies more easily. She rested for 5 minutes, waited for the wounds to basically stop bleeding, and then dragged her exhausted body out of the apartment building. The sun was setting, and the sky was growing dark. Mashiro checked the time, 5 in the afternoon. She needed food, she needed rest, and she needed to treat the wounds on her body. Although she could heal herself, the blood loss and pain were real. She walked into a convenience store, bought hemostatic bandages, disinfectant, and the largest bento box, then sat on a park bench and began to treat her wounds. The stinging pain during disinfection made her gasp, but her hands didn't stop. The bandage wasn't wrapped very neatly, but it was secure enough. After doing all this, she opened the bento and started eating in large mouthfuls. If I can't make money today, the balance I have is only enough for one last night's accommodation. She thought as she ate, pouting. Ugh, how can I make money? Mashiro didn't have much of a head for making money in her previous life, and looking like a 12-year-old in this world meant she couldn't even get a part-time job. Fortunately, her stress resistance was relatively strong. This was all cultivated by arguing with netizens every day. Thank you all. If I could still argue with you, I would definitely curse even harder. Mashiro thought about her current appearance and hesitated again. Would that be rewarding them too much? Stop overthinking. After finishing the bento, just as she was thinking about continuing to deal with cursed spirits and incidentally looking for any unlucky people being attacked by cursed spirits, an unexpected figure caught her eye. Is that Nanami? Chapter 7, Kento Nanami. The afterglow of the setting sun gilded the park, casting its light upon the figure passing through it. Kento Nanami. Mashiro's mind flashed with his name. She could finally say she had seen the real deal. Kento Nanami stopped at the park entrance, looking around, before his gaze locked onto the young girl who was cleaning up trash. Mashiro stopped what she was doing and calmly met his gaze. Her crimson eyes, shadowed by the brim of her hat, betrayed little emotion. Kento Nanami resumed his steps, walking toward Mashiro. He pushed up his round-rimmed glasses, his gaze coolly appraising Mashiro from behind the lenses. A strange halo above her head. Arms wrapped in new bandages, dark bloodstains and tears on her tracksuit, a sports bag casually resting on the bench covered in dust and suspicious dark stains, and a weapon at her waist that was easily identifiable even through her coat. His gaze lingered on the weapon for half a second before returning to Mashiro's face, which was smeared with large patches of blood and dust. Her silver hair poked out messily from under the brim of her hat, and her vivid crimson eyes were watching him unblinkingly. An underage girl who was abnormal, covered in wounds, carrying a weapon, and alone in the park. Any sensible adult would find this abnormal, and Kento Nanami was clearly sensible, and his common sense included cursed energy, cursed spirits, and jujutsu sorcerers. He did not get any closer, merely standing a short distance away and greeting her in a steady tone, "Good afternoon." "Good afternoon," Mashiro replied. Her voice was a bit dry from eating earlier, so she reached over, unscrewed her water bottle, and took a sip. "You're injured," Nanami stated as a fact, his gaze lingering on the bandages on her arm. His tone was slightly gentler than before. "Do you need help? There are medical facilities nearby I can contact, or if you prefer, I can take you to the Tokyo Jujutsu High Infirmary. The treatment there is more professional." "No need," Mashiro said, putting down the bottle and shaking her head. The movement tugged at the wound on her back, causing her to press her lips together almost imperceptibly. "Just flesh wounds, I've already treated them. Tokyo Jujutsu High is too far, and besides." She looked up at Nanami, implying something. "If I go looking like this, it might cause unnecessary misunderstandings and trouble, right, Mr. Kento Nanami?" She had called him by name directly. "You know me?" Nanami's eyes narrowed, and the temperature in his tone dropped by 2 degrees. Various possibilities raced through his mind. Was she a child from a jujutsu sorcerer family? Someone connected to the higher UPS? Or an even more troublesome situation? A jujutsu sorcerer from Tokyo Jujutsu High, Grade 1, known for being rigorous and reliable, Mashiro said, reciting information about him in a flat tone. "I've heard of you. Your features are very distinct, blonde hair, glasses, suit, meticulous, very easy to recognize." Kento Nanami was silent for a moment. Although he didn't think he was famous enough for even children to know him, he chose to skip that topic. "The wounds on your body," his gaze swept over Mashiro's arm and weapon, "were they caused by fighting a cursed spirit?" "Yes," Mashiro answered crisply. 3 Grade 2s, in that apartment building scheduled for demolition to the north. I've already exorcised them." Nanami's brow furrowed slightly. 3 Grade 2s, judging by the cursed energy reaction on this child, it shouldn't have been possible. "You took care of them alone? Otherwise?" Mashiro tilted her head. The cute gesture looked somewhat eerie on her wounded face. "There was only me and them there." Nanami was silent for a few seconds, looking into Mashiro's eyes. There were no signs of lying, at least not regarding the battle. But 3 Grade 2s, for someone of her level, was truly hard to believe. This child either possessed an extremely special curse technique or her combat talent far exceeded the norm. Or perhaps, both. "Your name?" Nanami asked. Kujo Mashiro. Age? 12, Mashiro said, stating the age of this body without changing her expression. Family? None left, Mashiro said in a flat tone, as if talking about someone else. I am the last member of the Kujo clan. The family is long gone, and I live alone now. The Kujo clan. Nanami searched his memory for this surname. A fallen jujutsu sorcerer family, it seemed there were indeed records, but it had declined at least several decades ago. If what she said was true, then this child's situation was even more complicated. An ancient jujutsu sorcerer bloodline, an abnormal appearance, living alone, forced to hunt cursed spirits to make a living. The overly blunt statement of her situation made Nanami fall silent. This attitude of not hiding her own predicament, even carrying a sense of being rightfully entitled, was not common among the people he had encountered. Especially since she was still a child. You mentioned earlier that you live alone. Nanami pushed up his glasses, his gaze becoming cautious behind the lenses. Are you very short on money right now? Yes, Mashiro nodded without hesitation, patting her empty tracksuit pocket. I haven't secured lodging for tonight, and I'm far short of the travel expenses to Sendai. So if you have a suitable commission, and the price is reasonable, I can take it. Those 3 grade 2s from earlier prove my professional capability. Sendai? He repeated the place name but didn't pay much attention to it. Some personal business. Mashiro didn't say more. She looked at Nanami, a faint shimmer passing through her crimson eyes. However, since it's such a coincidence meeting Mr. Nanami. Do you have a mission nearby? Did the window observe a cursed spirit? Grade 1, or special grade? She asked so naturally, like such an expert, even accurately guessing that the mission grade might not be low. Nanami thought even higher of her. The window's report indicates a grade 1 cursed spirit reaction nearby, with distinct characteristics and high aggression. I am on my way to confirm. Kento Nanami did not hide it, he was very curious about what Mashiro would say after knowing this. Grade 1. Offensive type? Mashiro's eyes narrowed slightly, and a glimmer of eagerness flashed deep within her crimson eyes. That's perfect. Can you take me with you? Take you with me? That's too dangerous. Nanami's tone was serious. A grade 1 cursed spirit is not child's play, people die. Besides, the wounds on your body haven't healed yet. But that is the mindset of the weak. Mashiro stepped closer, her red eyes carrying a touch of madness, staring straight into Kento Nanami's eyes. If I die from this, then it just means that's Kujo Mashiro's fate. Her decisiveness made Nanami confirm once again that this child was definitely extraordinary. Keep up. He said no more, turned around, and walked out of the park with a steady stride. The target location is the abandoned shrine to the north. The cursed spirit is suspected to be a monk of hellfire, characterized by dual attacks of high heat flames and physical strikes. Your task is to try your best to distract it while I make the main attack, protect yourself, and look for opportunities. If you are too heavily injured or cannot hold on, retreat immediately. Do you understand? He spoke while walking, his pace steady and his logic clear as he began to lay out the tactics. Understood. Distract, take hits, look for opportunities, run if it doesn't work out. Mashiro quickly summarized and followed quickly, her tone as relaxed as if she were discussing what to have for dinner. What about the payment? If you truly provide effective support, 800,000 yen. Nanami stated a figure. Although this was already higher than the standard auxiliary compensation for a grade 1 mission, he felt this young girl was worth that price, or rather, she might need that price. Deal. Mashiro's eyes lit up as she gripped the murasame at her waist. 8 Chapter 8 Level 1 Cursed Spirit. Chapter 8, Grade 1 Cursed Spirit. The two did not speak again on the way, moving quickly through the deepening twilight. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the dilapidated shrine located on the hillside. Before they even got close, a scorching, violent cursed energy rushed toward them, causing the air to slightly distort. From the direction of the main hall, a faint, dark red firelight could be seen. This is the place. Nanami stopped in front of the torii gate. The short blade in his hand was wrapped in cloth, and cursed energy steadily covered the blade. Stay close, and watch out for flames and sudden physical impacts. Its attack range might be quite large. Mashiro nodded, her right hand tightly gripping the hilt of Murasame. Click, click. The Dharma wheel above her head activated, beginning to spin rapidly. She could feel the cursed energy inside her flowing excitedly, her wounds itching as they healed. Deep within her soul, a certain instinct for Mahoraga, a craving to clash with strong enemies, was awakening, and with it, she began to feel restless and hot. Hey, she said, staring at the direction of the main hall, a smile spreading across her lips. Don't make me look forward to this too much, okay? The two passed through the torii gate and stepped into the shrine grounds. The scorching sensation suddenly intensified. On the stone slabs of the open space in front of the main hall, a humanoid cursed spirit about 3 meters tall slowly stood up. Its body was composed of magma and rock, and dark red, incandescent light flowed through the cracks on its surface. It had no head, above its neck burned a mass of flames, emitting a terrifying high temperature. At the ends of its thick arms were fists covered in solidified lava. The monk of Hellfire simply stood there, and the pressure it emitted far exceeded any cursed spirit Mashiro had encountered before. It watched the intruders, and the flames at its neck suddenly flared up. Without any warning, its huge, lava-covered right fist blasted through the air toward Nanami, who was in the lead. A pillar of dark red fire tore through the air, sweeping toward them with destructive heat. Dodge! Nanami shouted lowly. His figure flashed to the side, and at the same time, his short blade cut an arc. A cursed energy slash met the side of the fire pillar, attempting to deflect its direction. But Mashiro paid no mind, the strong always face challenges head-on. The moment the fire pillar struck, not only did she not retreat, but she instead channeled cursed energy to her legs and rushed toward the flank of the cursed spirit, closing the distance. Too reckless. Nanami caught a glimpse of her movement and frowned, but it was already too late to stop her. The monk of Hellfire was enraged by Mashiro's actions. Its left fist swept toward the rushing Mashiro at a speed inconsistent with its massive body. Before the fist even arrived, the violent wind from the punch and the accompanying heat wave already made her gasp for air. Come on! Mashiro did not dodge or avoid. She held Murasame horizontally in front of her, infused it with cursed energy, and chose to take the punch head-on. The Dharma wheel above her head spun, she was going to start adapting. Clang! A terrifying, thunderous sound exploded. Mashiro felt as if she had been hit by a truck. The arm gripping Murasame shook violently, the webbing between her thumb and index finger split, and blood flowed freely. The immense force lifted her feet off the ground, sending her flying backward, where she slammed hard into a stone lantern over 10 meters away. Cough. She coughed up a bit of blood. Her back was numb with pain, she didn't know how many bones were broken, and her right arm hung limply, unable to exert any force for the moment. Kujo! Nanami shouted sharply, trying to force the cursed spirit back to go to her rescue. Leave me alone. Mashiro hissed. She struggled to stand up, using her left hand to support herself, her red eyes reflecting the monk of Hellfire, which was pouncing again. Whoosh, whoosh, the Dharma wheel above her head spun frantically. Come on. I'm starting to spin. Kento Nanami was surprised to find that she was actually smiling. Mashiro still had blood on the corner of her mouth, but her eyes were startlingly bright. She shouted, Is that all it takes to satisfy you? Come again. The monk of Hellfire was thoroughly enraged by her provocation. Flames surged, and its fists ignited with roaring fire as it smashed down toward Mashiro. The high temperature spread to the surroundings, distorting even the air. Mashiro did not run. Dragging her temporarily disabled right arm, she frantically poured cursed energy into her legs, narrowly slipping through the gap between the fists at the critical moment. The flames grazed her body, and her sportswear instantly charred and burned. A searing pain radiated from her skin, but she didn't care. The Dharma wheel turned, her body was adapting to this terrifying high temperature and violent physical impact. Space cutting. Mashiro's cursed energy surged, and several slashes cut at the arms and legs of the monk of Hellfire, attempting to reduce its mobility, but the effect was minimal. TSK, a cursed technique that works well against people, has no effect on a rock. Mashiro clicked her tongue, landed at the rear, and organized her second attack. At this moment, Kento Nanami moved. His ratio technique allowed him to see the weak point on the monk of Hellfire. Sever, he said softly, quickly slashing twice at the same point, severing the right leg of the monk of Hellfire. Well done, Nanami. Mashiro laughed loudly, her silver hair fluttering in the wind, her eyes becoming even more crimson. She drew Murasame again and launched an attack at its left leg. Is that it? Is your fire only at this level? You're the one who's the challenger. She dodged the continuous punches and the periodically erupting fire pillars while closing in on the cursed spirit, using words to constantly provoke it. Every time she was grazed by the wind of a punch, every time she was burned by the flames, she gritted her teeth, suppressed the pain, and allowed her body to adapt further. Her movements became increasingly fluid. At first, she could only barely dodge fatal attacks, with burns and bruises constantly accumulating on her body. Gradually, she began to be able to predict the trajectory of the punches and could evade before the flames erupted. The impact of the high temperature on her was weakening, her skin's resistance to flames was slowly increasing, and the skin's hardness against those heavy physical impacts was also being optimized by her body's instincts. A little faster, she muttered in her heart, her red eyes locked onto the cursed spirit's movements. The bones in her right arm had reconnected under the influence of cursed energy and her self-healing ability, although accompanied by sharp pains, it no longer affected her ability to exert force. The monk of Hellfire, unable to secure a victory after a long attack, became increasingly manic. It suddenly stopped its pursuit, clasped its hands in front of its chest, and flames surged frantically between them. A dark red fireball emitting destructive fluctuations quickly condensed and expanded. It's unleashing its ultimate move. Mashiro's heart tightened, but she lifted a smile of anticipation again. Her adaptation was almost complete. Danger. Retreat. Nanami's expression changed. He had been trying to sever its limbs, but the effect was poor. Although he could attack the weak points, he couldn't cut them off completely. After he gouged out a cut, it would just recover. And the range and power of this attack were obviously extraordinary. But Mashiro stared at the fireball, moving forward instead of retreating. Yes. That's it. If it were slow and leisurely like before, I'd get bored. She laughed wildly, pouring all the cursed energy she had just recovered into Murasame. The silver blade hummed as she charged toward the center of the fireball that was about to explode. She was going to use Murasame's ability to cut cursed energy to slice through its fireball. You're crazy. Nanami could no longer care about anything else. His figure turned into an afterimage as he rushed toward the side of the cursed spirit, his short blade carrying a massive amount of cursed energy, stabbing directly at its arm joint in an attempt to interrupt the attack. Facing the greater threat of Nanami, the monk of Hellfire ignored him, willing to risk losing an arm to push the fireball, concentrated with terrifying cursed energy, fiercely toward the oncoming Mashiro. The giant fireball, destroying everything in its path, charged toward her. Mashiro held Murasame high with both hands, poured all her cursed energy into it, and slashed down in fury. The instant the fireball made contact with the blade's light, the scorching radiance swallowed everything. Chapter 9, The Responsibility of an Adult. Boom. The light of the explosion soared into the sky, and the scorching shockwave sent rubble and dust flying. The entire shrine clearing was trembling. Nanami was forced back several steps by the shockwave, his heart sinking. At the center of such an explosion, even he would struggle to escape unscathed. That girl. The flames and smoke slowly dissipated, revealing a shallow crater blasted into the center of the clearing. The monk of hellfire stood motionless, the flames on its neck significantly dimmed. At the edge of the crater, a petite figure was kneeling on one knee, using Murasame to hold herself up, refusing to collapse. Her tracksuit was reduced to charred rags, and her exposed skin was covered in large, terrifying blisters and burn marks. A section of her silver hair had been singed off, and her face was streaked with soot and blood. She looked utterly wretched. But she was definitely still alive. She raised her head. Despite her grimy face, she couldn't hide the intense gleam in her eyes. The Dharma wheel above her head gradually stopped spinning and fell silent. Mishiro slowly straightened her body, her movements slightly unsteady. "So that's how it is." She spoke, her voice raspy and broken, yet carrying a hint of satisfied amusement. "High temperature, impact, and that will of the curse burning away within the flames, truly interesting, but I have completely adapted to it." She raised Murasame, pointing the tip of the blade at the wary and uncertain monk of hellfire. "Your cursed technique," she grinned, revealing teeth stained red with blood, her smile unrestrained and arrogant. "I'll be taking it." The next moment, Mishiro moved. Nanami watched the high-speed figure in astonishment. Her speed was more than just a little faster than before. Her figure almost turned into a blurred black line, not sprinting in a straight line, but tracing an arc that instantly brought her around to the back and side of the monk of hellfire. That was a relatively weak node in its flow of cursed energy, something she had grasped during the explosion just moments ago. The monk of hellfire roared and swung its massive, burning fist back, but Mishiro didn't dodge or avoid it. She took the punch without a scratch, not even forcing her to take a step back. She brandished Murasame, a faint, dim red light vaguely coiling around the blade as she stabbed fiercely into the monk of hellfire's weak point. Attached to Murasame was the property of hellfire she had just comprehended. Pucci. It was no longer the dull thud of hard objects colliding, but the sound of a kitchen knife slicing into grease. The monk of hellfire let out a painful roar, uncontrolled flames gushing from the wound. For the first time, its movements showed clear stiffness and chaos. "Now!" Mishiro hissed. Nanami, having long been poised for action, seized the perfect opportunity Mishiro had created. His figure dashed forward like lightning, the cursed energy condensed to the extreme on his short blade, turning into an almost invisible thin line. Following the wound Mishiro had opened, he pierced with pinpoint accuracy deep into the flames at the monk of hellfire's neck. The monk of hellfire's massive body stiffened abruptly, and then, like a punctured balloon, the lava and flames of its body rapidly disintegrated, turning into fly ash. The cluster of flames on its neck, symbolizing its source, flickered violently a few times before finally extinguishing. Thick black smoke rose up. Part of the pure cursed energy contained within was purified and dispersed by Nanami's blade, but a large portion was quietly absorbed by Murasame, which was right nearby. Mishiro felt a surge of energy, far purer and more massive than any time before, pour into her body, rapidly nourishing her riddled body, repairing her injuries, and replenishing her consumption. It pushed her total cursed energy to a new height, not just stepping into grade 2, but even rising towards higher levels. Now she was the same grade as Fushiguro Megumi, though their combat power might be a bit different. Silence once again enveloped the shrine, with only the night wind blowing across the scorched earth, gradually dispersing the unpleasant smell of burning from the battlefield. Nanami sheathed his blade, his movements still meticulous. He didn't immediately check the scene. He first turned his head, his gaze falling on Mishiro. "Amazing, monk of hellfire. I probably won't forget you for the rest of my life." The girl stood there, covered in injuries, her clothes tattered, swaying, as if she would collapse the next second. Yet she held her blade, standing straight, her red eyes glowing astonishingly in the night, a remnant of that crazy smile from the battle still lingering on her face. "You." Nanami spoke, his voice a bit dry. He had just witnessed a battle that was unimaginably brutal. This girl, completely indifferent to her own body, had adapted to, learned from, and even countered a grade 1 cursed spirit's attacks at an incredible speed. That dauntless, fearless attitude, growing crazier the more she fought, was deeply branded into his mind. "Me?" Mashiro turned to look at him, her smile gradually returning to calm. I'm still alive, the cursed spirit is dead, mission accomplished. So, she held out her hand, palm up, my 800,000, Nanami-san? Nanami looked at the hand she held out, full of burns and bloodstains, and was silent for 2 seconds. Then he took a thick envelope from his suit's inner pocket, walked forward, and gently placed it into the only intact side pocket of her tracksuit. There is 1 million in here, he said, his tone unprecedentedly serious, even carrying a hint of imperceptible gentleness. You are worth this price. It's not just payment, but also medical expenses. You are severely injured and must receive professional treatment immediately. 1 million? Mashiro blinked, touched the bulging pocket, her impassioned mood returning to calm, and her tone becoming cool again. Thanks. But forget the treatment, my constitution is different, I recover very quickly. Your recovery ability is indeed extraordinary, Nanami didn't insist, but his tone was serious. But that is no reason for you to act recklessly. Your fighting style is too extreme. You got lucky this time, but next time might not be the same. Only the weak rely on luck. Mashiro nonchalantly shook her still numb right arm, but the movement tugged at her wounds, making her gasp again. I have the mindset of the strong, if I can't beat them, I adapt, and once I've adapted, I win. Nanami looked at her, this girl covered in wounds yet stubborn and arrogant, and finally just shook his head, as if giving up on lecturing her, and took his business card from his pocket, handing it to her. This is my contact information, Kujo Mashiro. He called out Mashiro's full name, his tone solemn. I recognize your strength and resolve. Although I don't approve of your methods, you are a qualified jujutsu sorcerer. You can contact me if you encounter difficulties later, and I will also recommend suitable missions to you. This was already a very high evaluation and invitation. Mashiro took the simple business card and carefully put it away. I will. Contact me anytime if there are good missions. She tried moving her body, feeling her strength slowly returning. Then I'll be going first, I still need to catch the Shinkansen. Wait. Nanami called out to her, watching her stumbling gait, his brows furrowing. In this state, how are you going to get to the station? I'll take you there. No need. Don't be stubborn, you're a minor. Nanami interrupted her, his tone unquestionable. At the very least, I'll take you to a place where you can get a ride, this is an adult's responsibility. As he said this, he began to take off his suit jacket. Hey, no need. Mashiro wanted to refuse, but Nanami had already draped his large jacket over her, covering her almost exposed body, carefully pulling the front together for her to cover those terrifying wounds. Let's go. He was concise, turning to lead the way, but his pace slowed down significantly on purpose. Mashiro was stunned for a moment, looking down at the men's suit jacket draped over her, then at Nanami's tall and steady back. Finally, she didn't say anything more, wrapped the jacket tighter around herself, and followed. 10 Chapter 10 Arrival in Sendai. Chapter 10 Arriving in Sendai. Kento Nanami's steps were steady as he walked ahead. Mashiro, wrapped in his suit jacket, silently followed half a step behind him. The jacket was too big for her, its hem almost reaching her knees, but it effectively concealed the damage to her clothes and her injuries. The silence lasted for several blocks until they stopped at a crosswalk, waiting for the light, when Mashiro spoke first. Mr. Nanami. Help me get an ID. Her voice was calm, as if she was just casually mentioning it. An adult one, suitable for daily use. The name will still be Kujo Mashiro, and the cost will be deducted from my next payment. Nanami didn't stop walking, merely turned his head, his gaze behind his glasses lingering on her face for a moment. The green light came on, and he stepped across the crosswalk. Mashiro jogged a couple of steps to catch up. Reason. His tone was unreadable. I'm going to Sendai. In my current state, I can't buy tickets or stay in a hotel, I can't do anything. Mashiro's reason was direct and realistic. I need an identity that allows me to function normally, at least enough to get by. This is document forgery. Nanami stated the fact. I know. So it's a transaction. I pay, and I bear all the risks. Mashiro looked up at his stern profile. Once I have the documents, the source will be cut off. Even if something happens in the future, it will only trace back to Kujo Mashiro. Her clear explanation made Nanami silent for a few seconds. Why Sendai? He asked the question again. Personal matters? Related to your family? She couldn't possibly say she was going to find the protagonist, could she? Both are possible, that's the answer. Mashiro silently wiped away cold sweat, speaking ambiguously. Could it be a fight over family inheritance? She valued money more than her life, so it was entirely possible. Nanami's mind wandered, but he didn't press further. An adult sense of propriety made him stop there. After another intersection, the lights of a bus stop were visible in the distance. Nanami stopped and turned to face Mashiro. Photo, he said. Mashiro took out her phone, unlocked it, opened the camera, and handed it to Nanami. Then she stepped back a few paces, standing at the edge of the street lamp's halo, and took off the worn baseball cap on her head. Her silver hair cascaded down, blown by the wind. She reached out from under the suit jacket, tidied her hair, then lifted her face, her red eyes calmly looking at the camera. Nanami raised the phone, aimed it at her, and pressed the shutter. With a click, Nanami looked at the photo on the phone. The lighting was a bit blurry, but her features were clear. He handed the phone back, adjusted his glasses, and said, Tomorrow morning, Shibuya Station East Exit, locker number 107, password 1123. Inside, there will be a driver's license and a simplified residence certificate. The driver's license is a genuine blank document, and your photo will be added, but the residence certificate is a fake, so you'll need to remember the basic information. How much? 300,000. Okay. Mashiro nodded, put her phone away, and put her hat back on. Nanami looked at her, this girl covered in injuries yet unconcerned, forging documents as casually as buying a bottle of water, and finally just sighed softly. Get in. He raised a hand to hail a passing empty taxi and opened the back door. Mashiro looked at the taxi, slowly stroking the back of her other hand, and said softly, Thank you, this jacket. Wear it. Give it back to me next time we meet. Nanami interrupted her. I prepared a room for you. Get some good rest, and then you can leave tomorrow. Mashiro paused, nodded, and bent to get into the car. Nanami closed the door and gave the driver an address. The car window slowly rose, isolating the inside from the outside. Mashiro leaned back in her seat, tilting her head to watch Nanami's figure outside the window quickly shrink, eventually disappearing around the street corner. Thank you, reliable adult. This was the first time Mashiro felt warmth in this world. She closed her eyes and, unknowingly, fell asleep. The next morning, Shibuya Station East Exit. Mashiro took a craft paper bag from locker number 107. She walked to a corner and opened it. Inside were a laminated copy of a residence certificate and a driver's license. The photo on the license was hers, but her skin tone and contours had been slightly adjusted, making her look much more mature. The name was Kujo Mashiro, and the age was 20. Is this still Japan? Such fast efficiency. As expected of a reliable adult. While grumbling, she arrived at the station, put Murasame into a guitar case and carried it on her back, covering its appearance with cursed energy so that security checks wouldn't detect it. At the Shinkansen ticket counter, she handed over her driver's license and cash. One ticket to Sendai. The ticket agent verified the documents, looked up at her, said nothing, and then looked down to print the ticket. A few minutes later, she walked towards the platform with her ticket. The train arrived on time. She found her seat, placed her luggage, and sat down. The scenery outside the window began to speed up. Mashiro looked out, drawing circles on the table with her finger. Tsujisawa Third High School in Sendai, Itadori Yuji. She recalled the plot of Jujutsu Kaisen. The original work didn't specify the exact date, only that it was this month. She had to observe Yuji closely, at least to know the night he ate the finger. This was the first time since she arrived in this world that she had actively approached a plot character. She felt a bit excited. Although she didn't know what impact her involvement would have on the plot, sticking to the original plot as much as possible should prevent too much deviation. I want to see with my own eyes how strong the King of Curses really is. Mishiro thought, her heart rate gradually quickening, unconsciously breaking into a smile. The train arrived in Sendai around noon. Mishiro exited the station without stopping, opened her phone map, and followed the navigation towards her destination. About half an hour later, she stood outside the main gate of Miyagi Prefectural Sujisawa Third High School. Faint noises of clamor and shouting could be heard from inside the campus. Is it lunchtime? Mishiro looked through the iron fence gate, seeing the outline of the teaching building and, in the distance, some students in sportswear running on the wide sports field. Mishiro didn't approach but walked along the streets surrounding the school, observing. She needed to find a place to stay near the school first, to facilitate her next actions. Her gaze fell on the apartment buildings and 2- or 3-story small buildings facing the street, evaluating their angles, distances, and concealment. When she rounded to the southeast side of the school, on a relatively quiet one-way street, she stopped. Before her was a 5-story apartment building with clean exterior walls. The 4th and 5th floors had west-facing windows and balconies. She went upstairs to observe, and living here would give her an excellent view overlooking the entire school sports field. This will do. Mishiro took out her phone and dialed the number of the rental company posted in the hallway. Hello, I'd like to inquire about. 15 minutes later, a working professional in his 30s arrived. After seeing the identification Mishiro provided, he took her upstairs to view the room. The room available for short-term rental was a corner room on the 4th floor, with a usable area of about 20 tatami mats, roughly 33 square meters, as searched by Dobao. The room was new, with a simple kitchen and bathroom, and basic air conditioning, refrigerator, and washing machine. Most importantly, there was that large west-facing window. The view was expansive, and the entire area of Sujisawa Third High could be clearly seen from the window, even the figures of a few students practicing shooting goals. The view is excellent, it just gets a bit noisy during certain times. The agent introduced. The shortest contract is 1 month, with a monthly rent of 85,000 yen, including management fees. 1 month's deposit. If you confirm, you can move in today. Japanese rental properties seem to have many other fees, which I've omitted. Mishiro stood by the window, her gaze sweeping across the sports field, then looking towards the teaching building further away. At this distance, with cursed energy enhancing her vision, she could even see students attending class in the classrooms. The room's conditions also exceeded her expectations, and it came with existing furniture, so she wouldn't need to buy anything. This one. The rental procedures were quickly completed at a nearby real estate agency office. Mishiro paid the rent and deposit, and received the keys and move-in instructions. Returning to her newly rented room, she locked the door, then walked to the center of the room, put down her guitar case and backpack, tidied her few belongings, and sat on the balcony, looking at the school not far away. Soon there will be a storm of blood and gore. Mishiro sighed, drawing circles on her knee with her finger. Tomorrow, it would be time to make appropriate contact. Chapter 11 Weisuke Dodori. It has been raining in Sendai for the past few days, and the early mornings always carry a hint of dampness. Kujo Mishiro stood by the apartment window, looking at the map on her phone, her attention focused on 2 locations. Sujisawa Third High School and Miyagi Prefectural General Hospital. Her gaze lingered on the hospital for a long time. Weisuke Dodori, who left behind the dying wish on his sickbed to die surrounded by others, a phrase that defined the role Yuji Itadori would embody for the rest of his life. She wanted to go see him, to see this legendary old man with her own eyes. It was also a small wish of hers as a fan of the work. At the same time, this was also an opportunity. As long as she could gain Weisuke Dodori's trust, she could naturally establish a connection with Yuji Itadori. This way, she would be able to intervene in the plot during subsequent events. She needed an identity that could connect her with Yuji Itadori, and his grandfather's endorsement was absolutely the most effective method. It is time to tell him some information about Kenjaku and Itadori Jin, Kujo Mashiro whispered to herself, her fingertips unconsciously tracing circles on the window frame. That should be enough to gain his trust. She changed into a mature set of clothes and tied her silver hair into a high ponytail, looking both formal and cute. She put Murasame into her instrument case, slung it over her back, and walked out of the apartment. Miyagi Prefectural General Hospital was an old building, and the air was filled with an overwhelming scent of disinfectant. Kujo Mashiro sniffed, feeling a bit unaccustomed to it. Instead of going directly to the ward, she stood in place, and cursed energy gradually spread out from her body. A place like a hospital, with so much negative emotion, easily nurtures high-level cursed spirits, so she had to check first. There is no particularly strong cursed spirit aura, only the weakest fly heads wriggling in the corners, they pose no threat. That was enough. She got up, walked into the inpatient building, and took the elevator to the 4th floor where the internal medicine wards were located. The corridor was very quiet, with nurses occasionally passing by pushing medicine carts. Her footsteps were light, and her gaze quickly swept over the nameplates on the ward doors. She stopped in front of Ward 409. The door was ajar, and suppressed coughing could be heard from inside. Kujo Mashiro stood at the doorway, took a deep breath, and gently patted her cheeks with both hands. Now for the main event, Mashiro. She raised her hand and gently knocked on the door with her knuckles. Please come in, a hoarse voice replied. She pushed the door open and entered. The ward was a single room, not very large, with the window open, and a gentle breeze blowing the light blue curtains. An old man with white hair was sitting up against the hospital bed. He was very thin, but his deep-set eyes were exceptionally clear as they stared straight at her. Hello, Kujo Mashiro said from the doorway, her tone polite and respectful. Apologies for the intrusion, Mr. Itadori. The old man narrowed his eyes and looked her up and down. I don't know you. Did you go to the wrong room? No. I came here specifically to find you. Kujo Mashiro walked into the room without closing the door completely, leaving a crack. She did not want to raise any suspicion. She stood not far from the foot of the bed, maintaining an appropriate distance from the old man. My name is Kujo Mashiro. There are some things regarding your son, Itadori Jin, and your grandson, Yuji Itadori, that I believe you should know. Upon hearing the names of his son and grandson, Weisuke Itadori's eyes suddenly sharpened. The keen-intuited old man had not lost his edge even on his sickbed. What do you mean? Your daughter-in-law, Mrs. Kaori Itadori, had already passed away before your grandson, Yuji, was born, she said in a calm tone, staring straight into Weisuke Itadori's eyes. The person who lived on in the identity of Kaori Itadori was a jujutsu sorcerer named Kenjaku who had possessed your daughter-in-law's body. The ward fell into a deathly silence, with only the rhythmic ticking of instruments and the old man's heavy breathing. Proof. After a long time, Weisuke Itadori squeezed out these two words from between his teeth, his fingers gripping the bedsheet tightly. I have no proof, but I know why Kenjaku did this, Kujo Mashiro continued, her tone sincere and her gaze direct. She hoped Weisuke Itadori would believe her. Your son, Itadori Jin, uniting with Kenjaku to give birth to Yuji Itadori was not a coincidence, it was part of Kenjaku's plan. Yuji is a vessel deliberately created by it for a certain purpose. The old man's pupils contracted violently. A vessel? What kind of vessel? Weisuke Itadori's voice trembled with agitation, and as he struggled to sit up straight, it triggered a fit of violent coughing. Kujo Mashiro stepped forward and gently helped him sit up. A vessel to contain the king of curses, Sukuna. Yuji's future is destined to be anything but peaceful. He will attract danger and encounter things ordinary people cannot imagine. She paused, observing the old man's reaction. Weisuke Itadori's complexion turned ashen, but in his eyes, besides shock and pain, there was a trace of remorse. He believed her. Deep down, he had long sensed something abnormal about his son and daughter-in-law. If only he had been more firm back then. "Why, are you telling me this?" the old man asked, panting, his gaze locked onto Kujo Mashiro. "What is your goal?" "I want you to know the truth," Kujo Mashiro said, looking him straight in the eye. "You have the right to know the truth about your family's fate before you depart. As for what I want, I will make Yuji Itadori the vessel for Sukuna." "What?" Weisuke Itadori's eyes widened, and before he could say anything more, Kujo Mashiro interrupted him. "This is the only way to eliminate Sukuna. In exchange, I will guarantee Yuji Itadori's personal safety," Kujo Mashiro told him frankly. "I need someone he trusts to vouch for me. You, Mr. Itadori, are the only person Yuji Itadori trusts completely. You want me to just agree like this?" The old man's eyes held mockery and probing. "Just based on these few inexplicable words of yours? Things always proceed as they do not change because of personal will," Kujo Mashiro sighed. "Yuji Itadori is destined to become Sukuna's vessel, that is his fate. We can only change a small part of it." The ward fell silent again, save for the sound of the wind outside the window. Weisuke Itadori stared at her intently, trying to see her true intentions. This silver-haired girl was too young, yet her behavior was too composed. He did not know whether he should trust this girl who was speaking words no different from sending his grandson onto a path of no return. After a long time, the old man let out a long, weary sigh and closed his eyes. "That child, Yuji, is very kind, too kind," he said hoarsely, his voice filled with heavy exhaustion and love for his grandson. "He is always thinking of others, never himself. However, I also hope he can help others, even if he doesn't get thanked for it." He opened his eyes and looked at Kujo Mashiro, his gaze complex. "Can he survive?" "Don't kid yourself," the heavenly Emperor Yuji smiled. "After settling down, he is invincible." No matter the situation, Kujo Mashiro smiled, her cute smile dispelling the serious and cold atmosphere from just moments ago. "I will make sure he survives." 12 Chapter 12 First Contact. Chapter 12 Initial Contact. "I will make sure he lives," the old man repeated softly, then gave a bitter smile. "I have lived my whole life without making many right choices. Especially regarding Jin and Kaori." His gaze landed on Mashiro's face, his sharp eyes softening significantly. "You are not an ordinary person, are you? You can see those things?" Mashiro understood what he meant and didn't answer directly. Instead, she raised her right hand, gathered a trace of cursed energy at her fingertips, and lightly traced the air, leaving behind a fleeting glimmer. "A descendant of the Kujo clan, a Jujutsu family," Mashiro said with a smile, "though I am the only one left in the entire family." Weisuke Itadori's eyes widened slightly as he watched the traces left by Mashiro's cursed energy, as if he had finally confirmed something, and he nodded slowly. "Jujutsu. I understand." His voice was very soft, carrying a hint of relief. "I will tell Yuji that he can trust you, and that he can come to you if he encounters anything, but please promise me one thing." "Please, go ahead. Don't tell him everything." The old man's gaze turned toward the window, looking in the direction of the school. "Don't tell him the truth about Jin and Kaori. At least not yet. That child has already lost enough." Mashiro was silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. "I promise you." The old man let out a sigh of relief, his body relaxing slightly as he leaned back against the pillow, and the conversation shifted. "How old are you?" "Huh? Why talk about age all of a sudden? What does this mean? Did he figure it out?" Mashiro blinked, touched the silver hair falling from her temple, and said with some hesitation, I'm 20 on my identification." "And in reality?" As expected, he suspected her age. Surely everything she said earlier wasn't taken as just teenage delusions, right? 12. Mashiro turned her head away, feeling a bit awkward, and said in a low, slightly blushing voice. Weisuke Itadori watched her embarrassed appearance, which was completely different from her previous calm and composed demeanor, and the corners of his mouth gradually lifted before he burst into laughter. close enough, about the age I thought. After laughing, he restrained his smile, propped himself up, and bowed his head slightly to Mashiro. Then, I leave Yuji to you. Mashiro also looked him straight in the eyes and nodded solemnly. Just then, Weisuke Itadori heard familiar footsteps outside the hospital room, followed by a vibrant, youthful voice. Grandpa. I brought your favorite bean paste buns. The hospital room door was pulled open with a clatter, and the super athlete Yuji Itadori made his entrance, carrying a convenience store bag with a bright smile on his face. Seeing the situation inside the room, his smile instantly froze on his face, his gaze darting quickly between his grandfather on the hospital bed and the strange silver-haired girl by the bedside. What is that on the kid's head? Cosplay? The air in the room froze, and Weisuke Itadori and Mashiro looked at him at the same time. The exhaustion on the old man's face vanished instantly, replaced by his usual, slightly impatient expression. Oh, you're here. Mashiro stood up calmly, turned to Yuji Itadori, nodded slightly, and looked him over carefully. A living tiger emperor. He's so tall, will I be able to grow taller later? She had to look up to see Yuji Itadori's face clearly. This was the first time she had seen the protagonist of this world from such a close distance. Vibrant vitality, eyes without a trace of gloom, and the immense potential hidden within that body that even he himself had not yet realized. Everything overlapped with the image in her memory, yet was subtly different. Grandpa, who is this? Yuji Itadori blinked, looking at Mashiro with some confusion, trying hard to ignore the Dharma wheel on her head. Weisuke Itadori coughed, signaled to Mashiro with his eyes, and then said to his grandson, "This is Miss Kujo, the granddaughter of an old friend of mine. She happened to be in Sendai and came to visit me." Mashiro nodded, following his lead, and smiled politely at Yuji Itadori. "Hello, Itadori-kun, my name is Kujo Mashiro. Sorry for the intrusion." "Ah, no, not at all." Yuji Itadori immediately waved his hands, flashing his signature bright smile. "I'm Yuji Itadori. Thank you for coming to see my grandpa." His gaze lingered on Mashiro's face for a moment, curious about her unusual hair and eye color, but he quickly realized it was inappropriate and silently looked away. He walked in, placed the bag on the cabinet, and then stood by the bedside, somewhat at a loss, looking at his grandfather and then at Mashiro. Did I come at a bad time? Were you guys chatting?" "Nothing important, just chatting casually," Weisuke Itadori said, looking at Mashiro with a hint of imperceptible depth in his eyes. "Miss Kujo, you're leaving now, aren't you?" "Yes, I won't disturb your rest any further." Mashiro understood and picked up her backpack. She walked to the door, then stopped and turned back. Her gaze swept past Weisuke Itadori and finally landed on Yuji Itadori. The boy was looking curiously at her back, his eyes clean and without a trace of impurity. "Itadori-kun," she said slowly. "Yes?" Yuji Itadori thought he had been caught peeking and immediately stood up straight. Mashiro took a sticky note out of her pocket with a phone number written on it and handed the slip of paper to Yuji Itadori. "This is my contact information. I will be in Sendai for a while. If..." She paused, deciding to phrase it more tactfully. "If you, or anyone around you, encounters anything, you can contact me, and I will do my best to help you." Yuji Itadori was stunned. He took the note, looked at the delicate handwriting, and then looked up at Mashiro's calm face, seemingly not understanding why a girl he had just met would say such a thing. Although he didn't understand, he nodded, carefully folded the note, put it in his pocket, and then took out his phone. Oh. Okay, thank you. Little Kujo, do you have line? Let's add each other. You can come to me if you need anything too." Hearing his natural little Kujo, Mashiro's mouth twitched. She opened her mouth, but eventually gave up, and just silently took out her phone. "Okay. Right, line exists. I forgot. When communicating with Hiromi Higuruma and Kento Nanami, I only ever used business cards, so that's not my fault, right? I'm really not an old fossil." Weisuke Itadori watched from the side as Mashiro suffered this rare defeat and couldn't quite express her frustration. The smile on his face couldn't be hidden, but he still put on a stern face to scold Yuji Itadori. You fool. This is your senior. Listen to her obediently. Tell her if anything happens. The young Itadori stood at attention again. Yes. Then he scratched his head, showing an embarrassed smile. Sorry, Kujo-senpai, I thought you were just a kid. These two, why do they have to keep bringing this up? Yuji, you just wait. Mashiro felt that if she stayed any longer, her blood pressure would only keep rising. She didn't respond to him, but just nodded one last time to the old man on the hospital bed. Mr. Itadori, please take care. Ah. Weisuke Itadori responded with a complex look in his eyes. Mashiro didn't linger any longer, turned, walked out of the hospital room, and gently closed the door. Chapter 13, Small Fries. Mashiro stood by the window, her eyes looking outside. In the misty, rain-drenched world, dozens of faint traces of cursed energy emerged from every corner of the city, flowing slowly toward the school as if pulled by something. The seal on Sukuna's finger was becoming increasingly loose, attracting not just the big ones, but mostly these small fries. But small fries are just small fries, let's treat them as dessert before Sukuna comes out. Let's go clear out these small fries today to make that day a little easier, she whispered, casually drawing a smiley face on the fogged-up glass. From Tokyo to Sendai, she had fought several fierce battles and absorbed quite a bit of cursed energy. The quality and quantity of cursed energy in her body were now much higher than before. She was no longer just grade 2. Furthermore, ever since promoting to grade 2, she always felt like something was different. It wasn't just that her cursed energy had increased, but some abilities within her body had also evolved. She might as well go out and test it. It seemed that Murasame had also upgraded. She shouldered her instrument bag and touched the hilt of Murasame. The blade vibrated gently, as if it had become an extension of her arm. Her target today was an abandoned shrine northwest of the school. It wasn't as simple as just having one or two cursed spirits there. The shrine had long been without offerings or cleaning, it was dilapidated, the torii gate was crooked, and stone lanterns lay shattered on the ground. And what Mashiro saw was more than just that. In the shrine's courtyard, there were at least 30 cursed spirits packed densely together. Most were flyheads, slowly squirming about. A dozen grade 3s were darting between the ruins, and there were 5 or 6 grade 2s, all in various forms, each exuding significant resentment. Surprisingly, they weren't fighting among themselves, they were just crowded there, letting out various hisses and roars, all gazing toward the direction of the school. They've all gathered together, how convenient. Mashiro gripped the scabbard, pushed the blade out an inch with her thumb to reveal the gleaming, cold blade, walked up the stone steps, and stepped into the torii gate. Almost the moment her foot landed, all the cursed spirits in the courtyard stopped, and an eerie silence enveloped the shrine. Hey, small fries, your Terminator has arrived. Mashiro launched her provocation, and it was highly effective. All the cursed spirits turned in unison to face her, their resentment reaching its peak at that moment. Oh? Just watching? Mashiro slowly came to a halt, tied up her silver hair, and then drew Murasame, holding it horizontally in front of her. If you aren't coming, then I'm coming over. The air froze for a second. The first grade 3 cursed spirit moved. It looked like a twisted wild dog with its hind legs curled, then it launched itself forward with a violent spring, jaws wide open in a bloodthirsty lunge. Immediately after, a dozen grade 3s pounced from different directions simultaneously. The grade 2s behind them began to charge up, while the flyheads prepared to flee. Don't run away, that's such a buzzkill, isn't it? A flash of silver light passed, and the first cursed spirit that had lunged at her was split down the middle. The black smoke was absorbed by Murasame, and she immediately channeled her cursed energy, manifesting dozens of rifts of space cutting, wiping out all the flyheads. Space cutting is perfect for clearing out small fries. Mashiro nodded in satisfaction, rounding up, she was basically cosplaying as Sukuna. They weren't scared off by their companions being instantly killed, more attacks came. One on the left bit toward her leg, one on the right swiped at her waist, and one straight ahead leaped high and pounced down. A pincer attack from 3 sides. Mashiro sidestepped, letting the fangs on the left graze her thigh without drawing blood, while simultaneously swinging her sword with her right hand to sever the claws reaching from the right. She then ducked her head, causing the one above to miss, but immediately after, more attacks struck her. Click, click, the Dharma wheel above her head rotated. However, the effect of the adaptation surprised Mashiro. She was adapting to multiple different attacks at the same time. Previously, if she were hit by multiple different attacks at once, the Dharma wheel would be in a state of being overwhelmed. But now, her adaptation ability seemed to be divided into several regions, analyzing and adapting simultaneously. I can adapt to multiple attacks at once. This thought flashed through her mind. Just as she was happy about her abilities upgrade, the attacks from those charging grade 2 cursed spirits struck her. That hurts, you bastards. She reached out, and several blasts of flame surged forth, latching onto those grade 2 cursed spirits. Awoo! Those grade 2 cursed spirits scrambled about, trying to put out the flames on their bodies, but it was all in vain. Come on, let me adapt a little longer. When the adaptation ends, you will die. Murasame swept horizontally, cutting 2 lunging grade 3s in half at the waist. The cursed energy coming from the blade was strong, surging into her body and further strengthening her abilities. More cursed spirits surged up, 5, 8, 10. Biting, clawing, ramming, spitting acid, and spikes thrusting out from shadows. Mashiro moved among them. She didn't seek to dodge completely, instead, she controlled which attacks would hit her. She took the ramming impact on her left shoulder to feel the blunt force, let the acid graze her right leg to record the stinging pain of corrosion, and intentionally let her back be grazed by a shadow spike to analyze the chilling cursed energy. Every time she was hit by a new type of attack, the Dharma wheel recorded 1 more. Every time it recorded 1, her resistance increased a little, and her physical strength rose another notch. At first, the wounds on her body increased, and blood stained her clothes, but soon the situation began to change. Their attacks could no longer cause effective damage. Meanwhile, Mashiro was continuously wielding Murasame, slashing, chopping, sweeping, stabbing. Faster, more accurate, more ruthless. Every time the silver light flashed, several clouds of black smoke rose. Murasame was absorbing cursed energy faster and faster. She could feel that Murasame's special attack ability against cursed spirits had become stronger. Previously, cutting grade 2s was a bit strenuous, but now it was as easy as cutting paper. The ability to sever cursed energy had also grown stronger. Some long-range attacks with insufficient power could be dispersed with a casual swing of her blade. Before long, the last moth-cursed spirit shrieked and dove, scattering scales laced with hypnotic powder. Mashiro jumped back half a step, and Murasame swung up from bottom to top, slicing the moth open from abdomen to back. The courtyard went quiet. The place was a mess. The corpses of over 30 cursed spirits stank to high heaven, but they quickly dissipated into the air. Mashiro stood in the center of the courtyard, leaning on her sword, and took a few deep breaths, slowly calming down. She looked at herself. Her clothes were torn in many places and seeping blood, but they were all superficial wounds that were already healing. The cursed energy within her body surged. It was nearly 30% more than when she arrived. Murasame felt slightly warm in her hand, emitting a satisfied hum. She flicked the blood off the blade, making Murasame's blade gleaming once more, then she sheathed it. Using the cursed technique she had learned earlier, space cutting to clear out small fries, and fire to inflict additional damage or pin down enemies, it was more comfortable to use than she had imagined. Combined with Murasame's slashes and her body's adaptation, her clearing efficiency was much higher. Most importantly, with adaptation, she was no longer afraid of being swarmed. The more tricks they used, the faster she learned, and the easier things would be later on. Not a bad haul. She smiled slightly, then turned and walked out of the shrine. Clearing out this big wave should relieve the pressure around the school for a day or two. But the fluctuations from the finger were still growing stronger. The next wave would only be larger. Then she would leave it to Tokyo Jujutsu High to bring people to handle it. it would probably be within these next 2 days. Returning to her apartment, Mishiro took a shower and changed into loungewear. She stretched, her long, silver hair cascading down once more, carrying a hint of lazy beauty. Mishiro climbed onto the sofa and curled up, taking out her phone. There was one unread message online, with a pink cartoon tiger as the profile picture. 14 Chapter 14 See you tomorrow 4K. Chapter 14, See you tomorrow 4K. Mishiro tapped on the pink tiger avatar to see what Yuji had sent her. Yuji, Kujo-senpai. There seemed to be a strange noise near the back of the school during training today, but I went to check and there was nothing. Grandpa said I should tell you if anything happens. I hope I'm not bothering you? Omega. The message was sent 2 hours ago, exactly when she was clearing the shrine. Mishiro looked at the emoticon, her expression becoming somewhat subtle. Emoticons? Who? That Itadori Yuji? Is line supposed to be cute? Mishiro rubbed her chin with her fair, delicate hand. Yuji is quite the contrast. Mishiro, you're not bothering me. We're at the back of the school. What kind of sound? As soon as she pressed send, she picked up the water glass on the table and took a sip. The warm water went down her throat, and before she could swallow, the phone in her hand began to vibrate violently. The buzzing sound was exceptionally clear in the quiet room. Cough, cough, a reply in seconds? Mishiro choked, covering her mouth and coughing a few times. The water almost spilled onto her hoodie. She patted her flat chest to catch her breath, her fair cheeks flushing with a hint of red. Yuji, senpai, you're done. It was over by the old shrine. There was a sound like metal clashing, but when I went there really was nothing. Mishiro looked up at the window. She had just returned from the old shrine not long ago. The metal clashing sound Itadori mentioned must have been the commotion from her fight with the cursed spirit. She was silent for a few seconds, thinking about how to reply. Mishiro, the old shrine is very dilapidated. It might be that some metal parts fell off. Don't go near there recently, be careful of collapse. Yuji, okay. Understood. By the way, are you familiar with Sendai, senpai? Let me recommend some super delicious shops to you. The Sendai beef tongue and matcha latte are super great. The topic jumped really fast. 1 second they were talking about the strange noise at the back of the school, the next it jumped to food. Mishiro, no need. You watch your safety, go home on time, your grandfather will worry. But she had to admit, Yuji's message did whet her appetite. I'm craving sweets a bit. After sending the message, she stared at the 4 characters for matcha latte for 2 seconds, then turned over and lay on the sofa, her legs swaying gently in the air. Her silver hair slipped from her shoulder. She reached out to brush it aside, her fingertips hovering over the screen for a few seconds before she continued typing. Mishiro, tell me anyway. Mishiro, where is the dessert good? Mishiro thought for a moment and added another sentence. Mishiro, I won't eat beef tongue. After sending the message, she buried her face in the sofa cushion, her silver hair covering her reddened ear tips. It was a bit embarrassing. She had just said no need, and turned around to ask where it was good. But dessert was a different matter, she had loved sweets in her past and present life. Yuji, oh. As for desserts, I know one. There's a shop called Kanmi Kamachi in the shopping street near the school. The edamame milkshake and red bean soup with rice cakes are super delicious. I've been there before. Mishiro checked the time. It was 4 p.m. There was still some time before the cursed spirits became active at night, so there was time to go taste the dessert. Mishiro, okay, send me the address, I'll go myself. Yuji, okay. Then I'll arrive in about 20 minutes. Be careful on your way, senpai. Omega. So he meant eating together? Mishiro rubbed her forehead. She thought she was just getting an address, she didn't expect Itadori to interpret it as let's go together, but that was fine too. I'll ask Yuji about the occult research club while I'm at it, she said softly, sitting up from the sofa. The occult research club incident was the starting point of everything. The club members broke the seal on the talisman containing Sukuna's finger, leading to the riot of cursed spirits. And to save them, Itadori swallowed that finger, becoming possessed by Sukuna from then on. His fate completely changed. The address was sent over quickly. Mashiro stood up, changed into a simple light-colored hoodie and skirt, tied her silver hair into twin tails, put on a baseball cap, and strapped the murasame to her back. Before leaving, she stood by the window and looked towards the school. The fluctuation of cursed energy was a bit more obvious than in the morning, but it was still stable. Mashiro roughly sensed it. There shouldn't be an incident tonight. The tree-lined path from the apartment to the shopping street took only 4 or 5 minutes to walk. The April wind carried a chill, but the sunshine made people feel warm. You are my special. Humming a little tune, she walked slowly for 4 or 5 minutes, and Mashiro saw that Kanmi Kamachi shop. It was a small shop. The wooden sign looked somewhat aged. Warm yellow light shone out from the glass windows, and several dessert models were displayed in the showcase, crafted delicately and cutely. When Mashiro pushed the door open, the wind chimes jingled. There weren't many people in the shop, only 2 or 3 tables of customers. She saw the pink-haired tiger at the window seat playing with his phone at a glance, with 2 drinks already on the table. Itadori-kun. Mashiro walked over and greeted him. Ah. Kujo-senpai. Itadori immediately looked up, revealing a bright smile. Sit. Mashiro sat down opposite him, took off her hat, her twin tails swaying gently with the movement, the tips of her hair brushing against her shoulders. Itadori looked at the beautiful girl opposite him who was different from ordinary people, and then at the Dharma wheel above her head, stunned for a moment, but soon regained his composure. Does she wear it every time she goes out? Chunibyo, he had heard of it. He couldn't destroy this child's worldview. It was better not to say anything. I've already ordered. This cup is an edamame milkshake, and this one is a matcha latte. Which one does senpai want to drink? I also ordered red bean soup with rice cakes. It'll be ready in a while. Itadori introduced enthusiastically. Even though it was only April and there was still a chill outside the window, Mashiro inexplicably felt the temperature rise while sitting here. This kind of naive enthusiasm made her a bit overwhelmed. Mashiro looked at the 2 drinks in front of her. The edamame milkshake had a pale green color with cream piled high, sprinkled with fine soybean flour on top. The matcha latte was dark green, the clear fragrance of matcha and the mellow aroma of the latte blending in the air, drifting out a pleasant scent. I'll drink the matcha. Mashiro thought for a while and still chose the matcha, pushing the edamame milkshake back in front of Itadori. This is for you. Okay. Itadori didn't stand on ceremony either, picking up the straw and poking it in, taking a big, satisfied sip. It's just too sweet for me. You girls should like it more. I don't like it too sweet either. Mashiro said, taking small sips of the matcha latte. The warm liquid slid over her petite tongue, the sweetness was moderate, and the unique slight bitterness of the matcha and the milky aroma were well balanced. It's good. She said honestly. Right. Itadori smiled even more happily. The matcha in this shop is specially imported from Kyoto by the owner, who says it's directly supplied from tea gardens in Uji, very authentic. 2 bowls of red bean soup with rice cakes soon arrived. The white jade rice cakes were soft and glutinous, and the red bean soup was boiled down to a dense consistency, steaming hot. Mashiro ate slowly with a spoon, scooping up a piece of rice cake, blowing on it, and putting it into her mouth. The soft rice cake melted on the tip of her tongue, and the sweetness of the red beans wrapped around her taste buds. She ate in small bites, her gaze occasionally sweeping over Itadori opposite her. Unlike Mashiro, the boy ate in a hearty manner. He scooped up a big spoonful, blew on it twice, and put it into his mouth, chewing in big mouthfuls, occasionally letting out a satisfied sigh, but somehow it didn't make people feel rude. Itadori-kun. Mashiro put down her spoon and smiled slightly. Itadori looked up from the milkshake, a ring of cream stained around his mouth. He subconsciously wiped it with the back of his hand, but didn't wipe it clean. A bit of white cream still remained at the corner of his mouth. Mishiro looked at him like that, and the smile at the corner of her mouth became more obvious. Did you join a club at school? I did. The Occult Research Club. Itadori replied immediately, his eyes shining. Why did you ask that, senpai? So he joined. Then Fushiguro Megumi should have arrived in Sendai too, looking for the whereabouts of Sukuna's finger, and Itadori's grandfather is also about to. Sighing softly in her heart, Mishiro stirred the red bean soup with her spoon and asked casually, Occult Research Club? What do you research? School ghost stories? Yeah. Our school is a bit old, so there are tons of ghost stories. Itadori became interested, leaning forward slightly. Like the piano that plays by itself at midnight, the portrait in the art room that blinks, and the footsteps in the old school building. Why did you join? Mishiro looked at him. You don't look like the type who is particularly interested in the supernatural. Well. Itadori scratched his head and smiled a bit embarrassedly. Actually, at first, Sasaki-senpai and Iguchi-senpai pulled me in, saying I have good physical strength, and in case we encounter any danger while investigating, I can help. I thought if I could help others, I would join. He paused, his smile fading, and the club activities aren't mandatory, so I can go take care of Grandpa when I'm free. Besides, Grandpa used to always nag that when you have the ability to help someone, even if you don't get thanks, you should help. I think he's right. Mishiro's fingers gently rubbed against the spoon handle. Itadori was just such a person, valuing others more than caring about himself. Any activities recently? She ate a bite of rice cake and asked vaguely. Recently? Itadori thought for a moment and lowered his voice. Actually, the upperclassmen have been especially excited lately, wanting to study that box. Box? Yeah. I found it before, and seeing they were interested, I gave it to them. Itadori drank the last sip of the milkshake and licked his lips, his expression somewhat helpless. A pretty old wooden box with strange talismans pasted on it, sealed tightly. They said they would study it at night, but it's probably just the usual fakes. This should be Sukuna's finger. Should I take that thing away? No, it won't do. Itadori needs to encounter danger and swallow the finger, then come into contact with Gojo Satoru and join Jujutsu High. If I take it away, the change will be too big. Mishiro thought for a while and gave up the idea of taking it. Studying at night? Don't you think it's dangerous? It is a bit dangerous, Itadori smiled, but his eyes were very serious. That's why I have to go even more. Grandpa said that some things, when you see them, you can't pretend you didn't see them. And I think many things are just scaring yourself, it's better to figure it out. If Mishiro put down her spoon, leaned forward slightly, lowered her voice, and said in a feigned terrifying tone, what if it's not just scaring yourself? What if there really are ghosts? Itadori was stunned for a moment, then immediately revealed a sunny smile. Can't just leave it alone, right? He said it as a matter of course. Thinking of the pain Itadori Yuji would suffer later, Mishiro couldn't help but feel a bit heartbroken. Mishiro lowered her head and finished the last bite of rice cake. The sweetness of the red bean soup melted on the tip of her tongue, but there was a faint bitter aftertaste when she swallowed. She wiped her mouth and said softly, truly worthy of being his grandson. Hee, right? Itadori was a bit embarrassed by the compliment and rubbed the back of his head. The two chatted about other things. Itadori talked about the interesting things in the club, the fuss of the upperclassmen, and that although his grandfather's health wasn't good, his spirit was still quite good. Most of the time, Mishiro just listened with a smile and responded occasionally. They chatted for so long, yet Itadori never asked about her background once, didn't ask why she came to Sendai, didn't ask why his grandfather would say to find her if anything happened. He just naturally accepted her appearance here, accepted the identity of the granddaughter of Grandpa's friend, and treated her with kindness. The spoon unconsciously drew circles at the bottom of the bowl. Although this was exactly her goal, this kind of defenseless trust made Mashiro feel a bit complicated. "Senpai." Itadori suddenly spoke. "Hmm? Do you have something on your mind?" Itadori looked at her, his eyes very straightforward. "I feel like you've been worrying about something." Mashiro looked up, meeting his gaze, and the air was quiet for a few seconds. His eyes reflected Mashiro's own reflection, a silver-haired girl with an always calm expression, but her crimson eyes always carried heaviness and fatigue. "No." She averted her gaze, picked up the cup, and took a sip. The matcha had already cooled slightly. "Just thinking about things." "Oh." Itadori nodded, didn't pursue the question, and revealed a refreshing smile. "Then if Senpai has any troubles, you can tell me. Although I might not be able to help, listening is fine." "Thank you." When checking out, Mashiro wanted to pay, but Itadori firmly refused. "I invited you, Senpai, and I'm a guy, how can I let a girl pay?" He took out his wallet, his movements so fast that Mashiro didn't even react. Definitely not wanting to freeload, definitely not. When they walked out of the shop, the sky was already a bit dark, and the streetlights along the street turned on one by one. "Let me walk you back, Senpai?" Itadori said. "No need, it's very close." Mashiro shook her head. "You watch your safety going home." "Okay. Then be careful on the way, Senpai." Itadori waved at her and turned to walk in the other direction. "Itadori." Mashiro called him. "Hmm?" Itadori was called and was somewhat confused. Mashiro looked at him, opened her mouth, and closed it again. She originally wanted to say your grandfather doesn't have much time left, wanted to say a person named Fushiguro Megumi will come to find you in 2 days, and wanted to say you will face unimaginable monsters. But those words were stuck in her throat, and in the end, what she said was just a vague reminder. "In the last 2 days, someone might find you. You should listen carefully to what he says." Mashiro looked into his eyes, hesitated for a while, but still didn't say anything about his grandfather, and, "Be careful." Itadori blinked, then nodded seriously. "I know, Senpai, you be careful too." He smiled, turned around, and started running. His pink hair was even more conspicuous under the dim street lights. "See you tomorrow." Running a few steps, Itadori subconsciously looked back. Under the street lamp, the silver-haired girl was still standing there, looking in the direction he left, her shadow covered by the tree shade. On that face that usually had no expression, at this moment, it was shrouded in a layer of deep worry, her brows slightly furrowed, and her lips pressed into a straight line. But the dim light blurred her silhouette, making it unclear to Itadori Yuji. Seeming to notice his gaze, the expression on Mashiro's face quickly faded, returning to her usual appearance. "See you tomorrow." She raised her hand to gently press the brim of her hat, said softly, and then turned to walk in the opposite direction from him, her back soon disappearing from view. Chapter 15, Not Alone 4K 6:00 p.m., Miyagi Prefectural General Hospital, Hospital Room. Itadori Yuji bought a bouquet of flowers after school and arrived at the hospital. When he pushed open the door to the room, his grandfather was already awake. "I told you not to come, yet you keep buying flowers," his grandfather said, sitting on the hospital bed with an impatient look. Itadori curled his lip and placed his school bag on the chair by the wall. "Isn't it the same as usual?" He walked to the window, picked up the vase, took out the wilted old flowers, and carefully replaced them with the new ones. "The flowers aren't for you, anyway. They're for the nurse." "That makes it even more unnecessary." The old man snorted, finally turning his head. "You should be going to your club activities instead of running over here all the time." "It ended at 5. Itadori retorted, taking an apple and a paring knife out of his bag. He sat on the chair by the bed, which gave a slight creak. "How are you feeling today? Is the coughing any better?" "Just so," his grandfather mumbled, though his gaze remained fixed on Yuji's face. "Yuji." "Yeah?" Itadori didn't look up, focusing on the apple in his hands. The peel hung down, swaying slightly above the trash can. Have you seen that Kujo girl since then? Itadori paused his peeling. He looked up at his grandfather and nodded. Yeah, we had dessert together yesterday afternoon. Why? It's nothing. The old man looked away, back out the window, where the sunset was casting its final glow. He was silent for a few seconds before adding, his voice lower, did she say anything to you? She told me to be careful. Itadori answered honestly, cutting the peeled apple into uniform pieces on a plate and inserting toothpicks. She also said someone might look for me recently and told me to listen to what they have to say. Grandpa, who exactly is Kujo? Is she the granddaughter of one of your old friends? It doesn't feel like it. Weisuke Itadori was silent for a long time. The ticking of the monitor rang rhythmically in the room, keeping the air from freezing over. She carries a heavy burden, she is a pitiful child. The old man spoke slowly, his gaze passing over Itadori to the setting sun outside. You are luckier than her. Itadori blinked, not fully understanding. Grandpa, is there something you haven't told me? The old man withdrew his gaze and looked at his grandson. Those eyes, no longer as clear and sharp as they once were, held an emotion Itadori had never seen before. Yuji, Kujo is younger than you, but she is far more mature. She will protect you. The old man paused, instructing him solemnly, however, if possible, you must protect her, too. What are you talking about? Yuji Itadori scratched his head, but his expression couldn't help but turn serious. Listen carefully, there is one last thing I must tell you. The old man's voice suddenly became clear and strong. He looked straight into his grandson's eyes. This was the most important thing. You are strong. You must save others. Itadori stopped what he was doing and listened intently. Within your power is enough. Save as many as you can. It's okay to be lost, and don't mind if you don't receive thanks. In short, you must strive to save more people. The old man caught his breath, his hand slowly rising to press against his chest. You must die surrounded by others. The room was terrifyingly quiet. Sometimes, helping others means you have to walk a difficult path yourself. You might get hurt, you might lose everything, and you might even die. I know, Grandpa. Itadori took a deep breath and said softly, but if it's something that must be done, no matter how hard it is, I have to do it, right? Weisuke Itadori looked at him for a long, long time. Then, a proud smile slowly appeared on that wrinkled face. Ah. He said, slowly closing his eyes. Go. Do what you believe is right. Don't forget your grandfather's words. Yeah. Itadori nodded firmly. I won't forget. Weisuke Itadori turned to his side and whispered, his voice so low that even Yuji couldn't hear it. I'm counting on you, child of the Kujo clan. Grandpa? Grandpa? Mashiro sat on the apartment sofa, closing her eyes to sense the fluctuations of cursed energy outside. The aura of Sukuna's finger had grown stronger again, and the cursed spirits nearby were stirring. Ding. The line notification sounded, and a red one popped up on the pink tiger avatar. She had a hunch and opened the chat. Yuji, senpai. Yuji, Grandpa is gone. Yuji, just now, at the hospital. 3 messages, sent in succession. No emojis, no exclamation marks, not even a period at the end of the sentences, everything was written formally, unlike the usual Yuji Itadori. She could feel his painful heart through the text. Mashiro stared at the screen. The room was very quiet, she could hear the birds chirping outside. She thought of the sharp-eyed old man in the hospital room, remembered his final entrustment, and recalled him saying, I'm counting on you. She typed, deleted, and typed again. Her finger hovered over the screen for 2 seconds. In the end, she sent only a few short words. Mashiro, I'm coming right over. When Mashiro arrived at the hospital, the sun had completely set. The hallway was quiet, save for the lights at the nurse station in the distance and the faint sound of voices. Mishiro's footsteps were light, her sneakers made almost no sound on the floor. The door to the room was ajar. She stood at the entrance, her hand hovering over the doorknob, not entering immediately. If Itadori were crying, her entering would only make him embarrassed. Light filtered through the door gap, cold and harsh, but no crying could be heard. She pushed the door open. Itadori Yuji was standing by the hospital bed with his back to her. He stood very straight, his shoulders tense. The collar of his uniform was a bit crooked, likely from rushing back and forth, with no time to fix it. Hearing the door open, Itadori slowly turned around. His eyes were very red. There were no tear tracks, just severely dry. Seeing Mishiro, he opened his mouth, seeming to want to say something, but in the end, he only called her name, Senpai. Mishiro walked into the room and closed the door gently behind her. Her gaze swept over the hospital bed. The body had already been taken away, and the belongings Itadori had organized were placed neatly on the bed. "When did it happen?" she asked, her voice calm. "About 20 minutes ago." A hoarse voice came. After he said his last words, he didn't wake up again. "These need to be taken away, right?" Mishiro asked, looking at the belongings on the bed, her tone softening. "Yeah." Itadori nodded, his gaze falling on the pile of things before quickly moving away. "There are still some procedures to handle." "I'll go with you." Mishiro nodded and said. Itadori looked up at Mishiro's calm eyes and finally just nodded. Mishiro put the belongings into a bag and carried it on her back. Then she turned and patted Itadori gently. "Let's go, to handle the procedures." For the next hour, Mishiro stayed by Itadori's side. At the nurse station, a young nurse handed over various documents and explained them one by one. Itadori lowered his head to fill out forms and sign his name, his fingers trembling slightly at times. Mishiro stood half a step away from him, watching silently. After the nurse finished explaining the last item and put away the documents, she looked at Itadori hesitantly. Are you okay?" "This kind of thing, it's my first time too." Itadori's voice was a bit hoarse. He paused, organizing his words. "It doesn't feel real yet." He returned the pen to the nurse, his finger brushing against the paper, leaving a small ink smudge. "But, if I'm always moping, Grandpa will be angry." He took a deep breath, his shoulders rising and falling. "I will smile and turn him into ashes." The nurse froze for a moment, nodded, and said nothing more. Walking out of the hospital building, the night wind rushed to meet them. April night still carried a chill. The wind blew into his collar, so Mishiro zipped her jacket to the top. Her silver hair was blown up by the wind, and she reached out to gather it. Itadori was only wearing his school uniform jacket with a thin t-shirt underneath. When the wind blew, the hem of his jacket fluttered. "Are you cold?" She glanced at him and asked. Itadori shook his head. "I'm fine." Mishiro glanced at the jacket he was wearing that couldn't block the wind at all, but said nothing. She just slowed her pace a little, positioning herself to block the direction the wind was coming from, even though her slim figure didn't serve much actual purpose. The two walked back along the street. The light from the street lamps cast onto the sidewalk, alternating between light and dark. Itadori looked lifelessly at the traffic on the road. Occasionally, a car would drive by, its headlights dragging two moving beams of light onto the ground, only to disappear quickly. Reaching the intersection, the light was red, and the two stood still. Itadori suddenly spoke. "Senpai." "Yeah?" "Grandpa said at the end, you must die surrounded by others." His voice was much lower than usual, as if he were saying it to himself. "He also said, don't be like him." Mishiro looked at the red numbers counting down in front, not speaking, just listening quietly. "But I feel like Grandpa didn't leave alone." Itadori raised his head, looking at the street lamp across the way. "At the very end, I was by his side. Just now, the doctor came, and the nurse helped too. Now, you're here, Senpai." He turned his head to look at Mishiro. The light from the street lamp fell on his face, and a faint glimmer reappeared in those red, swollen eyes. So, Grandpa wasn't as lonely as he said he was, right? Mashiro met his gaze, was silent for 2 seconds, and then nodded gently. Yeah, she said. He wasn't alone. The green light turned on, and the two crossed the crosswalk. After walking a dozen steps, Itadori spoke again. Senpai. Yeah? In the future, will I not have any family left? The question was very soft, as if he were afraid to hear the answer. She continued to walk forward, her pace steady, making light sounds on the sidewalk. The street lamp stretched and shortened her shadow, shortened and then stretched it. I don't have family. She finally spoke, her tone flat, as if the topic were today's weather. From the moment I had memories, I have been alone. Living alone, doing everything alone. No one is waiting for me to go back, and no one tells me what kind of person I should become. Itadori looked at her, a bit surprised. So I've never really known what it feels like between family members. Mashiro didn't stop walking. Watching you and your grandfather, I felt a little envious. She stopped and turned around. Her silver hair fluttered slightly in the night wind, and her red eyes were dyed with a warm light from the street lamp. Her expression was still calm, but it held a bit more emotion. Your grandfather entrusted you to me, she said. Itadori opened his eyes slightly wider. That day, the first time I went to see him. Mashiro continued. Until you find new family, or until you can stand on your own, I will be here with you. Her voice was very soft, but every word was transmitted clearly into Itadori's heart. The wind blew from the end of the street, rolling up a few dead leaves that swirled around their feet. This is a promise between me and your grandfather, and it is also a promise I make to you. She raised her hand and tucked the silver hair falling by her ear behind it. She looked into Itadori's eyes, those red, dry, tired, but still shining eyes. Mashiro reached out her hand and smiled slightly. You are not alone, Yuji. Itadori carefully examined the hand the petite girl had extended. There were a few scabbed-over old scars on the knuckles, and the nails were neatly trimmed. What should he say? Should he say thank you, or okay, or senpai, your hands are so small? He should have responded with something, but his throat felt blocked by something, and he couldn't make a sound. It wasn't because of sadness. When his grandfather passed, the feeling blocking his chest was pain, like being hit by a boulder. The thing blocking his chest now was different. It was just as heavy, but it made him feel warm. He remembered the first time he saw her at the hospital. The silver-haired girl stood by his grandfather's bed, looking back at him, her eyes so calm they didn't look like a child's. He had thought at the time that this person had an indescribable sense of distance, as if she were looking at the world through glass. The message she sent when she asked him where there was good dessert online was very short, so short that he could tell she was hesitating. He was secretly smiling while holding his phone back then. Later at the dessert shop, the way she drank her matcha latte was very serious, and her twin tails were very cute. She always walked on the outside, always lagged half a step behind, and always observed everything quietly with those red eyes. She had never talked about herself. Not even once. But now she had no family, never had any. She said it so flatly that it took Itadori several seconds to react to what he had heard. And then she said, "You are not alone." Seeing that he hadn't responded for a long time, Mashiro tilted her head and waved her hand in front of him. My hand is getting tired. Itadori came to his senses, shook that hand, and then let go. He looked at Mashiro. Her silver hair had been blown loose by the night wind, sticking to her cheeks. The light from the street lamp shone from behind her, plating her silhouette with a thin layer of color. Let's go. She turned around and walked forward, her pace not fast, her silver hair swaying gently behind her. Itadori stood in place, watching her back. He remembered how she looked when she turned around just now, the movement of her raising her hand to tuck her hair, the silver hair sliding from her fingertips and then being covered by the falling strands. Under the street lamp, those red eyes were beautiful. It wasn't a particularly special scene, but he felt he would remember it for a long time. Let's go. Mashiro urged without looking back. Itadori snapped out of it, stepped forward, and caught up in a few strides. Senpai. Yeah? Every year on your birthday from now on, I'll bake you a cake. No need. I'll make a supersized one, filled with strawberries. Are you listening to me? Then what flavor do you like, senpai? Mashiro didn't answer, just walked faster. Itadori chased after her, laughing out loud. The night wind blew for another while. 16 Chapter 16 Two-Faced Sukuna. Chapter 16, Ryaman Sukuna. Shortly after the bell rang at 5 p.m. at Tsujisawa Third High School in Miyagi Prefecture. Itadori Yuji walked out of the school gate alone with his backpack on his back, the setting sun casting a long shadow behind him. He had just cremated his grandfather that morning. The ceremony was simple, attended only by the staff, his seniors, and himself. The urn was currently being kept at the Miyagi Prefectural General Hospital, and he needed to go retrieve it. What are the seniors doing right now? This thought suddenly popped into his head, remembering the scene from last night still made his ears burn. No, since when did I become so weak? Just as he was lost in thought, his phone buzzed in his pocket, and he pulled it out to see a line message from his senior, Sasaki. Senior Sasaki, Itadori-kun. Tonight at 10, in the club room, we're going to break the seal on that thing today. Itadori looked at the message on the screen and thought for a moment before replying. Itadori, sorry, I have something to do today. How about tomorrow? After sending the message, his senior replied quickly. Senior Sasaki, no worries, Iguchi and I are fine on our own. *B. They're really excited. Itadori twitched the corner of his mouth and put his phone away. That's fine, he really wasn't in the mood today, he hadn't brought his grandfather's ashes home yet. He would go ask them tomorrow if they had encountered anything real. He exhaled, the white puff of air dissipating into the chilly atmosphere. It was already April, yet it was still so cold. Itadori tightened his collar and headed toward the hospital. At the Miyagi Prefectural General Hospital, Itadori completed the formalities and took the urn from the staff member. The urn was not large, nor was it heavy, he held it with both hands, his fingers gripping it tightly. This was the last thing his grandfather had left behind. He thought. After the flames were extinguished, the final weight of a person was surprisingly so little, reduced to a small handful of dust contained within an exquisite vessel. Mr. Itadori, please accept my condolences, the staff member said softly. Thank you. Itadori snapped back to reality, nodded, and turned to leave the hospital while holding the urn. Just then, he heard footsteps. Steady footsteps approached him at a leisurely pace. You are Itadori Yuji, right? Itadori looked up toward the source of the voice. A boy in a black uniform with a unique hairstyle stepped out from the shadows and stopped a few paces in front of him. I am Fushiguro from Jujutsu High. I apologize, but we don't have much time. His expression was cold, his gaze sharp as he stared straight at Itadori. The cursed object you are in possession of is very dangerous. Hand it over to me immediately. Cursed object? Itadori frowned. What do you mean? Itadori remembered Mashiro's words, someone might come looking for you soon. Could it be this person? Fushiguro stepped forward 2 paces, took out his phone, and opened his photo album. You have this, don't you? Huh? Itadori leaned in and looked closely. Isn't this the box I found? Yes, I found this. He nodded. I don't really mind, but since my seniors like it, you have to at least give me a reason, right? Sigh. Fushiguro rubbed his head and sighed, then explained the relationship between curses and cursed objects to Itadori. Itadori's expression also grew grave. They said they were going to break the seal at school tonight. Is that not good? Fushiguro's expression darkened completely. It's more than just not good. They will die. He turned around immediately, his movements clean and decisive. Lead the way. Hurry. Itadori looked at the urn in his hands and gritted his teeth. Grandfather, this is an emergency. I'm sorry. Itadori didn't hesitate any longer, he placed the urn at the nurse's station. Sorry, I'll come back to get this tomorrow. After saying that, he ran toward the school, his speed fast, and he caught up with Fushiguro Megumi in an instant. At the same time, Mishiro was standing on the rooftop of the school building. She closed her eyes, her cursed energy surging like a tide, silently enveloping the entire clubroom. She could clearly perceive every move inside the clubroom. All right. It's finally open. The candlelight flickered, illuminating Sasaki's face and witnessing her expression shift from excitement to terror. A human finger? Is it real? Above them, a black shadow pressed down silently, and a cursed spirit attacked. Space cutting. Mishiro did not hesitate to act, using invisible cursed energy to slice through the cursed spirit, blocking the first wave of attacks for them. Sorry, I can't save you right now, but I guarantee you won't die. She muttered to herself, mobilizing her cursed energy once more to secretly open an escape route for the two of them. She was waiting for Fushiguro and Itadori to arrive. Before long, while she was clearing out the small fry and secretly protecting the two of them, Fushiguro arrived with his Shikigami. Divine dogs, attack. He formed the hand sign for a dog with both hands, and the two canine-shaped Shikigami lunged forward, biting the cursed spirits, blocking their path to death from the left and right. Good, they're finally here. Mishiro withdrew her cursed energy, concealed her presence, and hid herself in the darkness, waiting for Itadori's awakening. What am I afraid of? Itadori slammed his leg hard, his grandfather's words echoed in his ears once more. You are strong, you must help others. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. The next second, he dashed and vaulted into the school. Where are they now? Itadori ran, his ears catching the commotion inside the school building. There they are. He lowered his center of gravity, pushed off with his legs, and crashed through the glass like a cannonball. Itadori? That guy named Fushiguro looked like an idiot. What was there to be surprised about? Itadori didn't answer. He twisted his body in midair and delivered a fierce kick to the cursed spirit, saving Sasaki and Iguchi. The cursed spirit let out a deafening roar and charged at them in a rage. Although I want to ask why you came, that was well done. Fushiguro stepped forward to intercept the cursed spirit, his cursed technique flashing in his hand, successfully exorcising it. He bent down to pick up the cursed object from the ground, his expression grave. This is the finger of Ryaman Sukuna. Before he could finish his sentence, the ceiling suddenly shattered. A more powerful cursed spirit pressed down from above, its massive form filling the entire corridor. Run! Fushiguro pushed Itadori away, but he himself was grabbed tightly by the locust-like cursed spirit. No! Fushiguro gritted his teeth, trying to summon his Shikigami, but the cursed spirit didn't give him any chance to catch his breath, smashing him hard against the wall. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Cough. The cursed spirit was relentless, and with a loud boom, it slammed Fushiguro right out of the school building, sending debris flying and filling the air with dust. Are you okay? Itadori punched the cursed spirit back temporarily and reached Fushiguro's side. It's useless. People without cursed energy can't kill cursed spirits. What's that supposed to mean? Then as long as I have cursed energy, it'll be enough, right? His gaze fell on the withered finger on the ground. Without hesitation, he bent down, picked it up, and swallowed it in one gulp. Immediately after, a violent surge of cursed energy erupted from within him. Mishiro leaned against the wall, her crimson eyes emitting a faint glow in the darkness as she stared intently at everything unfolding across from her. Her cursed energy perception had reached its limit the moment Itadori swallowed the finger. When that surge of cursed energy erupted, even though she was prepared, her heart still contracted violently and uncontrollably. After waiting for so long, it was finally here. she whispered, her tone carrying unconcealable trembling and excitement. The strongest in history, the four-armed overlord, the two-faced one, the king of curses, the lone shark, the one who knows only absolute loneliness and love, the one who taught you space cutting. The king of curses, Ryaman Sukuna. Chapter 17, Probing, 1 or 2. The night wind howled through the damaged school building, whipping up dust and smoke. Itadori, oh no, now it was Ryaman Sukuna. He slowly straightened up, joints that had slept for a millennium readapting to movement. He raised his hand, examining his palm in the moonlight, opening and closing his fingers to confirm his resurrection. Then, a grin stretching to his ears appeared on his face, a mad, joyous smile that looked even more terrifying on Itadori's usually sunny face. As expected. He let out a sigh of satisfaction. The moonlight is only truly enjoyable when felt with a physical body. He rotated his neck, his cervical vertebrae cracking audibly, his gaze sweeping over Fushiguro Megumi, who lay slumped in the rubble, blood spilling from his nose and mouth, struggling to rise. He curled his lip, he couldn't even be bothered to step over a jujutsu sorcerer of this caliber. The flesh of cursed spirits is too boring. He spread his arms, looking toward the distant residential area, and laughed out loud. How wonderful, to slaughter them all. But, before that. His arrogant laughter stopped without warning. He turned his head, his gaze crossing the dilapidated school building to lock onto the edge of the rooftop on the opposite building. Although it looked empty, in Sukuna's perception, someone was standing there. They had been observing him unscrupulously since he first manifested, their cursed energy fluctuations abnormally steady, as if they were not at all surprised by his appearance. Oh? The corners of Sukuna's mouth curled up again, crimson markings glowing faintly on the side of his face. This is actually interesting. He completely ignored the heavily injured Fushiguro Megumi at his feet, his attention entirely focused on that rooftop. Watching for so long, Sukuna's voice rose, clearly carrying into the distance with the playfulness of a cat toying with a mouse. Aren't you going to come out and say hello, you little mouse hiding in the shadows? On the edge of the rooftop, in the shadows. Mashiro's breath, at the moment Sukuna's gaze swept over, still inevitably held for a few seconds. She had been discovered, even though she hadn't intended to hide. Her crimson pupils contracted slightly in the shadows. She could feel Sukuna's cursed energy carelessly sweeping over the area where she was located. Her heart pounded heavily in her chest, her fighting spirit was completely ignited, but it was firmly suppressed by reason. That was Ryaman Sukuna. Her instinct to fight was roaring, and a tingling sensation spread from her fingertips. She had to use all her strength to control herself so she wouldn't immediately rush out, deliver a thunderous declaration, and start a jujutsu battle right then and there. But the next moment, another, even greater fluctuation of cursed energy came from afar. That undisguised cursed energy, it was Gojo Satoru. Realizing that Gojo Satoru was on his way, her lips could no longer be controlled, and a smile appeared. Then let's do it. Gojo Satoru would be here soon, there was a backup plan. To have a one-on-one with the strongest in history in front of the strongest of the modern era, what a stroke of luck. Besides, she simply couldn't endure it, the thrill seeping from her bones when facing such a thing. Mashiro stepped out from the shadows. The moonlight spilled onto her, illuminating the Dharma wheel above her head, her long silver hair, her cold little face, and those crimson eyes that seemed to burn like flames in the night. Mouse? She spoke, her voice not loud, but it carried clearly through the wind. I was just observing the supporting character on stage, you're performing quite diligently. 2. Tal. Vic. Tori. Mashiro was intoxicated by this excitement. The air went silent for a moment. Fushiguro Megumi looked up in disbelief, staring at the silver-haired figure on the rooftop. Who is she? When was she there? She had cursed energy, but it felt very strange. More importantly, what was she saying to that monster? The smile on Sukuna's face widened, and the fluctuations of his cursed energy became increasingly violent. Supporting character? He repeated the word. A bit interesting, brat. You don't take me seriously at all. Your time is running out, she said. The protagonist is entering the stage now. Sukuna raised an eyebrow, his interest in Mashiro intensifying. What does that mean? Sukuna laughed lowly, his shoulders shaking, his laughter filled with thick mockery. He raised his left arm and pointed at Mashiro. Just based on someone like you who hides in the shadows and only knows how to play some small try. His voice stopped abruptly. Mashiro on the rooftop had disappeared. The next moment, the air to the rear left of Sukuna emitted a sharp screech as if torn by a sharp object. A silver arc of light appeared without warning, slashing toward the left arm he had just raised. The blade's light was condensed to the extreme, without a shred of cursed energy leaking out. The edge that could sever everything was entirely contained within that arc, as thin as a cicada's wing. You are the challenger, that is what I meant. Mashiro's fighting spirit soared, and her desire to perform rose straight up. The gorgeous, graceful, and swift slash arrived in an instant. Sukuna's crimson pupils contracted suddenly, but he did not dodge. He only slightly turned his arm, coating it in cursed energy to forcibly withstand Mashiro's attack. Clang! The explosive sound of metal clashing mixed with the cracking sound of space tearing apart. The cursed energy condensed on Sukuna's arm was split by a fissure, and the silver blade's light, its momentum undiminished, grazed his skin, leaving a wound. To be able to do this much, state your name. Sukuna said, but his counterattack began the moment the wound appeared. He didn't even look in the direction the slash came from, his free right hand waving backward casually. Boom! The cursed energy, compressed to the extreme, exploded, instantly crushing a large area behind him into powder. The shockwave spread, and dust and smoke rose into the sky. But Mashiro's figure was no longer there. Kujo Mashiro, the name that will bring you nightmares, you'd better remember it well. She appeared on top of a broken wall 20 meters away, standing proudly, Murasame pointing diagonally at the ground, the Dharma wheel above her head spinning into a blur. Humph, although your speed is not bad, you're just a brat who talks big. Sukuna turned slowly, raised his left hand, and looked at the wound on his arm, which was being rapidly repaired by surging cursed energy. He licked his lips, his smile becoming ferocious. The blade is also not bad. That annoying feeling, is it a special grade cursed tool? He looked at Mashiro, striking a pose, his killing intent permeating the air. I've changed my mind. It's more interesting to tear you apart with my own hands. That's how it should be, Sukuna. An excited voice came, completely unaffected by Sukuna's killing intent. On the broken wall, Mashiro gracefully spun around, her silver hair flying under the night sky, her crimson eyes holding a hint of madness, her arms spread towards Sukuna. Come on, let's dance to our heart's content in this bright moonlight. Before her words faded, Sukuna's figure suddenly blurred. It's coming. Mashiro twisted her body violently, her waist bending into a light arc. She slapped the ground with both hands, and the slash grazed the back of her neck, cutting off a few strands of flying silver hair. The second strike followed. She tapped her toes on the wall, her body floating up, and the broken wall beneath her feet crumbled. Mashiro flipped twice in the air, landing 10 meters away. Is that it? Sorry, you are the challenger. Then she bent over, her left hand lightly touching the ground, her right hand gripping the blade, and cursed energy poured into her legs. She kicked off the ground. The ground cracked, her figure disappeared, and when she reappeared, she was already in front of Sukuna, her blade slashing upward. Shoo! Murasame collided with a claw wrapped in pitch-black cursed energy, bursting with blinding sparks and a teeth-grinding friction sound. The immense force shattered the bricks and stones beneath her feet, and she used the momentum to slide backward. Are you scratching an itch for me? Sukuna's voice was like a ghost, he had appeared on her retreat path without her knowing. He opened his right hand, his palm aiming at her, his cursed energy shrinking into a blinding point of light. It's over, brat. It was clearly just the most basic emission of cursed energy, but when unleashed by Sukuna, its power and speed were terrifying. Mishiro's pupils constricted, she flicked her wrist, and a pillar of fire erupted from the body of Murasame, rushing straight at Sukuna's face. Take this strike from me. Wah! Sukuna blocked with both hands, and the pillar of fire dissipated. That gap was enough. Mishiro covered her body with cursed energy and took it head-on. Bang! The beam of cursed energy exploded, and the smell of steel and concrete mixed with a charred stench filled the air. Countless dust and smoke were stirred up again. Sukuna narrowed his eyes, and cursed energy gathered in his hand once more. The thick smoke dissipated, and there was no one there. Gone? No, above. Mishiro appeared above him, falling upside down, gripping Murasame with both hands, thrusting downward. The silver cursed energy was no longer contained, wrapping around the blade and burning into a stream of fire, drawing a brilliant arc of light in the night sky. Useless. Sukuna scoffed, not even looking up, just raising his hand casually. More massive cursed energy gathered in his palm, forming a constantly rotating pitch-black sphere. The power of this strike far exceeded the previous one. However, just at the moment his attack was about to form. Ugh, ah. Sukuna's body shook violently, and the mad smile on his face twisted suddenly. BAS, Tard. The teenager's angry voice came from within the body. Give my body back. It was Itadori Yuji. Mishiro immediately pulled back, the flames on the blade extinguished suddenly. Her body turned half a circle in the air, and she landed gracefully, taking 2 light steps before standing steadily. The composure on Sukuna's face disappeared completely, revealing an expression of surprise. He said to Itadori, "How are you still able to move?" "It was my body to begin with." Sukuna felt his consciousness gradually sinking, unable to continue controlling this body. He stared fixedly at Mishiro. "Brat, you've saved your life." Mishiro looked at him and smiled mockingly. "It is you who saved your life. The king of curses, you're not all that. Next time we meet, I will definitely slaughter you." Sukuna left this last sentence, and his consciousness sank. 18 Chapter 18 Gojo Satoru 4K. Chapter 18, Gojo Satoru 4K. The dust and smoke had not yet settled. Itadori Yuji knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. After Sukuna's consciousness receded, control of his body returned to him, but the residual violent cursed energy was still burning in his veins. Fushiguro Megumi leaned against a broken wall, clutching his ribs with his left hand, blood seeping out between his fingers. He stared at Itadori, his expression complex. He had never seen anyone who could regain control of their body after swallowing Sukuna's finger. Mishiro stood 10 meters away, Murasame already sheathed. She brushed the few strands of broken hair cut by Sukuna off her shoulder and dusted the grime off her sleeves, her movements unhurried. One must be fervent in battle, but elegance is timeless. The Dharma wheel above her head slowly stopped, and the fighting spirit burning in her eyes gradually extinguished, returning to a calm state. Itadori caught his breath, but his first instinct was not to check his own injuries. Instead, he turned to look for Mishiro. Seeing her standing there, her tracksuit torn in a few places, her silver hair a bit shorter, but standing firm and steady, dusting off her sleeves. "Senior!" He called out, his voice still trembling from the intense gasping, his tone filled with uncontrollable worry. He pushed himself up using his knees, his legs still a bit weak, and stumbled 2 steps toward Mishiro. "Are you okay? Did that guy hurt you anywhere? I couldn't control him earlier, and seeing him attack you, Yuji." Mishiro interrupted him. Itadori stopped in his tracks, his lips still parted. Mishiro looked at him, her crimson eyes glowing slightly in the moonlight, and said calmly, "I'm fine." "Do you have any injuries?" Itadori froze for a moment, that calm gaze slowly quelled his emotions. He looked down at his hands, lifted his legs. "Seems, everything is fine." "That's good." After she finished, her gaze shifted away from him and landed on Fushiguro Megumi behind him. Itadori followed her gaze and turned back, realizing only then that Fushiguro was still injured, and immediately turned to run over and support him. Just then, a wave of spiritual pressure descended from the sky. A massive, unmasked source of cursed energy approached rapidly from high above. Mashiro looked up, her silver hair streaming backward in the airflow stirred by that cursed energy. It's here. A figure dropped from the night sky, their posture as casual as if they were taking a stroll. White hair, a black blindfold, jujutsu high uniform worn loosely, radiating an air of grandeur. Gojo Satoru, the strongest of the modern era. The moment he landed, the surrounding rubble was pushed away by the shockwave. He had his hands in his pockets, head tilted, his gaze sweeping over Fushiguro Megumi slumped on the ground, then at Itadori supporting Fushiguro, and finally landing on Mashiro. When that gaze landed on her, it lingered for a beat longer. Yo. Gojo Satoru spoke, his tone like someone running into an acquaintance at a convenience store. Megumi, didn't you say you were just here to retrieve a cursed object? How did it end up like this? Fushiguro Megumi gritted his teeth, trying to stand up, but failed twice, eventually leaning against the wall and saying, an accident happened. We were attacked by a cursed spirit, and then he swallowed the finger. He tapped the Itadori beside him. For real? For real. Gojo Satoru walked up to Itadori, bent down, and peered closely, that black blindfold obscuring his expression. Itadori felt uncomfortable under his gaze, and just as he was about to say something, Gojo Satoru suddenly reached out and flicked him on the forehead. Ow! Itadori covered his forehead. What are you doing? Can you move? I can move. Then take 2 steps. Itadori didn't understand why, but he stood up and took 2 steps. He took 2 steps and stopped, turning back to look in Mashiro's direction, and after confirming she was still there, he withdrew his gaze. Gojo Satoru took in this scene without saying a word. He straightened his back, his tone still light. Interesting. You swallowed Ryman Sukuna's finger and were still able to regain control of your body. What's your name? Itadori Yuji. Itadori Yuji. Gojo Satoru repeated it, waited 2 seconds, and then suddenly turned to Mashiro. And what about this little girl? The topic shifted without warning. Although his tone remained relaxed, Mashiro could feel that Gojo Satoru's attention had completely shifted to her. Is this my first clash with the strongest of the modern era? How interesting. Kujo Mashiro. She stated her name. Hello, Mr. Gojo Satoru. Kujo? Gojo Satoru tilted his head, seemingly recalling something. That Kujo clan? I seem to remember. It's gone. Mashiro finished for him. I should be the last one. Gojo Satoru didn't respond. He walked half a step around Mashiro, as if observing something interesting. Although his eyes were covered by the blindfold, his gaze had an incredibly strong presence. The moment it swept over her, Mashiro felt a shiver run down her spine. She frowned, and just as she was about to say something, he withdrew his gaze. Sorry, he stopped, but, your cursed technique is very strange. Is it related to the thing on your head? Mashiro did not avoid his question and replied with a pre-prepared explanation. My cursed technique allows me to understand and imitate other cursed techniques. The fire and space cutting I just used on Sukuna were learned from cursed spirits I encountered previously. Imitate? Gojo Satoru's tone rose slightly. Isn't that quite impressive? How many cursed techniques have you learned? I haven't counted. This answer made Gojo Satoru smile, a look of interest flashing in his eyes. Then why are you here? His tone grew just a bit heavier, bringing with it a sense of overwhelming pressure. Don't tell me you were just passing by. Itadori shivered and stepped in from the side, blocking in front of Mashiro. Senior is here for me. She is. Yuji. Mashiro called his name, interrupting him. Itadori immediately shut his mouth and turned his head to look at her. Mashiro looked at Gojo Satoru and answered concisely, here for him. Gojo Satoru's gaze wandered between the two. A pink-haired boy, subconsciously blocking in front. A silver-haired girl, who only needed to call his name to make him shut up. Interesting. You two. Gojo Satoru pulled his fingers out of his pockets and pointed between them. What's your relationship? Mishiro didn't answer immediately, she looked at Itadori in front of her. The wind on the rooftop blew over, lifting a corner of her hem. As a protector, how should she best phrase it? Mishiro thought for a moment, recalling what she said yesterday. I am his sister. Mishiro said. Although by age she should be the younger sister, where would she put her dignity? Itadori turned his head abruptly to look at her. Gojo Satoru's eyebrows raised slightly above his blindfold. Sister? You two don't look alike at all. Is that a problem? Mishiro's tone was devoid of fluctuation. She raised her eyes, her crimson pupils meeting Gojo Satoru's blindfold. Gojo Satoru looked at her, then at Itadori's face, which was written with I don't know, don't ask me, I don't dare speak, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. It's fine. He laughed. Why wouldn't it be? Of course it's fine. He pulled his hand out of his pocket and patted Itadori's shoulder, with a bit more force than before. Itadori stumbled forward a small step, but Gojo Satoru's hand remained pressed on his shoulder. Student Itadori, your sister is quite impressive. He bent down and leaned close to Itadori's ear, clearly whispering, but his voice was loud enough for everyone present to hear. She exchanged several moves with Sukuna, is still alive, and doesn't seem to have suffered any serious injuries. This guy, he's saying that on purpose for her to hear, right? Mishiro pursed her lips, ignoring his provocation. Just wait, once she reaches special grade, she'll show off and make Gojo Satoru fly. Gojo Satoru straightened up, turned to Mishiro, his tone returning to a casual note. I will tell the higher UPS that Itadori Yuji will join Tokyo Jujutsu High under supervision. Does this sister have any objections? None, but I must be able to visit him at any time. No problem, you're welcome anytime, I'll leave a visitor spot for you in the records. He paused, then said, you don't seem surprised at all that Itadori is being taken by Jujutsu High. Mishiro looked at him, her calm face devoid of any expression. Her cold face had its advantages at times like this. I am surprised, you just didn't notice. Gojo Satoru froze for a beat, then genuinely laughed out loud. He had truly never seen such a unique girl. Interesting. He adjusted his blindfold. Next time we meet, let me see where the limit of your imitation lies. I'm also very curious about the cursed technique of the 6 eyes. I'll let you see it clearly. After saying that, he pulled Fushiguro up from the ground, hoisted him onto his shoulder, and walked a few steps toward the stairwell. Then, without looking back, he added, oh right, don't go around talking about tonight. Those old geezers in the higher UPS hate it when minors fight under their noses, especially with Sukuna. Got it. Gojo Satoru's figure disappeared into the stairwell. Fushiguro, being hoisted by him, faintly let out a muffled groan and a complaint. Don't drag me, my leg isn't broken yet. Only 2 people remained on the rooftop. Mishiro remained standing in place, not moving. Itadori turned to look at her. His expression was very strange, the corners of his mouth twitched, as if he wanted to laugh but couldn't. Senior, he began, his voice a bit tight, you just said, sister. Shut up. Yes, sister. The pink-haired lad stood at attention. Mishiro turned her face away, looking down to fix a tear on her sleeve, her silver hair falling down to cover her profile. Your grandfather entrusted you to me, so I am your sister, don't worry about so much. Itadori froze for a moment. Then, he began, his voice still a bit tight, does that mean I have to call you sister from now on? As you wish. But, senior. When you told Mr. Gojo, I am his sister, just now, didn't you forget something? Mishiro looked up at him. Itadori's expression was very serious, but he was suppressing a smile at the corners of his mouth. He extended his index finger, pointing at himself, then at Mishiro. I, Itadori Yuji, 15 years old, first year of high school. Then his finger stopped in front of Mishiro. Senior, you. He paused, as if weighing his words. No matter how you look at it, you're not over 12, right? The air went quiet for a beat. Mishiro looked at him expressionlessly, her crimson eyes devoid of any ripple, but Itadori inexplicably felt a chill on the back of his neck. What do you want to say? I mean, Itadori scratched his head, grinning, returning to his usual carefree self. If I call you sister, others will think it's very strange. A 1.7-meter tall guy calling a 1.4-meter tall little girl sister. No matter how you look at it, I look more like the older brother, right? 1.44 meters. Mashiro corrected. What difference does that make? Itadori Yuji. Mashiro put down her hand from fixing her sleeve and stood up straight. She was nearly 30 centimeters shorter than Itadori, but the presence with which she looked up at him didn't lose out at all. Your grandfather entrusted you to me, so the age ranking in this family is recalculated. Itadori froze. What do you mean? It means, Mashiro raised her leg and lightly kicked Itadori's leg. No matter how old I am the sister. But senior, how old are you exactly? 12. Itadori blinked. 12? His voice shot up, then he quickly lowered it, looked left and right, confirmed that Gojo Satoru had walked far away, and then leaned in a bit closer. Senior, are you really 12? I thought you were at least 14. Because I am more mature than you. I can't argue with that. Itadori scratched the back of his head, the expression on his face switching back and forth between shock and acceptance, finally settling on a sudden realization. So, you're not a classmate, not a senior, but 3 years younger than me. He stopped halfway through his sentence. The threat in those crimson eyes was enough to make him swallow the second half of his sentence. Sister. He obediently corrected himself. Mashiro withdrew the hand she had placed on his waist, ready to pinch him hard, her silver hair swaying gently with her turning motion. Silence lasted for a moment. The wind poured in from the gaps in the broken wall, blowing Itadori's school uniform hem, making it flap loudly. Sister Mashiro. The boy's clear voice came from behind. Mashiro stopped, not turning back. What? Nothing, just wanted to try out that title. Itadori smiled, rubbing his nose with the back of his hand. Feels quite natural. She turned her head slightly, her crimson eyes half hidden by long eyelashes. Itadori Yuji, the future strongest, is now just an ordinary hot-blooded youth. She had no anchor point in her original world or this world. From childhood, she had been like a buoy drifting with the waves. Every quiet night, a trace of loneliness would occasionally arise. In this world, changing from now on is not a bad thing. As you like. Mashiro said softly. Then she walked down the rooftop steps, stopped when she passed by him, raised her foot, and kicked Itadori lightly again. This time, the spot she kicked was exactly the same, and the force was exactly the same. I'm leaving, I'll come see you again tomorrow. She turned and walked into the stairwell, her footsteps very light, her figure gradually fading into the distance. Itadori stood in place, patted the leg that had been kicked twice by Mashiro, and shouted toward the stairs, Sister Mashiro. The footsteps didn't stop, but an impatient voice came back. Now what? Nothing, just wanted to call you that again. Itadori held onto the stair railing, his shoulders shaking with laughter. Eek. The next second, a small flame hit the stair railing, giving him a huge scare. Humph. A triumphant laugh came, and then it completely disappeared. Itadori walked out of the stairwell, smiling, and headed toward the school gate. Gojo Satoru was leaning against the car door playing on his phone. Seeing him walk over, he looked up and swept a glance at him. Finished chatting? Yeah. Where's your sister? Left. Left? Then what are you smiling about? Gojo Satoru put away his phone, opened the car door, his tone carrying obvious teasing. Itadori climbed into the back seat, closed the door, and leaned back into the seat. Because, he said, suppressing a laugh, I have a younger sister who is older than me. What does that mean? Gojo Satoru glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Fushiguro, in the passenger seat, turned his head, looked at Itadori's expression which didn't seem like he was joking, and nodded knowingly. It seems swallowing a special grade cursed object has a greater impact on intelligence than imagined. What precious intelligence. Sister, older than you? Gojo Satoru repeated it, understood something, twitched his mouth, and didn't speak again. This pair of siblings is a bit of an oddity. Yeah. Itadori didn't say anything more and closed his eyes. Sister Mashiro, this title is indeed quite natural. Things that took a long detour to figure out now feel like they should have been called that from the start. Fatigue surged up at once, and Itadori fell into a deep sleep. Gojo Satoru glanced at him through the rearview mirror, thinking. Imitate cursed technique. He muttered to himself, the volume only loud enough for himself to hear, who are you trying to fool? The six eyes glowed slightly under the blindfold. The way that girl's cursed energy flows cannot be explained by a word like imitate. Inside her body, it seems there is an independent and continuously operating analysis system. Cursed energy is constantly self-adjusting, reorganizing, and evolving. He cannot understand it. Kujo clan. Never heard of such a cursed technique, never heard of such a person existing. Gojo Satoru looked up at the quiet moon outside the car window, his tone becoming increasingly light. Well, as long as she's not an enemy. She has no malice toward Itadori Yuji and is quite protective of him. I'll observe slowly. He stepped on the accelerator, and the car's speed increased. Chapter 19, Jujutsu High. 9 a.m. Miyagi Prefectural General Hospital. Mashiro pushed open the glass door, and the smell of disinfectant rushed to meet her. She walked straight to the nurse's station. The night shift nurse was preparing to hand over her shift. Upon seeing her approach, the nurse offered a professional smile. Hello, may I ask? I'm here to collect Mr. Itadori's ashes, Mashiro said. They were left here last night. Yuji Itadori's grandfather. The nurse looked down to check the logbook. Yes, we have them. Itadori-kun said he would come to pick them up today. Are you? His sister. The nurse didn't ask any further questions and turned to retrieve a white cloth-wrapped jar from the storage locker. The white cloth was wrapped carefully, with the corners tucked in. It must have been wrapped by Itadori himself yesterday. Mashiro took it, holding it with one hand. It was lighter than she had imagined, and she carefully placed it into her bag. When she walked out of the hospital, the sunlight was a bit dazzling. She took out her phone and opened Line. The pink tiger avatar lay quietly at the very top of her chat list. The last message was from last night, where Itadori reported that he had arrived safely at Jujutsu High. Mashiro, leaving for Tokyo now. She then walked to the station, bought her ticket, and sat quietly in her seat. Soon, the train started, and the streetscape of Sendai accelerated backward. 1 week. She had only stayed in Sendai for less than a week, but many things had happened. Mashiro leaned back against the seat, closed her eyes to rest, and tapped her fingers unconsciously against her sword bag in rhythm. The train passed through a tunnel, and the light outside the window dimmed and then brightened again. Her phone vibrated once. Itadori, Sister Mashiro, you're coming to Tokyo? What time do you arrive? I'll come pick you up. Mashiro, no need, just wait at Jujutsu High. Itadori, then I'll send you the address. Actually, I haven't quite figured out where this place is either. Teacher Gojo drove me here last night, and I fell asleep on the way. Mashiro, I have the address. I'll contact you when I arrive. Itadori, okay. Omega. Near noon, the train arrived at Tokyo Station. Mashiro transferred to the subway, then took a bus, and it took over an hour to finally stand outside the main gate of Tokyo Jujutsu High. Stone steps extended upward, flanked by towering ancient trees. A wooden sign with the school's name hung at the entrance, the characters written in a neat hand. Mashiro looked up at the faint outline of the buildings visible at the top of the stone steps. The environment was actually better than she had imagined, at least there were many trees and the air was clean. It was just in a very remote location. It would probably take 20 minutes to walk to the nearest convenience store. She took out her phone to send a message. Less than a minute later, the sound of hurried footsteps came from above the stone steps. Itadori's figure appeared at the top of the steps, his pink hair even more conspicuous under the sunlight. Sister Mashiro. He jumped down the steps two at a time, rushed to a stop in front of Mashiro, his breathing slightly rapid, with a smile on his face. Then his gaze fell on the white cloth bundle in her arms, and his smile faltered for a beat. "Is this your grandfather's ashes?" Mashiro handed the jar over. "You left it at the nurse's station yesterday, you forgot." Itadori took it with both hands, his fingers gently stroking the white cloth. Yesterday, he had walked out of the hospital holding this jar, and in the evening, he had left it at the nurse's station, only to never return. "Thank you," he said, his eyes dimming slightly. "Let's go inside first." Itadori pulled himself together, nodded, and walked ahead holding the urn, his pace much slower than when he had arrived. Mashiro followed behind, observing her surroundings. Jujutsu High was bigger than she had imagined. At the end of the stone steps was the school gate, passing through it led to an approach lined with tall cedar trees, with sunlight filtering through the gaps in the branches. At the end of the approach were several traditional Japanese-style buildings with gray tiles and white walls, winding wooden corridors, and pine trees and a dry landscape garden in the courtyard. It was quite well built and maintained, as expected of an established jujutsu institution. Itadori led her into the residential area and pointed to a building on the left. "The dorms are over here. Fushiguro and I live on the first floor, and Kujisaki lives on the second. I slept pretty well last night, the quilt was quite soft." Mashiro looked in that direction. The exterior walls had been renovated recently, the windows had aluminum frames, and the outdoor air conditioning units were neatly arranged along the side of the exterior wall. 2 ginkgo trees were planted in front of the building, their shade covering more than half of the entrance. It was indeed better than she had expected. Itadori's room was at the end of the first floor corridor. He pushed the door open to let Mashiro take a look. It was a 6-tatami mat Japanese-style room, fully equipped with a closet, a desk, and an individual air conditioner. The window faced south, and the lighting was good. It was far better than the dorms at an average school. Mashiro evaluated in her mind. "Not bad at all," she said. "Right." Itadori carefully placed the urn in the alcove, pressed his palms together to pray, and then turned around. "Kujisaki was complaining last night that it looked like a haunted house, but I think it's just that the building is a bit old, it's actually fine to live in." Mashiro didn't respond. The two walked out of the dormitory building. Just as they were heading toward the main building, a figure turned out from the corner of the corridor. White hair, black blindfold, uniform hanging loosely on his body, holding a lollipop in his hand. Gojo Satoru stopped when he saw them. "Oh, you're here." His tone was as light as if he had run into a neighbor at his doorstep. "I was wondering this morning if you would come. It seems you're quite punctual, Kujo-san." "When I say tomorrow, I mean tomorrow." Gojo Satoru nodded, put the lollipop in his mouth, and freed a hand to point at Itadori. "Yuji, go to the principal's office first. Principal Yaga wants to see you about your enrollment paperwork." "Oh, sure." Itadori scratched his head and ran toward the principal's office. His footsteps echoed a few times on the wooden corridor before fading away. The corridor fell quiet, leaving only Gojo Satoru and Mashiro. Gojo Satoru, with the lollipop in his mouth, leaned against a pillar and tilted his head to look at her. "What do you plan to do next?" he asked. "Go back to Sendai? Move to Tokyo." "Oh?" Gojo Satoru pulled the lollipop out of his mouth and teased, "Because Itadori is here?" Gojo Satoru pulled the lollipop out of his mouth again and drew a circle in the air. "Since you care about Itadori so much, why not move directly into Jujutsu High? I can arrange a dorm room for you. There are still empty rooms on the girls' side, and it's pretty boring for Kujisaki to live alone." Mashiro glanced at him. The dorms were indeed okay, 1 person per room, individual air conditioning, everything one needs, much better than a regular high school by several tiers. But a dorm is still a dorm. The end of the corridor was a communal washroom, showers meant going to a large public bath, the cafeteria had fixed mealtimes, and there might even be a curfew at night. She would be surrounded by people from Jujutsu High, With every move under someone else's watch, doing anything would be troublesome. There was no expression on Mashiro's cute little face, and her answer was blunt, the environment is too poor. I'm not used to living in such places. Poor? Gojo Satoru's tone was exaggerated as he accused her. You just said Itadori's room was quite nice. That's compared to an average school, Mashiro said, her expression unchanging. I have standards for my living environment. Gojo Satoru stared at her for 2 seconds, then laughed. Telling a lie that was so easily broken, how perfunctory. To put it simply, you just don't want to live in the dorms, afraid of being managed? Everything is inconvenient, and I'm not used to living with too many people. Mashiro stopped pretending. Besides, the food in your cafeteria probably wouldn't suit my taste. How do you know when you haven't eaten it yet? Intuition. Gojo Satoru shook his head with a smile and put the lollipop back into his mouth. But since you won't be living at Jujutsu High, stay in touch with Yuji. We might occasionally need to commission you to participate in missions. I will. 20 Chapter 20 Moving. Gojo Satoru nodded in satisfaction, waved his hand, and turned to leave. Not long after he left, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Itadori ran back, followed by 2 other people. One was Fushiguro Megumi, whose face was wrapped in bandages. It seemed his injuries hadn't fully healed yet. The other was a girl Mashiro was seeing for the first time, short hair, sharp eyes, wearing a baseball jacket over her uniform, and walking with an undisguised air of confidence. Nobara Kujisaki. Sister Mashiro. Itadori ran up close, pointing to the 2 behind him as he introduced them. This is Fushiguro, you met last night. This is Kujisaki, she just transferred yesterday. Nobara Kujisaki's gaze swept over Mashiro. The silver-haired, red-eyed girl stood quietly in the hallway, reaching about her shoulder in height, looking like a child sent from some jujutsu sorcerer family. You're the older sister Itadori mentioned? The 12-year-old one? Nobara Kujisaki bent down, leaning in to look, her tone filled with undisguised curiosity. Yeah. Mashiro met her gaze and nodded. What's that on your head? Manifestation of my cursed technique. I see. But you're really small. Nobara Kujisaki stood up straight, crossing her arms over her chest. I heard you're a good fighter. You traded blows with Sukuna last night and didn't die? Just lucky. Don't be modest. Itadori chimed in from the side. Sister Mashiro is super strong. She went back and forth with Sukuna last night, and she can even use fire. Yuji. Mashiro called his name. Itadori shut his mouth. Nobara Kujisaki watched this scene, raising an eyebrow. Interesting. She looked Mashiro up and down. Although Itadori just said you're younger than him but are the older sister, I don't quite understand that dynamic. Mashiro looked at her and said calmly, his grandfather entrusted me with taking care of him, so I am his older sister. How old are you? 12. Nobara Kujisaki turned to look at Itadori. How old are you? 15. And you call her sister? Itadori's expression was a bit subtle, his mouth opened and closed. He had already struggled with this question last night and didn't want to go through it again. The age ranking in the family was recalculated. Huh? What kind of nonsense is that? Anyway, it's Sister Mashiro. Itadori said stubbornly. Nobara Kujisaki shook her head, gave Itadori a look like she was staring at an idiot, then turned back to Mashiro. Whatever, since you're Itadori's sister, you're one of us. My name is Nobara Kujisaki, a grade 3 Jujutsu sorcerer. Kujo Mashiro. She nodded slightly, then added, barely a grade 1. She wasn't lying, after the battle with Sukuna, the cursed energy in her body had condensed further. Could she be considered half a step into grade 1? It definitely wasn't because saying grade 1 sounded cooler than grade 2. Nobara Kujisaki's action of drinking water froze, and Fushigiro's eyes changed slightly. Itadori, on the other hand, looked like it was a matter of course, even nodding. Grade 1? Nobara Kujisaki put down her water bottle, looking up and down at the silver-haired girl in front of her who was barely over 1.4 meters tall, her face full of disbelief. Yes, that's exactly what I wanted to see, that shocked expression of yours. That is the best, seriously. How old did you say you were? 12. Mishiro looked at Nobara Kujisaki, struggling to suppress the corner of her mouth. A 12-year-old grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer? Nobara Kujisaki turned to Fushiguro, pointing at Mishiro. Fushiguro, she says she's grade 1. She traded quite a few blows with Sukuna last night and is still alive. Fushiguro's tone was flat, staring with his trademark dead fish eyes. Grade 1 shouldn't be a problem. No, but she's 12. Nobara Kujisaki stopped halfway, looked at Mishiro's calm, poker-faced expression, and finally gave up on saying anything else, slumping against the wall. Fine. I've already given up on thinking many times today, one more time won't hurt. A 15-year-old boy calling a 12-year-old girl sister, and the girl is a grade 1 jujutsu sorcerer. This school is definitely abnormal. You're a student at this school too. Fushiguro reminded her. That's why I said starting tomorrow I'll be normal. If it's abnormal today, so be it. Itadori couldn't help but laugh from the side, but after being glared at by Nobara Kujisaki, he immediately stopped. Nobara Kujisaki, just like in the original story, had a straightforward and direct personality, saying whatever was on her mind. People like her were easy to get along with. By the way, where do you live? Nobara Kujisaki suddenly turned to Mishiro again. Itadori said you don't live at Jujutsu High. Near Jujutsu High, an apartment. I'm planning to move today. By yourself? Yeah. Isn't it boring? Living in such a big house all alone. Mishiro thought for a moment and answered seriously, not boring. Living alone is more comfortable. I can go to sleep whenever I want, leave whenever I want, and don't need to report to anyone. Nobara Kujisaki tilted her head, looked at her, nodded, and didn't ask any more questions. Then I'll come over to hang out another day, I'll bring snacks. Sure. Itadori's eyes lit up from the side. I'm coming too. Of course you have to go. Nobara Kujisaki smacked him. You're her brother. Itadori stumbled forward from the smack, but the smile on his face became even brighter. In the afternoon, Mishiro left Jujutsu High and went to look at the apartment alone. The apartment was in a newly built residential area near Jujutsu High, about a 15-minute walk away. It was on the 6th floor, 2 bedrooms and a living room, with a separate kitchen and bathroom, floor-to-ceiling windows facing south, and great lighting. The monthly rent was 140,000 yen, nearly double what it was in Sendai, but she still had plenty of savings left from the commissions she took from Nanami. Besides, the commission fee for a grade 1 jujutsu sorcerer was high, so one job would last her for a long time. It was already evening when the moving company delivered the luggage she had packed in Sendai. It took her less than an hour to organize the room, clothes were put into the wardrobe, and Murasame was hung on the sword rack in the entryway. Then she stood in the kitchen, silent for a moment as she faced the brand new stove and oven. The kitchen was nice, and the equipment was complete. The problem now was with her. In her past life, living in a university dorm, she relied entirely on the cafeteria and takeout. She hadn't touched a pot many times. After coming to this world, she either ate convenience store food or ate out. The only time she came close to cooking was heating up a bento bought from the supermarket in the microwave. She opened the refrigerator. Inside were only 2 bottles of mineral water, a gift from the agent. She sighed and closed the refrigerator. Mishiro picked up her phone, opened Line, and sent a message to Itadori. Mishiro, moved in. Sending you the address. The message was replied to almost instantly. Yuji, great. Nobara Kujisaki, Fushiguro, and I will go tomorrow. Do you need us to bring anything? Mishiro thought for a moment and replied. Mishiro, whatever you want to eat, buy the ingredients and bring them over yourselves. Yuji, huh? Mishiro, I don't know how to cook. Yuji, eh? Yuji, wait, Sister Mashiro, you don't know how to cook? Then what did you eat every day in Sendai? Mashiro, convenience store, or eating out? Yuji, no wonder you're so thin. Mashiro, I'm still growing. Yuji, then I'll cook tomorrow and let you taste my skills. When Grandpa was in the hospital, I did all the cooking at home. Although it's not particularly amazing, it's definitely better than convenience store food. Mashiro looked at the screen and pouted. Mashiro, fine, I'll cover the cost of the ingredients, you handle the cooking. Yuji, deal. Nobara Kujisaki said she wants to eat sukiyaki, so I'll buy beef and vegetables and bring them tomorrow. By the way, Sister Mashiro, do you have a pot? Mashiro turned to look at the set of stainless steel pots in the kitchen, still covered in their original packaging film. Mashiro, yes. Yuji, see you tomorrow. Omega. She walked to the entryway, tore off the packaging film from the cookware, and rinsed the pots one by one in the sink. Although she couldn't cook, she at least had to wash the pots clean. She couldn't let them see they were still brand new when they arrived. She suddenly thought of a problem. Itadori said he wanted to make sukiyaki, but she didn't know how to light the gas stove. She stared at the knob on the stove for a long time, tried turning it, no reaction, turned it again, still no reaction. Mashiro squatted down, opened the cabinet, found the gas valve, turned it clockwise, then stood up and tried again. Click, 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 whoosh. When the flame flared up, she jumped back half a step, then quickly returned to her poker face. That was simple enough. She turned off the fire, wiped the water off her hands, and decided to wake up early tomorrow to go to the supermarket to buy bowls, chopsticks, and seasonings. She had the pots, but no bowls or chopsticks. She picked up her phone and made a list in her notes. After writing it, she thought for a moment and added a line at the end. Strawberries, cake mix, cream. Although she couldn't cook, there had to be a cake. As for how to make the cake, she decided to search for a recipe tomorrow morning. The oven was new, so it should work. If it turned out ruined, then it was the oven's fault. There is another 4K or so tonight. Chapter 21, 3 against 1 4K. 9 a.m., Tokyo Jujutsu High. When Mashiro walked through the school gate, the cedar trees on both sides swayed gently. Itadori had training this morning. He had proactively reported this via line last night, adding, Sister Mashiro, would you like to come and watch? Although she hadn't replied, she decided to come over anyway. The training ground was at the end of the main road, turn right, and pass through 2 corridors to get there. It was a flat area covered with fine sand, surrounded by low stone walls, with a few wooden posts and straw targets in the corners. The sun had not yet reached its zenith, casting light and heat at an angle. In the center of the sand pit, 3 people were already on the field. Itadori and Kujisaki were sparring. Itadori lowered his center of gravity, feinted with his left fist, struck straight with his right, then Kujisaki dodged to the side. She took the opportunity to retreat and create distance, flipped 2 nails between her fingers, flicked her wrist, and the nails traced 2 arcs as they shot toward Itadori. Itadori crossed his arms to block, the nails scraped 2 white marks on his arms before bouncing off. Is blocking all you can do? Kujisaki didn't mince words, already circling to Itadori's side, a 3rd nail shooting toward his knee from a tricky angle. Itadori jumped to avoid it. As he landed, Fushigiro's divine dogs pounced from behind. Without turning his head, he backhanded an elbow to deflect the pounce, used the momentum to roll forward, and opened up distance. The 3 of them fought for a few more rounds until Itadori was finally pinned down by Kujisaki's nails, with the snarling divine dogs in front of him. He decisively raised his hands. All right, time out, time out. Kujisaki retracted her nails, Fushiguro recalled the divine dogs, and the 3 of them walked to the side of the field to drink water, panting. Mashiro stood in the shade of a tree at the entrance of the training ground, her silver hair fluttering slightly in the wind. Sister Mashiro. Itadori put down his water bottle and waved at her. When did you get here? Just arrived. Mashiro walked a few steps closer, sat down on the stone steps in the shade, and leaned Murasame against her side. You guys continue, I'll just watch, don't mind me. Itadori grinned, ran back to the center of the field, and the three of them spread out again to resume sparring. Mashiro watched quietly. The coordination between the three was taking shape, Itadori for frontal containment, Kujisaki for long-range support, and Fushiguro for rearguard Shikigami command, but there were still many flaws. What round is this? Gojo Satoru appeared beside her at some point, holding a half-finished mango smoothie, his Jujutsu high uniform draped over his shoulders, sleeves swaying empty. He sat down on the stone steps next to Mashiro, completely oblivious to maintaining social distance. I don't know, I just got here. Are you here to watch Itadori train? Not entirely, just absorbing some teaching experience from Jujutsu High. Planning to be a teacher later? Gojo Satoru took a sip of his smoothie, his tone filled with amusement. Mashiro couldn't be bothered to deal with him and just sighed, I'm self-taught, just absorbing some systematic knowledge. Gojo Satoru tilted his head to look at her. Self-taught? Coming from her, this term surprised him even more than grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer. He had always assumed she at least had the Kujo clan's inheritance. It seemed like even the basics might not have been passed down. He was silent for a moment, but didn't press further, changing back to his usual carefree smile. How is it, Coach Kujo? Gojo Satoru rested the smoothie cup on his knee and tilted his head to look at her. After watching for so long, any comments? Itadori's attack pattern is too singular, Kujisaki's melee combat is a short board, and Fushiguro's Shikigami types are too few. The three have some coordination, but it's still too scattered. That's quite accurate. Gojo Satoru stood up and patted the dust off his hands. Talking is useless without practice. You go down and spar with them, real combat teaching. You've watched them for so long, so you must have seen where the problems are. They won't listen if you just tell them, but they'll remember after a beating. Mashiro sighed, she had already figured out the personality of the strongest in the modern era. You just want to watch a show, don't you? Just as a side benefit. Gojo Satoru didn't deny it at all, turned his head, and shouted toward the training ground, halftime is over. Real combat training, 3 against 1. No limits on cursed techniques, fight until one side admits defeat or I call stop. Itadori, Fushiguro, and Kujisaki stopped at the same time. Kujisaki was stunned for a moment, then her eyes lit up, are you serious? Mashiro stood up from the stone steps and placed Murasame, sheath and all, on the steps. Itadori watched her unbuckle the sword and was stunned for a moment. Sister Mashiro, you aren't using your sword? Not needed, the sword would hurt you. Itadori wanted to say something, but Kujisaki slapped him. Fine, if she says she doesn't need it, she doesn't. Instead of worrying about her, you should think about how not to get beaten too badly later. Although she said that, she had already flipped 2 nails between her fingers, her gaze sharp, without a hint of underestimation. Fushiguro didn't speak, he formed hand seals, and 2 divine dogs darted out from the shadows behind him, crouching low, emitting low growls from their throats. He had seen Mashiro fight in Sendai last time and knew how dangerous this seemingly weak girl was. The 3 spread out into a pincer formation. Itadori in the front, Kujisaki on the right, Fushiguro on the left, and the divine dogs blocking any route Mashiro might take to flank Fushiguro. Gojo Satoru leaned against the stone wall with a playful smile. Start. Itadori moved first. He lowered his center of gravity, kicked off the ground, sand exploded under his feet, and he lunged in front of Mashiro, smashing down with his right fist wrapped in cursed energy. He went all out from the start, he knew that holding back against Mashiro was a waste of time. Mashiro raised her left wrist to block. Bang! A heavy, muffled sound exploded on the training ground, shaking the surrounding leaves. Itadori's fist stopped dead. Mashiro's slender arm didn't move, but Itadori's right arm was numbed by the recoil, as if he had hit a wall with all his might. For real? Itadori exclaimed, but didn't pull back. He lowered his center of gravity and followed up with a left hook, striking diagonally at Mashiro's abdomen from below. He knew that retreating now would give Mashiro a chance to counter. At the same time, Kujisaki's nails arrived, one attacking her right leg and one flying toward her left shoulder clavicle. Mishiro lifted her right leg slightly to avoid the first one, the second one hit her shoulder, leaving a shallow white dot before bouncing off. Kujisaki opened her mouth slightly, her nails could pierce 3 inches into concrete, but hitting this petite girl only left a white dot. Fushigiro's divine dogs pounced while Mishiro was being pincered. The two Shikigami were on the left and right, the timing extremely precise, right at the moment Mishiro was blocking Itadori with her left hand and being hit by Kujisaki on the shoulder. The white divine dog bit toward her left side, the black divine dog silently circled to her blind spot behind her, the attack directions completely different, sealing off any space for evasion. Mishiro didn't dodge. She took Itadori's follow-up hit with her left arm, and her right palm chopped precisely on the neck of the white divine dog, chopping it sideways to roll twice on the sand. Behind her, the black divine dog bit her right leg. She didn't even frown, vibrated her right leg, and followed through with a side kick, kicking the black divine dog away. So hard. Itadori gritted his teeth and immediately adjusted his strategy. The lesson of his right fist being numb still stung. He stopped pursuing impact force and instead accelerated his punching frequency, using continuous strikes to lock down her movements. The angle of every punch was slightly different, pouring out like a storm, but Mishiro's defense remained watertight. 4 nails flew out simultaneously, 2 from the front, 1 curving from the flank to bypass Itadori's body, and the last one shooting into the sky before falling vertically to attack the top of her head. The flight paths of the 4 nails were all different, with a time difference precise to within half a second. Mishiro pushed away Itadori's pursuit with her right hand, and grabbed the vertically falling nail with her left hand. The moment her fingertips touched the nail, she felt the unique vibration frequency of Kujisaki's cursed energy. It was a cursed technique. She squeezed hard and crushed the nail. The Dharma wheel above her head spun casually twice and stopped. The incoming cursed energy was too weak, the adaptation was already complete. The penetrating power of Kujisaki's nails, the impact force of Itadori's strikes, and the control pattern of Fushigiro's Shikigami, 3 sets of data were dismantled, and their attack patterns no longer posed a threat to her. She raised her right hand and waved it gently. Space cutting. An invisible slash tore through the air, interrupting the attacks of both Shikigami at once. The white and black divine dogs let out a short whimper simultaneously, their bodies cut with many wounds. Fushiguro had no choice but to recall the Shikigami first, his own movements already a beat slow. At the same time, Mishiro flashed and appeared in front of Itadori. Itadori instinctively threw a punch to counter. Mishiro didn't dodge or evade, wrapped cursed energy around her fist, and blasted it straight out. The cursed energy on her fist carried a special vibration frequency. She was imitating Kujisaki's straw doll technique. Fist against fist. Boom. Itadori's fist force was blown apart head-on. His whole body flew backward like a cannonball, carving a parabola through the air, slamming heavily into the sand, and sliding several meters before stopping. What's going on? He clutched his arm, feeling his arm trembling. A numbness spread from the point of impact, cursed energy spread upward along the meridians, and a second wave of impact exploded in his shoulder and elbow a second later. Additional damage, although it was an imitation of Kujisaki's cursed technique, it was slightly different. Kujisaki saw this scene and was completely stunned. The cursed energy wrapped around Mishiro's fist was in the same frequency as the straw doll technique, exactly the same as when she used the nails herself. No, it was a more savage version. It didn't need nails or a straw doll, it directly attached cursed energy to the fist, completed the synchronization at the moment of impact, and then used the cursed energy shock to trigger resonance. One punch, and the damage automatically conducted and spread inside the opponent's body. When did you learn that? Kujisaki's voice was half an octave higher. Just now. As Mishiro spoke, her figure had already appeared in front of Kujisaki. Kujisaki instinctively threw 3 nails. Mishiro reached out with her left hand and grabbed 2, swept with her right hand, and the space cutting sliced the third nail into 2 pieces in midair. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, and they fell to the ground with 2 clinking sounds. Then she backhanded a nail, which grazed Kujisaki's cheek and nailed into the stone wall behind her, 3 inches deep. Kujisaki froze. Mashiro withdrew her hand and took a step back. It's over. The training ground was quiet for a full 5 seconds. Fushiguro slowly stood up from the ground, patted the sand off his knees, and stared at Mashiro with dead fish eyes. I thought I could at least hit you once today. You did. Mashiro glanced at the 2 small holes bitten by the black divine dog on the pant leg of her right leg. There are 2 holes in my pants. Fushiguro glanced at the 2 holes and silently turned his head away. Kujisaki walked to the wall, pulled out the nail from the stone wall with effort. If this penetrating power hit a human body, it could pierce through bone. She took a deep breath. How did you learn my cursed technique? After taking your nails so many times, I learned the vibration frequency of your cursed energy. The core of your cursed technique is injecting cursed energy into the opponent's body and resonating with the straw doll, and the damage acts directly on the opponent regardless of distance when hitting the straw doll. I used the same vibration frequency, but replaced the nails and straw doll with my fist. Kujisaki was silent for a few seconds, then turned to Itadori. Hey, is your sister really human? I'm thinking about this question too. Itadori said seriously. Kujisaki buried her face in her hands. I shouldn't have come to the training ground today. Gojo Satoru leaned against the stone wall, put the smoothie cup aside, and stood up straight. Not bad. He clapped his hands. Itadori's melee is still too straight. Kujisaki has no backup plan after the nails are knocked away. Fushiguro, have you thought about what to do after your Shikigami are insta-killed? Ah, Kujo. He tilted his head to look at her. When you imitated Kujisaki's cursed technique and attached it to your fist just now, how much power did you use? Mashiro calculated. Normally, reporting 50% for that intensity would be appropriate. It could explain why she could suppress the 3 of them without exposing her true upper limit, but the expression on Kujisaki's face was too interesting, and she decided to provoke her a bit more. 3 or 4%, I guess. Is that so? Less than I thought. Gojo Satoru smiled. Kujisaki's legs went soft and she squatted down, burying her head in her knees and making a muffled sound. 3 or 4%. Fushiguro, scold me twice to wake me up. I don't want to scold you. Fushiguro said. You could at least cooperate. There will be more training like this in the future, so look on the bright side. Gojo Satoru held up a finger. Go back and digest it yourself. You all know which direction you should strengthen now, right? He paused after speaking, and his tone became unserious again. By the way, about the dinner gathering tonight, Itadori, remember to buy 2 extra portions of beef. I'm going too. I didn't agree. Mashiro said. You didn't refuse either. I am refusing. Refusal invalid. Gojo Satoru held up his index finger. Article 3 of the Special Cooperative Jujutsu Sorcerer Management Regulations formulated by Jujutsu High states that on the premise of reaching a cooperation intention, the assistant supervisor or personnel designated by Jujutsu High have the right to conduct unannounced contact visits. I am your contact person for tasks with Jujutsu High, so me coming to your house for a meal counts as a reasonable contact visit. Did you make that up just now? Yes. Gojo Satoru said without changing his expression. Kujisaki held her forehead on the side and made a final verdict on this meaningless argument. Forget it, let him come. He's thick-skinned anyway, and he'll climb in through the window if you don't agree. Kujisaki understands me. Gojo Satoru nodded with satisfaction, turned and walked toward the outside of the training ground, and patted Itadori's shoulder as he passed him. Remember to buy more, I can eat a lot. Itadori, okay. Mashiro was silent for a moment and gave up struggling. Bring drinks. Gojo Satoru made an okay gesture without looking back. Please comment more. If you have any suggestions you can also post them. I will see if I can modify it according to the outline. Try to satisfy everyone. Meow. I hope everyone enjoys reading it. 22 Chapter 22 The Gathering 4K. Chapter 22, Gathering 4K. In the evening, while Mashiro was curled up on the sofa scrolling through her phone, the doorbell rang. She stood up, walked to the entryway, and opened the door. Itadori was standing outside, carrying several large plastic bags in each hand, filled to the brim with ingredients. A Chinese cabbage was even poking halfway out of one bag. Behind him stood Kujisaki, holding a bag of oranges and a carton of milk. So many groceries? Can we eat all of this? Mashiro stared at the bags and blinked. Why are you just standing in the doorway? Kujisaki glanced over Mashiro's shoulder. Finished moving? That was fast. The moving company delivered it, so it didn't take much time. Mashiro stepped aside. Come in. Itadori took off his shoes and walked straight to the kitchen with the groceries, looking around as he went. Sister Mashiro, your place is huge. It cost twice as much as the one in Sendai. It's worth it. You've got a separate kitchen and a balcony too. He placed the bags on the counter and started taking things out. Where are the pots? Sukiyaki needs a shallow pot. Do you have one? I prepared all kinds of pots, they're in the cabinet. Itadori opened the cabinet and saw the brand new stainless steel cookware set. The plastic wrap had been removed, and there were watermarks on the bottom of the pots from being rinsed. He picked one up and examined it. Did you use it yesterday? Mashiro opened her mouth, then decided to be honest. Brand new. I just washed them all. Itadori nodded without asking further, placed the pot on the stove, and turned the knob. Click, 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 whoosh. The blue flame flared up, and Itadori nodded with satisfaction. The flame is strong, new equipment is great. Sister Mashiro, can you pass me a bowl? I'll mix the sauce first. Mashiro took several bowls from the cupboard and placed them on the counter. She had just bought them this morning, along with a whole set of kitchenware. Itadori picked up the kitchen knife and tested it. This one is pretty good. I bought the expensive one. Wise choice. Kujisaki had already taken a tour of the living room. It was a two-bedroom apartment, much larger than the one in Sendai. The living room had light-colored wooden floors, and outside the floor-to-ceiling windows was a large balcony. The drying rack was empty. There was very little furniture, a large dining table, a luxurious-looking sofa, and a matching coffee table. Your living room is way too empty. Kujisaki sat on the sofa and was instantly swallowed by its softness, letting out a sigh of comfort. There's nothing here but a table and a sofa. I just moved in, haven't had time to buy anything yet. What about a TV? I don't watch it. Then what do guests do when they come over? Eat. Kujisaki choked for a second, then laughed. Fine, you're very straightforward. Fushiguro was the last to arrive. When Mashiro opened the door, she saw him carrying a bag of apples and a box of snacks. Sorry to disturb you. Mashiro glanced at the apples and snacks. You didn't need to bring anything. I'd feel bad coming empty-handed. Mashiro didn't say anything else and stepped aside to let him in. Fushiguro put on slippers, placed the apples on the shelf, then sat down in front of the coffee table and quietly poured himself a glass of water. Fushiguro, sit on the sofa too, it's really comfortable. Kujisaki was already enjoying it with her eyes closed. You're being way too rude. Mashiro returned to the kitchen. The sukiyaki broth was bubbling in the pot. Itadori stood in front of the stove, stirring the bottom of the pot with chopsticks to prevent it from sticking. Is there anything I can do? Then Sister Mashiro, help me prep the ingredients. Sure. She picked up the kitchen knife, gave it a little toss to test the weight, felt the balance, and nodded. The sound of the knife hitting the board was light and fast. Her fingers were steady, her aim was precise, and the cuts were clean. She finished prepping the ingredients quickly. The green onions were cut to equal lengths, the tofu was cubed perfectly, and the konjac noodles were neatly arranged. It's quite simple. It's about the same as using murasame to cut a cursed spirit. I can do it if I want to. Mashiro nodded proudly. With knife skills like that, you could work in a restaurant. Kujisaki leaned against the kitchen doorframe, snacking on a bag of chips she had pulled out from somewhere. I can only chop, not cook. Mashiro scooped the chopped green onions into a bowl. Chopping relies on technique, cooking relies on experience. Itadori took the bowl and poured the onions into the pot. Sister Mashiro, what you're missing is experience. Too lazy to learn. Then I'll just cook more often. Itadori said it casually, then scratched his head, feeling like something was off. No, I mean, I'll come over to help. Oh, then I'll leave it to you. Mashiro ate a chip that Kujisaki fed her and mumbled, I'll pay you. Itadori froze. Kujisaki walked past him to get a drink and whispered, You're being kept. No. I just meant coming over to help cook every day. You should just stop talking, the more you explain, the weirder it sounds. Fushiguro said from the living room sofa, though he had been captured by its comfort too. As expected of a high-end sofa bought for 150,000 yen, can it even conquer Fushiguro? Soon, the doorbell rang again. Mashiro, who had been kicked out of the kitchen by the two of them after she tried to do more prep work and almost caused an issue, went to open the door. Gojo Satoru was standing outside, holding a convenience store plastic bag. The tops of 3 2-liter bottles of oolong tea and some snacks were visible. He was dressed in casual clothes today, a dark gray hoodie with the hood down, and he was wearing his favorite sunglasses. Gojo Satoru tilted his head. I'm not late, am I? You timed it perfectly. That's called time management. Gojo Satoru handed her the plastic bag. Drinks, brought them just like you asked. What kind of drink is this? Couldn't you buy something else? Mashiro took the bag with disdain and stepped aside to let him in. Eh? He paused. Usually, this is what people have with meals, right? I don't like it, it tastes bitter. Then here, have some pudding. This is sweet. Gojo Satoru shrugged, walked into the living room, scanned the room, and finally looked toward the kitchen. Itadori was standing with his back to the living room, controlling the heat, with plates of ingredients already laid out beside him. Student Itadori is already working. Gojo Satoru sat on the sofa in a relaxed posture. Then I'll just wait to eat. Teacher, aren't you going to do anything? Kujisaki poked her head out of the kitchen. I brought drinks. Gojo Satoru said matter-of-factly. But Mashiro doesn't like them, does she? That's none of your business. Mashiro put the oolong tea in the fridge. When she returned to the living room, Itadori's voice came from the kitchen. Sister Mashiro, is something baking in the oven? Mashiro kept a straight face. Yes, a cake. Everyone's eyes turned to her. Kujisaki was the first to stand up, walk to the kitchen, and open the oven door to take a look. A small cake, enough for everyone to have 1 or 2 slices. It looked mostly intact, though there were a few small cracks on the surface. Judging by the color, it looked edible. Kujisaki blinked and asked hesitantly, this cake is? Mashiro was silent for a second. A test run to see if the oven is broken. Kujisaki had nothing to say and closed the oven door. Itadori poured the prepared sauce into the pot. The moment the broth hit the beef, it sizzled, steam rose, and the aroma spread. He picked up the spatula and flipped the beef slices. It's ready to eat. 5 minutes later, everyone sat around the dining table. The sukiyaki was bubbling and steaming on the table. The Chinese cabbage was cooked soft and tender, and the beef slices, coated in raw egg, melted in the mouth. It looked appetizing. Gojo Satoru was the first to pick up his chopsticks, quickly grabbing a slice of beef, dipping it into the egg, and popping it into his mouth. Not bad. It's okay, right? Itadori grinned. I'd only call it passable. Can you not steal a few more slices while saying that? Kujisaki watched the teacher's incredibly fast hand speed and quickly pulled Fushiguro to start eating. Mashiro didn't stop after her first bite. Itadori's skills were truly good. The beef was tender, not tough, the balance of salty and sweet in the broth was just right, and the tofu was well marinated. She could eat 3 big bowls. While eating, Kujisaki asked Mashiro, "By the way, what are your plans for the future?" "Plans? I mean, now that you've settled in, what's next? You're a grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer, so Jujutsu High will assign you missions, right?" "Yes, I have a mission tomorrow, partnered with Nanami." "Which Nanami?" Kujisaki paused. "Nanami Kento? You know him?" "I've heard of him recently. They say he attended Jujutsu High, then quit to become a salaryman, and then came back." Kujisaki rested her chin on her hand. "Have you partnered with him before?" "We worked together once in Tokyo." "How was it?" "Reliable." Kujisaki nodded and continued eating. Gojo Satoru finally found a moment to speak and chimed in, "Nanami is indeed reliable. When you're partnered with him, you don't have to worry about anything else. You're just too lazy to worry about anything every time." "Ahaha, Mashiro-chan, you really understand me. Shut up and eat." The heat of the sukiyaki faded, and half the broth in the pot had boiled away. Itadori added some pre-prepared broth to the pot, added udon noodles, and stirred them with chopsticks to let the noodles soak up the soup. Once the udon was cooked, he spread the remaining beef slices on top. "You bought too much." Kujisaki looked at the mountain of beef in the pot. "Teacher Gojo told me to buy extra." "He told you to buy it, so you did?" "It's fine, someone will eat it." Itadori pointed at Fushiguro, who hadn't said a word since earlier and was burying his head in his food. "Got a problem with that?" Fushiguro looked up with a sullen face. "No problem, please, eat slowly." Gojo Satoru gave a thumbs up from the side. "It's okay, the teacher is still here. Just leave it to me when you're done." After everyone was mostly full, Mashiro stood up, opened the oven, and brought out the cake. The cake was on a white plate, with a few strawberries placed on the side. "Everyone have a taste, it'll be gone in one go." Kujisaki was the first to lean in, poking the surface of the cake with a fork. "It looks okay? It probably tastes average." Mashiro said honestly. "I think I put in too little sugar, and judging by the color, it's probably a bit burnt. For someone who can't cook, this is already pretty impressive for your first time." Kujisaki cut a piece and put it in her mouth, chewing for a moment. "It's definitely not sweet, but it's not so bad that it's inedible. It's okay, right?" Itadori also cut a piece. He was never stingy with praise. "It's better than the convenience store cakes I had in Sendai, those are too sweet." Fushiguro said nothing, since everyone was eating it, he might as well eat it too. Gojo Satoru looked at the cake on the table but didn't reach for it. Mashiro stared at him. "You're not eating?" Gojo Satoru kept a straight face. "I'm full." "You just had pudding." "Pudding goes into a separate dessert stomach." "So your other stomach is full too?" "I'll eat it." Kujisaki and Itadori laughed. Under everyone's gaze, Gojo Satoru forced himself to eat a slice, then quickly washed the taste out of his mouth with oolong tea. Mashiro looked at the half-empty cake plate and reached out to take the last piece, putting it in her mouth. It wasn't sweet enough, the texture was dry, and it really wasn't as good as the ones from the convenience store. But this was the first food she had made herself in this world, so it was okay, she supposed. "Yeah, I won't make it next time. I'll just wait to eat." While cleaning up, Itadori insisted on taking the pots and bowls into the kitchen. Mashiro followed him, wanting to help. He waved his hand and said, I'll do it. "Sister Mashiro, go sit down." When she came out, she found Fushiguro quietly putting the trash from the table into a plastic bag, and Kujisaki was helping wipe the table. So that meant she and Gojo Satoru were the only ones idle? Seeing Mashiro come out, Gojo Satoru put down his phone. "I'm leaving first." Gojo Satoru stood up, didn't say much, and walked toward the door. After changing his shoes, he turned around and looked at Mashiro. Good luck with your mission tomorrow. If you need to contact me, just call. I don't have your number. Oh, that's true. After saving each other's contact information, Gojo Satoru opened the door and left. The sound of footsteps in the hallway gradually faded away. Mashiro closed the door and returned to the living room. Kujisaki had finished wiping the table and was leaning against the kitchen doorframe drinking water. Seeing Mashiro come out, she shook her empty cup. Where's the water? I'll pour it myself. There's a water purifier there. Kujisaki poured herself a glass of water, finished it, and left with Fushiguro. Itadori came out of the kitchen. While putting on his shoes in the entryway, he looked at Mashiro. Sister Mashiro, what time is your mission tomorrow? 10 in the morning. Then I'll bring you breakfast tomorrow morning. No need. Yes, there is. Convenience store food isn't nutritious, and you said you're still growing, right? Mashiro opened her mouth, but found she couldn't find a reason to refute him. Suit yourself. Itadori smiled. Heh, little sister Mashiro, handled. Then I'm off. See you tomorrow. After Itadori left and closed the door behind him, the room became quiet. Outside the window, Tokyo was already enveloped in night. In the distance, the forest in the direction of Jujutsu High cast shadows on the ground under the streetlights. She tidied up the living room, then slumped onto the sofa and took out her phone. She had called Nanami in the morning to add him online, and he had sent over a mission. It looked suitable, so Mashiro had accepted it. Nanami's line message was still on the last one, meet at the cafe at 10 a.m. tomorrow. She had already memorized the location of that cafe on the map. It would take about 20 minutes to get there. If she woke up early tomorrow, she would make it. She turned off the living room lights, returned to the bedroom, and lay down on the bed she had made that morning. Lying on the soft bed, she stared at the unfamiliar ceiling. It was the first time she had eaten with so many people. The quietness after they left made her feel a bit uncomfortable. Even though she had been used to it for a long time. Her thoughts wandered, but she shook her head to clear them. Tomorrow, she was going on a mission with Nanami. A grade 1 cursed spirit, partner coordination, she was already familiar with the process. Today, she would just get a good night's sleep. Chapter 23, A True Grade 1 4K. Early morning, the doorbell rang. Mashiro opened the door to find Itadori standing outside, carrying a lunchbox. You have a mission today, right? Itadori handed the lunchbox over. 10 o'clock, Shinagawa. Mashiro took it and turned to walk inside. Itadori followed and changed his shoes, his gaze sweeping over the silver-white murasame on the sword rack in the entryway. Mashiro opened the lunchbox to find rice, tamagoyaki, and spinach with sesame seeds, packed full to accommodate her appetite, with miso soup in a thermos. The portion was enough, but how to put it, it was a bit too Japanese, and she wasn't quite used to it. But thinking about how Itadori had woken up early to make it and deliver it to her, this slight discomfort was a minor flaw in an otherwise perfect gesture. Mashiro picked up a piece of the tamagoyaki, took a bite, and began to eat slowly. Itadori poured himself a glass of water and sat down opposite her. Are you still partnered with Nanami-san? Yeah. What is it this time? Grade 1. I'll only know the specifics once I get there. Mashiro stuffed the last piece of tamagoyaki into her mouth, took a few sips of the miso soup, and stood up. I'm heading out. Itadori tidied up the lunchbox, and when he reached the door, he looked back. Come to Jujutsu High tonight, I'll save some food for you. Mashiro shouldered her instrument bag, her hand pausing on the doorknob. Yeah. The door closed, and the footsteps in the hallway gradually faded away. In the Shinagawa ward, an industrial area along the coast, Nanami was waiting for her by the window of a cafe. When Mashiro pushed the door open, a wind chime rang. Nanami looked up and nodded at her. In front of him sat a cup of black coffee and a latte. Mashiro sat down, took the latte, and took a sip. It was a bit bitter. She silently added 3 more spoonfuls of sugar. Nanami pushed over a mission brief, which included 2 on-site photos taken by the curtain. Codename, Title Sound, Grade 1. Its activity range is the abandoned 4th warehouse district of Shinagawa Port, on the seaside. Nanami's tone was more serious than usual. Its traits are water manipulation and sonic attacks. The underground pipes in the warehouse district are connected to the sea, allowing it to move rapidly using the piping system. The 2 members sent by the curtain did not return, they only transmitted these photos back. Mashiro flipped through the photos. The water inside the warehouse was ankle deep, and the walls were covered in dense cracks, as if caused by something vibrating from within. Sonic waves. Mashiro repeated the word, her finger gently tracing the rim of the coffee cup. High-frequency vibration, which can be amplified through a water medium. The water manipulation technique is not the attack itself, but the medium. Nanami took out a sheet of paper, the curtain's analysis report. The attack range is a radius of about 30 meters with it at the center. Any object containing water will resonate with the sonic waves, including the human body. Mashiro put down the photos, took a sip of her latte, and set the cup down, the bottom clinking lightly against the ceramic saucer. The curtain report says the cursed energy signature disappeared, not that death was confirmed. Nanami glanced at her. The curtain's reports are always conservative. But missing for over 48 hours is basically equivalent to a death sentence. Then that means the body hasn't been found. Yes. Then we'll assume it's alive. Mashiro stood up. Maybe it's still trapped in some corner. We'll know when we get there. Nanami didn't try to persuade her further. He was already used to this silver-haired girl's way of thinking, pessimism didn't belong to her. He took a pair of specially made earplugs from his briefcase and handed them to her. To protect your ears. Put these on. Mashiro took the earplugs and put them in her ears. The world went quiet, unless someone was very close, there was basically no sound. The 2 walked out of the cafe. The air on the streets of Shinagawa carried a faint scent of the sea, which became stronger the further south they went. Mashiro followed behind Nanami, strands of her silver hair blown up by the sea breeze. She reached up to brush them aside, her gaze sweeping over rows of abandoned shipping containers and rusty cranes by the roadside. The warehouse district was at the southernmost tip of Shinagawa Port, with 4 rows of warehouses built right by the sea. The first and second rows were completely abandoned, with collapsed roofs and rusted, perforated iron exterior walls. The third row had just begun demolition, piled with sandbags and steel bars. Mashiro stood in front of the 4th warehouse, looking down at the standing water at her feet. The water wasn't deep, but she could feel the fluctuations of cursed energy constantly spreading. It was the lingering trace of a cursed spirit. It just passed through here. She continued walking forward. The water in the underground pipes is flowing, its movement speed is faster than on the surface. So it already knows our location. Nanami drew his short sword, cursed energy covering the blade, which reflected a blinding white light in the midday sun. Open the door. Mashiro pushed open the iron door of the warehouse. The door hinges let out a sharp screeching sound, echoing repeatedly within the empty warehouse. Deep inside the warehouse, a massive humanoid silhouette could be vaguely seen, about 3 meters tall. Its body was like a translucent jellyfish, with murky liquid flowing inside. A horizontal slit split open where its head should be, that was its mouth. Tidal sound. Sensing the intruders, Tidal sound let out a sharp roar. The sound vibrated, triggering ripples across the water surface. Mashiro sensed the cursed energy within the ripples. She didn't intend to dodge, gathering cursed energy to resist the incoming attack. The ripples hit her lower legs, and her muscles felt as if they were being pierced by countless needles simultaneously. The vibration spread upward along her blood vessels, and a sense of weakness surged from her knees. Nanami moved quickly among the warehouse's steel frames, stepping on a broken beam to dodge the water ripples. He frowned as he looked down at Mashiro. The girl was standing in place, the water already up to her thighs, her body trembling slightly in the water. Instead, Mashiro stepped forward a few paces and began to counterattack. Click, click, click. The Dharma wheel above her head began to rotate. For every ripple it devoured, the rotation sped up. Come again. Mashiro drew her blade and charged at tidal sound. The cursed spirit's mouth split wider, and the air throughout the warehouse began to tremble. Countless water droplets were shaken off the water surface, suspended in midair, and then shot toward Mashiro under the influence of tidal sound's cursed energy. Mashiro swung Murasame rapidly, cutting through most of the droplets, but thousands still struck her simultaneously. Her clothes were instantly shredded, and large patches of red bruises appeared on her exposed skin. Her eyelids felt heavy, her eardrums felt stuffed and swollen, and her internal organs were repeatedly squeezed by the resonance force. She felt liquid churning in her throat, she couldn't tell if it was water or blood. The Dharma wheel accelerated, and the crimson light in her eyes grew brighter. She raised her right hand, pressing it against her chest, feeling her heart beating within her ribcage. A normal person's heartbeat follows a regular rhythm, but now, her heart was synchronizing with the cursed spirit's vibration frequency. She was actively adjusting, and now she could barely feel the pain of the vibrations anymore. Nanami leaped down from the steel frame, his short sword carving out several slashes that split the water surface where the cursed spirit stood, attempting to interrupt its attack. But the cracks in the water surface closed in an instant, the cursed energy of his slashes dissipated by the water layer, failing to reach the core. It's not working, Kujo. It's coming again. Nanami shouted. The second wave wasn't just sonic, there was also its water manipulation technique. The floating water droplets formed a water vortex surrounding her. The high-speed rotating water current was mixed with gravel and iron filings, wrapping her entire body in the center of the vortex. Water blades cut into her skin, gravel and iron filings burrowed into her flesh, and the sonic waves acted directly on her bones through the water medium, sending sharp pains deep into her bone marrow. But it was too late. The Dharma wheel stopped rotating. She had adapted. Mashiro opened her eyes. The water vortex was still spinning, but neither the water, nor the sonic waves, nor anything else could inflict even the slightest injury on her anymore. She raised her hand, and Murasame was unsheathed. Your cursed technique, Mashiro grinned, every word clear and distinct, I'll be taking it. She pushed off with her feet, and she had already passed through the vortex, appearing before the cursed spirit. It wanted to struggle one last time, its large mouth preparing to unleash a final attack, but a sudden pillar of water struck it, interrupting its attack. It's over. Fall into eternal slumber. Murasame slashed vertically downward, cutting into the translucent body and tearing through its defense. The cursed spirit's body swelled violently, countless bubbles bulging on its surface, and then it exploded from the inside out. Water splashed high into the sky, but not a single drop fell on Mashiro. She had learned both its water manipulation and sonic wave techniques. Tidal sound, exorcised. Murasame's blade grew hot, light flowing over it as the Grade 1 cursed spirit's cursed energy was transferred into Mashiro's body. Mashiro felt the changes within her, her total cursed energy had increased significantly, and she had fully stepped into the realm of a Grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer. There were some other new changes, but now wasn't the time to study them. The strength is average, it doesn't spark any interest. She looked up at Nanami and said, next time, I can handle a Grade 1 mission by myself. Nanami sheathed his sword, walked to her side, and looked down at her clothes, which were riddled with dozens of holes. Do you have to ruin a set of clothes every time you go on a mission? Add a clothing allowance to the budget next time. I was joking. I'm serious. Mashiro sheathed Murasame, looked down, and picked up a sleeve that was dangling from her arm, connected by only a few threads. This time, I need to add a pair of pants. I'll help you communicate with the curtain this afternoon. Nanami looked at the small, fine wounds on her arms that were already starting to scab over, and was silent for a moment. Every time a mission ended, she would learn something new. This learning ability was terrifying. What is the precision of your water control? He asked. It depends on the volume of water. That water ball from earlier could form needles, but for larger volumes, I'll need to test it. Michiru raised her hand, and the water on her clothes coalesced into a water ball. I should be able to control more by the sea or on a rainy day, but it needs to be tested in actual combat. Nanami looked at the water ball and asked again, is it just water control, or does it include sonic waves? Together. That cursed spirit could make the water carry high-frequency vibrations. Michiru waved her hand, and the water ball dispersed into a mist, refracting a small rainbow in the sunlight. But for now, I can only use it to control water. I still need to practice to achieve cutting. That's already enough. Nanami adjusted his glasses. On the battlefield, an extra ability means an extra layer of protection for survival. Your learning ability is the strongest I've ever seen. Michiru tugged at her dry collar and nodded in satisfaction. At least I can dry my clothes. Nanami silently looked at his own dripping suit. Is this service not provided? Not provided. Figure it out yourself, reliable adult. As she spoke, she looked around the warehouse and used her water manipulation technique to drain all the water from the room. The warehouse was revealed in its original state. An access door was tightly shut nearby, but a flashlight had fallen in front of it. He's still alive, he must have been washed into the pipes. Michiru walked over, crouched down, and picked up the flashlight. His cursed energy signature indeed hasn't disappeared, it was just isolated by the water layer. Nanami helped her push open the access door leading to the underground pipes. Behind the door was a staircase extending downward, the smell of seawater rushing toward them, and a faint response came from deep within. Michiru turned to look at Nanami. He's not dead yet. I'll go down. Nanami took off his suit jacket, folded it, and placed it on a dry step before rolling up his sleeves. You stay up here and provide support. The pipe space is too narrow for two people to act at the same time. You don't need me to go down? I didn't even put in any effort this time. Nanami said, then walked down the stairs into the darkness. Michiru stood at the pipe entrance, watching him disappear into the darkness, then looked down at the flashlight in her hand. She then turned around, sat down, placed Murasame horizontally across her knees, extended a finger to slowly draw circles on her knee, and waited. A few minutes later, Nanami walked up from the pipes, supporting a young man with a broken leg. He was soaked through, covered in seaweed and mud, and supported by Nanami's shoulder. His face was very pale, but he was still conscious. He was stunned when he saw Michiru sitting by the edge of the water. Her clothes were tattered, and she still had wounds on her body, yet she remained calm and composed. This little girl, who looked 12 or 13, had also participated in the mission and experienced a battle even more brutal than his. Thank you. His voice was hoarse, having swallowed quite a bit of seawater and been trapped in the darkness, he couldn't speak a complete sentence. Michiru picked up Murasame from her knees and sheathed it at her waist. She stood up and looked at the makeshift splint on his leg, it seemed Nanami had made it down there. Can you walk? Yes. That's fine. She nodded and handed him the flashlight. I retrieved your flashlight for you. The young man took the flashlight and looked down in silence for a moment. I thought I was going to die here. Michiru had already turned and started walking toward the warehouse door. Hearing this, she stopped and looked back, her crimson eyes gleaming slightly. The information you relayed was very important. Go back and recover well. She continued walking outside, leaving wet footprints on the ground with every step. Nanami helped the young man sit by the outer wall of the warehouse, took out his phone, and contacted the curtain to send a support vehicle. After hanging up, he dialed Gojo Satoru's number to give a general report on the completion of the mission. Meanwhile, Michiru had already walked to a vending machine and bought 2 cans of latte, handing one to Nanami who had just walked over. Nanami took it and glanced at the label on the can. It's sweet. Sweet tastes better. Nanami didn't say anything, he pulled the tab and took a sip. Mashiro also leaned against the vending machine and drank slowly. The sea breeze blew past, and strands of her silver hair were lifted. She reached up to brush them aside. Water control, sonic waves. Nanami suddenly spoke. How many cursed techniques do you have now? Have you counted? Mashiro didn't answer with a specific number. I haven't counted. As long as it's enough, that's fine. Enough. Nanami repeated the word and accurately tossed the empty can into the trash bin. But your way of learning is too dangerous. You always have to observe at close range during combat, exposing yourself to the enemy's firepower. Even if your comprehension speed is fast, always rushing to the front to take hits is not a long-term solution. Mashiro glanced at him. Do you understand the mindset of the strong? Fine, I have the mindset of the weak. Nanami didn't continue the topic. He remembered what Gojo Satoru had said on the phone and relayed it to Mashiro. Gojo asked me to tell you that he wants you to demonstrate the abilities you learned, and he's waiting to see your mission report. Tell him to write it himself. Mashiro threw the empty can into the trash bin. Tell him if he wants to see a demonstration, he can trade it for the report. After saying that, she turned and left, her figure casting a long shadow in the midday sun. Considering that I update about 8K a day, please leave more comments, dear readers, meow. I don't want to be writing to an empty room, meow. Hope everyone enjoys reading, meow. 24 Chapter 24 Teaching 4K. When she returned to the apartment, the sky had already turned completely dark. Mashiro stood in the entryway for a moment. After the Tide Sound mission ended, she had used her water manipulation technique to dry her clothes and hair, but the salt had remained. The collar felt gritty as it rubbed against the back of her neck, and the cuffs felt just as uncomfortable when they touched her wrists. She couldn't stand it for even one more second. She hurried to the bathroom, quickly stripped herself bare, and tossed her clothes into the laundry basket. She turned on the tap, and the hot water from the showerhead pounded onto her head, flowing down her silver hair across her shoulders and back. Her skin was washed clean by the water, and the salt in her hair dissolved in the hot water before being rinsed away. She closed her eyes and stood there for quite a while, motionless, simply enjoying the moment. The bathroom was soon filled with steam, and the mist on the mirror grew thicker and thicker. She let out a long, deep breath, and her entire body relaxed. Mashiro tilted her head and pulled her hair to her chest to check the ends, only to discover that her hair had grown again. After being cut by the water blade in the morning, it had been shoulder length, but now it was almost reaching her shoulder blades. She squeezed out some of the newly bought body wash, it smelled of tangerines. When she and Kujisaki had visited the convenience store last time, Kujisaki had said this one smelled good. She had said she didn't care at the time, but she bought it anyway. The wounds left on her body from the previous battle had all disappeared. The dozens of cuts on her arms from the water blade were gone, and now, not even the shallowest traces could be found. She raised her arm to inspect it closely. The skin covered in foam was smooth and flawless. As her fingertips traced the location of the deepest wound from before, the texture was no different from the surrounding skin. It seemed her body had undergone some changes again after the upgrade. She closed her eyes to sense it, and it seemed her physical capabilities had improved across the board. I'll head to Jujutsu High tomorrow to test it out properly. For now, I'll just continue enjoying my hot shower. When she emerged from the bathroom, she was wrapped in a bath towel with her hair bundled up in another towel. A few strands of her silver hair still poked out from the edges, pressing against her damp nape. The dripping water gathered into a small puddle at her feet. She raised her hand, and the moisture in her hair was rapidly extracted, forming a fist-sized ball of water in her palm. Within seconds, her silver hair went from soaked to fluffy and dry, with a small tuft at the end sticking up. She tossed the water ball into the sink and looked at herself in the mirror. Once her silver hair was completely dry, it was very fluffy, with the ends sticking outwards and a few strands standing up on top of her head. She reached out to press them down, but those few strands just sprang back up. After trying a few times, she gave up. Damn it. A mere few strands of hair are openly challenging their master's authority in front of the mirror. I'll let you off this time. The next morning, Mashiro arrived at the Jujutsu High training ground early. The training ground was empty in the early morning, with yesterday's footprints still visible on the sandy ground. She had come today to test the improvements in her physical abilities. She walked to the wooden stake at the edge of the training ground, pressed her palm against its surface, and applied force slowly. The surface of the stake began to crack, with fissures spreading outwards from her palm. She withdrew her hand and used a single finger to press against the stake instead. She channeled force from her fingertip, sinking 0.5 millimeter into the surface of the stake and leaving a perfectly formed depression. The precision of my force control has also improved. Her overall defense and explosive power had roughly reached the level of a heavenly restriction, and it would be even higher with cursed energy reinforcement. She compared herself to Maki Zenin in her mind and felt they were about the same. Then she reached out, palm facing up, and Murasame shifted from ethereal to physical. The silver blade extended from her palm until it fully manifested. That's right, Murasame had evolved too. It could now switch between ethereal and physical forms, which not only allowed it to play an unexpected role in battle but also meant she didn't have to carry the sword everywhere she went. She retracted Murasame into her body and moved on to test her cursed technique. She condensed a ball of water from the air, compressed it into a water needle, and shot it at the wooden stake, leaving a needle-sized hole. Then she manifested a transparent water wall about half a person's height. She applied sonic vibration to the water wall, and the molecular vibration frequency on its surface immediately doubled, increasing its defensive power by at least 1 tier. She condensed another water needle in her palm, this time adding high-frequency vibration to the tip. The hole it left in the wooden stake was nearly twice as deep as the first one, showing a significant increase in penetrating power. Footsteps approached from the entrance of the training ground. Itadori and Kujisaki had arrived. "Sister Mashiro? You're here so early." He was wearing sportswear, with his sleeves still rolled up halfway. Kujisaki saw Mashiro standing in front of the wooden stake, and then her gaze fell on the row of neat needle holes on it. "When did you get here?" "Just now." Mashiro turned around from the stake. Itadori walked closer to look at the row of needle holes, measured the depth with his hand, and then fell silent for a moment. "What did you use to hit these?" "Water needles." Mashiro generated one in her hand and then dissipated it. Kujisaki's mouth twitched. "What is this? A new curse technique?" "Yes. The last hole is twice as deep. I added sonic vibration." "Two cursed techniques?" "Yes." Kujisaki looked at her expressionless face and gave up on pressing further. Fushiguro arrived last, with his divine dogs following at his heels. He glanced at the needle holes on the stake, his gaze pausing for a beat on the deepest one at the end, before turning to Mashiro. "A new curse technique?" Mashiro nodded. Fushiguro's mouth twitched, and he crouched down to let his divine dogs sniff the water stains around the stake. The divine dogs sneezed and shook their heads. Fushiguro stood up, his tone calm. "Next time, you can post what you're going to test in the group chat beforehand, so we don't have to look at the stake and guess what you've been doing every time we arrive. That would ruin the surprise." Mashiro said, looking at Kujisaki. Kujisaki rolled her eyes at Fushiguro from the side. "Don't encourage her, I've already had enough blows to my confidence." After the three of them warmed up, the training officially began. Mashiro stood in the center of the training ground and raised her right hand, condensing a ball of water in her palm. Seeing the water ball, Kujisaki reflexively gripped her hammer. "I'm not using you as a target today," Mashiro said. "I'm going to teach you how to condense nails using cursed energy." Kujisaki was stunned. Itadori stopped his warm-up and turned to look over. Fushiguro also looked up. "Condensing nails with cursed energy?" "Yes. Don't you find physical nails troublesome?" Mashiro compressed and elongated the water ball in her hand, forming a thin, long water needle that hovered above her palm. The advantage of water needles is that the material is infinite, but the disadvantage is that the strength is not as good as metal. The principle of a cursed energy nail is similar to a water needle. You use cursed energy instead of water as the material to condense it into a physical object. She dissipated the water needle and condensed cursed energy in her palm again, gathering and compressing it above her palm until it finally turned into a thin, long, blue nail. Kujisaki watched that cursed energy nail, her expression becoming focused. Did you understand? I understood the concept, but it's a bit hard to pull off. She tried to infuse cursed energy using her straw doll technique, but it was difficult to condense into shape, and it eventually dissipated. Your approach is wrong. Mashiro looked at Kujisaki's hand. In your cursed technique, the nail is just a medium. Using the technique to condense the nail is taking a detour. Condense it into shape using only cursed energy first, and then apply your cursed technique to it. That will make it much less difficult. Condense with cursed energy first. Kujisaki repeated, then pulled a nail from her nail holster and placed it in her palm. My cursed energy is usually attached to the nail, and the shape isn't fixed, so it doesn't require high mastery of cursed energy. Exactly. So, your priority now is to strengthen your control over cursed energy. Mashiro nodded. Not only that, but after you use a cursed energy nail, you can directly control the cursed energy to cause vibrations. That means I won't even need the hammer. And I can cause effects remotely. Kujisaki's eyes lit up, and she began her first attempt. Cursed energy gathered in her palm, but it exploded the moment she tried to compress it. Itadori stepped back half a step, and Fushiguro held down the head of his divine dog to keep it from getting too close. Kujisaki's hair was ruffled by the blast of air, and she opened her palm to see it slightly reddened by the residual force of the rebound. Mashiro nodded. This just requires a lot of practice, it's not something that can be achieved overnight. Itadori sat cross-legged on the sandy ground, resting his chin in his hand as he watched her try. After a while, he reached out his hand, tentatively turning his palm upwards. Can I try? You haven't learned how to project cursed energy yet. Kujisaki said, her tone calmer than usual, though there was a light sheen of sweat on her forehead. Itadori withdrew his hand and changed his posture to continue watching. Fushiguro turned towards Itadori and said in a flat tone, we haven't trained yet today. Itadori stood up, brushed the sand off his pants, and grinned at Mashiro. Sister Mashiro, how are we training today? Hand-to-hand combat. No cursed techniques. Kujisaki retreated to the edge of the training ground, intending to continue trying to condense cursed energy while watching the sparring. Fushiguro let his divine dogs lie down next to the wooden stake and warmed up his wrists. Itadori took his starting stance, left foot forward, center of gravity lowered. Mashiro stood in the center of the training ground, her hands hanging naturally at her sides. Itadori moved first. The moment he pushed off the ground, a small cloud of sand exploded at his heels. He had already rushed in front of Mashiro, his right fist, coated in cursed energy, striking straight for her face. This punch was faster than during the last training session, the fist emitting a dull thud as it broke through the air. Mashiro tilted her head to dodge it. The wind of the punch grazed her ear, and a few strands of her silver hair were lifted by the airflow. She stepped back half a step with her right foot, raised her left hand to strike the inside of Itadori's wrist, and used his momentum to pull him to the side. Itadori's balance was thrown off, but he didn't pull back his punch. Instead, he twisted his waist in the direction of the deflection and struck horizontally with his left elbow towards Mashiro's temple. Mashiro raised her arm to block with her forearm. The elbow strike hit her forearm with a dull thud, but she didn't budge an inch. Then she backhanded and gripped Itadori's left arm, pressing it downwards, forcing Itadori's upper body to lean forward. He immediately retracted his right fist and scooped upwards from below, aiming for Mashiro's chin. Mashiro let go and jumped back half a step, Itadori's fist grazing less than 2 centimeters in front of her chin. You're faster than last time, Mashiro said. Itadori didn't reply, he was adjusting his breathing. The exchange of 3 moves just now had happened in less than 2 seconds. He had pushed his offensive rhythm to the limit, but Mashiro had only used her left hand and feet the entire time. Her right hand hadn't even been lifted from her side. Fushiguro spoke from the sidelines. She's analyzing your force application. Got it. Itadori lowered his center of gravity again. This time, he was going to change the rhythm. For his second attack, Itadori threw a series of punches, left, right, left, right. The 4 punches were seamlessly connected. Before the follow-through of the previous punch had ended, the next one was already thrown. Mashiro blocked them continuously with her left hand, each punch caught by her palm or forearm, each contact emitting a short, dull thud. Then Itadori's rhythm changed. He suddenly pulled back the force of the 4th punch halfway, shifted his entire body to the left, and swept his right leg towards Mashiro's ankle. Mashiro lifted her foot, stepped on Itadori's sweeping lower leg, used the leverage to step forward, and tapped her index and middle fingers together against his forehead. Itadori froze. He was standing on one leg, his right leg pinned down and unable to move. He grinned and raised his hands. I yield. Mashiro withdrew her hand and stepped back a few paces. Fushiguro walked to the center of the training ground, while Itadori retreated to sit next to the divine dogs, scratching its head. Kuchisaki had been frozen in the same position for a long time. She had been watching that sparring match the whole time. The pace at which the fight ended was very fast. From Itadori's 3 moves being broken to his second consecutive attack being read, it had taken less than 2 minutes in total. Mashiro had only used her left hand and 2 foot movements the entire time. In the training ground confrontation, Itadori's attack pattern had been completely parsed by Mashiro. Mashiro-sensei, please advise me. Itadori said. Your rhythm is too fixed. Mashiro walked up to him. Every punch you throw has a fixed rhythm. The interval of the first phase is about 0.3 seconds, the second phase suddenly accelerates to 0.1 seconds, and the third phase you pull back halfway. You're controlling it too deliberately. Is controlling the rhythm wrong? It's not wrong, but the more deliberately you control it, the more regular the intervals become, and regularity equals predictability. She extended her finger to draw a line in the air. Your problem right now is that your path of force application is too obvious. Your shoulder moves before you throw the punch, and you look at the target location before you attack. What Fushiguro can see, an enemy can see too. Itadori scratched his head, his pink hair becoming even messier. Then how do I change it? Learn to stop thinking first. What? Judging from the practice just now, your current attack pattern is manufactured. This carefully controlled rhythm is effective against average enemies, but for opponents who are good at parsing an opponent's patterns, it becomes a weakness. Don't preset your attacks. Watch the opponent's attacks and let your body decide on its own where to strike next, what method to use, and how much force to apply. Your muscle memory is faster than your brain. In actual combat, thinking itself is half a step too slow. Itadori was stunned for a moment, then slowly nodded. Don't think, let the body fight on its own. He lowered his head to look at his fists, slowly clenching them and then relaxing them. Kuchisaki had watched the whole thing from the side, the cursed energy nail in her hand repeatedly exploding and reforming, her eyes never leaving the training ground. Mashiro walked up to her. You've been distracted watching our sparring match. Try to condense the cursed energy nail first, you need a first success before you can have a second. Kuchisaki took a deep breath, shook her numb fingers, and started again. This time, she didn't look at the practice that Itadori and Fushiguro were continuing on the training ground, her eyes were fixed solely on her palm. Cursed energy gathered and swirled in her palm. She gritted her teeth and compressed it sharply. A blue nail condensed into shape above her palm, trembled 3 times, and dissipated after maintaining its form for about 7 seconds. Kuchisaki stared at the empty air where it had been, then shouted, I did it. Itadori was distracted by the shout and was hit on the shoulder by Fushiguro, staggering back 2 steps dramatically before immediately turning to look in Kuchisaki's direction. You made it? Kujisaki looked at her palm. Although the cursed energy nail had dissipated, those 7 seconds had been real. Mishiro looked at Kujisaki's face, which had shifted from astonishment to joy, and the corners of her mouth curled up. Not bad at all. Chapter 25, Emergency Mission 4K. After training ended, the 4 of them sat on the stone steps at the edge of the training ground. Itadori sat cross-legged on the ground, twisted open a bottle of mineral water, took a big gulp, and then handed the bottle in his hand to Fushiguro. Fushiguro took it, didn't drink, and placed it by his feet. Kujisaki was still staring at her palm. It had been a while since the cursed energy nail dissipated, but the feeling of those 7 seconds seemed to linger on her palm. If the cursed energy nail is mastered, she slowly clenched her fist. How many targets can I hit at the same time? It depends on your cursed energy allocation. Mishiro was sitting on the top step, gently wiping Murasame. You can only condense one right now. Stabilize this quantity first before talking about anything else. And after that? After that, you can try multiple. 2, 3, each one needs to have sufficient penetrating power and cursed energy injection. If the quantity is too high, the power of a single one will drop. You have to find the balance. Kujisaki nodded, opening and closing her finger several times, feeling the flow of cursed energy in her body. Itadori stood up from the ground and walked in front of Mishiro, his expression unusually serious. Sister Mishiro, you said my rhythm was too fixed just now. But if I don't control the rhythm, how can I ensure every punch hits where it's supposed to? Your problem right now is that you control too much. Mishiro raised her hand and tapped in the air with her fingertips. The angle, force, and speed of every punch you throw are planned in advance. Left jab to test, right cross for a heavy hit, left jab to test again, then a sweep with your left leg. Fushiguro saw through this pattern after 2 rounds. Itadori turned to look at Fushiguro. Fushiguro nodded. Yes, I could block everything in the 3rd round. Itadori's expression stiffened for a moment, then he slowly sat back down on the ground. So it's not that I'm not fast enough, it's just that I'm too easy to read. The speed is fast enough, but the rhythm is too honest, Mishiro said. Look at Fushiguro. He controls 2 divine dogs simultaneously, has to move his own position, and still has to find opportunities to attack. Every one of his movements is a split-second decision, with no preset process. Your physical condition is better than his, but you are still stuck in the stage of using your brain to command your body. You can start learning how to deceive people in actual combat now. Itadori looked up, and she continued, it's not about controlling the rhythm, it's about breaking it. Let your opponent see your punching habits on purpose, and then attack in the completely opposite way the next time. When you make him think he's seen through you, that is when you should truly strike. Your physical condition is better than anyone I've ever seen, now, get your brain to catch up. Itadori looked down at his fists, stood up, and walked to the center of the field. He threw 2 punches at the air, not using any cursed energy, just a pure physical test. The first punch was a straight hit, the second punch suddenly changed direction halfway through, pulling back the force of the straight punch and turning it into a horizontal swing. The movement was still raw, but the direction was right. Fushiguro glanced at Itadori and then turned to Mishiro. You said my Shikigami control and my own movement are already very good just now. Is there anything I need to change? The variety of Shikigami is too small, you have to rely on yourself to tame more. There are no obvious shortcomings in control anymore, Mishiro said. But if an opponent suppresses both you and the divine dogs, you will be forced into a position where you can only dodge. When you were circling to my side just now, your attention was entirely on the divine dogs, and you lost your sense of position. That is why you were subdued by me from behind. Sense of position. Fushiguro repeated the term. Knowing where you are at all times while controlling Shikigami, not by peripheral vision or intuition, but by treating your own position as information that must be updated in real time. Divine dogs can be repelled, but you yourself cannot be forced into a dead end. When circling to the side, leave yourself a fallback plan. Mishiro retracted Murasame into her body, the blade turning into a stream of light that entered her palm. She stood up from the stone steps and patted the sand off her pants. That's it for today. Consolidate your practice after you go back. Itadori finished his air-punching practice. When he walked in front of Mashiro, his expression was very serious. Sister Mashiro, I will definitely force you to use your right hand next time. Mashiro looked at him with a hint of provocation. Oh my, little Yuji Itadori, can you really do that? Itadori smiled, his eyes firm. Just wait, Sister Mashiro. One day, I'll take you down. Kuchisaki was still studying how to condense the cursed energy nail when she heard her phone vibrate, took it out of her pocket, and glanced at it. Itadori picked up the water bottle from the ground, took 2 steps toward the outside of the training field, then turned back to ask Mashiro if she wanted to go to the cafeteria together. Mashiro said there was no need, and then her own phone screen lit up again. A line message from Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru, Mashiro-chan, I heard you were a coach again today? Mashiro leaned against the wall at the edge of the training field and typed. Mashiro, who told you that? Gojo Satoru, Fushiguro. He said you saw through their attack patterns at a glance, and that you beat Yuji down on the training field using only your left hand. Gojo Satoru, oh right, Kuchisaki's cursed energy nail was also taught by you. When are you coming to Jujutsu High to be a formal teacher? I'll pay you a salary. Mashiro looked down at the screen, her lips curling slightly. Mashiro, you can't afford to hire me. I charge by the mission. Gojo Satoru, woo-woo, so cold. Gojo Satoru, by the way, I still haven't seen a live demonstration of the water manipulation technique. Nanami told me the gist of it, but I really want to see an actual demonstration. Mashiro, I said it last time, a report in exchange for a demonstration. Gojo Satoru, the report is still being written, I'll give it to you in a few days. Mashiro, then the demonstration will be in a few days too. Gojo Satoru, fine, fine, fine. Mashiro had just wanted to put her phone away when it rang again. Nanami, emergency mission, I need you to come over. Mashiro, what kind? Nanami, Chichibu City, Saitama Prefecture. The Windows observation station reported abnormal cursed energy fluctuations last night. Preliminary judgment is no lower than grade 1, the specific grade needs to be confirmed on-site. There are no jujutsu sorcerers there capable of dealing with it alone. This is an official mission request. Mashiro looked at this message. Saitama, not too far, but it would take some time to get there from Tokyo. Mashiro, when to depart? Nanami, as soon as possible. The mission brief has been sent to your email. Someone from the window will meet you at the station, and someone will take you to the site after you arrive. Mashiro, understood. Mashiro put her phone into her pocket and stood up from the stone steps. Itadori was about to walk toward the cafeteria. Noticing her standing up, he turned his head back. Sister Mashiro? There's a mission, Mashiro pulled at her cuffs. Toward Saitama. I need to leave immediately. Itadori nodded. He didn't ask much. Sister Mashiro was very strong, and besides, there were others going too. Then be careful on the road, he said, and then added, are you leaving dinner for tonight? I probably won't be able to come back for the next 2 days. Don't wait for me. When Mashiro walked out of the training field, the sun was bright in the hallway. Chichibu City, at the northwest end of Saitama Prefecture. The fastest way from Tokyo is the Shinkansen to Kumagaya Station and then transfer to the Chichibu Railway. The Windows observation station is located near the Chichibu Shrine. The mission area is in the direction of the mountains and forests. It should be a cursed spirit related to the terrain. The entire journey takes at least an hour and a half one way. On the way to the station, she sent a line message to Gojo Satoru. Mashiro, Nanami assigned me an emergency mission in Saitama. Leaving now. Gojo Satoru didn't reply. She waited for a few minutes, still no message. Is he busy? He usually replies very quickly. Whatever. She pulled the zipper of her jacket up one notch. The wind today was cooler than usual. The Shinkansen took 40 minutes from Tokyo to Kumagaya Station. When she transferred to the Chichibu Railway at Kumagaya Station, the station broadcast was announcing the stopping times for stations along the line. There weren't many passengers in the carriage. An old woman holding a shopping bag sat opposite her, 2 backpackers were looking at a map, and other seats were empty. Mashiro sat by the window and looked outside. The scenery gradually changed from the residential area of Kumagaya to the mountainous area in the direction of Chichibu. The cedar forest became denser, and tunnel after tunnel appeared. Her phone vibrated. She looked down at the screen. It was supplementary information sent by Nanami. The observation station's report showed that the cursed energy fluctuations were strongest in the valley on the east side of the forest. The grade 3 Jujutsu sorcerer sent by the window had lost contact after the last communication last night, and it had been over 4 hours. She replied received, and then opened Gojo Satoru's line chat box again. Still no reply. She leaned against the back of the chair and closed her eyes to rest. The Shinkansen took a total of 1.5 hours to reach Chichibu Station. The contact person from the Chichibu observation station was a female assistant supervisor with glasses, waiting for Mashiro outside the station. Mashiro got into the car with her and listened to her report on the mission details. The cursed energy fluctuations had exceeded 12 hours. The observation station had tried remote scanning 3 times. At the last scan, the cursed energy level had jumped by at least 2 grades. The growth rate of the suspected cursed spirit far exceeded expectations. We need you to confirm the cursed spirit's grade. If it is above grade 1, exorcise it immediately. Mashiro nodded. The vehicle climbed along the mountain road, the cedar forests on both sides blocking out the sky, and the light became dimmer and dimmer. There was no asphalt road near the top of the mountain. The rest of the journey required walking. She followed the female assistant supervisor along the mountain road for 10 minutes. The terrain gradually became steep, and the dirt road under her feet turned into a gravel slope. Then she felt the cursed energy. It was not the density that a grade 1 should have. She frowned and continued to walk up until she walked into a valley and saw that cursed spirit. It was entrenched in the center of the canyon, its body like a mixture of rotten tree roots and mud. Its size was at least twice that of Chun, and it had not yet fully formed and was still growing. Not grade 1. It was semi-grade 1. She first moved herself out of the cursed spirit's attack range, then sent a line to Nanami, only 3 words. Mashiro, semi-grade 1. Nanami's reply was almost immediate, understood. Can it be exorcised? Mashiro, yes. It will take time. Nanami, stay safe. Mashiro exited the phone to the line main interface and glanced at Gojo Satoru's dialog box. He still hadn't replied. The last message was still the notification she sent when she said she was leaving. She put her phone away and then drew Murasame from her palm. Mashiro held Murasame, the blade emitting a faint silver light in the dim valley. She walked a few steps down from the gravel slope. The soil under her feet was soft and damp, carrying a rotten smell. The cursed spirit was still slowly wriggling at the bottom of the canyon. The tentacles on its torso that looked like tree roots were extending in all directions, each tentacle tip stuck into rock crevices or tree roots, as if absorbing nutrients. Its semi-grade 1 cursed energy density made the surrounding air feel stuffy. Every time she breathed, she could feel cursed energy attaching to the wall of her trachea, like inhaling thin toxins. Mashiro stopped about 20 meters away from the cursed spirit, raised her left hand, spread her 5 fingers slightly, and activated the water manipulation technique. Water molecules in the surrounding air were extracted and condensed into more than a dozen thin water needles between her fingers and her palm, and then the water needles shot out. The target was not the cursed spirit's torso, but the tentacles stuck in the rocks. The water needles hit accurately. The moment the tentacles were cut off, dark green juice sprayed out. The cursed spirit's body shook violently, then let out a low roar. Several tentacles that were not stuck in the rocks instantly lifted and swept toward Mashiro's direction. Mashiro took a step forward, Murasame slashed horizontally, and the sound of Pucci was heard the moment the blade touched the tentacles. But the tentacles didn't break, they were only cut halfway through, and the mucus gushing from the wound quickly solidified, forming a layer of black gelatinous substance on the surface. The regeneration speed is so fast, this is not an opponent that can be solved all at once. Mashiro thought, dodging the sweep of the tentacles, and a water wall condensed to block her side when she landed. The tentacles hit the water wall, making a heavy muffled sound. The water wall trembled violently but did not shatter. While using Murasame to cut the approaching tentacles, Mashiro extended her perception into the interior of the cursed spirit's body. Its body was full of water, forming a huge water cavity in the center of the torso. Surrounded by dense roots, the water cavity connected to every tentacle through the central hub, responsible for transporting nutrients and cursed energy. If she hadn't learned the water manipulation technique before, this would definitely be a long war of attrition. But it's different now. Mashiro switched Murasame to her left hand, condensed countless water needles in her right palm, and accurately shot them into the cursed spirit's body. The moment the water needles entered the cursed spirit's body, she activated the water manipulation technique. Drain you from the inside. The cursed spirit's body suddenly expanded. The water cavity inside it was forcibly stirred by an external force, and the liquid core began to lose control. The surface of the thickest tentacles cracked, and dark green liquid seeped out from the cracks, falling to the ground and burning with white smoke. But it wasn't dead yet. Even if the internal circulation of a semi-grade 1 cursed spirit is disrupted, the body can still maintain operation by relying on remaining cursed energy. It no longer tried to attack Mashiro with tentacles but withdrew all the tentacles, then split open from the top of the torso, revealing a giant mouth made of broken wood and rotten mud, and swallowed down toward her. Mashiro looked up at the shadow of the giant mouth covering her, and the Dharma wheel rotated above her head. She didn't retreat but instead went up to meet it. She held Murasame backhanded, the sound wave technique covered the blade, and the high-frequency vibration resonated with the water molecules. She kicked off the ground violently, and her whole body shot into the inside of the giant mouth. The blade pierced into the upper wall of the throat. The sound wave vibration spread from the blade to the entire oral cavity. Under the resonance, the water molecules changed from liquid to gas, expanding for the second time, and the air pressure changed suddenly. The entire oral cavity was burst open, and broken wood and mud mixed with dark green juice exploded in all directions. Mashiro passed through the burst gap and landed on the ground. A layer of dark green residue was stuck on the blade of Murasame. She shook her wrist to shake off the residue. A loud bang came from behind. The cursed spirit's body began to disintegrate from the inside. The tentacles twitched a few times unconsciously and then became completely still. She used the water manipulation technique to extract all residual liquid from the cursed spirit's remains. A dark green water ball the size of a fist hovered above her palm and was then thrown by her onto the mountain wall, scattering into harmless water stains. The Dharma wheel gradually stopped. I killed it before I even had time to adapt to it. Attribute restraint, huh? If I didn't know how to manipulate water, it wouldn't have been this easy. 26 Chapter 26 Too late 4K. Mashiro retracted Murasame into her body, looked down at the few small holes on her sleeve corroded by venom, and paid no mind. She raised her hand to condense a water ball, washed her face and hands, then took out her phone to send a message to Nanami. Mashiro, the semi-grade 1 has been exorcised, mission complete. Nanami, good work, any injuries? Mashiro, no injuries, it was a type I can counter. Nanami, alright, just find the window to finish up the cleanup work. Mashiro, okay. Mashiro clicked into Gojo Satoru's chat box again, it had been so long, yet there was still no reply. It was very abnormal. She frowned and sent another message. Mashiro, where are you? After waiting for about half a minute, the screen lit up. Gojo Satoru, still in a meeting, just saw your message. Those old geezers have been talking from yesterday afternoon until this morning. I'm about to fall asleep, sorry. A meeting? An ominous premonition rushed into Mashiro's heart. More than a day had passed since she messaged Gojo Satoru, which meant Gojo Satoru had been in a meeting in Kyoto all night. And on the same day, she received an emergency cross-regional mission. No, this isn't right. No wonder she hadn't seen Gojo Satoru at Jujutsu High yesterday. She reopened the chat box with Nanami. Mashiro, Nanami, does Itadori have a mission today? Nanami's reply came very quickly. Nanami, let me check. Nanami, Juvenile Detention Center, the Windows rating is grade 2. Fushiguro and Kujisaki are there too, it should just be a routine exorcism. He hasn't contacted you yet? Juvenile Detention Center. Mashiro's expression changed. She hadn't expected it to happen so soon. It had been less than 5 days since Itadori enrolled, and the higher UPS were already moving against him this quickly. Mashiro didn't reply again, turned around, and ran down the mountain, dialing Gojo Satoru's number directly. It rang twice before connecting. Mashiro? Gojo Satoru's voice came from the receiver, sounding a bit surprised. Rare for you to call me on your own initiative. What's wrong? Are you in Kyoto? Yeah, in a meeting. Bored to death. These old geezers. Return to Tokyo immediately, to the Juvenile Detention Center. The other end of the line went quiet for a second, then Gojo Satoru's tone changed. What's the situation? I'm on an emergency mission in Saitama, you're in a meeting in Kyoto, Mashiro said. The window assigned Yuji the mission at the Juvenile Detention Center. Gojo Satoru, this is a diversion tactic. They want Yuji to die. The sound of a chair being pushed back came from the other side of the phone. Gojo Satoru's voice went cold, without a hint of his usual flippancy. Damn it, I'm heading back immediately. Mashiro hung up the phone and rushed toward Tokyo with all her might. The liaison officer at the foot of the mountain saw Mashiro and came forward, saying, Miss Kujo, has it been resolved? Mashiro didn't stop, brushing past her like the wind. It's resolved. Handle the aftermath yourselves. The liaison adjusted her glasses, watching the figure quickly disappear from view, muttering, in such a rush? What happened? Mashiro moved quickly, the sound of the wind filling her ears, her mind in chaos. She knew what she should do. As a transmigrator who knew the plot, following the development of the plot was the safest choice. Itadori dies once, makes a binding vow with Sukuna, and then resurrects. That way, she could control the method Sukuna uses to switch bodies. If she changed the plot here, what other methods would Sukuna use? How would Kenjaku adjust his plans? With these variables stacking up, the entire timeline could be turned upside down. She couldn't afford that consequence. But there was another voice in her heart. That was the promise she made to the old man at the Sendai hospital, to keep Itadori Yuji alive. That was the hand she reached out to Itadori under the street lamp, telling him he wasn't alone. That was the boy's face on the rooftop, smiling brightly even after being kicked twice, the scent of sukiyaki drifting through the house on her first day of moving in, the bento she received in the entryway every morning. Now that she clearly knew the Juvenile Detention Center was a death trap aimed at Itadori Yuji, should she still let things take their course? Mashiro gritted her teeth. If Itadori died in the Juvenile Detention Center this time, what would her previous promise count for? Empty words? How could she have the face to face him in the future? But if she saved Itadori this time and the binding vow with Sukuna wasn't made, who would bear the variables of the future? The two voices tangled in her mind, neither willing to yield. She remembered the morning Itadori brought her breakfast. The boy stood at the doorway, handing over the lunchbox while saying to save him some dinner, the smile on his face exactly the same as the one she saw in the dessert shop for the first time, trusting her without hesitation. And at that time, she had only nodded. Mashiro took a deep breath and accelerated, rushing forward. Following the plot is correct, but I don't want him to die, she told herself. This isn't a thought as a transmigrator, but this is a responsibility as his sister. She exerted force under her feet, pouring cursed energy into her legs, increasing her speed another notch. Itadori Yuji, you better hold on. Sukuna landed an elbow strike, hitting Nu, who was carrying Fushiguro, sending both human and bird crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. Cough, let's dispel it before it gets destroyed. Fushiguro Megumi stroked Nu's head and dispelled the curse technique. Sukuna landed in front of him. You gambled your life on something meaningless. Fushiguro Megumi sighed, managed to stand up, and formed a hand sign. Furubi, Yura, eight-handled. Before he could finish, his eyes widened as the cursed markings on Sukuna's body in front of him gradually disappeared. Itadori Yuji suppressed him. I'm not an ally of justice, I'm a jujutsu sorcerer. Fushiguro Megumi slowly lowered his hands. I've never regretted saving you. Is that so? Itadori smiled slightly. Fushiguro is very smart, surely you think about more than I do. He scratched his head. Although you're right, I don't think I did anything wrong either. Someone taught me to help others, and someone else taught me how precious life is. It seems the time is almost up. And I was thinking about protecting her in the future. He looked at Fushiguro, his eyes filled with a hint of pleading. Help me take care of her, don't let her be too sad. You guys, live a long life. After saying this, his body fell to the ground, making no more sound. Fushiguro Megumi clenched his fists and looked up in grief. Damn it, how am I supposed to tell her this? The next second, Fushiguro felt a familiar fluctuation of cursed energy. It's Teacher Gojo. Gojo Satoru landed, gravel scattering beneath his feet. Fushiguro Megumi hurried forward, his voice hoarse and carrying an uncontrollable choke. Teacher Gojo. Itadori, he couldn't continue. Gojo Satoru didn't answer, walked to Itadori's side, and crouched down. He took off his blindfold and looked down for a long time. The boy's face still bore a final trace of a smile. Gojo Satoru reached out and used his thumb to wipe the blood off Itadori's face, his movements very light. Fushiguro. Yes. You did your best. Fushiguro kept his head down, not letting Gojo see his expression. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, as if he were forcing his emotions back down. He gritted his teeth and said, it's because I'm useless. He told me to take Kujisaki and go, and I did. He was left here all alone. Enough. Gojo Satoru's tone wasn't angry at him, which only made Fushiguro feel worse. He placed his hand on top of Fushiguro's head and pressed down, the pressure very light. Where's Kujisaki? I already had Ajichi drive her back. Good. Gojo Satoru stood up, put his blindfold back on, and carried both of them, one on each side. Let's head back first. The lights in the treatment room were blindingly bright. Gojo Satoru laid Itadori's body flat on the table, his movements very light. The boy's body no longer had any temperature. The hole in his chest was temporarily sealed with cursed energy filler, but everyone knew that was just a formality. Without a heart, a person cannot be alive. He stepped back and sat back down on a chair. Ajichi Kiyotaka stood at the door, his complexion even worse than usual. Gojo Satoru exhaled and said, this was intentional, wasn't it? What do you mean? Ajichi's voice was trembling. The opponent is a special grade, yet you sent first years. If Mashiro hadn't called me, I wouldn't even have known. But when they went, we didn't know it would become a special grade. Finding the culprit is a hassle, Gojo Satoru's voice was filled with killing intent. Maybe I should just kill all those bastards up top. Ajichi held his breath, not daring to respond. At this moment, Yeri Shoko entered. Rare for you to show emotion. You care about this kid that much? I've always been a good teacher. Seeing an acquaintance, Gojo Satoru calmed down. Who signed off on the mission notification? I checked. Ajichi's fingers, flipping through the tablet, were trembling slightly. The issuance record shows it was the Jujutsu High Administration Division, but the process log was overwritten 6 hours after the mission was assigned. The physical archived document was taken away this morning, with the signature field left blank. In other words, there's no name on the paper. Yes, the only trace is an automatic dispatch instruction in the electronic system that doesn't require an approver attached. Technically, anyone could have done it. Gojo Satoru didn't speak. Anyone could have done it. From a rules perspective, it was clean without any flaws. The cleanest method was to never leave behind the person who signed, only the order that must be executed. The higher UPS didn't need to sign their names either. They just needed to ensure Gojo Satoru wasn't in Tokyo and Mashiro wasn't by Itadori's side, then let the mission be delivered to the juvenile detention center on time. Is this Sukuna's vessel? Yuri Shoko said, looking at Itadori lying on the bed. I can dissect it as I please, right? Do a good job. I still have to answer to his sister, Gojo Satoru nodded and said. Of course I'll do a good job. Who do you think you're talking to? Gojo Satoru also gradually relaxed. With Shoko here, maybe there was still a way. Where's Fushiguro? Gojo Satoru asked. In the hallway. He said he wanted to wait until Miss Mashiro arrived before leaving. Let him in. Ijichi acknowledged and went to call Fushiguro Megumi. When Fushiguro Megumi walked in, the wound on his shoulder had just been bandaged, a small patch of dark red seeping out from under the bandage. He stood by the door, not approaching the treatment table. His expression was colder and stiffer than usual, his gaze falling on Itadori, who was being examined by Yuri Shoko, then quickly shifting away. Gojo Satoru leaned against the wall. How is Kujisaki? Concussion, 2 cracked ribs. She should recover in 3 to 4 days. Fushiguro Megumi's voice was hoarse. He paused. Itadori, he asked me to pass on one thing at the end. Gojo Satoru looked up at him. Help him take care of her. Fushiguro Megumi repeated his last words. Even though he didn't use a subject, everyone knew who he was referring to. He said, don't let her be too sad. Gojo Satoru looked at Fushiguro Megumi. His right hand was clutching the hem of his uniform, his knuckles squeezed tight. It wasn't just sadness, but also anger at his own incompetence. The 3 of you went on the mission together, and he chose to stay behind to hold the line, Gojo Satoru said. This isn't your dereliction of duty, Fushiguro. It was his choice. Fushiguro just kept his head down, not answering. He understood, but how could he accept it? Footsteps came from the hallway, fast and hurried, stopping at the door of the treatment room. Bang. When the door was pushed open, it hit the wall with a dull thud, and everyone in the treatment room looked over. Mashiro stood at the door, her silver hair sticking messily to her cheeks, her sportswear still stained with several corrosion marks left from the Saitama mission. Her breathing was rapid but gradually calming down, the rise and fall of her chest becoming smaller. It was clear she had run all the way here. Her gaze passed over Gojo Satoru and Fushiguro, landing on the treatment table. For a few seconds, there wasn't a sound in the room. Mashiro composed herself, strode into the room, and stood still in front of the treatment table. Yuri Shoko glanced at her and silently stepped back a few paces, giving up the space. Mashiro looked down at Itadori's face, looking at that face which had faded of all expressions after death, looking at the curve at the corner of his mouth that hadn't completely disappeared. The boy was indeed smiling at the end. He knew what his choice meant, and then calmly accepted his death. I'm sorry, I really am an incompetent sister. She raised her hand and brushed away the lock of pink hair on Itadori's forehead that had been matted together by blood, her movements very light. Then she withdrew her hand, letting it hang by her side, her fingertips trembling slightly. It wasn't because of sadness, she wasn't sure, but it wasn't just that. From Saitama to Tokyo, from Kyoto to Tokyo, going to such lengths to find such a distant location, they really went to great pains. A wave of killing intent permeated the treatment room. Gojo Satoru turned his face, his gaze from under the blindfold falling on her, but he didn't speak. She turned around, facing the others in the room, her red eyes flickering with flames under the lights. Neither of you needs to blame yourselves. This is my problem, she said. Fushiguro, did he say anything? Fushiguro looked up at her. The expression on the young girl's face was very calm. But the flames burning in those red eyes made him understand. The angrier she was, the calmer she became, and the calmer she was, the more terrifying she became. He said someone taught him to help others, and someone else taught him how precious life is. Fushiguro spoke slowly, conveying every last word of Itadori's to her exactly as they were. He said the time was almost up, even though he was thinking about protecting you in the future, and then he said. Fushiguro paused. He said we should live a long life. Mishiro stood there, looking at Fushiguro, her lips moving slightly, then she lowered her head again, her silver hair covering her face. When she raised her head a few seconds later, her expression was as calm as it was before. Live a long life, she said, gently touching his hair again. Since when is it your turn to lecture me? Mishiro stepped away 2 paces, returning the space to Shoko, and nodded to her. Thank you for your trouble. Then she turned to Gojo Satoru, the killing intent in her tone gradually becoming restrained. Gojo Satoru, they will pay the price. Gojo Satoru stood up straight and patted the wrinkles on his uniform. Ijichi, you go rest first. We'll talk about things later. Mishiro, stay here. If there's an issue, come to me directly. Fushiguro, you go rest too. Ijichi nodded, turned around, and walked quickly out of the treatment room. Fushiguro glanced at Mishiro and then followed Ijichi out. After the door closed, Gojo Satoru walked to Mishiro's side. Let's go out first, shall we? Chapter 27, Resurrection 4K. Gojo Satoru leaned against the doorframe, hands in his pockets, watching Mishiro. He sighed, let's head out first. Gojo Satoru walked toward the end of the corridor without looking back, and Mishiro followed behind him, closing the door to the treatment room as she went. The two stopped in front of the vending machine at the corner of the corridor. Gojo Satoru fished out a coin, inserted it, pressed a few buttons, and bent down to retrieve 2 cans of coffee. He handed one of the cans to Mishiro. I don't drink coffee. This is sweet, it's a latte. Mishiro took it, pulled the tab, and took a sip. It was very sweet, indeed a latte. She placed the can on the windowsill, leaned her back against the wall, and looked up at Gojo Satoru. Who called the meeting in Kyoto? Mishiro asked first. The administration division sent the notice directly, signed as a routine meeting of the higher UPS. The attendee list had 11 people, 9 of whom actually showed up. The agenda was regarding the allocation plan for Jujutsu sorcerers for the next year. Gojo Satoru opened his own can of coffee. It ran from 2 in the afternoon yesterday until 6 this morning, with only 2 breaks in between, 15 minutes each. No one was allowed to leave early. A barrier was set up in the conference room, with the excuse of preventing eavesdropping. A barrier. Mishiro repeated the word. Does the administration division have the authority to set up a barrier at a meeting of the higher UPS? Generally, no, but there are precedents. Gojo Satoru took a sip, his tone lacking its usual flippancy. But I didn't think in that direction at the time. It's relatively normal for the higher UPS to set up a barrier during meetings. They did it during the budget review last year, too. So it didn't count as abnormal. Not abnormal. Mishiro's fingertips tapped lightly on the windowsill. 15 minutes, is that enough for you to rush back to Tokyo from Kyoto? I'd say it's about enough, so when they saw I was still in the meeting, they knew the plan remained unchanged. Mishiro nodded, her fingers rubbing against the can. I didn't realize it when I was in Saitama. It wasn't until you told me you were in a meeting that I figured it out. So you called me? Yes, and then you said you were heading back immediately. But it was still too late. It wasn't you who was late, it was me. Mishiro said. I should have realized it the day you weren't at Tokyo Jujutsu High. Gojo Satoru turned his head to look at her. The young girl's profile was sharply defined under the light, her usually bright eyes now appeared slightly dim. The more she blamed herself, the angrier Gojo Satoru became. directed at those disgusting maggots who only served to let the jujutsu world rot. Itadori has only been enrolled for 5 days. Mishiro tilted her head back slightly and sighed. I thought there was still plenty of time. The higher UPS had just learned he swallowed the finger. They needed to coordinate interests, follow procedures, and issue observation orders to the window system. It requires a preparation period. I thought, normally, there would be at least 2 or 3 weeks. Normally, yes. But the higher UPS don't need to worry about that, they only need to wait for a moment when you aren't around. The mission at the juvenile detention center, Ijichi said it was automatically dispatched by the system, and my emergency mission was told to me by Nanami the day before. She turned to face Gojo Satoru, her crimson eyes filled with contemplation. 3 orders, 2 target individuals, the timeline matches perfectly. There shouldn't be many people capable of pulling this off. Gojo Satoru was silent for a moment before he laughed, a cold laugh. You're right, this time, we were taught a lesson. 3 things happening simultaneously, the timing was calculated perfectly. What I want to know now is exactly how many people could coordinate these 3 things at the same time. Do you already have an idea? Mishiro turned her head to ask. Not many. Gojo Satoru lowered his arms from his chest, picked up the coffee can Mishiro had placed on the windowsill, and shook it to confirm if she still wanted it. The intersection of authority for these 3 procedures involves about 6 people. 6 people? Mishiro snatched the coffee back and took a sip. Remove 2 who are rarely in Tokyo, remove 1 who never participates in the affairs of the higher UPS. That leaves 3, at least one of these 3 people orchestrated this event, and the other 2 might or might not be aware. Names. Gojo Satoru threw the empty can into the trash bin. The metal can hit the side with a crisp sound. Are you planning to investigate this yourself? If you investigate, they will be on guard. Mishiro said. I'm different. They don't know yet how much I already know. This semi-grade 1 holding me back in Saitama shows that their assessment of me is still stuck at the stage of a grade 1 jujutsu sorcerer who can mimic cursed techniques. I want to exploit their misjudgment. Fine. Gojo Satoru straightened up, patted the wrinkles on his uniform, and his tone returned to its usual lightness. I'll send you the names in a bit. As for Itadori's follow-up arrangements, I'll go find Principal Yago once Shoko is done here. You yourself. I have it under control. Mishiro interrupted him. If you need anything, call me directly, that meeting isn't an everyday occurrence. If it were every day, you should start thinking about whether they are planning to make a move on you. Mishiro picked up the coffee can, finished the last sip, and tossed the empty can into the trash. One more question. Gojo Satoru said with a smile. What? You said in the treatment room just now that they would pay the price, were you serious? If I were serious, what would you do? Nothing, really. Gojo Satoru nodded, turned, and walked toward the end of the corridor, his footsteps fading in the empty hallway. I'll tell Shoko to keep you updated on the situation at all times. Mishiro stood by the window alone, took out her phone, opened Line, and sent a message to Nanami. Mishiro, Nanami, help me look into something. Mishiro, the mission at the juvenile detention center, which terminal was the automatic dispatch order in the system sent from? Mishiro, no need to rush with the reply, just tell me when you find out. Nanami, understood, I'll give you the results tomorrow. She put her phone back into her pocket and turned to walk toward the treatment room. When she pushed the door open, Shoko Yeri was examining Itadori's injuries. Hearing the door open, she said without turning her head, I thought you had gone back. There's nothing to do if I go back. Mishiro walked to the bedside and sat down on the chair. Senior Shoko. How long does it take to repair the heart? Shoko Yeri's hands didn't stop. Repairing the heart itself isn't difficult, but it was ripped out by Sukuna. The damage caused by cursed energy spread from the chest cavity to the entire body, everything needs to be reconnected. If it were just repairing the heart, a few hours would be enough. She put the cursed energy probe in her hand onto the tray, turned around to lean against the instrument table, and looked at Mashiro. To be honest, I don't know if he can still wake up. Mashiro didn't look at her, her gaze remained on Itadori's face, and she let out a soft sigh. He will wake up. Mashiro said calmly. Shoko Yeri raised an eyebrow but didn't press for more. She had been at Tokyo Jujutsu High for so many years and had seen too many people clinging to hope after death. Then, I'll continue. Shoko Yeri picked up the probe again. If you want to stay until dawn, there's a blanket in the cabinet. No need. The treatment room quieted down, leaving only the rhythmic ticking of the instruments and the faint glow of the reverse curse technique. Mashiro sat on the chair with Murasame resting horizontally on her lap, gently stroking it. Repeating this action made her feel more at ease. She didn't know how long she would have to wait, but she knew he would wake up. From Sendai to Tokyo, from Saitama to the juvenile detention center, she had chased him all the way but still didn't make it in time in the end, but there was one more thing she could do. Wait here. No matter how long. Then, Itadori's finger moved. The index finger twitched slightly at first, then the whole hand curled up, the knuckles bending and then relaxing. Immediately after, the line on the ECG monitor that had been flat for several hours suddenly jumped, and then began to rise and fall rhythmically. Shoko Yeri immediately stepped back and called Gojo Satoru, "You need to come over immediately. He's awake." "I don't know if it's Sukuna." The boy's eyelids moved, and then he slowly opened them, focusing for several seconds, looking at the unfamiliar ceiling. Then he slowly sat up, his vision gradually recovering, and he saw the silver-haired girl standing in front of him. Itadori blinked, and said with some confusion, "Sister Mashiro?" Mashiro stood there, looking down at him, and then reached out and flicked him on the forehead. "Don't just lie there now that you're awake." She spoke, her tone indistinguishable from usual. "You said you'd save dinner for me, but it's already the next day." Itadori was stunned for a moment. Then, on his face, which was still a bit dull from just being resurrected, a smile slowly emerged. "Then I'll make breakfast." His voice was still a bit hoarse, but it revealed unstoppable laughter. "Last night's is gone, so I have to make something new." Mashiro stepped forward and gently hugged him. When Itadori was hugged, he stiffened for a moment. Mashiro's movements were very light, her arms wrapped around his shoulders, her silver hair brushing against his cheek, carrying a hint of shampoo scent. She wasn't the type of person who would proactively hug others. Itadori had known her for so long, he had seen her kick people and kill with her gaze, but he had never seen her hug anyone. "Sister Mashiro," he said, his voice a bit tight, "are you angry?" "No." "Then why are you hugging me?" "Shut up." Mashiro's voice was very soft, her tone exactly the same as usual, but her arms did not let go. Itadori was stunned for 2 seconds, then he carefully raised his hand and placed it on Mashiro's back, his movements very light. "I'm back," he said. "I see. Sorry. I made you worry. I didn't have time to call at the time, and Megumi Fushiguro and Nobara Kujisaki were still inside." "I know." Mashiro interrupted him. "You did what you were supposed to do." "I didn't make it in time, that's my problem." "Everything is fine now." Itadori opened his mouth, wanting to say, "It's not your problem," but Mashiro didn't give him the chance. She let go, stepped back 2 paces, and then knocked on his head. "Breakfast." She interrupted him. "Huh? You said you'd make breakfast, I'm hungry." Itadori blinked, then grinned. The smile was exactly the same as when he was kicked by Mashiro or told to shut up. Clean, bright, and filled with a plea for mercy. "Okay. What do you want to eat?" "Anything." Mashiro's mouth curved upward, intentionally making it difficult for him, smiling very cutely. The rare expression made Itadori freeze for a moment. Anything is the hardest to make. Itadori came to his senses and scratched his head. Just as he was about to say something, the door to the treatment room was kicked open. The doorknob hit the wall, emitting a dull thud louder than when Mishiro had rushed in earlier. Shoko Yeri's medical tray almost slipped from her hands. She steadied the tray and looked toward the door, expressionless. Gojo Satoru stood there, his gaze crossing the entire room, landing precisely on Itadori and Mishiro. One was sitting on the bed, his face still wearing the confusion of having just woken from a coma. The other was standing by the bed, wearing a smile rarely seen. The air was silent for about a second, and Gojo Satoru's expression switched from serious to something subtle. He tilted his head, the corners of his mouth slowly curling up, whispering sweet nothings? Mishiro's smile froze. She turned to face him, her crimson eyes filled with killing intent. Did you not learn to knock before coming in? I did knock, you just didn't hear it. Gojo Satoru pulled his sunglasses down, revealing those unmistakable eyes. Shoko called me and said Itadori woke up, told me to hurry over. After all, what if it was Sukuna, right? It's not Sukuna. Itadori raised his hand from behind, as if answering a question in class. It's me, Yuji Itadori. Sukuna went back, I woke up on my own. I see. Gojo Satoru walked into the room, his footsteps light. He walked to the foot of the bed, hands in his pockets, bent down, and leaned in close to look at Itadori's face. He looked for a few seconds, then straightened up, his tone returning to its usual lack of seriousness. It's him. Sukuna wouldn't have such a stupid expression. Itadori was about to protest, but Gojo Satoru had already turned to Mishiro. His tone was airy, but then again, that scene just now was quite touching. A sister watching her brother who just returned from the edge of death, showing a smile no one has ever seen. Gojo Satoru, do you want to die? Mishiro's tone dropped below zero. I didn't even know you could smile like that. Gojo Satoru completely ignored her warning, pushed his sunglasses back into place, the smile on his face not diminishing in the slightest. Student Itadori, your sister is really good to you. Itadori looked at Gojo Satoru, then at Mishiro's face, which was dropping from above zero to absolute zero. He gave a dry laugh. Teacher Gojo, you should probably stop talking. Why shouldn't I? Gojo Satoru spread his hands, his tone teasing. I always thought Mishiro-chan only knew how to kick people, but today I discovered she actually has such a gentle side. Mishiro raised her hand, a water orb condensing above her palm, the surface shimmering with sizzling blue light, carrying the sharp hum characteristic of high-frequency sonic vibration. Gojo Satoru raised both hands in a gesture of surrender, but the smile on his face didn't diminish at all. All right, I'll shut up. Too late. The water orb left her hand. Gojo Satoru didn't dodge, only extended one finger, his fingertip touching the surface of the water orb. The moment the limitless technique was activated, the water orb stopped, less than 3 centimeters from the tip of his nose. The high-speed vibrating water molecules were separated by an invisible boundary, unable to advance even a fraction. That's very dangerous. Gojo Satoru withdrew his finger, thought for a moment, and added, but the power is greater than before. Did you learn something new from that semi-grade 1 in Saitama? That has nothing to do with you. Mishiro waved her hand, and the water orb dissipated into a mist in midair, falling onto the clean floor. Of course it does. Gojo Satoru took a step forward. After all, Itadori being alive means their death trap didn't work. He turned to Itadori. Itadori, how do you feel now? Is there anything wrong with your body? Itadori moved his arms and looked down at his chest. His heart was beating steadily in his chest cavity. Nothing feels wrong. Itadori looked up at Gojo Satoru, his eyes filled with some concern. Teacher, what about Megumi Fushiguro and Nobara Kujisaki? Are they okay? Nobara Kujisaki has a concussion and 2 cracked ribs. Shoko says she'll be fine in 3 or 4 days. Megumi Fushiguro has bandages on his shoulder and face, but it doesn't affect his walking. Both of them were waiting for you to wake up. Nobara Kujisaki asked how Itadori was as soon as she woke up. I told her you were dead, and she almost fell out of bed and ran over. Why did you say I was dead? Gojo Satoru ignored him and nodded. She even told us to live longer. that's truly educational coming from a dead person. Hey, who's dead? You. Gojo Satoru and Mashiro answered almost simultaneously. One tone was flippant, the other calm. Itadori was choked up, opened his mouth, and finally just scratched his head. Gojo Satoru looked at him like this, the curve of his mouth unable to be suppressed, and patted his shoulder with a smile. But you're right, living longer is a good thing. So don't die again next time. My heart isn't good, I can't handle this kind of shock. You have heart problems? Itadori believed it. No. Gojo Satoru turned to Mashiro, what are your plans next? Itadori is awake, and the matter of the juvenile detention center is about wrapped up. As for the higher UPS, unchanged, just as we discussed. Mashiro's fingers drew circles on the scabbard of Murasame, and then, let the higher UPS think Itadori is truly dead for now. What do you mean? Itadori didn't understand. It means you have to undergo secret training for a while. Gojo Satoru nodded and said to him with a smile. Please leave plenty of comments, meow. There is a character limit for the author's note, so the comments are placed in this paragraph comment. Babies who want to read it, please take a look. 28 Chapter 28 Secret Training 4K. Chapter 28, Secret Training 4K. Itadori blinked, looking at Gojo Satoru, then back at Mashiro. He was waiting for one of them to say it was a joke, but no one did. Secret training, he repeated, hesitating as he confirmed, does that mean I can't go to class? Can't go to the cafeteria? Can't go out? That's right, Gojo Satoru said. Then can I? Whatever it is, no. Itadori's expression fell, and he sighed, saying helplessly, fine, I agree. Then he looked at the clothes Mashiro was wearing, which had several holes in them. Sister Mashiro, you haven't changed your clothes yet. Who do you think caused that? Sorry, how did things go in Saitama? It's resolved, she said, standing up. Semi-grade 1, exorcised. You should worry about your own training first. Itadori opened his mouth. A semi-grade 1. Sister Mashiro had become this powerful now. Then he couldn't fall behind. Gojo Satoru picked up his sunglasses from the back of the chair and wiped the lenses with the corner of his shirt. In that case, while the higher UPS still think Yuji's body is being processed by Shoko, I'll take him to the underground training ground to get familiar with the environment. Mashiro-chan, you go back and change your clothes. He paused, his gaze behind the sunglasses lingering on the tear in her clothes for a moment, and take a shower while you're at it. You don't need to tell me that. Ahaha, how scary. Gojo Satoru placed his sunglasses back on the bridge of his nose and waved at Itadori, let's go, Yuji. The underground training ground isn't bad, although it doesn't have windows, it has a bed and a refrigerator, better than your sister's empty apartment. I heard that, Mashiro said. I said it specifically for you to hear. Itadori grinned and followed Gojo Satoru out of the treatment room. The sound of footsteps in the corridor gradually faded. Mashiro stood there for a moment before turning to Shoko, only now did she have the chance to speak properly. Senior Shoko. Thank you. Repairing the heart wasn't difficult, and I didn't really do much. Shoko leaned against the treatment table and took off her gloves. He woke up on his own. You rushed back from Saitama, and I saw your reaction when his fingers moved. Shoko threw the disposable gloves into the trash can. Reverse curse technique can repair all physical damage, but resurrection is not something any curse technique can guarantee. You were certain he would wake up even before he did. Mashiro didn't answer. I won't say it was intuition. Shoko stood up, took a new blanket from the cabinet, folded it, and put it back in its place. Like your brother, you're not normal. Mashiro walked toward the door, her hand pausing on the doorknob. Regardless, thank you again. Don't mention it, Shoko said without looking up. Just don't crash through the door next time you come. Mashiro closed the door and walked along the corridor toward the exit. Passing the nurse's station, there was a small, unfamiliar potted plant on the windowsill, its leaves shining under the corridor lights. Nobara's hospital room was on the second floor. When Mashiro pushed open the door, Nobara was awake, leaning against the bed with bandages wrapped around her head, and a small section of the rib support belt visible under her hospital gown. Megumi wasn't there. On the bedside table sat an open bag of fruit candies and a magazine that hadn't been flipped through much. When Nobara saw her, the water cup in her hand paused. Her gaze first swept over the tear in Mashiro's clothes, then landed on her face, which was even colder than usual. After a few seconds of silence, Nobara put down the cup. "Did you rush back from Saitama?" What about Itadori?" Facing this question, Mashiro was silent for a moment, thinking about how to answer. After all, she had to keep it from them that Yuji was alive, but she didn't want to say outright that he was dead. Wouldn't that be lying? But faced with her silence, Nobara interpreted it as something else. She took a deep breath, trying hard to suppress a sob. "I understand." "What exactly do you understand?" Mashiro twitched the corner of her mouth. Forget it, it was better if she misunderstood. When Yuji came back, she would just say that she had misunderstood. She was good at keeping her hands clean of that. Nobara kept her head down, her fingers gripping the edge of the sheet. "I'm sorry, Mashiro, She stopped. Because Mashiro had picked a yellow one from the bag of fruit candies on the bedside table, peeled off the wrapper, and held it out to her. Nobara looked at the candy, then at Mashiro. "Lemon flavor," Mashiro said. "It's better than the strawberry one." Nobara took the candy but didn't eat it. She clenched it tightly in her palm, her nails digging into the candy wrapper, making a very faint, crisp sound. "Next time there's a mission, take me with you," she said, her tone no longer low, returning to the usual Nobara Kujisaki. "Once this is removed, I'm going to get stronger." Mashiro nodded. Nobara kept her head down, her thumb repeatedly rubbing the lemon candy she hadn't had a chance to eat yet. The wrinkles on the candy wrapper were smoothed out and then crumpled again. Then she unwrapped the candy, popped it into her mouth, and chewed it fiercely twice. "It's too sour." "Lemon candy is supposed to be sour." Nobara covered her eyes, wiping them gently with the back of her hand, her voice muffled. Mashiro stood up, walked to the door, and then turned back to say, "Get well soon. After you've become stronger, I'll come to test the results." "Just wait," Nobara's voice came from between her fingers, her tone firm. "Don't go easy on me then." "Understood." Mashiro opened the door. "I'll make you stronger." After leaving the gate of Jujutsu High, Mashiro didn't go straight home. She walked to the vending machine next to the crosswalk outside the main gate and stared at the row of coffee cans for quite a while. The latte was on the top shelf, second from the right, the same one Nanami had bought for her to drink last time. She inserted 2 coins, pressed the button, bent down, and took the can from the retrieval slot. There was a hiss when she pulled the tab, and a wisp of white steam rose from the opening. She leaned against the vending machine and took a small sip. She was gradually getting used to this bitter yet sweet taste. The phone in her pocket buzzed. It was a line message from Kento Nanami, 3 in a row. "Nanami, the automated dispatch order for the Juvenile Detention Center mission. The physical terminal is located in the server room on the 3rd floor of the Administration Division. The room's access logs show no card swipes during the dispatch period. Nanami, the command authority was issued from a backup terminal. The login account belonged to an employee who resigned 2 years ago. The account was activated 12 hours before the mission dispatch and immediately deactivated after the dispatch was completed. Nanami, the issuance record for the Saitama emergency mission was at the same time and from the same terminal. The person who signed the Kyoto meeting notice was the Administration Division Chief himself, who had taken sick leave the day before and temporarily authorized the Deputy Chief. The Deputy Chief said it was a routine proxy signature, and the agenda documents had been prepared in advance by the Chief. Mashiro looked at these 3 messages, set the coffee can aside, and her thumb hovered over the screen for a moment. Mashiro, understood. "What is the Chief's name?" "Nanami, Sakakibara Shigeru." 62 years old, 21 years in the administration division, no cursed technique, administrative staff. He took sick leave 3 days ago due to high blood pressure. His medical records are on file at St. Luke's International Hospital. Nanami, there's one more detail. The medical record was issued at 9 in the morning that day, but the sick leave email was sent at 11 the night before. Mashiro, understood. Mashiro stared at this last message from Nanami. 11 o'clock the night before, that was several hours before she received the Saitama emergency mission, and before the Juvenile Detention Center mission was entered into the system. The chief already knew he would need a medical record for the next day. It wasn't a last-minute collaboration, he was the first link in the entire plan. Just as Mashiro was about to exit the chat, another message came through. Nanami, be careful. She gave a faint smile, replied with an and then forwarded the chat history to Gojo Satoru. Mashiro finished the rest of the coffee in one gulp, threw the empty can into the trash, and turned to walk toward her apartment. When she pushed open the apartment door, the entryway was still exactly as she had left it in her rush yesterday morning. On the shoe cabinet sat the empty lunch box Itadori had brought over the day before yesterday, the lid tilted, revealing a corner of dried egg roll crumbs. She bent down to pick up the lunch box, walked into the kitchen, and turned on the faucet. Hot water hit the sides of the lunch box, creating steam. She had squeezed out too much dish soap, and suds were everywhere. She stared at the bubbles for a while, turned off the water, wiped the suds that had splashed onto her wrist with the back of her hand, and turned the faucet back on to rinse it clean. She dried the lunch box and put it in the cupboard. She leaned against the kitchen counter for a moment, opened the refrigerator, took out a bottle of water, unscrewed it, and drank half of it. There was half a box of strawberries left in the fridge, which Itadori had brought over when he came to cook last time. The leaves were a bit wilted, but they hadn't gone bad yet. She picked one up and took a bite. It was sweet. There was no sukiyaki tonight, there wouldn't be a bento tomorrow, and there wouldn't be a 7 a.m. doorbell the day after tomorrow. She had been living alone for a long time, and she had only lived in this apartment for less than a week, but during those days when Itadori came to deliver breakfast every morning, she had gotten used to that doorbell. She was used to having a boy standing at the door saying what was for breakfast, handing over the lunchbox, and then mentioning dinner. It only took a week to form the habit, she didn't know how many days it would take to break it. Maybe she didn't need to break it? She suddenly thought, the Kyoto Sister School exchange event was only a few days away anyway, so she could just wait a few days. That was a very sensible insight. The phone buzzed on the coffee table, it was a reply from Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru, got the name. Sakakibara's predecessor as chief was promoted to the higher UPS 2 years ago. He was one of the 3 names I mentioned earlier. Gojo Satoru, Yuji is settled in. The underground training room has been cleaned up, and I'll be training him personally for this period. Gojo Satoru, officially, it's being reported that he died in the Juvenile Detention Center mission, and his body has been processed by Shoko. The report from the window will be entered into the system in a few hours. Mashiro looked at the screen. Itadori Yuji was dead. This would be written into the official records, becoming a single line in the Jujutsu High archives. Nobara thought he was dead, Megumi had watched him die with his own eyes, and the entire Jujutsu world would receive the same news starting tomorrow. This was also the signal for the counterattack to begin. Mashiro, understood. Help me keep it from Nobara, Yuji can explain it to her himself when he comes out. Gojo Satoru, what did you tell her? Mashiro, she misunderstood on her own, I just didn't deny it. Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru, the way you are as a sister is really. Gojo Satoru, fine, let Yuji worry about it then. Mashiro, I didn't say he was dead anyway, so it's not my fault. Gojo Satoru, alright. Gojo Satoru, Megumi wanted me to tell you that next time, he won't let anyone cover the rear again. Gojo Satoru, he was very serious when he said that, and I think you can look forward to his growth. Mashiro, I hope so. She flipped the phone over, face down on the coffee table, and sat on the sofa for a long time. The living room was very quiet. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows was the night view of Tokyo, and the woods in the distance toward Jujutsu High cast uneven shadows under the streetlights. You could never see the stars in the Tokyo sky. Occasionally, cars passed by below, their high beams sweeping across the curtains and then disappearing. She lay on the sofa armrest, her face buried in her arms, her silver hair spread out covering half her face, her breathing muffled between the fabric and her skin, becoming slow and warm. She wasn't asleep, just lying there, letting her body sink into the sofa cushions, emptying her body and mind after 2 days of rushing around. Half an hour later, she sat up, picked up her phone, and tapped back into the chat with Gojo Satoru. Mashiro, let me know if there's any reaction from the higher UPS at any time. The reply came quickly. Gojo Satoru, understood, you should rest first. Mashiro, one more question. Gojo Satoru, go ahead. Mashiro, Sakakibara Shigeru's medical record was obtained at 11 p.m. the night before, but the Juvenile Detention Center mission was only dispatched that day. Mashiro, in other words, he knew in advance that a mission would be entered into the system the next day, but he didn't know exactly what mission it was. Gojo Satoru, correct. He was only responsible for issuing the sick leave note, signing the meeting notice, and handing over authority to the deputy chief. The people who dispatched the Juvenile Detention Center mission and the Saitama mission were others. Gojo Satoru, the resigned account, the backup terminal, the lack of card swipes in the server room, these were all orchestrated by the same group. Mashiro, so it was 2 groups. Gojo Satoru, at least 2 groups. One group was responsible for drawing you and me away, and one group was responsible for setting up a death trap for Yuji. Gojo Satoru, the first group was the chief and his superior. The second group was more professional, they knew how to delete server room records, how to activate a resigned account and discard it after use. There aren't many people who can do that. Mashiro looked at this message. Mashiro, can you investigate? Gojo Satoru, yes, but it will take time. The higher UPS are all waiting to see my reaction. Making a big move now is equivalent to telling them how much I know. Gojo Satoru, you want to avenge Yuji, and I do too, but we have to wait for the right time. Mashiro, have I ever told you I hate politics? Gojo Satoru, you don't need to tell me, it's obvious. Mashiro, then I'm saying it today. Gojo Satoru, HM? Mashiro, I don't care what they do to others, but if they mess with people around me, they can wait for death. Gojo Satoru, how scary. Your killing intent today is heavier than all your previous missions combined. Mashiro, I haven't even acted yet. Gojo Satoru, count me in when you do. Good night. Mashiro put her phone on the coffee table, stood up, walked to the kitchen, and drank another glass of water. There was no change outside the window, but her mind was a bit clearer than before. The higher UPS assessment of Mashiro was still stuck at her being a grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer who could imitate cursed techniques, so they only arranged one semi-grade 1. But now they would discover that a semi-grade 1 wasn't enough to hold her back, let alone kill her. The next time they made a move, they wouldn't make the same mistake. Mashiro summoned Murasame, unsheathed the blade, and wiped it down. The silver-white blade reflected her own face. She looked at it and said softly to Murasame. Wait a little longer. Once everything is cleared up, I'll let you kill to your heart's content. I see many readers have questions. I'll be doing a Q&A in the author's notes for the recent chapters, meow. Chapter 29 Domain Expansion 4K, welcome. Are you dining alone? The McDonald's server looked at the handsome man in strange attire before her and asked politely. Yes, just me. He nodded and walked to the seat in the farthest corner. Understood. Please come order when you are ready. The server bowed slightly, watching him walk past. Huh? Why is it so hot? I remember turning on the AC, right? She wondered, confused. Geto Suguru, or perhaps I should just call him Kenjaku. Kenjaku looked at the volcano-headed creature before him and asked with a smile, "In short, you want to reverse the positions of humans and cursed spirits, is that it?" Jogo nodded, opening his single eye wide as he said, "Cursed spirits are the only pure, true humans. These hypocritical fakes should vanish." He exhaled a burst of hot air. "How can we win against Jujutsu sorcerers?" Kenjaku smiled and said, "We can win if we complete a few conditions before the war. First, make Satoru Gojo unable to fight. Second, win over Ryomen Sukuna, Itadori Yuji." Upon hearing this, Jogo asked skeptically, "Isn't that brat dead?" Kenjaku shook his head, a playful smile on his face. "If he were that easy to kill, he wouldn't be Ryomen Sukuna." Then he added, "And there is one final condition." "Humph!" Itadori shouted, throwing a punch. Bam! The sandbag was sent flying, then swung back toward Itadori due to gravity. Bam! Another punch, the rhythm steady. Itadori Yuji stood before the sandbag, throwing punch after punch. Each strike carried the blue glow of cursed energy, the light exploding the moment his knuckles contacted the sandbag, only for him to deliberately suppress it. The task Satoru Gojo gave him was simple: concentrate cursed energy in his fist, control the output, and land 50 consecutive punches with a cursed energy fluctuation error of no more than 5% per punch. The first 20 punches were fine, but the next one had too much cursed energy overflow, causing the sandbag to swing backward, a deviation. Off, Satoru Gojo's voice came from behind, lazy and languid, "Start over." Itadori didn't turn around, he shook out his wrists and reset his stance. Counting from 0. He had been here for a day, or was it days? He couldn't quite remember. The fluorescent lights offered no day-night cycle, and Satoru Gojo had taken his phone, citing that he couldn't let anyone track the signal. Every day was just training, eating, and sleeping. Occasionally, Satoru Gojo would bring down a can of cola as a reward. At first, he could tell by how many meals he'd eaten, but soon the repetitive, tedious training made him forget even that. Eat to digest while hitting the sandbag, eat when hungry, sleep when tired, and continue when awake. Itadori didn't hate this life. With a goal in his heart, he didn't find any punch unbearable, he just felt he wasn't fast enough. Semi-grade 1. Every time he threw a punch, this term circled in his mind, and with it, his ability to control cursed energy increased by a fraction. Sister Mashiro had exorcised a semi-grade 1 on her own, yet he was still practicing the basics. He never felt jealous, he had long since accepted that Sister Mashiro was stronger than him. He only felt unwilling, not just unwilling to be weaker than her, but unwilling to have to choose to let Sukuna out the next time he encountered a situation like the juvenile detention center, only to end up hurting those around him. He wanted to become strong enough to stand on his own, strong enough to defeat the enemies threatening his family. But his progress was too slow. Bam! The sandbag was punched through. Itadori looked at his hand protruding from the sandbag and snapped back to reality. He had used too much cursed energy just now. "Don't be too hasty, Yuji." Satoru Gojo shook his head, stood up, and patted his shoulder gently. "This isn't just training your control, it's also training your temperament." Itadori nodded, took a deep breath, and picked up his water bottle, downing half of it. "Understood, teacher. I'll take a break." Then let me mention one thing." Satoru Gojo held up a finger. "The sister school Goodwill event is starting in a few days. Am I not allowed to participate?" Itadori looked up and asked. No. I have no intention of depriving a young person of their youth." Satoru Gojo leaned back. "You need to show off your skills at the Goodwill event." There was a hint of confusion in Itadori's voice. "But didn't we announce to the outside world that I was dead?" "Exactly. So the Goodwill event is the perfect stage for your resurrection, isn't it?" Satoru Gojo said with an exaggerated tone. "Let those guys who think you're dead show expressions of surprise." "Oh. I'm fired up." Itadori responded in an equally exaggerated tone. "As expected, Yuji, you're still a bit of a Chunibyu, aren't you?" "Isn't that you, Teacher Gojo?" Ahaha, I suppose so. Satoru Gojo stood up and walked toward the exit. Do your best these next few days. I have things to do, but I'll come to see you in a couple of days. OSS. Satoru Gojo nodded, left the basement, and closed the door. Soon, he heard a series of thumping sounds from below. Satoru Gojo nodded in satisfaction. Full of drive. It seems this crisis is also a trial for him. Do your best. The day you resurrect will also be the moment certain people meet their end. A cold light flashed in Satoru Gojo's eyes. He took out his phone and dialed Mashiro's number. I've found out. These people participated in the operation. Maki Zenin walked past the training ground with her cursed tool on her back. A glance caught two figures practicing there. Isn't that Megumi? Maki was about to go over and say hello when she saw them clearly. One had bandages wrapped around his head, and the other could barely walk straight. What are these two patients who haven't recovered doing here? Maki was filled with rage and was just about to go over and chase them back to rest when she was pulled back by Panda. Maki, don't you know? He leaned in and whispered, in the mission a couple of days ago, a boy from the first year died. Inumaki also nodded, Salmon. Maki was silent for a moment, then sighed, even so, you can't let these two patients keep training. She gritted her teeth, forget it, I'll go tell them. Maki is so brave. Tuna Mayo. One panda and one person hid behind a tree, watching Maki walk over, whispering. Veins popped on Maki's forehead as she muttered to herself, those two who only know how to watch, I'll deal with them later. Hey, Megumi, if you're injured, go rest properly. Don't collapse here. And that girl, you too. The two on the training ground stopped what they were doing. Nobara Kujisaki looked at Maki and the two sneaking behind the tree, asking Megumi, who are these people? Second-year seniors. Senior Zenin, a cursed tool user. Senior Inumaki, a cursed speech user. And Senior Panda. Upon hearing Panda, Nobara Kujisaki widened her eyes. Before she could speak, Megumi added, and there's one more, Senior Okatsu. He's someone who can be respected without reservation, though he's overseas right now. Maki Zenin nodded, then said, although I appreciate the introduction, can you two go back and rest? The Kyoto Sister School Goodwill event is coming up soon. You two need to participate as well, so hurry up and heal your injuries these next 2 days, and then we'll give you special training. Having heard about the Goodwill event from Teacher Gojo before, Megumi and Nobara Kujisaki exchanged glances. Can training and the Goodwill event make us stronger? If it's meaningless, I'll quit. Panda and Inumaki also stepped forward, you will get stronger. At night, Mashiro and Satoru Gojo got into Ajichi's car. They were now going to investigate the Veil server issues to make a final confirmation. Only Satoru Gojo was talking in the car, oh my, this brand of pudding is really delicious. Do you want one, Mashiro-chan? Mashiro sat beside him, anger rising in her heart. Half an hour. It had been half an hour, and the damn white-haired guy beside her hadn't stopped talking. Enough is enough. Satoru Gojo, if you don't shut your mouth. Before she could finish, her heart tightened abruptly. There was a special grade nearby. This cursed energy, it's a cursed spirit. Oh my, it seems we have a guest, Satoru Gojo said casually, Ajichi, pull over. After the car stopped, Mashiro and Satoru Gojo got out. Mashiro closed the car door and said to Ajichi, Mr. Ajichi, you go first. I'll call you when we're done. Ajichi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, nodded, and quickly fled the scene. Satoru Gojo looked at the short girl beside him who had already drawn her Murasame, classmate Mashiro, aren't you leaving? The opponent is quite strong, you know. Jogo would unleash his domain expansion in battle. This was a good opportunity to learn about domains. And if she could adapt to this battle even a little bit, it would be much easier to fight later. But Mashiro wouldn't reply to Satoru Gojo like that, she hadn't vented her anger from the car yet. Mashiro turned to look at him, a malicious, cute smile on her face, retaliating for the mental abuse he had caused her in the car. Isn't there still you? You'll protect me well, right? The modern strong EST. Satoru Gojo shivered, his tone even trembling. Ahaha, of course, ha ha ha. Mishiro wiped the smile off her face and glanced at Satoru Gojo with disdain. You can't handle it when I'm gentle with you. Do you have some misunderstanding about what gentle means? You too, don't ignore me. Jogo roared and flew down, landing in front of him. A pungent smell of sulfur drifted over. Mishiro frowned and waved her little hand in front of her nose. So smelly. Huh? Hey, you've offended our special advisor with that stench. Can you leave quickly? Satoru Gojo waved his hand gently, and the foul gas was instantly blown away. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave. How dare you look down on me? Jogo yelled, fire insects. Countless red insects rushed toward Satoru Gojo but were blocked by the limitless technique, unable to advance even a fraction. However, those insects suddenly vibrated their wings violently, making a huge sound. Jogo's mouth curled upward, just about to let out a laugh. Haha. GA? Those insects were still flapping their wings non-stop, but they couldn't emit the slightest sound. Sound waves? Mishiro raised her eyes and looked at it strangely. Don't you do research before ambushing? If you look down on me, she raised her hand slightly, and a violent sonic wave slammed into Jogo. This kind of thing will happen. Jogo used both hands to block the incoming attack and was pushed back 3 meters. Is this the third condition Geto Suguru mentioned? Jogo looked at the brat who was clapping her hands in place, killing intent bared in his eyes. Indeed, this child must not be left alive. Fireballs expanded rapidly in Jogo's palm, from the size of a fist to the thickness of an arm. The surrounding trees began to spontaneously combust, even the air twisted into heat waves, and the asphalt road began to soften and bubble. Maximum technique. Jogo's single eye widened abruptly, and flames gushed out from his eye socket. His cursed energy reached its peak in this instant, lighting up the entire mountain road like daylight. Meteor. The massive flame swallowed everything in front of him. Jogo panted, looking back triumphantly, waiting for the sound of the explosion behind him. Is this all you've got? He walked slowly, his tone carefree. Let your death spread the true power and reality. Is this your full power? In the smoke behind him, a bored voice came. Jogo turned his head abruptly to see the two unscathed, his mouth wide open in surprise. Oh my, seeing you so surprised, shall I teach you? Satoru Gojo walked up to Jogo and extended his right hand. Reach out your hand. Jogo looked at him vigilantly and slowly brought his hand closer, but when it was only a certain distance from Satoru Gojo's hand, it couldn't get any closer no matter what. Wha? Jogo's eyes widened. It's not stopped, it's just that the closer it gets to me, the slower it becomes. Satoru Gojo's hand moved closer and touched Jogo's hand. Holding your hand like this works too. Jogo's expression was ferocious, wanting to pull his hand back but unable to do so. I refuse. Satoru Gojo pulled a smile, his hand interlaced with Jogo's. Don't be shy. You bastard. Before Jogo could finish, he was interrupted by a knee strike from Satoru Gojo. Behind them, Mishiro looked at Satoru Gojo's hand that was interlaced with Jogo's with an expression of disgust. In the future, Absolute Ly must not let that hand of his touch her. Too disgusting. Reversal red. Satoru Gojo extended his finger. Red. The violent impact sent Jogo flying, breaking who knows how many trees. Can you protect the environment? Mishiro sighed, jumped up violently, and kicked Jogo from the forest into the lake. Oh my, a home run. You should say a goal. Hearing the two chatting in front of him, Jogo's anger burned. In that case, I will burn you both to a crisp. Mishiro's heart gradually became excited. She was going to say it, that line. It's okay. Mishiro glanced at Jogo lying in the water with disdain, her tone contemptuous. Because you are weak. She said it. Having stolen Satoru Gojo's line, Mishiro's soul seemed to be sublimated, and several angels blowing trumpets appeared around her, ready to take her to heaven. Hey, Mashiro-chan, you stole my line. I did it on purpose. Got a problem? As long as you're happy. Don't look down on me, you brat. Jogo was super angry and enraged, and scorching fire pillars erupted from all three of his holes. Domain expansion. Jogo formed the hand seal for his domain, Coffin of the Iron Mountain. 30 Chapter 30 Boundless Emptiness. Chapter 30, Unlimited Void. A sudden black shadow enveloped Gojo Satoru and Mashiro, closing instantly to form a domain. Scorching rock layers rose from the ground, sealing the top. The ground beneath their feet cracked everywhere, with magma surging through the crevices. This is domain expansion. Mashiro felt the scorching heat, and the Dharma wheel above her head began to rotate. Rocks wreathed in flames attacked them, but were casually shattered by Gojo Satoru. Damn it! Jogo's eyes widened, and a tempest of shock rose in his heart. Ordinary jujutsu sorcerers would be reduced to ashes the moment they entered my domain. How are they still alive? Coming here was half for fun anyway, and it wouldn't matter if I couldn't kill them. But with this gap between enemy and self laid out before me, is it possible that the era belonging to us cursed spirits still cannot arrive after all? This is a domain, using cursed energy to construct an innate domain infused with a cursed technique in the surrounding area. Ignoring Gojo Satoru crossed his arms and explained the knowledge of domains to Mashiro with great interest. I know that. Domains have buffs and the effect of guaranteed hits for cursed techniques. Mashiro didn't want to indulge him and interrupted. Is that so? Gojo Satoru's smile didn't fade, instead, it became even brighter. Then I'll show you something more interesting. He pulled down his blindfold, revealing those clear blue eyes. Then, he placed his left hand on Mashiro's shoulder, crossed the middle and index fingers of his right hand, and formed his signature hand sign. Domain expansion, Unlimited Void. The moment Unlimited Void was expanded, light enveloped Jogo's coffin of the Iron Mountain from within. The scorching rock layers cracked and shattered in the flood of information from Unlimited Void, turning into fly ash. The magma solidified into black debris, floating for a moment before dissipating. All rules within the domain were rewritten, and Jogo's domain was completely overwritten by Gojo Satoru's Unlimited Void. Mashiro stood by Gojo Satoru's side. Because she was in physical contact with Gojo Satoru, the information stream of Unlimited Void bypassed her, and she remained unaffected. Her Dharma wheel continued to rotate, her eyes fixed intently on the junction of the two domains. When Coffin of the Iron Mountain was overwritten, the dissipating cursed energy structures, cursed technique imprints, and the structural composition of the innate domain were all recorded and learned in her pupils. Jogo froze in place. The infinite information of Unlimited Void poured into his consciousness. The one-eyed volcano head trembled all over, magma-like blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, and his fingers twitched. What happened? Did I lose? His mind was filled with countless pieces of information, and he couldn't do anything. This is a clash of domains. Gojo Satoru's tone was relaxed as he shook his fingers. The superior technique wins, there's no suspense. Mashiro didn't answer, her right hand hung by her side, tapping her thigh lightly. Without enduring the impact of Unlimited Void, she couldn't learn a shred of information about the domain from Gojo Satoru and could only do her best to analyze Jogo's domain. Although Coffin of the Iron Mountain had collapsed, the traces of its existence remained. The core logic of domain expansion remained in those remnants of cursed energy, how to manifest an innate domain, how to construct a closed space, and how to add the guaranteed hit effect of a cursed technique within a barrier. She was adapting to these remnants, but just like learning knowledge from a burnt book, it wasn't enough. Mashiro looked up at the frozen Jogo. Make him open it again. Gojo Satoru raised an eyebrow. Domain expansion, Mashiro said. It's still missing a little, I need him to open it again. Gojo Satoru stared at her for 2 seconds, the curve of his mouth widening. You're about to learn it? Yes. Good, good, good. He retracted Unlimited Void and looked at Mashiro expectantly. I've never seen anyone learn a domain this quickly. The moment the domain was dispelled, the flood of information vanished. But Jogo remained trapped in the information that had been poured into him, unable to move for a long time. After a long while, Jogo's body suddenly relaxed, and he fell to one knee, panting heavily. His single eye regained focus, then he glared at Gojo Satoru and the silver-haired girl beside him. "Are you humiliating me? If you don't want to die, open your domain again after the burnout ends," Mashiro said seriously. If she could feel the pressure of domain expansion one more time, she should be able to learn it. "I am not like Gojo Satoru, I don't need your information." Mashiro drew Murasame and pointed it at Jogo. If she killed him, she'd get cursed energy, if she didn't, she'd learn the domain. To be honest, she could accept either cursed energy or the domain, preferably both. Jogo's fury flared in his single eye, and magma erupted from the volcano on his head. He knew that if he opened his domain again, even if he killed this brat, he would definitely die after the domain ended and his cursed energy was exhausted. Now, if he fled for his life, there was still a glimmer of hope. Jogo gritted his teeth, the magma in his single eye churning violently. For the first time since his birth, he experienced this emotion. Fear. He slammed his right hand onto the ground, and scorching magma pillars erupted from the cracks. 3 walls of magma surged simultaneously, completely cutting off the line of sight for all 3 of them. Jogo's body moved away like a cannonball. He sprinted through the jungle at full speed, igniting countless trees as he passed. After being beaten like this by Gojo Satoru, his strength must be less than half of his usual level. "I will win." Mashiro flickered and instantly disappeared from where she stood. Her powerful physical fitness allowed her to rapidly close the distance to Jogo. Jogo gritted his teeth, and the magma in his hands spurted backward, turning into thrust to propel him into midair. He dared not stop and waved his hands repeatedly, sending 12 lava bombs trailing black smoke blasting toward the rear. Mashiro snorted coldly. 12 space-cutting slashes appeared, and the lava bombs were cut in half in the night sky, exploding. "Don't use such tickling attacks anymore, your attacks can't beat my cursed technique anyway." Damn it, damn it, damn it. If it weren't for the fear of Gojo Satoru intervening, he could eat 3 such brats a day. How many cursed techniques do you have?" Jogo shouted, not daring to stop at all, and continued to throw lava bombs to harass her. "This guy is still at it?" Watching the lava that exploded into thick smoke after being cut open again, Mashiro frowned. "It's really annoying. Since that's the case, I'll just kill him." "About 400 meters, huh?" Mashiro stood still and raised her hand, locking onto Jogo in the sky. Space cutting plus straw doll technique. A spatial rift appeared at Jogo's waist, cutting only a small opening. "Humph, is that all you've got?" Jogo sneered. Resonance. The corners of Mashiro's mouth curled up slightly. The space within that small wound on Jogo's body vibrated rapidly, and countless spikes suddenly emerged, slicing Jogo in half at the waist. Jogo crashed. Mashiro quickly arrived at Jogo's crash site, watching the special-grade cursed spirit crawling into the distance. Swish. Murasame pierced down, pinning it to the ground and continuously absorbing its cursed energy. Wait. Jogo felt the cursed energy rapidly draining from his body and shouted, "Didn't you want to experience domain expansion again? Take the blade away, and I'll open it for you right now." Listening to his begging, Mashiro sighed softly. "It doesn't matter anymore, forget it. You can die now." Chapter 31, Hanami. Just as Mashiro was about to exorcise Jogo, a black shadow shot toward her from the depths of the forest. It wasn't some cursed technique, it was a hand. A pale arm flew out from the woods, 5 fingers splayed, with 5 slender bone spurs protruding from the fingertips, stabbing straight toward Mashiro's face. The speed was too fast, so fast that by the time the shrill whistle of tearing air reached her ears, the hand was already right before her eyes. Mashiro's pupils constricted sharply. She didn't retreat, nor did she have time to. Releasing the hilt with her right hand, she threw her upper body backward. The bone spurs grazed the tip of her nose, slicing off a few strands of silver hair. Simultaneously, she swept her left hand upward, pulling Murasame out of Jogo's body, the silvery blade light slashing toward the severed arm. The blade cut into the middle of the arm, but the sensation it transmitted was strange. It didn't feel like the resistance of cutting through normal muscle and bone. Instead, it felt like slicing into constantly deforming modeling clay. After being struck, the hand changed its form, the muscle slid away from both sides of the blade, allowing Murasame to pass right through the center of the arm. Then, the arm contracted violently and suddenly exploded. The 5 fingers each turned into independent tentacles, the skin on the palm split open, and a dense swarm of tiny bone needles surged out, attacking Mashiro like a rainstorm. Mashiro used Murasame to deflect some of the needles, then swept her right hand in front of her, expanding a water wall. Upon hitting the water wall, the bone needles were ground into powder by sonic vibrations. But the true purpose of that arm was not to attack her at all. In the fraction of a second while Mashiro was defending, the fragments of the severed arm bypassed her, recoalesced into a hand, and grabbed Jogo's charred, broken body. The fingertips deformed the moment they touched Jogo, sprouting hooks that pierced into Jogo's skin, holding him fast. Then, ignoring Jogo's cries of pain, it dragged him back toward the forest at high speed. It's Mahito's hand. Mashiro recognized the owner of the hand. Only that perverted lunatic could use his own body like that. She switched Murasame to her right hand, lowered her center of gravity, and the ground beneath her feet shattered as she gave chase. At the edge of the woods, 3 figures stepped out from the shadows. Mahito walked at the very front, his right arm severed at the elbow. This was the price for shooting off that hand earlier. Although he could use idle transfiguration to regrow it. He wore a smile on his face, his eyes curved into a strange arc. Jogo, how did you get pinned to the ground? Didn't you say you were going to kill Gojo Satoru? How did you end up buried in the dirt yourself? Jogo couldn't answer, he was still whimpering when the severed hand dragged him in front of Mahito. Hanami followed behind Mahito, silently extending an arm. Vines emerged from its sleeve, quickly wrapping around Jogo's body and pulling him into its embrace. Dagon was at the very back, its red skin pulsating in the moonlight. 3 special grades. Mashiro stopped, holding her blade horizontally in front of her, and assumed a stance. Gojo Satoru walked up from behind her, his hands in his pockets, standing with a casual posture. Hanami's 2 tree branch-like appendages swept past Gojo Satoru through the gaps in the branches, without any wasted movement. Its arms suddenly split open, and a massive amount of vines surged out instantly. The tip of every vine rapidly deformed, turning into a sharp, wooden spearhead. The density of cursed energy clinging to the surface of the spearheads was extremely high. It was far more complex than simple vine entanglement. 10 vine spearheads shot out simultaneously, each with a different flight trajectory. The spearheads in front accelerated to the limit before splitting in mid-air, with more tiny branches cracking out from the tips to form a barbed net. The remaining ones attacked from the left and right flanks. In an instant, the air was filled with wooden spikes. Hanami didn't intend to fight them one by one, it wanted to envelop both Gojo Satoru and Mashiro in its attack range, using quantity to overwhelm them and create an opening. Gojo Satoru didn't retreat, he pulled his fingers out of his pockets and made a light swipe in the air. Limitless deployed, and the vine stopped less than half a meter away from him. The barbed net hung in midair, the spikes at the ends of the branches dancing wildly against the boundary of the limitless, attempting to bypass the invisible barrier. The spearheads from the sides circled around, burrowed into the ground, traveled rapidly beneath the soil, and burst out from under Gojo Satoru's feet. Oh! Gojo Satoru looked down at the vines beneath his feet. Going around from below, quite clever. He lifted his foot and stomped down, the vines were instantly crushed into the mud and shattered into fragments. Hanami didn't stop, the moment the vines were suppressed, it launched even more, all of them turning toward Mashiro. This was its true target. Facing the blue-silver entanglement, Mashiro chose not to evade. Clack, clack. She charged forward into the vines. Her left shoulder was struck by a vine spearhead, but it didn't cause a wound. What? Mahito watched this scene in surprise. This was a special grade piercing attack. How could a grade 1 like her have such strong defense? Mashiro picked up a vine or two, ignited them with flames carrying her cursed will, and a flame spear was completed. Star-piercing spear. Mashiro exerted force, and several flame spears were thrown toward Hanami. Hanami didn't dare to take them head-on. Instead, Mahito suddenly lunged out, extending his arm to grab the ends of the spears and withstand the attack. In an instant, Hanami chose not to continue attacking, but instead grabbed Mahito and yanked him back with a sudden, forceful motion. The ground cracked, and 4 vines burst out from the soil between them, erecting a hard wooden barrier between Mashiro and Mahito, temporarily separating the two. At the same time, its main body began to retreat rapidly, its rooted legs grew in reverse, retracting into a normal form. Although he couldn't understand it, Mahito understood what it was trying to do from its actions. He wiped the childish smile from his face, jumped back 2 steps, grabbed onto Hanami's vines, and let it drag him toward the depths of the forest. Dagon was at the outermost perimeter. It deployed a barrier with water wall, attempting to block their attacks. Gojo Satoru saw through it at a glance. He extended his finger and aimed it at Dagon. Cursed technique lapse, blue. A blue-black orb of gravity condensed at his fingertip, the earth's crust cracked, and trees went flying. Dagon's water wall was instantly destroyed, and what followed was their main bodies. Seeing this, Hanami was frantic. While retreating, it lashed out with more vines, desperate to block the gravity of blue. 20-30 vines surged out from the ground, weaving into layered wooden walls in front of Mashiro and Gojo Satoru. Each layer was woven at different angles, with gaps between the vines of less than a centimeter. Mashiro didn't wait for Gojo Satoru's blue to blast through the barrier. She pushed off the ground with her right foot, circled around the vine curtain from the side, and spun Murasame twice in her hand. The Dharma wheel above her head spun at high speed with a whirring sound. She was constantly adapting to the various situations on the battlefield. Hanami didn't excel at attacking. Its goal was to stall me and Gojo Satoru, so its current counterattack must be very weak. Mashiro's judgment was validated in the next second. As she bypassed the last vine wall, Hanami had already tossed Jogo to Dagon and was facing Mashiro with half of its body. Its entire left arm split open, growing simultaneously in different directions from the shoulder to the fingertips. The vines twisted and spiraled, actually forming a spiral-shaped drill. 32 Chapter 32 Escape. Chapter 32, Escape. The drill-like vines thrust directly at Mashiro, faster than the spear-headed vines from before, and at more treacherous angles. 3 drills attacked the upper, middle, and lower paths simultaneously, sealing off any space for evasion. Mashiro trusted her judgment and let the drill-like vines slam into her body. Her left chest, abdomen, and right leg were all struck at the same time. The drill-like vines began to rotate at high speed the moment they made contact with her skin, attempting to drill through her defenses. But just as the spear-like vine from earlier failed to cause a wound when it pierced her left shoulder, the same held true now. The drills spun wildly against her skin, only managing to scrape a few shallow white marks. Hanami wore a look of surprise, but it had no time to ponder the reason. Mashiro's defensive power continued to increase during the battle. The second strike of the same type of attack was always weaker than the first. Mashiro grabbed the base of the drill-like vines with a backhand grip, pouring cursed energy from her palm in reverse, tracing the internal patterns back to their source, aiming straight for Hanami's main body. Hanami abruptly severed those few vines, transparent sap spraying from the cut ends, and the severed vines withered in Mashiro's hand. At the same time, Mahito's voice came from behind and to the side, so close it was almost against her ear. "What are you grabbing?" A pale hand reached from the side toward the back of Mashiro's neck, 5 fingers splayed, each fingertip once again transformed into a bone spike. While being dragged into the depths of the forest by Hanami, Mahito had actually torn off his remaining left arm from his shoulder again, firing it as a long-range weapon while his main body continued to be dragged away by Hanami in retreat. The arm finished reconstructing itself behind and to the side of Mashiro, growing back into a complete limb from fingers to wrist, forearm to shoulder, at an incredible speed. Mahito had ripped off his entire left arm to use as a projectile weapon. Mashiro didn't even look back, she stabbed Murasame diagonally behind her, the silver-white blade light precisely piercing the center of that palm. The blade continued forward after piercing the palm, its tip about to touch Mahito's wrist. Mahito's palm deformed after being stabbed, a mouth splitting open in the center, filled with small, barb-like bone teeth, which bit down on the blade of Murasame, attempting to forcibly lock it in place. Simultaneously, 2 new bone spikes grew from the sides of the split in his palm, bypassing the blade to stab at Mashiro's wrist as she held the sword. Mashiro shook her wrist, the high-speed vibration from the sound waves causing Murasame to instantly shatter the bone teeth, then she kicked backward with her right leg, precisely hitting Mahito's wrist. The moment his wrist was kicked, it deformed into soft tentacles, wrapping around her ankle, though the strength was not enough to trap her. But Mahito wasn't always thinking about trapping someone, what he always wanted was slaughter. His 5 fingers each transformed into miniaturized bone blades, aiming to slash at her Achilles tendon. The bone blades cut into her skin, leaving 5 wounds so shallow they were almost invisible. Click-clack. Mashiro ignored the insignificant wounds on her heel. As she caught the sword in her left hand, she swung horizontally, the silver-white blade light sweeping across Mahito's forearm. The blade cut into the muscle but was once again avoided by his active deformation. Before the blade could touch, Mahito's arm split open a channel, letting the blade pass through the middle, and he retreated unscathed behind Dagon's water barrier. Interesting. Mahito retracted his left arm and retreated behind Dagon. His face wore an expression of intense curiosity. I've used my cursed technique on you so many times, yet your body doesn't change at all, I can't even touch it. Why is that? So you've already used your cursed technique? I didn't feel a thing. Mashiro stood up straight, Murasame spinning once in her left hand before landing in her right. The 5 wounds on her heel had already begun to heal, the new skin covering them almost before any blood had time to flow. Coming all this way just to save your companion? What a waste of life. During the few seconds the 2 sides stood in a standoff, Hanami's barrier array was completely blasted through by blue. The blue-black gravity orb smashed into the vine curtain from the front, tearing a huge hole through the center of hundreds of layers of interwoven plant fibers. All the vines hit by blue were directly crushed to the atomic level by the gravity and vanished. In that very second, Dagon's water manipulation technique activated, and water vapor gushed out from the cracks in the ground. The entire edge of the dense forest was shrouded in briny water mist, making it impossible to see one's own hand in front of one's face. Mashiro's cursed energy perception was interfered with by the mist. Hanami and Dagon's cursed energy residues were mixed together, making it impossible to distinguish who was where. Mashiro didn't stop to wait for the mist to dissipate. She charged into the mist, Murasame swinging horizontally, the blade touching Hanami's retreating back. The horizontal slash cut into the left side of Hanami's torso, but it didn't hit a vital point. Hanami had actively twisted its body to dodge most of the blade's edge as it cut in. As she withdrew the blade, Mashiro twisted her wrist, the blade tearing a horizontal gash inside Hanami's body. Hanami's left arm was completely severed, leaving it bare below the shoulder, with roots still wriggling at the stump. Gojo Satoru walked up from behind Mashiro, his fingertips still maintaining the posture from firing blue just moments ago, his gaze behind his sunglasses piercing through the water mist, sweeping over the retreating afterimages of the cursed spirits. Hanami had only its right arm left, tightly clutching Jogo, while Mahito was dragged at the very back by Hanami's vines, both arms severed at the shoulder and currently regenerating, and Dagon's tentacles, affected by blue, hung limply at its sides. Oh my, they ran away so fast. Gojo Satoru placed his hand over his brow, gazing into the distance. Mashiro didn't answer, she stood where she was and stabbed Murasame into the severed arm Hanami had dropped on the ground. The blade hummed, the severed arm turned to ash, and a massive amount of cursed energy flowed along the blade and into her body. They had indeed escaped, it wasn't that she didn't want to pursue them. The water mist was still there, Hanami's cursed energy had already merged into the entire mountain forest, and Dagon's water manipulation technique had covered all the residual cursed energy. Mahito had used idle transfiguration to animate all the broken branches and debris on the ground, turning them into a dozen small insects that scurried in all directions, disrupting the final tracking clues. A few seconds later, the 4 cursed energy signatures completely vanished into the forest. They got away. Mashiro retracted Murasame into her body and turned around to say, "It's not your fault." Gojo Satoru walked to her side, glancing down at the withered vine remains on the ground. The plant person traded its left arm for space to escape, and the patient used both hands as consumables. That octopus's water technique must have been specially practiced to cover up cursed energy. Their retreat coordination must have been prepared many times in advance. He kicked at the remaining debris on the ground. From beginning to end, they never intended to fight you, every step was just a stall for time to withdraw. He paused, his gaze beneath his sunglasses landing on Mashiro's face. The wheel spinning on the girl's head slowly decelerated, finally coming to a stop. A flash of curiosity crossed Gojo Satoru's eyes, but he still didn't intend to press for answers. Find it a pity? Not a pity. Mashiro withdrew her gaze and stretched. They ran away, but the price they paid wasn't small. At the very least, they won't be able to cause trouble for a while. Chapter 33 Death List. Gojo Satoru called Ajichi, and the car arrived shortly after. Mashiro and Gojo Satoru got into the car and told Ajichi to drive to the Administration Division building. Ajichi gripped the steering wheel, his eyes fixed on the mountain road illuminated by the headlights. The car drove along the rugged mountain road, bumping along. In the back seat, Gojo Satoru pulled his blindfold up to cover his eyes and leaned back into the seat, his breathing steady, though it was unclear if he had fallen asleep. Mashiro glanced at him, and thinking about how he had little time to rest, she sighed softly. She silently channeled her cursed energy, using sound wave control to make all the noise inside and outside the car disappear. Before long, Gojo Satoru woke up again and straightened his clothes. Mashiro silently ceased her cursed technique and asked him, "Did you look at the data Nanami found?" "I did. The terminated account, the backup terminal, and the section chief's medical records, all 3 clues point to the same group of people." Gojo Satoru flipped his phone over. But he didn't have time to pull the backup logs from the physical server. "We'll cover that tonight." The Administration Division building was located to the east of the Jujutsu High headquarters. It was a 3-story concrete structure with walls covered in ivy. At this hour, all the windows were dark, with only a sensor light on in the lobby. Gojo Satoru swiped his card at the entrance, and the glass door slid open. The server room on the 3rd floor was at the end of the hallway. The room wasn't large, with 4 server racks placed side by side, and the humming of the fans filled the entire space. There was a desk against the wall with 3 terminals on it. The screen of one had a thin layer of dust on it. Mashiro walked over to that terminal and ran her finger along the edge of the desk. A streak was wiped through the dust. "No one has used this one recently." The dust settled naturally, "It hasn't been wiped." A backup terminal. Gojo Satoru stood in front of the server racks and took off his sunglasses, his 6 eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. His gaze swept over the metal casing of the server racks and stopped at the side of one of them. "This server has traces of cursed energy. It's very faint, and it has been there for over 48 hours, it wasn't left today." Mashiro sat in front of that backup terminal and pressed the power button. The screen lit up, the system startup progress bar slowly advanced, and she pulled up the system log interface. The data Nanami had sent earlier had already marked suspicious timestamps. 12 hours before the Juvenile Detention Center mission was dispatched, the terminated account was activated. 3 hours before the mission was dispatched, the backup terminal was booted from sleep mode. 1 hour after the mission was dispatched, the operation logs were overwritten. The backup logs weren't connected to the internet, while the records on the server could be deleted, the local copy couldn't be erased. Found it. On the screen was a copy of the operation log, recording the complete execution process of 2 commands. The first was dispatching the Juvenile Detention Center mission to the window system, with the mission rated as Grade 2, not showing the existence of a special grade cursed spirit. The second was issuing an emergency mission in the direction of Saitama to the Tokyo Metropolitan Second Branch via the Assistant Supervisor system, designating the recipient as Grade 1 Jujutsu Sorcerer Kujo Mashiro. The two commands were issued 4 minutes apart from the same terminal, using the login account of Yamada Takashi, an employee who had resigned 2 years ago. But Mashiro continued to scroll down and found a record in the logs that hadn't been completely overwritten. 3 different administrator accounts had been logged into one after another in the early hours of the morning. 3 accounts, Mashiro said, pointing the record out to Gojo Satoru. Section Chief Sakakibara Shigeru logged in at 2:31 a.m. and set the mission to be dispatched automatically. Deputy Section Chief Tanaka Yoshio logged in at 2:33 a.m. and activated the permissions of the resigned employee account, Yamada Takashi. Sato Hikaru from the Technical Supervision Bureau logged in at 2:37 a.m., executed the dispatch command, and set it to automatically overwrite after 6 hours. 3 accounts, 3 logins, with intervals of 2 and 4 minutes, the operator was clearly the same person using 3 different accounts with different permissions to complete the entire process step by step. Gojo Satoru put away his sunglasses and looked at the 3 names on the screen, his lips devoid of a smile. The section chief was responsible for sending out the meeting room notification while also opening a medical record in advance to serve as an alibi. His permissions were used to call up the template, but he wasn't the one actually operating it, he only needed to provide the account. The deputy section chief was responsible for activating the resigned employee's account so the command couldn't be traced back to a living person. Sato Hikaru was responsible for the final dispatch and erasing the traces. 3 people, 3 links. Mashiro took a photo of the operation log. Both the section chief and the deputy are administrative staff, but they have cursed techniques too. Sato Hikaru, the technical director of the window system, is a grade 3 Jujutsu sorcerer. Gojo Satoru walked over to that server and pointed his finger at the spot on the metal casing where the cursed energy residue was strongest. Here. Sato Hikaru left traces of cursed energy while operating it. I can perceive his cursed technique type, it's a low-level cursed energy perception technique. I have already memorized his cursed energy signature. So, the one who tampered with it was Sato Hikaru. Sakakibara Shigeru provided the account and took leave. Tanaka Yoshio was responsible for activating the resigned account. Mashiro stood up and tapped her fingers against the edge of the keyboard twice. 2 administrative staff, 1 technician, there is someone above them. Sakakibara Shigeru's predecessor, the one who was promoted to the higher UPS. Gojo Satoru put his sunglasses back on. The section chief's account was logged out remotely in the early hours of the morning, and the logout record shows the IP came from an address in Kyoto. But this address went through 3 jumps, the final location needs further analysis. That's enough. Mashiro put her phone in her pocket. You've already memorized Sato Hikaru's cursed energy signature, so what remains is finding them. Gojo Satoru looked at her. Mashiro's face was expressionless, but her fingers were typing on her phone screen much faster than usual. The expression she had when she rushed back from Saitama overnight to see Itadori's body was gone, replaced by this calm focus. Mashiro put away her phone and said to Gojo Satoru, "Tell me the address once you find them." Gojo Satoru nodded and left the room. Mashiro followed, then closed the server room door. The sensor light in the hallway automatically turned off, and the entire floor fell back into darkness. When they walked out of the administration division building, Ijichi rolled down the car window and watched them approach. "Gojo-san, are you finished checking?" "We're finished." Ijichi didn't dare ask directly who they had found, so he just nodded. Mashiro got into the back seat, took out her phone, and opened Line. The chat window with Nanami was still on the last message. She typed a few words and sent them. Mashiro, 3 people. Sakakibara Shigeru, Tanaka Yoshio, Sato Hikaru. Nanami's reply came quickly. Nanami, Sato Hikaru submitted an annual leave application a week ago and will be on vacation starting the day after tomorrow. If you want to find him, tomorrow night is the best time. Mashiro, understood. The phone screen dimmed, and the car became quiet again. Mashiro leaned back into the seat, her fingers slowly drawing 2 circles on her knee before stopping. Those 3 were the executors, not the planners, but the executors had to die too. The remaining person was still in the higher UPS in Kyoto. 34 Chapter 34 The Eve. Chapter 34, The Eve. It was still dark when Mashiro returned to her apartment. She took off her shoes at the entryway, threw her dust-covered coat into the washing machine, and walked into the bathroom. As the hot water poured down, she closed her eyes and began to take stock of what she had gained that night. After the severed arm of Hanami was drained dry by Murasame, the cursed energy within her body far exceeded that of an average grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer, giving her the ability to fight a special grade cursed spirit in peak condition on her own. Then, there was the matter of her domain. Jogo's domain, known as the Coffin of the Iron Mountain, had been observed by Mashiro from the moment it was expanded until it shattered, leaving an incomplete impression within her Dharma wheel. The method of constructing the barrier, the flow of cursed energy of the cursed technique within the domain, and the transition point where the innate domain manifests from within the body to the external space. She only had a rough understanding of these, having never fully endured the damage and pressure caused by a domain expansion. She had not yet completely adapted to it. She came out of the bathroom, her hair still damp, and stood in the center of the living room. A massive amount of cursed energy surged out, and silver-white light spread from beneath her feet, attempting to form a domain. The boundary of the domain vaguely expanded for less than half a meter before shattering like a soap bubble. Mashiro frowned, tapping her fingers against the side of her leg as she pondered. It wasn't just that she was still lacking in her understanding of the domain. Right now, her entire pool of cursed energy wasn't even enough to manifest a rudimentary form. Is the cursed energy consumption for a domain expansion really this high? Or is it because her essence is that of Mahoraga, making her unique? Mashiro sighed and gave up on thinking about it any further. Anyway, she couldn't figure it out right now, so it was better to wait until her understanding of the domain and her cursed energy levels had improved. Mashiro gathered the water droplets from her body, flicked them into the sink, and then changed into some loungewear. Just as she was about to get into bed to sleep, her phone screen lit up. A line message, a training selfie sent by Yuji. The goofy pink-haired athlete was drenched in sweat, giving a thumbs up against the backdrop of the dusty walls of the underground training ground. Yuji, image.jpg. Yuji, Teacher Gojo says if I keep training for a few more days, I'll be ready for the Goodwill event. Mashiro stared at the photo for a moment, a smile lifting the corners of her mouth. Mashiro, don't push yourself too hard. Yuji, Sister Mashiro should be the one saying that. Yuji, well, I'm going to rest now. Good night 3. Mashiro, good night. She turned off the screen, placed her phone by her pillow to charge, left a bedside lamp on, and gradually drifted off to sleep. When Mashiro woke up, the light leaking through the gap in the curtains had turned orange. It was afternoon in Tokyo. She buried her face in the pillow, muffled for a few seconds. Then she rolled over, the quilt wrapped twice around her waist, her hair spread messily across the pillow with a few silver strands sticking straight up. Her eyes barely opened a slit, staring listlessly at the ceiling. There was a tiny crack on the ceiling. She stared at it for a long while, thinking of nothing. The phone on the nightstand suddenly rang. Mashiro ignored it and buried her head deeper into the pillow. After about 30 seconds, the phone started vibrating again. An arm reached out from under the quilt, fumbled around on the nightstand, and pulled out the charging cable. The phone slid onto the floor, continuing to ring. Mashiro rolled over, leaned over the edge of the bed, and reached out to grope on the floor. Her fingers touched the phone case, she picked it up, and the screen lit up blindingly bright. Incoming call, Satoru Gojo. She swiped to answer, pressed the phone to her ear, and didn't speak. Hello? Hello? Are you alive? Satoru Gojo's voice came through the receiver, still as unserious as ever. Mashiro responded groggily. What's with that voice? Did you just wake up? Do you know what time it is? Mashiro took the phone down to check the time on the screen. 3:24 p.m. She pressed the phone back to her ear. 3:20. What is it? Satoru Gojo laughed out loud. So even you sleep in? What else would I do? Mashiro's voice still carried the huskiness of someone who had just woken up. The reason you don't need to is because you have infinite refills. What the hell is infinite refills? Mashiro didn't explain. She pulled the quilt up, curled her knees, and shrank into a small ball, exposing only her face and the hand holding the phone. So, what is it? Satoru Gojo paused, his tone becoming serious. 3 people. I found all their addresses. How do we split them up? Mashiro curled up in the quilt and took a deep breath. Then she opened her eyes, her crimson pupils becoming clear once again. No splitting. Leave them all to me. There was a second of silence on the other end of the line, and then Satoru Gojo's tone returned to that nonchalant cadence. Should we handle them together or separately? Let's handle them separately. Sato Hikaru has cursed energy perception. If you get within 300 meters of him, he'll know. It doesn't matter if he knows. He's not a special grade cursed spirit, he can't escape. Satoru Gojo chuckled. Then I'll wait for you in the car. Ijichi says he wants triple overtime pay for tonight. Then pay him. I'm not in charge of payroll. That's the headquarters business. Then tell Ijichi to ask for a tenfold subsidy. They probably won't approve that, right? TCH. See you tonight, then. The phone screen dimmed. Mashiro maintained her side-lying position, her hand holding the phone resting on the pillow. The quilt had sealed her in, she couldn't get up. She stared at the charging cable port on the nightstand for 2 seconds, sighed, and eventually sat up slowly. The quilt slid down and piled around her waist, her hair falling down to block half her face. She shook her head, brushed the hair covering her face aside, and revealed her delicate, cute little face. 3 people. She yawned, stepped barefoot onto the floor, and walked toward the bathroom. 10 seconds later, the sound of water began. Not long after, having finished washing up, Mashiro walked out again. Her hair was tied up, her crimson eyes were bright, and the expression on her face had become calm and cold. She was the Kujo Mashiro everyone was familiar with. She picked up her phone and dialed Nanami. Nanami, have you found out about their curse techniques? The sound of papers flipping came from the other end of the line. I have. Nanami's voice was as deep as ever. Sato Hikaru is a grade 3 Jujutsu sorcerer, and his curse technique is low-level cursed energy perception. Sakakibara Shigeru and Tanaka Yoshio are bottom tier. I've sent you the addresses for all 3. Mashiro looked at the 3 lines of addresses that popped up on her screen. Understood. Be careful. It's best not to leave any evidence behind, Nanami reminded her, his tone calm. Mashiro was silent for a moment before asking him, aren't you going to stop me? There was a moment of silence on the other end, then his voice came back again. I was the one who sent you the message to take on the emergency mission. I bear some responsibility. Besides, they dared to use me to scheme and harm a minor, they should pay the price. His tone carried a hint of killing intent, but after a pause, it softened again. Jujutsu sorcerers are all shit, and those higher UPS are even worse. Be careful. Understood. After hanging up the phone, she zipped her coat all the way up and pushed the door open to leave. Chapter 35, A Dark and Windy Night for Killing. 9 p.m., Saitama. Tanaka Yoshio's old home was an old-fashioned detached house. Some tiles were missing from the roof, and weeds in the yard reached up to the knees. The living room lights were on, and the muffled sound of a television drifted out. Mashiro entered through the back door, the lock had been silently sliced off by space cutting. Tanaka Yoshio sat on the sofa watching a late-night variety show. On the table sat half a bottle of beer, and his laptop was open, with the encrypted email interface still displayed on the screen. He heard something and turned his head. Mashiro's crimson eyes gleamed in the darkness. Tanaka Yoshio's body jolted, and he whipped his head around. A mouse glanced at him and then scurried away. He let out a breath and wiped away cold sweat. Just a mouse. He turned back, intending to continue watching the show, only to see a person suddenly standing before him. Tanaka Yoshio screamed in terror, then squinted, his eyes widening. "You are that." Mashiro had no intention of wasting words. Murasame pierced his heart. A single strike. His mouth hung open, unable to utter another word. The beer can rolled off the table, crashing onto the floor, and the remaining liquid spilled onto the tatami mats, leaving a stain. Mashiro dematerialized Murasame and picked up the laptop. The sender of the encrypted email on the screen was listed as Kazanin. She took a photo, closed the laptop, and tucked it against her chest. The laughter of comedians from the variety show on TV filled the quiet room. Shortly after, a massive fire consumed everything. 10:15 p.m., Naruma Ward. Sakakibara Shigeru's apartment was on the 5th floor. Mashiro came up the stairs. 2 of the hallway lights were broken. Arriving at the target's door, she knocked. The door opened. Sakakibara Shigeru was wearing glasses and still holding a fountain pen. The moment he saw Mashiro, his pupils contracted, but he was not as surprised as Tanaka Yoshio. "Kujo Mashiro," he said. "Yeah." Sakakibara Shigeru took a step back, gripping his fountain pen tightly in his right hand, the tip tracing an arc in the air. The documents on the desk flew up with a rustle, the edges of the paper glowing with a faint shimmer of cursed energy, rushing toward Mashiro like a swarm of spinning blades. The first paper blade cut her face, leaving a shallow scratch. Clack, clack. The second one struck the same spot and shattered. Sakakibara Shigeru's pen continued to trace arcs, and more paper flew up, while he had already retreated to the window, his left hand fumbling for the window lock behind his back. Mashiro walked straight through the encirclement of paper blades. The spots where the blades struck her body didn't even cut her clothes. Murasame slashed horizontally. The fountain pen snapped in two, and the fingers holding it fell to the floor along with it. Sakakibara Shigeru looked down at his severed fingers, and before he could even scream, the second strike pierced his heart. Mashiro pulled out the blade. The scattered paper on the floor was stained with blood. A surge of water washed away all traces. She picked up Sakakibara Shigeru's body and threw it into the lake. 11:40 p.m., Minato Ward. Sato Hikaru lived on the 23rd floor. The floor-to-ceiling window offered a view of Tokyo Tower, where more than half the lights had already gone out at this hour. Mashiro went up floor by floor. She knew Sato Hikaru could sense the fluctuations of cursed energy as she approached step by step. Soon, she arrived at the door, which was standing wide open. Mashiro looked up into the room. The lights were all on, and a suitcase stood in the entryway, half-packed. There was no one in the living room. "A little later than I thought." The voice came from in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Sato Hikaru stood with his back to the door, his right index and middle fingers pressed together against his temple. Mashiro stood still, not speaking. "You went to Saitama and Naruma first." Sato Hikaru turned around. His eyes glowed with a faint light of cursed energy due to the activation of his cursed technique. The distribution of cursed energy throughout the room was precisely marked in his perception. The flow of cursed energy inside Mashiro was as if illuminated by a searchlight. "The two of them, are they already dead?" Mashiro did not answer. Murasame appeared in her right hand. Sato Hikaru drew a cursed tool short blade, its surface gleaming with a cold light as he lowered his center of gravity. "You are not the first person to try to move against Kazanin," he said, then rushed toward Mashiro, "but there are people above him, you can't kill them all." The short blade stabbed toward Mashiro's left shoulder at a precise angle. Sato Hikaru's cursed energy perception allowed him to predict the flow of his opponent's cursed energy, and this strike was aimed at the weakest gap in her defense. But it was useless, it didn't even cause the slightest scratch. Sato Hikaru's pupils constricted sharply. Murasame swung upward, slicing through his left wrist holding the blade, the edge piercing through the back of his hand. Sato Hikaru gritted his teeth, suppressing a cry. He didn't let go. Instead, he pressed down with his pierced left wrist, trying to wedge Murasame into his bones, while simultaneously reaching out with his right hand to choke Mashiro's throat. Mashiro didn't let go of the hilt. A space cutting appeared, severing his right hand. Sato Hikaru fell to his knees, both hands ruined. The short blade dropped to the floor, bounced once, and slid under the sofa. Mashiro pulled Murasame out of Sato Hikaru's left wrist. Sato Hikaru looked down at his dangling arm, then looked up at Mashiro. He smiled, a bitter smile of resignation. Fair enough. You'll find out sooner or later anyway. Murasame pierced his throat. His words were cut off halfway by blood. Sound waves vibrated, shattering everything in the room into fragments. Sato Hikaru's body was thrown out, falling from the window and crashing onto the ground beyond recognition. She walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and glanced at the reflection of the last few lights of Tokyo Tower. She turned and left. 1 a.m., Ijichi's car was parked on the side of the road in Minato Ward. Mashiro opened the car door and sat in the back seat. Gojo Satoru was in the passenger seat, his legs propped up on the glove box, playing on his phone. He looked up at Mashiro through the rearview mirror. There was a small bloodstain on her cuff, but otherwise, she looked no different than before she got in. Did you take care of all three? Yeah. What about the person above him? Sato Hikaru said before he died, Kazunin, and there's more above him. Gojo Satoru put his phone in his pocket. Kazunin is in charge of budget approval at the Kyoto Higher UPS office. Moving against him will trigger a full-scale backlash from the higher UPS. Mashiro tapped her fingers lightly on her knee. Leave him for now, we'll talk after the exchange event. Are you sure the exchange event will go smoothly? Mashiro glanced at him. It's precisely because there will be trouble that we're waiting until after. Gojo Satoru nodded without further questioning, pulled down his blindfold, and leaned back into the headrest. Ijichi started the car. 2 a.m., Mashiro returned to her apartment. She placed Tanaka Yoshio's laptop on the table and opened it. The screenshot of the encrypted email had already been sent to Nanami. Nanami's reply came quickly. Nanami, Kazunin is directly under the Higher UPS Administration Bureau. He holds both the Budget Approval Authority and the Task Priority Scheduling Authority for the Window System. Sato Hikaru was his direct subordinate. Mashiro, received. Leaving him alone for now. Nanami, understood. Mashiro sat on the sofa, turned off her phone, and closed her eyes to think. The three executors are dead, the one who gave the orders, Kazunin, is still alive, and there are people above him. There are now 9 days left until the sister school exchange event. 36 Chapter 36 Shifting Winds. Chapter 36, Shifting Winds. The top floor of an abandoned hotel. Kenjaku sat on the windowsill, holding a chess piece between his index finger and thumb. On the floor of the room behind him, Mahito sat cross-legged, his arms fully regenerated. He was flipping through a paperback book, the cover was curled at the edges, and the pages had been folded over repeatedly. He turned 2 pages and yawned. So boring. He tossed the paperback aside, and the book hit the corner of the wall and bounced back. When will Jogo wake up? At least then I'd have someone to talk to. In the corner, new branches kept sprouting from the stump of Hanami's left arm, only to wither away again. Mashiro's cursed energy had invaded its right arm, continuously causing damage to the wound. Hanami could only repeat this process over and over, slowly repairing its body bit by bit. In the very center of the room lay half of Jogo's body. Most of his cursed energy had been drained by Murasame, and those few seconds the blade remained inside him when he was pierced were more lethal to Jogo than the spatial rift that had torn his body apart. It was completely impossible for him to recover enough to appear at the Goodwill event. Mahito rolled over and sat up from the floor. He glanced at Jogo, then looked up at Kenjaku. Can Jogo still make it in time for the plan in his current state? He definitely won't make it to the Goodwill event. Kenjaku spun the chess piece on his fingertip. His remaining cursed energy is less than 30%, that must be the effect of Kujo Mashiro's blade. Mashiro, Kujo Mashiro. Mahito's face lit up with an excited smile at the mention of Mashiro. So interesting. Her soul is completely unaffected by my ability. The first time, I could still feel it, but the second time we met, I couldn't even sense the shape of her soul. The corners of Kenjaku's mouth curled slightly, and he placed the chess piece back on the board. It seems the priority of the third condition must be raised. Kujo Mashiro's interference with the plan has exceeded expectations. Mahito sat up cross-legged, leaning forward significantly, almost pressing his face against Kenjaku's. Then should I go find her again? Last time I was just focused on running away and didn't get to fight properly. Her type of cursed technique is very troublesome, I can't break through her defense, and idle transfiguration doesn't work. But if I could find the weakness in her cursed technique. As far as I know, Sukuna's vessel is related to her as her younger brother, and they have a very good relationship. Kenjaku silently moved a little further away, interrupting him. Hearing this, even Hanami looked over. Kenjaku stood up and paced slowly around the room. Which means if we target Sukuna's vessel, we can affect Kujo Mashiro. Eh? But isn't Sukuna's vessel at that Jujutsu high place? Mahito tilted his head. That Gojo Satoru is also there, and we can't deal with him. That depends on you, Mahito. Depends on me? Mahito paused. Your experiments need to be expanded. Really? Mahito spun around in his chair. So, you mean increase the number of test subjects to draw him out, right? Kenjaku nodded and walked to the windowsill. As if remembering something, he added, regarding Kujo Mashiro, I want you to confirm one thing. What? Whether the truth of Kujo Mashiro's cursed technique is actually mimicry. Kenjaku picked up a chess piece from the board and toyed with it in his hand. If it is what I suspect, then her value is even greater than Sukuna's vessel. Mahito blinked. Greater than Sukuna's? Kenjaku didn't answer, just smiled and nodded. Mahito didn't think too deeply about it. He had already stood up, brushed the dust off his pants, and walked out the door. Then I'm off to do some experiments. His figure disappeared at the top of the stairs, and his footsteps descended, step by step, fading further and further away. Jujutsu High Training Room. Mashiro sat in the center of the sofa, her hands folded on her lap. Her posture was very proper, but because she was too short, her feet couldn't reach the ground, and her toes dangled off the edge of the sofa, swinging gently. Opposite her was Gojo Satoru, who occupied 2/3 of the sofa, sitting with his legs crossed, one arm resting on the backrest, and the other holding an unopened can of soda. Itadori Yuji and Kento Nanami stood nearby, leaning against the wall. Before the Goodwill event, aside from Mahito, the others shouldn't cause any trouble. Mashiro looked at the rare lineup in front of her and spoke softly. Gojo Satoru sat opposite her with his legs crossed, taking up 2 seats by himself. Meanwhile, Itadori Yuji and Kento Nanami stood nearby, leaning against the wall. Gojo Satoru swung his crossed legs. Mahito? That sick patient? Mashiro nodded and revealed the information. Mahito is a curse born from the hatred and fear humans have for other humans. His cursed technique, idle transfiguration, can change the shape of the target's soul. The shape of the soul? Itadori tilted his head and asked, somewhat puzzled, what's the use of changing the shape of the soul? Mashiro didn't speak, she reached out her hand and splayed her fingers. Several water spheres condensed above her palm and were then precisely molded into human shapes. Transparent liquid flowed continuously along the edges of the little figures, maintaining their outlines. Under his cursed technique, the form of the physical body is pulled by the form of the soul. Her fingers moved slightly, and the human-shaped water masses began to deform. The arms stretched and stretched further, extra lumps bulged out at the joints, the legs caved inward, the torso twisted, and the head split down the middle. A human-shaped mass of water turned into a monstrous, deformed shape within 3 seconds. He can turn humans into this. Even jujutsu sorcerers will fall victim if they are touched by his hands several times. Nanami leaned against the wall with his arms crossed. The silence in the training room lasted for about 3 seconds. Gojo Satoru's expression also turned serious. Is there any way to change them back? Mashiro shook her head, and the water spheres dissipated, turning into mist that blended into the air. As far as I know, no. Gojo Satoru scratched his head, sighed, and said, I have to go overseas for a few days. Itadori looked at Gojo Satoru in surprise. Sensei is going overseas? To meet someone named Yuta Okatsu. Gojo Satoru paused. He's 1 year ahead of you, so he's your senior. Itadori blinked. Is he very strong? Special grade. Gojo Satoru's mouth curled up, returning to his usual expression. He's very strong. Itadori's mouth formed an O shape. So, I leave this matter to you all. Gojo Satoru stood up and looked at Nanami. Nanami, take him to investigate that sick patient over the next few days. If he starts conducting experiments, there will be victims who have been transfigured. Based on the distribution of victims and eyewitness reports, we should be able to determine his range of activity. Nanami nodded and looked at Itadori. Field training, Itadori Yuji. This isn't practicing cursed energy control in a basement, it's learning to judge situations, track enemies, and protect targets in a real environment. Every step could be a matter of life and death. Is it field combat? Itadori asked. It is field combat. Itadori straightened his posture. Understood. Mashiro jumped down from the sofa. She walked over to Itadori and said, somewhat worriedly, their target is you. Try not to get separated from Nanami when you're out. Itadori scratched the back of his head with a helpless smile as he watched Mashiro say things that sounded just like a mother. Got it, Sister Mashiro. Chapter 37, Fury. Nanami pulled open the door to the underground training room and walked out. Sister Mashiro, Teacher Gojo, I'll be going now. Yuji turned back to bid them farewell, then turned to follow Kento Nanami as he left. On the way, Yuji looked at this adult whom Mashiro had described as reliable, feeling a bit curious. Mr. Nanami, are you and Sister Mashiro very close? Nanami looked back at him. Just as Mr. Gojo is Ms. Mashiro's liaison for Tokyo Jujutsu High, I am considered the liaison for her window. Oh, I see. Sister Mashiro must be amazing. I wish I could be as strong as her one day. Hearing this, Nanami stopped in his tracks and turned to face Yuji. Listen well, Yuji Itadori. Getting stronger isn't just about talking about it, let alone reaching Ms. Mashiro's level. I won't go easy on you just because you're her younger brother, and furthermore, I don't even recognize you as a jujutsu sorcerer. You don't recognize me as a jujutsu sorcerer? Yuji also stopped, looking a bit confused. You need to use actions to prove that you are useful, even while carrying a bomb like Sukuna. Yuji looked into Nanami's eyes, his expression becoming solemn. Even if I don't like it, I know that I'm currently weak and useless. But I will get stronger. No matter how hard it is, I will prove it with my actions without you having to tell me. I also want to stand by her side and protect her, no matter the cost. Nanami looked at the boy before him, deep in his eyes burned a flame that felt very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Ah, he remembered. It was Kujo Mashiro, the flame burning in her eyes when she faced a grade 1 cursed spirit. Kento Nanami couldn't help but smile slightly. You two siblings really are alike. Then work hard to prove your worth. Yeah. Kento Nanami parked the car by the side of the road and turned off the engine. This was an old residential area on the outskirts of Tokyo. The Windows observation reports indicated abnormal cursed energy reactions in this area for 3 consecutive days. The intensity wasn't high, but the fluctuations were strange, different from the usual reactions. Get out. Nanami pushed open the car door. Yuji followed him out and looked around. It was called a residential area, but it was far too quiet. There were no birds chirping, no signs of people, not even the sound of the wind. Mr. Nanami, why is the cursed energy residue so thick here? Because there is more than one victim. Nanami drew his short blade. The observation report indicates that at least 3 people are missing, all residents of this residential area. Although I don't know if curses have a concept of efficiency, they normally concentrate their activities. Yuji clenched his fists, a flash of disgust crossing his eyes. The two walked about 200 meters into the alley, an abnormal stench growing stronger and stronger. The first victim appeared at the end of the alley. It looked like it had once been a middle-aged man, still wearing pajamas. But now its torso was stretched to nearly 3 meters, its spine protruding from its back to form spikes, and its legs were bent backwards, crouching on the roof of an abandoned house like a reptile. Its face still retained human expressions, its brows tightly furrowed, and its mouth opening and closing, as if it were still a human speaking. Yuji couldn't help but take a step forward. Nanami pressed down on Yuji's shoulder. It's already beyond saving. Yuji didn't look away. He stared at the thing that had once been a person, watching the cursed energy churning in its eye sockets, watching the black blood spilling from the corners of its mouth, and took a deep breath before shouting. I know, but if it still has consciousness, if it can still hear. He shouted at the thing, hey. The transfigured human suddenly turned its head, its split eyeballs aiming at Yuji. It let out a hoarse roar and lunged down from the roof. Nanami sidestepped the pounce, his short blade slicing a deep gash into the 7/10 mark of its abdomen. As the flesh burst open, he could feel that the internal structure of this body was completely chaotic, muscles and bones forcibly dismantled and rearranged. The transfigured human didn't stop because of the abdominal wound, it sprang up immediately after landing, and the spikes on its spine thrust toward Nanami. Yuji rushed in from the side and kicked it in the shoulder. The transfigured human was knocked off course, its spikes embedding into the wall and dragging out a crack. It thrashed wildly as it was knocked to the ground, its legs sweeping toward Yuji. Yuji jumped back to avoid it, and before his heels even touched the ground, the thing had finished gathering strength and launched itself directly in front of him, opening its mouth filled with barbed teeth to bite at his neck. Yuji raised his arm to block, and his arm was scratched by the bone teeth, leaving a few shallow bloody marks. He didn't step back an inch, stabilized his body with a low center of gravity, and delivered an uppercut to the transfigured human's chin, forcing its mouth shut before its teeth could clamp down. The sound of teeth clashing and shattering mixed with the dull thud of the cursed energy impact. The transfigured human's head snapped back violently, bone fragments spraying from the corners of its mouth. Yuji followed up, left fist then right elbow, hitting the same spot 3 times in a row, the final strike imbued with cursed energy, piercing through its entire chest cavity. The transfigured human crashed to the ground, still twitching. Nanami walked up to it. Its lips were still moving constantly, more like it was repeating the same sentence over and over. He lowered his head, carefully discerning the words. Save. Save me. Hearing this sentence, Nanami had to admit that the fury in his heart was also ignited. Yuji stood by, his fists still clenched, the few bloody marks on his arm slowly healing. Nanami plunged his short blade into its heart, and the transfigured human's struggling ceased. Cursed energy drifted out from within its body, dissipating into the air. Yuji looked at the twisted face, feeling as though its final expression wasn't pain, but the relief of finally being able to die. He had no human consciousness. Nanami pulled out his blade and wiped the blood off the edge. That sentence must have been the last thing he said before being transfigured. I know. Yuji said, his voice a bit raspy. Those bastards, how dare they do this? What do they take life for? Nanami looked at him, in the boy's eyes burned an unstoppable fury. 2 more transfigured humans lunged down from a second-floor window as they passed an apartment building, one from the left and one from the right. Yuji. Nanami called out. Yuji didn't answer, he kicked off the ground and rushed toward the one on the left, keeping it away from the range of Nanami and the one on the right. He lowered his center of gravity to dodge the first claw and slammed his right fist from bottom to top into the transfigured human's head. A massive amount of cursed energy gathered on his fist, and with just this one punch, the transfigured human's head burst open. Sorry, I helped you find release as quickly as possible. Yuji stood up and shook the sticky residue off his hand. Nanami sheathed his blade and glanced at the 3 corpses on the ground. 3 things that had once been human, precisely severed by his short blade and their vital points crushed head-on by Yuji's fists, without any unexpected incidents. Nanami exhaled, patted Yuji on the shoulder, which counted as recognition of his performance. Do you know why I recognize Ms. Mashiro? Why? Her fighting style is more ruthless to herself than anyone else, but that's not the most important thing. Nanami looked into Yuji's eyes and said, the most important thing is that her strength was exchanged for every injury she has ever suffered, every bit of her power has never relied on anyone else. You are very similar to her. But you are not strong enough yet. Please leave plenty of comments, thank you meow. Production team announcement. Fixed the bug with Mashiro's appearance, all previous chapters have been modified, now the Dharma wheel on top of Mashiro's head is back. Let's have the little wings on her head only appear when she opens her domain. 38 Chapter 38, Yoshino Junpei. Chapter 38, Yoshino Junpei. After hearing what Nanami said, Itadori fell silent for a few seconds. Of course, he knew he wasn't strong enough, but did that mean he had to just stand by and watch Mahito continue to harm others? He clenched his fists and looked down at the 3 sets of transfigured remains on the ground that hadn't dissipated like other cursed spirits. One was even a child. When the attack happened, the books in their school bag had scattered all over the ground. Did these things that used to be human not even have the right to return to dust? I know. Itadori unclenched his fists, the blood on the back of his hands already dried. That's why I'm learning from you. Nanami glanced at him and nodded. He sheathed his short sword at his waist and pulled a handkerchief from his suit's inner pocket, handing it over. Clean your hands. Next, you'll learn how to track the user from residual traces of cursed energy. Itadori took the handkerchief and wiped the sticky residue off his knuckles, staining the white cotton fabric a grayish-brown. Nanami crouched down and placed his palm gently on the corpse of the modified human. A faint trace of cursed energy remained within the modified human, left behind by the user. Place your hand on it and channel your cursed energy. Itadori did as he was told. His perception of cursed energy wasn't as precise as Nanami's, but he still felt it as his palm drew near. As his fingertips touched the cold corpse, a strange sensation welled up in his heart. A flowing, twisting, and unsettling fluctuation of cursed energy. Is this the cursed technique of that guy named Mahito? It's the residuals left by the cursed technique. Nanami stood up and adjusted his glasses. Normal cursed energy residue isn't usually this obvious, he's giving us clues on purpose. He paused, waiting for Itadori to pull his hand away. Can your cursed energy perception catch this wrong feeling? Yeah, it's disgusting. Itadori rubbed his hands against his pants twice, trying to wipe away the sensation. Remember this feeling, Nanami said. If you sense the same residue somewhere else next time, you'll be able to confirm his range of activity. The first step in tracking isn't finding the enemy, it's knowing where they've been. Itadori closed his eyes, letting that twisted feeling run through his mind once, and then opened them. I've got it. Nanami pulled his phone from his pocket and opened his line chat with Mashiro. Nanami, old residential area in Takarazawa City. 3 modified humans have been exorcised. The user's range of activity is expanding to the southeast. A reply arrived within seconds. Mashiro, copy that. I'm also tracking a target near Satazakura High School. Nanami, a high school student? Mashiro, someone I saw yesterday. They were touched by Mahito but haven't been transfigured. Nanami's thumb hovered over the screen for a beat as he began to think. Nanami, left that way on purpose? Mashiro, yeah, it seems there's some kind of plan. Nanami, do you want us to head over? Mashiro, I'll observe alone for now. Have Itadori come over in a bit. Nanami put his phone back in his pocket. Sister Mashiro has made some progress as well. Itadori crouched on the ground, picking up the scattered textbooks one by one and stacking them neatly. What progress? A high school student has been targeted by Mahito. She is currently tracking that target. Itadori looked up, his expression turning serious. Should we go assist Sister Mashiro? Nanami looked into Itadori's eyes. They held the same calmness as when he had just crushed a modified human's head with a single punch. But Nanami also understood that, just like with Mashiro, beneath that calm lay a surging, turbulent rage. No, what she needs right now is to confirm the purpose of Mahito's contact with the target, not a fight. Nanami turned and walked out of the alley, his leather shoes crunching on the gravel. However, she wants you to head over later. There's likely something she needs you to do. Itadori watched Nanami's back, then looked down at the stack of textbooks on the ground. He straightened the crooked Japanese literature textbook on top, stood up, and followed Nanami. At the end of the alley, the setting sun sank below the roofline of the old residential area. The sky transitioned from dark red to grayish blue, and the air was filled with dust and the wind-blown residue of cursed energy. Satazakura High School, 4 p.m. It had been half an hour since the final bell, and most of the students had already left. Shouts from the sports clubs drifted from the direction of the field, leaving only faint echoes in the air as they were dispersed by the wind. On the outermost sidewalk of the school gate, a figure walked out. His Satazakura High School uniform was a bit wrinkled, with a few inconspicuous scuff marks on the left shoulder. A pair of earphones hung around his neck, the buds dangling and swaying gently against his chest instead of being in his ears. His pace was slow, his shoulders slightly hunched, and his gaze remained fixed on the ground as he walked. Occasionally, students would overtake him from behind, but no one greeted him, and he never looked up, simply continuing toward his home on his own. This boy, who looked like a total loner and an easy target for bullying at a glance, was none other than Yoshino Junpei. Mashiro sat by the window in a family restaurant diagonally across from the school gate. On the table sat a strawberry milkshake with only 2 sips taken and a large order of fries that was nearly finished. She rested her chin on her left hand, a straw in her mouth, while her fingers traced light circles on the edge of the table. A slight smile touched Mashiro's face when she saw Junpei emerge from the school. Releasing the flattened straw covered in teeth marks, Mashiro finished the remaining fries and licked her fingers. The residue on Junpei was thicker than yesterday, with traces of idle transfiguration layering over one another within his body. Mahito hadn't finished transfiguring him all at once, he was repeatedly permeating and gradually invading his soul. Each layer went a bit deeper than the last, seeping from the surface of the skin toward the budding stage of his cursed energy core. Most experimental subjects were handled by Mahito in one go, twisted once and then dumped on the street to wait for the results. But Junpei was different. He was a toy that Mahito was interested in, and also a means they intended to use to break Yuji's psychological defenses. Mahito was waiting for an event that would cause Junpei's mental state to collapse completely. For example, in the original story, just as he had made a friend who was a jujutsu sorcerer, his own mother was killed by one, causing his hatred to explode. But Mashiro wasn't about to let him have his way. She pulled 2,000 yen bills from her wallet, tucked them under the milkshake cup, and walked out of the restaurant. There weren't many pedestrians on the street, just a few housewives carrying shopping bags and the automatic doors of a convenience store opening and closing repeatedly. She was about 50 meters behind Junpei. This distance was within the range of cursed energy perception, while also allowing her to adjust her tracking pace by sight. Junpei took the same route as yesterday, out of the school gate, past the cinema entrance, where he stopped for 2 seconds to look at the posters. Today's poster had been changed to a newly released horror movie, featuring an image of a split human face. Junpei watched for a moment, then looked away and walked down the alley beside the cinema toward his home. Other chapters will be posted a bit later. Chapter 39, Friend. Mashiro took out her phone and sent a message to Itadori. Mashiro, location link. Mashiro, come here, quickly. Yuji, coming. Yuji, what happened? Did you see Mahito? Mashiro, not yet, just come over first. Yuji, alright, who is the student being targeted? Mashiro, Yoshino Junpei. Yuji, got it, I'll be there soon. Mashiro put away her phone and continued following him from behind. Yoshino Junpei walked to his front door, only to see an unexpected person. Yoshino, I wanted to talk to you at school, but it's not really the right place for this kind of thing, a stout, sweating man said as he stood up to speak to him. Mr. Aomura. Yoshino Junpei looked troubled. Is there something you need? I just wanted to say, you were pretty close with them, weren't you? My condolences. Aomura said, wiping sweat from his head with a handkerchief. What was he talking about? Yoshino Junpei's eyes widened. He was close with those people? The people who burned him with cigarettes, forced him to eat insects, and even took pictures of him being beaten, they were close? Yoshino Junpei's mind was filled with rage, a violent impulse surging into his brain. Sister Mashiro, what are you doing? A pink-haired boy was kicked forward by a small, cute silver-haired girl with a strange halo above her head, cutting off his train of thought, and the cursed energy surging in his hands dissipated. Mashiro breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness Yuji arrived just in time, she kicked him to interrupt them, otherwise she would have had to act herself. Mashiro walked over, stood between Yoshino Junpei and Aomura, and said to Aomura, sorry, we have business with him, please come back another day. After saying this, she tilted her head, signaling Itadori to take Junpei away. Hey, we aren't finished talking yet, Aomura said, wiping sweat from his forehead as he spoke to Junpei, who was being pulled away by Itadori. Who are you people? What do you want with my student? Aomura asked, looking at the girl in front of him. Although she looked harmless, maybe she was the boss of some gang? That's how it was written in light novels. Mr. Aomura, you should investigate the relationship between Yoshino Junpei and the deceased, rather than wishfully thinking they were close. After saying this, Mashiro turned and left. Yoshino Junpei was pulled by Itadori to the riverside, where they sat on the steps. What do you need with me? Junpei asked cautiously. Itadori started, then paused. He didn't know why Sister Mashiro asked him to come here. Wait a second, let me ask. He picked up his phone, just about to send a message to Mashiro, when he saw her walking over from the main road. Sister Mashiro, over here, over here. Itadori waved at Mashiro, his voice loud enough to be heard across the river. Mashiro walked over and sat on the step next to Junpei. She sat very casually, hands supporting her from behind, looking up at the darkening sky. You can see it, right? Mashiro said. Junpei paused for a moment. What? The halo above my head. Junpei was silent for a moment, likely thinking about how to answer. You hesitated. You definitely can see it. Junpei looked at her, then lowered his head. Yeah, I can see it. Alright, I know now. Mashiro paused. She didn't know what else to say. But she had foresight, she called Yuji over. She decided to play the movie card. What kind of movies do you usually like to watch? Itadori sat on the other side of Mashiro, crossing his legs, and leaned in immediately upon hearing the question. Oh. Movies. I've been wanting to see that new action movie, the one with a motorcycle flying over an explosion on the poster. What was it called again? Explosive Pursuit, Junpei said quietly. Right. You know it. Itadori's eyes lit up. Is it good? I haven't seen it yet. I usually don't go to the movies alone. Junpei lowered his head, his fingers rubbing the knees of his school trousers. I've just been watching old movies on my computer at home lately. Last month I watched Seven Samurai, the Akira Kurosawa one. A black and white movie? Itadori scratched his head. I haven't seen any black and white movies yet. It's very good, Junpei said, his voice a little louder when he said this, but he shrank back after finishing. Mashiro listened from the side without interrupting, nodding, secretly praising her own wit. Itadori got excited, saying he watched Kurosawa's Ran with his grandfather when he was a kid, but didn't understand it, only remembering a large group of people running around on the prairie. Junpei smiled slightly, a rare occurrence. That scene is the most classic part of the movie. Itadori scratched the back of his head, embarrassed. Then let's go to the video store another day and rent it to watch again. Do you want to come, Junpei? Junpei didn't answer immediately. He looked at Itadori, as if checking to see if this person was serious. Itadori's expression didn't look polite at all. He glanced at Mashiro again, she was still looking at the clouds. So it was really left to him? Itadori twitched the corner of his mouth. Okay, Junpei said. Itadori grinned, then asked Junpei what he liked to do besides watching movies. Junpei hesitated for a moment. I'm learning to cook. I want to make food for my mom. I only know how to make curry, he added. Curry is great. I can make sukiyaki, Itadori patted his chest. I'm the one who broke in the pots in Sister Mashiro's kitchen. Let me tell you, the secret to curry is that the onions have to be sautéed until they're caramelized, you can't rush it. Junpei blinked. You know how to cook too? When my grandfather was hospitalized, I cooked all the meals at home, Itadori said, pausing. Grandfather cooked better than me, but he only taught me how to season the sauce, nothing else. He said boys don't need to learn to cook every dish, just one or two signature ones is enough. Mashiro hummed softly from the side. Junpei looked at the smile that remained on Itadori's face after he finished speaking, and was silent for a moment. Your grandfather is now. He passed away, Itadori said. It happened last month. I bought the flowers, too. He didn't like flowers, but he would stare at them for a long time whenever I brought them. Junpei lowered his head, his fingers stopping on his knees. My dad left when I was in elementary school. Not passed away, he just left. He said, he abandoned my mom and me and walked away himself. Maybe he thought I was too boring. Itadori didn't comfort him, just sat there and listened quietly. Mashiro also maintained the same posture, looking up at the sky. A breeze blew across the river, lifting a few strands of her silver hair. I don't think you're boring, Itadori said. Junpei turned his head to look at him. Itadori's expression was very serious, completely different from when they were discussing movies earlier. This guy is a good person. Junpei thought silently. 40 Chapter 40, Yoshino Nagi. Chapter 40, Nagi Yoshino. The Itadori who had just worn a deep, serious expression returned to his usual optimistic smile in the next second. He turned his head to look at Junpei and said, Do you have anything interesting happen at school? Like in PE class or something? I'm not very good at PE class. I run slowly, and ball games are even worse. Then I can teach you how to run. I'm not bragging, but I run pretty fast. Itadori gave a thumbs up and pointed at himself, 50 meters in 3 seconds. 3 seconds? Junpei's face was full of surprise as he looked at Itadori up and down. Are you a student athlete? Or a superhero? Not really, I've just run a lot since I was a kid. Just as Junpei was about to say something, a woman's voice came from behind him. Junpei? The three of them turned around at the same time. A woman with her hair tied up was standing on the riverbank, carrying a convenience store bag in her hand. She was wearing a light blue shirt, her features very similar to Junpei's, with a gentle temperament. Nagi Yoshino, Junpei's mother. She looked at Junpei, then at the silver-haired girl and the pink-haired boy sitting next to him. Your friends? Nagi Yoshino asked, her tone filled with surprise. Junpei stood up, feeling a bit flustered. Mom, they are. I'm Yuji Itadori. Itadori stood up and bowed. This is my older sister Mashiro. We are Junpei's friends. Friends? Junpei looked at Itadori in surprise. But he looked at his mother and nodded, not denying it. Kujo Mashiro stood up and nodded toward Nagi Yoshino. Sorry to intrude. Nagi Yoshino walked down the steps, her gaze resting on the two visitors for a few seconds. One had a smile so bright it seemed impossible for him to have any malicious intent, while the other had a calm expression, yet her eyes held a composure that didn't quite fit her age. The older sister is actually a bit shorter, how cute. She smiled slightly and looked at her son again. Junpei stood next to Itadori, although he still had that slightly hunched posture, the expression on his face was more relaxed than usual. You haven't had dinner yet, right? Nagi Yoshino lifted the convenience store bag and shook it. I bought too much. Junpei, invite your friends over for dinner. No need, ma'am, we stay. It's been a long time since Junpei brought friends home. Nagi Yoshino said with a smile, although you just met, how did you meet? Mashiro interjected before Itadori could speak. In front of the movie theater. He recommended Seven Samurai to us. Nagi Yoshino's eyes lit up, the one by Akira Kurosawa? Junpei's favorite director. She patted Junpei on the shoulder, her voice filled with a bit of pride. This child has a great eye for movies, he just doesn't like going out. You two should ask him to come out more often. Mom. Junpei's ears turned a bit red. Alright, I won't say anything more. Nagi Yoshino turned around with a smile and started walking toward home. Let's go, the curry will be ready soon. The Yoshino family's apartment wasn't big, but it was kept very clean. There were 3 pairs of slippers in the entryway, and a half-read movie magazine was spread out on the coffee table in the living room. A few rented DVDs were piled next to the TV cabinet, the covers mostly foreign films. Nagi Yoshino was heating up the curry in the kitchen, the sound of the spatula clinking against the pot and the aroma of curry drifted into the living room. Junpei put away the magazine on the coffee table and poured water for Itadori and Mashiro. Your place is quite comfortable. Itadori sat cross-legged on the floor and took the glass of water. Thanks. Can I borrow that movie magazine? Mashiro pointed to the magazine on the coffee table that hadn't been put away yet. Junpei handed it to her. Mashiro opened it. Inside was a long article about cult films, with several corners of the pages folded down. She flipped to one of the pages and paused. How many times have you read this? 4 or 5 times, I guess. Junpei sat down and scratched his face. How did you know? The creases on the corners are different. Junpei nodded and said, I'll be careful next time. Dinner was curry rice served with miso soup and fried chicken. Nagi Yoshino said she usually cooked too blandly and was afraid the guests wouldn't be used to it, so she specifically made extra fried chicken. Itadori took the first bite and loudly exclaimed that it was delicious, and Nagi Yoshino smiled and served him another bowl of rice. Mashiro sat next to Itadori, quietly eating her own portion. Nagi Yoshino glanced at her and added 2 more pieces of fried chicken to her plate. Mashiro said thank you and didn't decline. Where are you from, Itadori-kun? Sendai. Itadori swallowed the rice in his mouth. I just moved to Tokyo last month and transferred to a school here. And what about Mashiro? I came to Tokyo with him. Mashiro said. She didn't explain further about why her surname was different from Itadori's, and Nagi Yoshino didn't press the issue. So where are you living now? Nearby? Yeah, not far from here. Mashiro scooped a spoonful of curry into her mouth. Nagi Yoshino nodded and turned to look at Junpei, who was curled up in the corner of the sofa eating curry. Junpei hasn't really liked interacting with people since elementary school. He changed classes a few times in junior high, but he never made any friends. High school is the same. Her tone wasn't complaining, but rather filled with a sense of wistfulness. So seeing him sitting by the river with you today made me quite happy. Junpei buried his head in his rice and muttered softly, Mom, why are you saying all this? Alright, I won't say any more. Nagi Yoshino's eyes crinkled. Anyway, you two should come over often. Next time I'll make tonkatsu. Definitely. Itadori was already on his 3rd bowl. After dinner, Itadori insisted on helping wash the dishes, but Nagi Yoshino pushed him out of the kitchen. Junpei took 3 cups of pudding out of the fridge, one for each. Itadori said while eating, "This pudding is good, better than the ones I bought at the Jujutsu High convenience store last time." Junpei glanced at him. Jujutsu High? Which school is that? Itadori froze for a moment and looked at Mashiro, unsure if he could talk about it. Mashiro looked into Junpei's eyes and said, "Tokyo Jujutsu High. It has to do with jujutsu." Junpei stiffened and didn't speak. Mashiro didn't plan on saying more either. She finished her pudding and stood up. "Yuji, time to go." "You're leaving already?" Nagi Yoshino poked her head out of the kitchen. "Yes, we shouldn't bother you any longer." Nagi Yoshino saw them to the door and shoved 2 packs of instant curry into Mashiro's hand. "Just heat them up when you get back. It's better than convenience store bento." Mashiro looked down at the packets in her hand and tucked them into her pocket. "Thank you." Itadori waved at Junpei from the doorway. "Junpei, let's go watch that motorcycle movie another day. I'll watch the one you recommended too, and then we can exchange thoughts." Junpei stood in the entryway and nodded. His response was half drowned out by the wind in the street, but his slight smile was clearly visible under the porch light. The door closed. The living room became quiet again. Nagi Yoshino began clearing the dishes, and the sound of the faucet came from the kitchen. Junpei stood motionless in the entryway, looking down at the 3 pairs of slippers that had just been taken off on the floor. 1 pair was Itadori's, 1 was Mashiro's, and they were lined up next to his. His mother poked her head out of the kitchen, took a glance, and without saying anything, smiled and retreated back inside. Chapter 41, Finger. 9:30 in the evening. Street lights along the roadside flickered on, one by one. Itadori and Mashiro, who should have left by now, appeared on the roof of Junpei's apartment building. Itadori lowered his voice. "Sister Mashiro, what is going on? Isn't Junpei a target of Mahito? Why did we end up having dinner there?" Mashiro sat on the railing beside him, her feet dangling and swinging gently over the edge. She didn't answer Itadori's question immediately, but instead asked, "What do you think of Yoshino Junpei?" Itadori laughed and scratched his head. "He's pretty interesting. It would be fun to be friends with him." Mashiro nodded. "Since he has a cursed technique and has been targeted by Mahito, we must send him to Jujutsu High for protection." Itadori was taken aback. "Is that why we came to have dinner? So, what are we waiting for now? Mahito values this target highly. He will definitely do something." Mashiro lay down on the roof, her red eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. "That is why we are waiting here." Itadori sat up abruptly. "Then what about Junpei?" Suddenly, a jolt of terror struck Itadori's heart. He sensed Sukuna's finger, and the reaction was coming from inside Junpei's house. Itadori grabbed Mashiro's wrist. "Sister Mashiro, do you feel that? Sukuna's finger is in Junpei's house." Mashiro was already on her feet, her red eyes glowing strikingly in the dark. "Yes. It seems Mahito has made his move, using Sukuna's finger to attract cursed spirits to attack them." She glanced down from the edge of the roof. The window of the Yoshino home on the 4th floor was open, and cursed energy was seeping out. It was the stench of a cursed spirit, mixed with the cold, chilling fluctuation of a special grade cursed object, Sukuna's finger. "Mahito." Itadori said the name without any inflection, but Mashiro could still hear the suppressed rage beneath his voice. The sound of shattering glass came from downstairs, followed immediately by Nagi Yoshino's scream. Mashiro jumped off the roof, and Itadori followed closely behind. One after the other, they landed on the air conditioner unit outside the 4th floor window. Mashiro kicked open the shattered window frame, and Murasame appeared in her palm. In the living room, Nagi Yoshino had collapsed beside the sofa. Before her was a cursed spirit. One of its tentacles was coiled around Sukuna's finger on the coffee table, emitting a chilling aura, while another tentacle reached out toward Nagi Yoshino's face. Mashiro moved first. Space cutting was unleashed silently, slicing off the tentacle at the root less than 10 centimeters from Nagi Yoshino. The cursed spirit let out a shriek. Black pus sprayed from the severed end, but Mashiro used water control to solidify it, preventing it from harming Nagi Yoshino. Itadori rushed out from behind Mashiro and slammed his fist into the center of the cursed spirit's torso. Cursed energy exploded at his knuckles, blasting a hole straight through the cursed spirit's torso. But it didn't die. All of its split mouths opened simultaneously, emitting a piercing screech. Too ordinary. Sound-based attacks, that was the one thing she feared the least. Mashiro reached out. High-frequency vibrations spread from her palm, colliding with the cursed spirit's screech in midair and canceling it out. The cursed spirit's multiple mouths were overwhelmed by their own sonic backlash and snapped shut. Seizing the opportunity, Itadori punched through the cursed spirit's body again. The entity began to disintegrate, and black smoke dissipated from between his fingers. "Mom." The living room lights suddenly flickered on. Junpei stood at the bedroom doorway, still in his pajamas. His pupils contracted violently as he looked at the cursed spirit turning into black smoke in the living room, at his mother collapsed beside the sofa, at the black residue still dripping from Itadori's fist, and at Mashiro standing on the windowsill with Murasame in her hand. The blade of Murasame gleamed with a cold, silvery light under the room's illumination. "Junpei." Nagi Yoshino tried to stand up, her legs still trembling. Itadori reached out to help her. The last remnant of the cursed spirit dissipated into black smoke. Sukuna's finger fell to the floor, still emitting fluctuations of cursed energy. Mashiro walked over and tossed it to Itadori. Itadori caught it, but a mouth opened on his palm and swallowed the finger. "This guy." Itadori tugged at the corner of his mouth helplessly. Nagi Yoshino looked at Mashiro, then at Itadori, her lips trembling. "Who, exactly are you people?" Mashiro retracted Murasame into her palm and walked over to stand in front of Nagi Yoshino. "Jujutsu sorcerers," she said. "Your son is just like us." "Junpei, you can see that cursed spirit, right?" Junpei didn't deny it. He saw it, of course, he saw it. He saw the cursed spirit trying to eat his mother, and he saw them save her. Itadori helped Nagi Yoshino sit on the sofa and then walked over to Junpei. He patted Junpei's shoulder, his touch very light. "Junpei, come to Jujutsu High," Itadori said. Junpei looked up at him. "It's a school that specializes in training jujutsu sorcerers," Mashiro said. "Itadori is a student there. If you are willing, you can enroll directly and be in the same year as Itadori." She paused. "Your mother will also be under the protection of Jujutsu High. These cursed spirits will never have another chance to get close to her." Nagi Yoshino sat on the sofa, her hand still pressed against her chest, but her breathing had steadied. She looked at her son's back. Just moments ago, the monster's tentacle had been less than 10 centimeters from her face. She had seen those sharp spikes clearly with her own eyes, and she had also seen exactly how Mashiro had severed it in an instant. "Can I learn to control this power?" Junpei asked, his voice low. "Yes," Mashiro said. "And you have a decent senior who is currently learning that as well." She tilted her head and glanced at Itadori. Itadori blinked, then grinned, pointing a thumb at his own chest. "Yeah. I've been learning cursed energy control lately. I can teach you." The corner of Junpei's mouth twitched as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't. Nagi Yoshino slowly calmed down, stood up from the sofa, walked over to Junpei, placed her hands on his shoulders, and looked into his eyes. "Do you want to go?" Junpei was silent for a few seconds. "I want to go." Nagi Yoshino nodded, then turned to Mashiro. "Miss Kujo, I have 2 questions." "Please, go ahead." "After Junpei goes to Jujutsu High, will he be in danger?" "Jujutsu High has barriers that cursed spirits cannot enter. He will be much safer inside Jujutsu High than outside. As for you, Jujutsu High will arrange for personnel from the window to protect you in secret, so you will not be involved in any battles." "Then I have nothing else to ask." "Junpei, go pack your things." "Now?" Junpei was taken aback. "Aren't you leaving with your friend?" Nagi Yoshino tilted her chin toward Itadori. Itadori was crouching on the floor, trying to wipe away the holes in the floorboards corroded by the cursed spirit's pus after it died, only to realize he couldn't wipe it off. He scratched his head and muttered, "It doesn't seem like this will wipe off." Junpei looked at Itadori's back and then glanced at Mashiro. "I'll go pack my things." Mashiro made a call, asking Ajichi to drive over and pick them up. Before dawn broke, the four of them walked out of the apartment building and got into the car headed for Jujutsu High. Today was too busy, a little late, Ors. 42 Chapter 42 Joining the Higher Vocational School. Chapter 42, Joining Jujutsu High. When Ajichi's car pulled up to the gate of Jujutsu High, it was still dark before dawn. The barriers of Jujutsu High rippled faintly within the perception of cursed energy. Yaga Mazamichi stood inside the school gate, his coat draped over his shoulders. His expression was grave, devoid of the irritation of being woken up. He glanced at Junpei, confirmed the presence of cursed energy within him, and then looked at Nagi Yoshino. "Ajichi has explained the situation. We will arrange for your mother to stay in the staff family quarters, which are covered by barriers," he said, turning to Junpei. "You will enroll as an auditor and temporarily reside in the student dormitory." "Can I go to the dormitory now?" Junpei asked, his voice very soft. "Yes." Yaga tilted his chin toward Itadori. "Itadori, take him there." Itadori walked past Mashiro and patted Junpei on the shoulder. "You can stay next door to me, it happens to be empty." Nagi Yoshino walked over to Junpei and reached out to rebutton his school uniform, which he had fastened incorrectly. The movement was the same as when she would fix his collar every morning. "Call me if anything happens," she said. "And don't go to dangerous places." "Mom. I'll be fine." Nagi Yoshino smiled. "Study hard here and make plenty of friends." "Yeah, I know." Junpei nodded. "Then, please take good care of Junpei." "Yes, we will." Nagi Yoshino nodded at Mashiro and Itadori, then picked up her suitcase and followed the assistant supervisor away. Junpei stood where he was, watching her figure turn the corner. "It's okay, don't worry. It's very close, you can see each other anytime," Itadori said, patting Junpei on the back. Junpei nodded, finally showing a small smile, and followed Itadori toward the dormitory. The dormitory was the second to last room at the end of the hallway, containing a bed, a desk, and a wardrobe. The window faced the back mountain of Jujutsu High, where one could see the woods and a man-made stream. Junpei put down his travel bag and stood in the middle of the room, not knowing what to do next. Itadori crossed his arms and leaned against the doorframe. Seeing his confused expression, he smiled slightly. "If you can't sleep, want to go to the training ground? Now? At 4 in the morning? You can't sleep anyway. Shall we go?" "Okay." The grass on the training ground was still covered in dew, and Itadori sat cross-legged on the ground. Junpei watched him and then sat down opposite him. "Let's start with using your cursed energy," Itadori said. "Close your eyes and feel the energy inside your body." Junpei obediently closed his eyes and began to channel his cursed energy. A moment later, he opened his eyes and looked at his hands. With his palm open, his cursed energy gathered into a small, steady sphere at his fingertips. "I learned this from Mahito before," he said, hesitating for a moment before deciding to be honest. Itadori fell silent for a moment after hearing this, then stood up, sat down next to Junpei, and put his arm around his shoulder. "Junpei, Mahito is a very dangerous cursed spirit." Itadori's hand tightened slightly. "He treats humans like toys and modifies them at will." Junpei closed his eyes, his body trembling slightly. "I know. Yeah, that cursed spirit that appeared at your house was also lured there by him." Junpei took a deep breath, his mind flashing back to the scenes of humans being modified by Mahito, recalling the various humans in Mahito's hands. "I understand. You all need to be careful, Mahito has many modified humans in his possession." "Don't worry. The teachers at Jujutsu High are all very strong." Even though Sister Mashiro isn't a teacher, she's very strong too. Itadori patted his shoulder. Don't worry, you and your mother are both safe here. Junpei's body finally relaxed, he was willing to trust this innocent and passionate person. Yeah, I trust you, Itadori. Oh. By the way, just call me Yuji. I've been calling you Junpei, after all. Okay. Yuji. Junpei smiled slightly as he said his name. Right, let's try out your cursed technique next. Do you know how to use it, Junpei? Itadori stood up and stood opposite him. Junpei didn't speak, instead channeling his cursed energy to activate his cursed technique. Shikigami summoning. A jellyfish-like Shikigami emerged from Junpei's hand, its countless tentacles secreting tiny black particles. That was poison. Junpei's cursed technique involved refining poison from cursed energy and having the Shikigami's tentacles secrete it. Oh. Junpei's cursed technique is Shikigami summoning? Fushiguro has one too. Ah, Fushiguro is our. Itadori introduced excitedly. Junpei didn't interrupt him, smiling as he listened until he finished before explaining his own cursed technique. I see, Itadori nodded. A Shikigami that can secrete poison? That's amazing. What about Yuji's cursed technique? Junpei asked, letting the Shikigami float nearby to play. Ah, I don't have a cursed technique. Itadori scratched his head, not looking embarrassed at all. I'm different from others. I gained cursed energy by eating a cursed object, so I don't have a cursed technique. Is that so? Junpei looked at him. Then Yuji must be very strong in other areas. Oh. Of course. Itadori laughed proudly. Come on, let's practice how to control your Shikigami. I'll help you. Yeah. Not long after, Itadori stood up and brushed the grass clippings off his pants. I have to go help your mom get settled. Auntie Yoshino is staying in the staff family quarters, and there's still some paperwork. Junpei nodded. I'll go with you. You can rest a bit, take this time to get some sleep. Itadori walked a few steps away before stopping. It's going to be very busy after tomorrow. Yuji. Junpei sat on the ground of the training field, the jellyfish swimming slowly around him, its transparent tentacles occasionally brushing gently against his body. A look of peaceful, gentle happiness that hadn't appeared on Junpei's face for many years was present. Thank you. What are you thanking me for? We're friends, aren't we? It's only natural. Itadori waved his hand with a smile and ran out of the training ground. Mashiro had not entered Jujutsu High with them. She stood at the school gate for a while, watching Nagi Yoshino being led away to rest and Junpei following Itadori toward the dormitory, before leaving Jujutsu High. On the way home, her phone vibrated slightly, and Mashiro took it out. Nanami, is that high schooler settled in? Mashiro, yeah. Nanami, Mahito won't just do nothing. Be careful. Mashiro, I know. You be careful too. Nanami, okay. Mashiro put her phone away and continued walking toward her apartment. The streets were deserted at 4:30 a.m. The light from a vending machine cast a faint glow on the road, and the convenience store sign was still lit, waiting for its customers. She had been walking for about 10 minutes when she suddenly stopped. Under the street light behind her, a shadow was cast onto the ground. Seeing Mashiro turn back, the person casting the shadow moved. The stitched face was exceptionally clear under the light. Mahito tilted his head, looking at Mashiro with an expression somewhere between curiosity and delight. The toy I just found is gone. Do you know where it is? Mashiro turned around, her crimson eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. I don't know. Why don't you go look somewhere else? Chapter 43, Idle Transfiguration, Reverse Technique. On the street at 4:30 a.m., the streetlights cast long shadows of the two. Mahito tilted his head, the stitched corners of his mouth curving upward. He paid no mind to Mashiro's words, stepping forward instead. During our last fight, I found it very interesting. He extended his right hand, fingers splayed, the light of the streetlight illuminating his sickly pale hand. The first time I touched your soul, I could still feel a bit of its shape, but the second time, I couldn't feel it at all. Mahito raised his hand to his eyes, looking at Mashiro through the gaps between his fingers. I went back and thought about it for a long time but still couldn't understand. Can you tell me why? Murasame emerged from Mashiro's palm, her silver blade gleaming in the moonlight. She smiled faintly. It doesn't matter. Forget about it. If you won't say, then forget it. Mahito's smile vanished. He kicked off the ground and lunged at her. His speed was even faster than last time. Mashiro sidestepped, and Murasame slashed horizontally. The blade swept across Mahito's chest, but only grazed the outer skin. The moment he was hit, he altered the muscle density in his chest to minimize the damage. However, Murasame's special effectiveness against cursed spirits took effect. The wound on Mahito's chest instantly tore open, and his ribs were severed. Cough. Mahito retreated 3 meters, then quickly used idle transfiguration to repair his body. I was already being careful enough of your blade, but I didn't expect it to have this kind of ability, Mahito said, launching another attack at Mashiro. Don't worry, there's plenty more to surprise you. Haha, then I'll look forward to it. Pressing the 5 fingers of his right hand together, Mahito thrust toward Mashiro's face. Mashiro tilted her head. His fingertips grazed her left ear, severing a few strands of her silver hair. Taking advantage of the momentum, she lowered her center of gravity, sweeping Murasame upward to slash at Mahito's wrist. Mahito pulled back his hand and took half a step back, then squinted and laughed. Close one, close one. I almost got cut by you. He flexed his wrist, which had been grazed by the wind of the blade. A thin slit had opened in the skin, the wound squirming as new tissue filled the gap. Mashiro glanced at his wrist, flicked Murasame, and took her stance again. What's wrong? Is dodging all you can do? His smile faded, his expression turning a bit more serious. In that case, let's change our approach. Mahito spread his arms, his body squirming violently as he began to transform. His right arm elongated, growing 2 extra joint segments from the elbow, and his fingers multiplied to 12. His left arm swelled with stacked muscles, his palm growing large enough to grip a human head. His legs bent backward, and hooked claws sprouted from his feet. How is it? Mahito's voice came from his crooked mouth. This is one of my favorite forms. Among the humans I modified, a few retained their pain receptors. I learned this from them. Humph, just putting on a show. Mashiro's expression turned cold. You will pay the price for what you've done. With that, Mashiro stepped forward, her figure instantly appearing in front of Mahito as Murasame slashed down fiercely. Mahito was taken aback and tried to block with his right arm, but Murasame suddenly became translucent, passing right through his arm to slash his shoulder. Slash! Murasame, vibrating at high frequency, severed his arm. Mahito gritted his teeth, whipping his left arm toward Mashiro like a whip. Mashiro raised Murasame to block. The moment his fingers collided with the blade, she sensed something was wrong. The instant they touched the blade, each of Mahito's fingers changed direction, bypassing her block to claw at her hand holding the sword. She immediately let go. As Murasame dissolved in her left palm, it re-emerged in her right hand, severing 2 of his fingers with a single slash. Mahito retracted his arm. The muscles at the severed fingers squirmed as new fingers began to grow out. He looked at Mashiro, his expression like someone admiring an interesting plaything. What quick reflexes. That's not the point, is it? Mashiro stared at Mahito's regenerating fingers, the Dharma wheel above her head spinning faster. Clack, clack, clack. Adaptation to physical attacks had already begun, but Mahito's core threat was not physical attacks. She hadn't felt any adaptation to idle transfiguration last time, so she didn't know if the neutralization of its effects was due to adaptation. She had to confirm this. Mashiro took the initiative to charge forward, slashing 3 times with Murasame in rapid succession. Mahito blocked with his deformed arm. With every contact, his fingers were severed, but he didn't care. Every time they were cut off, they would instantly grow back. Unlike humans, as long as they had enough cursed energy, they could regenerate indefinitely. Mashiro deliberately delayed her 4th slash by half a beat. Mahito seized the opportunity, his deformed hand sliding past the side of the blade to press against Mashiro's left shoulder. Got you. Idle transfiguration activated. Then, Mahito's smile froze. His cursed energy poured into Mashiro's shoulder, touching her soul, but in the next second, that cursed energy vanished like a clay ox entering the sea. Her soul had no graspable shape on its surface, leaving his cursed technique with absolutely nothing to work with. Mashiro delivered a backhand slash, and Murasame pierced through Mahito's palm. Mahito leaped backward to create distance. He looked down at the hard-to-heal hole in his palm, then looked back up at Mashiro. This is just cheating. Mashiro didn't pursue him, she was checking the Dharma wheel's feedback. The analysis progress of idle transfiguration had barely budged. What a strange phenomenon. Was it because it had no effect on her, so there was no need to adapt? The previous 2 contacts had been the same. Mahito's idle transfiguration hadn't touched her soul at all, meaning adaptation could not be triggered. Too weak, Mashiro said in a flat tone. Your cursed technique is useless against me. This is already the 3rd time. Mahito shook his hand. The hole in his palm had already healed as he fell into thought. You're right. He tapped his chin with his finger. Idle transfiguration alters the shape of the soul through contact. I can't touch your soul, so I can't alter it. He tilted his head to look at Mashiro. But you see, when it comes to the soul, altering its shape isn't the only way to establish contact. Mashiro frowned. What did he mean? Just like when you push a wall with your hand, the wall won't move, but your hand will feel its presence. Mahito extended his right hand, splaying his fingers. And vice versa. The wall doesn't move, but when you push it, the wall is also pushing back against you. He took a step forward. I'm actually quite curious myself. You're clearly not human, so why are you standing on the side of humans? Mashiro tightened her grip on Murasame. Are you playing with me? How dare you look down on me? No. I mean, since you're not human, why not join us? Mahito extended an invitation to Mashiro, his tone sincere. Curses are the new humans who should replace humanity. You're clearly just like us. Mashiro raised Murasame, pointing the tip of the blade at Mahito. I refuse. Her voice was filled with mockery. I'm going to be a hero of justice. Who do you think you are? Mahito stared at her, silent for a few seconds, and then smiled. Is that so? He raised both hands to his chest, palms facing each other. Then I'll let you see with your own eyes what you truly are. His legs transformed into the shape of antelope legs, and he instantly appeared in front of Mashiro, his hand touching her shoulder. Idle transfiguration, reverse technique. Instead of trying to touch Mashiro's soul, he used his cursed technique to draw it out. Mashiro's body shuddered. She felt the Mahoraga portion of her soul being drawn out and manifested. Clack, 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 clack. The Dharma wheel began to spin frantically, it had lost control. 44 Chapter 44 Wings. Chapter 44, Feathered Wings. The rotation speed of the Dharma wheel exceeded Mashiro's control. It was the Dharma wheel itself responding to the Mahoraga part within her soul, reacting instinctively. Mashiro knelt on one knee, the tip of Murasame piercing the ground to support her body. A tearing pain shot across her forehead, her skin was being ripped open from the inside. Subsequently, 2 pairs of symmetrical mini-wings burst out from behind her ears, covered in fine silver down. The first pair bent downwards, gently covering her eyes, while the second pair, slightly smaller, rested by her cheeks, the edges of the wings curling inward to press against her face. After Maharaga's physical traits were forcibly pulled from the depths of her soul by idle transfiguration, they were permanently fixed onto this human shell. Mashiro's silver-white eyelashes flickered through the gaps on the inner side of the wings. She made no sound, but the hand gripping Murasame trembled continuously. Mahito, seeing such traits for the first time, tilted his head to examine the two small pairs of wings on her head. You really aren't human. What kind of cursed spirit trait is this? Oh, this soul feels like a Shikigami? He gently released the hand resting on her shoulder and said with a smile, no wonder idle transfiguration didn't work on you. Your soul is a fusion of a human and a Shikigami. Mashiro did not answer. Her soul was in utter chaos, which was severely affecting her ability to move. You can't move right now, can you? Mahito circled to her side and bent down to observe the earwings at close range. The essence of the Shikigami has been forcibly pulled out, and your human shell is rejecting it. Both sides are fighting for control of your body. He was half right, she indeed couldn't move, but it wasn't because the two sides were fighting for the body. Her body didn't have two souls, it was just that the turmoil of her soul was affecting her bodily functions. But don't worry, I won't kill you now. Mahito straightened up and put his hands in his pockets. You are far more interesting than an ordinary test subject. A Shikigami turning into a human possessing a Shikigami's abilities, I can't even fathom how that was achieved. He stepped back twice and tilted his head with a smile. I'll go back and talk to Geto, let him judge your value. You are, compared to Sukuna's vessel. Mahito's voice cut off abruptly. He felt a massive surge of cursed energy approaching from the end of the street at an incredible speed. Sister Mashiro. It was Yuji's voice, filled with boundless rage. He saw Mashiro kneeling on one knee, Murasame stabbed into the ground in front of her, supporting her so she wouldn't collapse completely. The two pairs of wings on her head had pierced through her silver hair. The pair covering her eyes was trembling slightly, and the silver-white down was covered in blood. It streamed down her face, dripping onto the collar of her white coat, which was already stained red over a large area. He took a vigorous step onto the railing, launched himself into the air, and elbowed toward Mahito. Mahito's eyes captured his movement, but he dismissed it, it was just an ordinary elbow strike. But clearly, he hadn't expected how heavy this blow would be. Yuji's right elbow slammed into Mahito's chest, cursed energy surged from his elbow, and a massive explosion rang out. It wasn't an explosion of ordinary cursed energy, the cursed energy from this punch passed directly through Mahito, striking his soul solidly. Mahito was sent flying, crashing through a vending machine on the side of the road and smashing into the outer wall of the building opposite, leaving a human-shaped crater. Yuji didn't pursue him, he landed in front of Mashiro, cursed energy still lingering on his fist. Mashiro struggled to lift her head behind him, the two pairs of wings blocked her eyes, but her cursed energy perception was still functioning. She could perceive Yuji's back, and the violent fluctuations of his cursed energy. The Dharma wheel above her head was still spinning, gradually adapting to this state and stabilizing Mashiro's condition. Can you move? He asked, turning around. Not yet. Mashiro's voice was so weak it made his heart ache. I need to adapt for a while longer. Then don't move. Yuji faced the direction Mahito had been blasted. He took off his jacket, draped it over Mashiro's shoulders, then unzipped his own tracksuit and stretched his neck. Leave it to me. Debris rolled out of the hole in the wall. Mahito walked out of the depression in the building's outer wall, his chest completely collapsed from that punch, a few ribs protruding from under his skin, and black liquid streaming down his side. His expression was full of shock. He looked down at his collapsed left rib cage, then looked up at Yuji. You can touch my soul. Very few jujutsu sorcerers can do that. Except for that guy named Nanami, you are the second. Mahito poked his wound with his finger, the pain of touching his soul making him grimace. No, you are more direct than Nanami. He uses his cursed technique to create weaknesses on the target, but you hit the soul itself directly with your fists. Mahito's eyes lit up. I see. Sukuna is inside you, so you can perceive the contours of the soul at all times. Yuji didn't answer. He lowered his center of gravity, left foot forward, right foot back, the exact same starting stance as always on the training ground, but the amount of cursed energy condensed in his fist was completely different. You've modified so many humans. He took a step forward. You even wanted to toy with Junpei and kill his mother. Another step. What I can't tolerate most is that you dared to touch Sister Mashiro. On the third step, Yuji pushed off the ground, causing a crater to explode behind his heel. I'll kill you. His figure turned into an afterimage in Mahito's eyes, his right fist wrapped in cursed energy striking straight at his face. It's exorcise, Jujutsu sorcerer. Mahito laughed ostentatiously, raising his arms to block, while simultaneously changing the muscle density and bone hardness of his arms. The punch landed on his crossed arms, but the cursed energy still struck his soul. Mahito groaned and was knocked back several meters. But the damage this time was shallower, he had already started adapting to Yuji's strikes. I won't fall for the same attack twice. Mahito shook his numb arms, a smile returning to his face. Your fists can touch the soul, but you lack the power. If given enough time to grow, you might become a significant threat. He cast his gaze past Yuji, landing on Mashiro. I've already obtained intelligence more valuable than toys today, so I won't continue. You two siblings have a good bond, so enjoy your time together. Mahito turned around. Then, a space cutting sealed his retreat. Mahito dodged sideways, the rift grazed his shoulder, slicing off a small piece of flesh. He turned his head, looking in the direction from which the rift had flown. Mashiro stood up, supporting herself with Murasame. Her legs were shaking, and the hand holding the sword was shaking too. The earwings on her head hadn't disappeared, and the Dharma wheel was still spinning at high speed. But Mahito could feel that she had locked onto him. I haven't let you leave yet. Her voice wasn't loud, but every word was articulated clearly. Yuji looked back at her. Sister Mashiro, you. Yuji. She interrupted him, taking a step forward. Her ankles were a bit weak, but she steadied herself. Stop him. Yuji looked at her, then grinned. Understood. He turned around, and together with Mashiro, one on the left and one on the right, they blocked Mahito's retreat. Chapter 45, Black Flash. Mahito stopped in his tracks. He looked at Itadori on his left, then at Mashiro on his right. One was injured, the other wasn't particularly strong. In terms of combat power, he had the upper hand. But he didn't smile. He had a very bad premonition, a nagging feeling that he wouldn't be able to win. What a pain, Mahito said, observing them vigilantly. Itadori moved first. He was fast, leaving cracks in the ground with every step he pushed off from. He cut in from the left, keeping his body low, and swung his right fist upward from below. Mahito raised his hand to block while simultaneously altering the shape of his arm, causing Itadori's fist to glance off. But Itadori didn't withdraw his fist, he followed through, turning it into an elbow strike that slammed horizontally into Mahito's temple. Cursed energy exploded at the tip of his elbow, knocking Mahito off balance. Mashiro followed up from the right, slashing horizontally with Murasame, aiming for Mahito's regenerating left rib. Mahito retracted his abdomen to dodge the blade, but Mashiro's strike was a feint. The blade changed direction halfway, and the tip of Murasame flicked upward, piercing Mahito's right shoulder. TCH. Mahito grabbed the blade of Murasame with his right hand, disregarding the edge cutting into his palm, and forcibly pulled the blade out of his shoulder. He jumped backward, attempting to create distance and regroup. Then, his back slammed into a wall of water. It was the water manipulation technique. While delivering that strike, Mashiro had condensed this water wall behind him, adding sonic vibrations to block his retreat. Mahito was bounced back by the water wall. Itadori was already waiting there. In his mind, flashes of the students twisted and transformed by Mahito appeared, followed by the memory of Junpei's gentle mother, who had nearly died because of his plans. Finally, it rested on the frame where Mashiro had been touched by his hand. "I told you, I'm going to kill you." Putting everything he had into it, he threw a punch. Power surged from the soles of his feet, traveling through his waist, abdomen, shoulders, and arms, finally converging on his fist. Cursed energy condensed, forming a black light on his fist. It was the phenomenon that only occurs when the time lag between a physical attack and the release of cursed energy is less than 0.000001 seconds. Black flash. Itadori's fist struck Mahito in the chest. Unlike all previous strikes, the cursed energy of the black flash condensed into a single point, directly piercing the boundary between flesh and soul. In that instant, the core of Mahito's soul was pierced right through his entire chest cavity. Mahito was sent flying backward, crashing through the water wall, and rolled 7 or 8 times on the ground before stopping. He lay prone on the ground, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth spreading across the road. At the spot on his chest where he had been struck by the black flash, the shape of his soul had been punched through, leaving a hole. It wasn't just a physical wound, his soul had been blasted through as well. Mahito could regenerate his physical body, but healing the wound on his soul would require much more time. Mahito lay there for a few seconds, struggling to rise. Seeing the two of them continuing their attack, he instead wore a morbid smile. What a fresh inspiration! Is this what death feels like? If it's now, I can do it. Mahito steadied his body, tilting his head to an exaggerated angle, his eyes wide. Domain expansion, self-embodiment of perfection. Cursed energy erupted from beneath Mahito's feet, spreading outward like a tide. A barrier formed instantly, and pitch-black shadows rose from the ground, sealing off the sky and the surroundings. Mashiro and Itadori were pulled into the domain. The space inside the domain was completely different from the outside. Above and below, there was only bottomless darkness. From all directions, countless human arms were constantly shifting, innumerable hands reached out from the darkness, fingers writhing slowly, palms turning over. The moment the domain expansion was activated, the sure-hit effect of idle transfiguration took effect. Mashiro felt countless hands simultaneously attempting to draw out the essence of her soul, the same principle as the reverse technique Mahito had used earlier. But the Dharma wheel was still in a state of stabilizing her soul. His cursed technique could not force her into a state of immobility again. Unfortunately, the Dharma wheel really didn't have the time to help her analyze the domain right now. Oh well, next time. Itadori stood in front of her. He could feel the presence of those hands in the domain, and he could feel them attempting to touch his own soul. Sukuna let out a cold snort from within him, countless slashes appeared, instantly shattering the domain. Sukuna's voice reached into Mahito's soul, filled with mockery. "In exchange for the good show you put on for me, I'll spare your life. Whether you can escape or not depends on you. Damn you, Sukuna." While running, Mahito released the transfigured humans stored within his body. A dozen or so transfigured bodies of various forms were unleashed, pouncing toward Itadori. Itadori didn't slow down. As a transfigured body lunged at him, he dodged to the side and slammed his right fist upward into its abdomen. The second, the third, the fourth, the fifth. One punch each, one kick each. Anger caused his cursed energy output to be at least 30% higher than usual, and every strike caused a shockwave of cursed energy to explode from his fist. But after finishing off the transfigured humans, Mahito was nowhere to be seen. "He ran," he said, wiping his fist and turning back to Mashiro. Mashiro walked over and stood beside him. Those 2 pairs of small wings were still on her head, a few strands of silver feathers covering her eyes blown up by the wind. She raised her hand and pushed the pair covering her eyes to the side, revealing her crimson eyes. The feathers of the wings were stained with blood. "Let him run. He has awakened his domain expansion," Mashiro said, retracting Murasame into her palm. "Next time, he won't just be running." Itadori turned around, looking at Mashiro's eyes covered by the wings, then at the pair of small wings curled inward beside her face. He opened his mouth to say something, but Mashiro raised her hand and tapped his forehead lightly with her fingertip, just as if nothing had happened moments ago. Good training, you were actually able to use Black Flash. It exceeded my expectations. Hee, it just happened naturally, Itadori said, putting away his hostility and scratching his head. Sister Mashiro, these wings of yours. They don't block my vision, Mashiro said, raising her hand to push the pair covering her eyes aside again. The wings were soft. After being pushed to the sides, they didn't immediately snap back, they lingered on her silver hair for a few seconds before slowly sliding back into place, covering her eyes once more. Actually, my perception is clearer than usual. For instance, your heartbeat right now is at least twice as fast as normal. Itadori froze for a moment, then subconsciously pressed his hand against his chest. His heart was indeed beating very fast. So it's not an issue, Mashiro said, turning and walking toward the apartment, her petite figure illuminated by the faint morning sunlight. Itadori stood in place, lowering his hand from his chest, clenching it tightly before relaxing it. Then he took a step and caught up with Mashiro. The two walked for a while as the sun slowly rose, and the streets were painted with color once again. Sister Mashiro. Are those wings going to be there from now on? Ah, yeah. Once Mahito pulled them out, I couldn't retract them. Won't you crush them when you sleep? Itadori pondered, resting his hand on his chin. I hadn't thought about that. Try it tonight. If you crush them, I'll go buy you a lower pillow tomorrow. Alright. I decided to make Mashiro's wings appear. How is it? This method is quite reasonable, right? I am a genius, meow. Proud.jpg. Also, what do you mean by Yuji being able to use Black Flash? Be surprised, because due to Mashiro's existence, everyone's strength will be greater than in the original work. Of course, I will also appropriately increase the strength of the villains. There will definitely be some deviations from the original settings, but it can't be helped, they wouldn't be able to beat Mashiro otherwise. Please forgive me, meow. Also, please don't pay too much attention to the timeline. I will speed up the pace a bit, letting one event follow another. That's all, meow. 46 Chapter 46 Since things have come to this, let's eat first. Chapter 46, at this point, let's eat first. When they returned to the apartment, the sun had just fully risen. Mashiro took out her key to open the door, the sound of the lock turning was exceptionally clear in the quiet hallway. Bringing Itadori inside, Mashiro bent down to take off her shoes, her 2 pairs of small wings fluttering slightly. Sister Mashiro, is there still anything in the fridge? After changing into his slippers, Itadori walked straight to the kitchen and took an apron down from the hook. There is, Mashiro nodded and said, I haven't touched what you bought last time. Itadori pulled open the refrigerator door, the cold white light hitting his face. It was still the groceries he would buy from time to time. Chicken, greens, tofu, and eggs. That works. He sighed, taking out the ingredients. I'll make chicken noodles and stir-fry some greens. Suit yourself. Mashiro walked into the bedroom and took out clean loungewear from the closet. A white t-shirt, dark gray shorts, and light-colored underwear. She held the clothes in her arms. As she passed the kitchen, Itadori was washing the greens, the faucet running loudly. He didn't turn around. The bathroom door closed. The light above the sink was stark white. Mashiro placed her clothes on the dry rack, and when she straightened up, she saw herself in the mirror. It felt a bit strange to say, but it didn't actually affect her vision. She could see as clearly as usual, it was just that there was a faint, silvery, gauze-like sensation before her eyes. Seeing that her silver hair had shortened again, Mashiro sighed softly. She would have to grow it out again. 2 pairs of wings extended from behind her ears. Mashiro reached out to touch them, and the moment her fingertips brushed the edges of the feathers, the wings trembled slightly. The silvery white feathers were dense and soft, with the edges tinged with an extremely faint gray. The pair near her face were smaller, curled inward, and pressed against her cheeks. The roots of the wings were connected to nerves, so she could feel it when they were touched. There were 2 thin red marks behind her ears, left over from when the wings had grown out. They weren't bleeding anymore. She looked for a moment, then took off her clothes to prepare for a bath. She turned on the shower, adjusting the water temperature to be slightly hot. Hot water poured down from above, flowing along her silver hair over her shoulders and back. The water hit the wings, causing the pair covering her eyes to tremble slightly. Water droplets rolled down the outer side of the feathers, while the inner down remained dry. She lowered her head to let the hot water hit her nape directly. The wounds behind her ears felt a slight tingling sensation as they were rinsed. The remaining blood was washed away, its color fading as it flowed onto the white tiles, eventually disappearing. She braced her hands against the wall and stood with her eyes closed for a moment, enjoying the feeling of the water washing over her body. The sound of the water filled the entire bathroom. Since acquiring the water manipulation technique, she had grown increasingly fond of these things. Then she squeezed out some body wash, rubbed the foam between her palms, and began applying it starting from her arms. The foam slid down her fair, tender arms and dripped onto the floor. She rinsed off the foam. Washing her hair was rather troublesome. She carefully used her fingers to comb through it in the direction of the feathers. The sensation was similar to touching hair, but more sensitive. A slight tingling would travel through when her fingertips touched the roots of the feathers. She took down the shower head to rinse the foam from her head. After the hot water washed over her, the white foam slid off her body, revealing the skin underneath that was slightly flushed pink from the heat. A few water droplets still hung on her collarbone, trembling slightly with her breathing. After showering, she turned off the water and shook her head while standing in the slowly dissipating steam. The water on her hair and body was extracted by the water manipulation technique, gathering into a fist-sized ball of water in her palm, which she casually tossed into the sink. Her silver hair returned to being fluffy and dry. Then she put on her underwear and dark gray shorts, the edges just covering half of her thighs. She then put on the white t-shirt, which was very loose, draped over her. It covered her fair waist and half of her legs, exposing her straight and slender calves. She threw the dirty clothes she had changed out of into the laundry basket, hung the towel on the rack, and then opened the bathroom door. Cold air crept in through the gap in the door, and her wings contracted sensitively as the cold air hit them. Her fluffy silver hair draped over her shoulders. Mishiro walked quietly to the kitchen and looked inside. In the kitchen, the sizzling sound of chicken hitting the pan mixed with the savory aroma of seasonings. Itadori was standing in front of the stove with his back to her, the apron strings tied in a bow behind his waist. He was using long chopsticks to stir the shredded chicken in the pan, and the pan with the stir-fried vegetables was also steaming. He was actually using 2 pans at once? Yuji, I underestimated you, to think you could use such advanced techniques. She was feeling a bit too expectant now. Sister Mishiro, the noodles are almost ready. He didn't turn around, yet he still knew she had arrived. Oh. Failing to startle him, Mishiro left the kitchen feeling a bit deflated, sat cross-legged on the sofa, and hugged a throw pillow to her chest. On the coffee table, Itadori had already set 2 pairs of bowls and chopsticks, and soon he brought out 2 large bowls of shredded chicken noodles, a plate of stir-fried greens, and a small dish of strawberries. The broth of the shredded chicken noodles was very savory, and the chicken was sliced very finely, yet one could taste the aroma of it having been stir-fried. Itadori untied his apron and sat down across from her, smiling gently as he watched her eager way of eating. Without the itadakimasu that Japanese people always say when eating, the two of them quickly started their breakfast. Mishiro didn't eat slowly like she had with the dessert last time. After being tossed about all night, she was truly hungry. At this point, let's eat first. She devoured the food rapidly, leaving Itadori slightly stunned. He had already anticipated that Mishiro would eat a lot and had given her a full, heaping bowl. Mishiro finished all the noodles and only put down her chopsticks after drinking the last drop of soup. Coming back to his senses, Itadori also finished quickly, took the bowls and chopsticks into the kitchen to wash them, and then sat back on the sofa. He had to go back to the underground training room to continue practicing this afternoon, but he had one question before he left. Sister Mishiro, he began. Mishiro leaned against the sofa, slowly rubbing her smooth little belly to aid digestion. Those wings, do they hurt when touched? They don't hurt, there's a little sensation, it's about the same as touching hair. Then, can I touch them? Itadori hesitated for a few seconds before speaking. Mashiro was silent for a moment, and looking at Itadori's curious expression, she sighed. Suit yourself. Itadori stood up and walked around to sit on the sofa beside her. He reached out and lightly touched the edge of the pair of wings covering her eyes with his index finger. It's a bit ticklish, Mashiro said, resisting the urge to pull away. The feathers trembled slightly under his fingertips. The texture was similar to a real bird's wings, but finer and softer. He touched the pair near her face again. That pair was smaller, and when the down at the tips of the feathers brushed against his fingertips, it was so soft there was almost no sensation at all. Very soft, and the color is the same as your hair. He withdrew his hand, so they can't be retracted, right? That's right. Itadori stood up and picked up his tracksuit jacket from the sofa armrest. Then I'm heading back to the underground training room. The exchange event is in a couple of days, so I'll practice for a few more days. Don't let Kujisaki and Fushiguro see. Got it. I'm still waiting to see the look on their faces when they get a shock. Itadori nodded, walked to the entryway to change his shoes, and glanced back at her as he pushed the door open. The silver-haired girl was curled up on the sofa, the wings covering her eyes drooping down to obscure them, making her expression unclear. Sister Mashiro, get some good rest. The door closed gently. Mashiro sat on the sofa for a while longer, then collapsed onto it, curling into a ball. She buried her face in the throw pillow, her silver hair spreading out, and her wings stuck out, trembling slightly. Mashiro quickly fell asleep. Chapter 47, Practice. It was already afternoon when Mashiro woke up. She had been curled up on the sofa for too long, and her neck was a bit stiff. When she looked up, her ear feathers twitched. They were even more sensitive than they had been in the morning, probably because she had just woken up. She sat up and stepped onto the wooden floor with her bare feet. She stretched, then realized she couldn't find her slippers. Sighing, she walked barefoot to the bathroom to wash her face. The young girl in the mirror looked much better than she had in the morning. She checked herself and saw that the skin at the base of the wings behind her ears was now indistinguishable from the surrounding area. She changed into a black long-sleeved hoodie with tight cuffs and a zipper that could be pulled up to a stand-up collar. Before going out, she pulled a baseball cap onto her head, keeping the brim low, but the pair of wings that covered her eyes poked out from underneath. She tried pressing the wings inside the brim, but it didn't work. The wings just pushed the hat up, making them even more noticeable. Forget it. She headed out. There weren't many people on the streets in the afternoon. As Mashiro walked toward Tokyo Jujutsu High, 2 elementary school students passed by and stared at the wings on her head for a long while. Mashiro sighed, picked up her pace, and blurred into a streak of motion, arriving at Tokyo Jujutsu High. At the Tokyo Jujutsu High training grounds, the sunlight had baked the turf until it was hot to the touch. As Mashiro approached, she could hear the sound of wooden swords clashing and the thud of punches landing from afar. In the center of the training grounds, Maki's end short hair was plastered to her face with sweat, and her wooden sword was pressed against Fushiguro Megumi's left arm. She slid her foot in a half-circle on the sand to disperse the force, then flicked her wrist to swing the wooden sword horizontally. Fushiguro Megumi jumped back to dodge and countered with the long staff in his hands. Nearby, Panda and Nobara Kujisaki were also engaged in close-quarters combat. After a few days of practice, Nobara Kujisaki had made significant progress in close-quarters combat. At the very least, she could dodge Panda's attacks and attempt a counter, which was rare for a long-range jujutsu sorcerer like her. When Mashiro walked into the training grounds, the first one to notice her was the black divine dog. It came to Mashiro's feet and gently rubbed against her pant leg. Mashiro crouched down and patted the divine dog's head. Fushiguro Megumi sensed the divine dog's reaction, moved away from Maki's nen, and looked over. His gaze landed on Mashiro's feathered wings. Fushiguro Megumi twitched the corner of his mouth. Had she learned something weird again? Opening. Maki Zenin smirked, not treating it as a pause, and quickly closed the distance to Fushiguro Megumi, striking him on the head. Fushiguro Megumi stepped back twice, giving Maki Zenin a deadpan look, but ultimately decided to let it go. Sister Mashiro. He walked over and nodded at her. Nobara Kujisaki heard him, turned around, and saw Mashiro. The cursed nail in her hand dissipated. Mashiro. What's that on your head? Is it a new curse technique again? Wings. Mashiro walked closer. Just think of it as a side effect of a cursed technique. Nobara Kujisaki circled her curiously, observing closely. Doesn't this block your vision? It doesn't affect my sight. Oh, that's not bad. Nobara Kujisaki stroked her chin and nodded. I have to admit, you're cuter right now. Maki Zenin slung her wooden sword over her shoulder and looked toward Mashiro. Is this the special advisor? She walked over and scanned Mashiro from head to toe in 2 strides. Silver hair, wings covering her eyes, height not even reaching her shoulder. I'm Maki Zenin. You're Mashiro Kujo, right? Yes, Miss Maki. Maki Zenin looked with some surprise at Mashiro, who hadn't addressed her by her surname, and her favorability increased. She nodded, looked at Mashiro's wings, and said softly, they really are very cute. Thank you for the compliment. No problem, Maki Zenin tapped her shoulder lightly with the back of her wooden sword. Satoru Gojo said you're quite a fighter. Grade 1? Something like that. What do you mean by something like that? Stronger than grade 1, but still a bit short of special grade. Mashiro's tone was flat. Somewhere in between. Maki Zenin raised an eyebrow and turned to look at Panda. Panda had already walked over, his furry paws crossed over his chest, his round dark circles scanning Mashiro up and down. I'm Panda, a second year. His tone was very gentle. I heard you exorcised a semi-grade 1 alone. Just lucky. If it's strength, just call it strength. Maki Zenin propped her wooden sword on the ground and leaned on the hilt. No need to be modest here. Well, it was easy to exorcise. Maki Zenin twitched her mouth, she certainly changed quickly. Fine, so what are you here for today? To watch you all train. Watching is fine. Maki Zenin turned and walked toward the center of the training grounds, calling back, but if you're going to give advice, don't just say nice things, especially to those 2. She tilted her chin toward Fushiguro Megumi and Nobara Kujisaki. Mashiro sat down on the stone steps by the side of the field and watched them train. Nobara Kujisaki walked back to the center of the training grounds and picked up her wooden sword from the ground. Senior Maki, one more round. Maki Zenin raised an eyebrow. Your ribs don't hurt anymore? I'll endure the pain, the Goodwill event is in a few days. Tisk, motivation is a good thing. Maki Zenin took her stance. Come on. The wooden swords clashed again. Nobara Kujisaki's movements were more forceful than before, putting her body weight into every swing. Maki Zenin had to retreat 2 steps to steady herself. Panda shook his head on the sidelines, saying, Nobara is fierce today, and Inumaki Toge nodded as well. Salmon. The sound of wooden swords in the center of the training grounds rose and fell. Fushiguro Megumi also headed toward the training grounds. As he passed by Panda, Panda patted his shoulder and said something, but it was too far away to hear clearly. The sparring between Nobara Kujisaki and Maki Zenin continued. Inumaki Toge suddenly stood up and walked toward Mashiro. He stopped in front of Mashiro and pulled his collar down a little to reveal his mouth. Kelp. He pointed to the stone steps beside her, indicating if he could sit. Mashiro nodded. Inumaki Toge sat down and took a throat lozenge from his pocket, handing it to Mashiro. Mashiro took it, unwrapped the candy, and put it in her mouth. It was honey lemon flavored. Tuna mayo. Inumaki Toge said, his tone sounding like he was delivering some important commentary. Mashiro responded to him. Although she didn't understand, the general meaning seemed to be positive. Shortly after, she stood up and left the training grounds. As she walked out of the school gate, her phone buzzed. It was a line message from Satoru Gojo. Satoru Gojo, arriving in Tokyo tomorrow afternoon. The Goodwill event starts the day after tomorrow. How is Yuji preparing? Mashiro, he says he'll practice for one more day. Satoru Gojo, okay, I'll go to the underground to inspect tomorrow. Satoru Gojo, by the way, I heard a little about your new look. Mashiro, who told you? Satoru Gojo, Fushiguro. He said you grew 2 pairs of wings on your head. Do you know how he described it? Mashiro, I don't know. Satoru Gojo, even though having wings on your head is a bit weird, you're actually quite cute. Mashiro stared at the screen for a moment, then put her phone back in her pocket. Fushiguro Megumi, you talk too much. I'll train you hard next time. 48 Chapter 48 Plan. Chapter 48, Plan. At a hot spring deep in the mountains, the retreating Mahito rushed over and jumped straight into the water. Wow. I'm alive again. Mahito soaked in the hot spring, swimming around every now and then. Kenjaku sat on a nearby rock, with Jogo's severed half-body resting beside him, recovering from its injuries. Isn't that Jogo? You're awake? Mahito greeted with a smile. It's quite comfortable here, and no one comes to disturb us. Although Jogo was dissatisfied with his frivolous behavior, they had risked their lives to save him, so he just snorted and ignored him. Mahito, you've also expended quite a bit, haven't you? Kenjaku asked with a smile. Ah, was it that obvious? Mahito switched to a backstroke. That pair of siblings and Sukuna are completely my natural enemies. And so? Kenjaku looked down at Mahito. Did you see Kujo Mashiro's true nature? Yeah, she's definitely not human. A childlike smile appeared on Mahito's face. Her soul is a fusion of a Jujutsu sorcerer and a Shikigami. After I used reverse technique to draw out what was inside, 4 wings grew on her head. Wings? Kenjaku repeated the word, tapping his fingers on his leg. Is that a characteristic of a Shikigami? Yeah. Small, white, and with feathers. Mahito gestured by his ears, then used idle transfiguration to grow identical ones behind his own ears. They grew from behind her ears. I've never seen a structure like that before, it was truly beautiful. What was her reaction at that moment? She couldn't move, but it didn't seem to cause much damage. Mahito tilted his head. After the essence of the Shikigami was forcibly pulled out, she froze completely and couldn't even hold her sword. So, reverse technique is effective against her. Kenjaku's lips curled slightly as he nodded. Although we can't kill her by changing the shape of her soul, we can suppress her movements. It should only be useful the first time, right? Mahito leaned against the rock at the edge of the hot spring, propping his hands behind him. The second time might not be very useful, or it might even fail entirely. That's the feeling I get. Ineffective the second time? Could it be? Kenjaku frowned, deep in thought. Did you think of something, Geto? Ah, no, I was just wondering what kind of Shikigami she is. Kenjaku, occupying Suguru Geto's body, said, so, she's the type you can't handle? Yeah. Even though I've learned domain expansion. Mahito held up his fingers, counting them one by one. But her sword has a special effect against cursed spirits, she can mimic cursed techniques, and her physical abilities are very high. He tilted his head at an exaggerated angle. She's practically a perfect counter to me, but that's what makes it interesting. Kenjaku stood up and paced casually beside the hot spring. And what about Sukuna's vessel? Kenjaku asked casually. That pink-haired one? Mahito's expression became subtle. He raised a hand and pressed against his chest, where the wound from being pierced through his soul core by black flash had not yet fully healed. He can touch my soul, not with a cursed technique, just with ordinary punches. In the end, he even landed a black flash, which pierced right through my soul. Black flash? Kenjaku turned around, surprised. It was rare to see that expression on him. How long has he even known how to use cursed energy? Because he has Sukuna inside him. Mahito shrugged indifferently. Feeling the soul outline of the king of curses every day, it just comes naturally, I guess. Kenjaku sat back down on the rock and looked at Jogo, who was still recovering. Jogo won't make it in time for the Goodwill event, he said. Hanami's severed arm has finished regenerating, but in its current state, the chances of winning against Kujo Mashiro are low. Then should we abandon the Goodwill event? Of course we won't abandon it, Kenjaku said, extending a finger. The Goodwill event itself isn't the goal, the cursed wombs and Sukuna's finger at Tokyo Jujutsu High are what matter. Listening, Jogo slowly opened his mouth and said, "You still intend to carry out that plan of yours?" Mahito swam over to Jogo and said while looking at it, "Jogo, I just made contact with Sukuna. He is absolutely worth it. Collect all the fingers and then offer them to Sukuna?" It smiled faintly. In the end, we'll all be wiped out, right? Oh, you know? Mahito scratched his head and said, "True, Sukuna will definitely kill us." Jogo pondered for a moment and said, "All right then. Even if it's not me who's laughing 100 years from now, as long as the future is a world of curses, that's enough." "Then it's settled?" Kenjaku said. "Retrieve cursed wombs no. 1 through 3 and a 6 Sukuna's fingers from Tokyo Jujutsu High." "Do we need to retrieve the fingers? Won't Tokyo Jujutsu High give them to him to eat anyway?" Jogo asked suspiciously. No. Tokyo Jujutsu High doesn't know how many fingers he needs to eat before losing control, so they will definitely collect all of them before letting him eat them. Then how do we infiltrate? Mahito also poked his head out. "I've already made arrangements, which is why I had you let Tokyo Jujutsu High retrieve that finger. Even though it was eaten immediately, it doesn't affect anything. As long as you've arranged it, that's fine. What should I do after I get the items?" "Then retreat immediately," Kenjaku stood up and said. "After you get the items, come out and help Hanami. She needs your assistance to leave. If Kujo Mashiro pursues, use reverse technique to stall her once. You only need to buy 3 seconds. Reverse technique might only be effective on her one more time." Mahito held up a finger and shook it. "Regardless, the third time definitely won't work. Once is enough. Hanami only needs 3 seconds to disappear into the forest." Mahito thought about it and grinned, "Fine. Anyway, I don't want to fight Satoru Gojo either, I'll die. The Goodwill event isn't the final showdown, this is preparation for Shibuya." He paused, looking at Mahito and Jogo. "Especially Kujo Mashiro. I only saw a portion of her abilities during the last battle, I need to know her full repertoire of cursed techniques now. On the day of the Goodwill event, she will inevitably act as an external guard, which will be the best opportunity for observation." "Got it." Mahito got out of the hot spring and changed into a new set of clothes. "Then I'll wait in the forest tomorrow." I'll leave it to you both. I can't show my face in front of them right now." Yes, got it." Mahito put on his clothes and stretched his body. "By the way, what if Hanami gets killed by Mashiro before I can get there? Hanami's regeneration speed in the forest is 3 times faster than usual. Unless Kujo Mashiro can find its core before it completely disappears into the forest, it won't die. And Hanami is better at escaping than you are." Kenjaku didn't look up, his hands crossed over his chest, and he said with a mysterious smile, "Or you could do this." Mahito listened carefully, his eyes shining with excitement, nodding from time to time. Oh, this works. 2 days remain until the Goodwill event. Chapter 49, Background Fake. The day before the Goodwill event, in the evening. The ground of the Jujutsu High training field was still damp after being washed, reflecting the faint glimmer of the setting sun. Maki Zenin and Panda were doing final coordination practice with Toji Numaki, the sound of wooden swords clashing echoing across the open field. Mashiro sat on the stone steps at the edge of the training field, her wings, which covered her eyes, dyed a pale gold by the sunset. Satoru Gojo had said he would return to Jujutsu High in the afternoon, and upon arriving, he went straight to the underground training room. Mishiro didn't go over to wait for him, she stayed at the training field to watch the practice, knowing he would come find her naturally after he finished checking on Yuji Itadori. About an hour later, she sensed a familiar, massive source of cursed energy underground. Then, half an hour later, Satoru Gojo strolled over from the corridor, holding a mango smoothie with whipped cream on the straw. Yuji's condition is good, he actually used black flash. He sat on the stone steps beside her, his long legs resting on the step below. None of you told me. Trying to surprise me, huh? Mishiro's lips curled up slightly. Not bad, right? Not bad at all. After using black flash, his control over cursed energy has improved again. Yuji looks happy on the surface, but he's still bottling up some frustration inside. He's growing very quickly, beyond my expectations, Mishiro nodded and said. Satoru Gojo tilted his head to look at her, his sunglasses sliding down his nose a bit, revealing his unmistakable eyes. His gaze lingered on her 2 pairs of wings for a few seconds, the 6 eyes glowing beneath his sunglasses. When Megumi Fushiguro told me about it, I tried to imagine it, but it turned out prettier than I thought. He pushed his sunglasses back up, his tone as unserious as ever. You said this is a side effect of your curse technique? Mishiro raised her hand to prop up her chin. It was caused by Mahito's curse technique. I didn't want them to worry. If there are any side effects, you can ask Shoko to take a look. Satoru Gojo turned his head back. But it looks like it's even increased your sensory abilities, there's cursed energy flowing on them. I know, Mishiro sighed softly. Mahito used the reverse of idol transfiguration to forcibly draw out these soul characteristics. Soul characteristics? A hint of thought appeared in Satoru Gojo's eyes. A normal soul wouldn't have characteristics like this. Mishiro glanced at him. Satoru Gojo hadn't asked at first because of Yuji, and later hadn't delved into it because he trusted her, more or less. Sigh, well, I'll tell you a little bit, too. Half-truth, half-lie, you can guess the rest yourself. A normal soul doesn't have these characteristics. Mishiro paused for a moment before telling him the background she had prepared. Although it didn't do much for the Kujo clan's reputation, there was no helping it. My soul is a fusion of a human and a Shikigami. A fusion of a human and a Shikigami? Satoru Gojo was stunned, looking at her in surprise. Then he recalled something for a moment, his expression turning grim. Before the Kujo clan fell, there were indeed records related to that. Which means. So it's real? Well, that puts my mind at ease. An experiment of the Kujo clan, their final hope when they had run out of options, Mishiro nodded. Although in the end they couldn't be saved, I'm the only one left. When did you fuse with the Shikigami? Satoru Gojo asked after a moment of silence. Mishiro thought for a moment and said, the second after I appeared in this world, I suppose. Satoru Gojo fell silent. Mishiro glanced at him and could feel the anger burning inside him. Even though Mishiro hadn't intended for him to feel this way, she sighed and took out a candy that Nobara Kujisaki had given her, tossing it into Satoru Gojo's lap. I am grateful to the Kujo clan, without them, I wouldn't have this identity. Mishiro took out another one and popped it into her own mouth. Your goal in the future should be to ensure that children in other families don't have to go through what I just described. Satoru Gojo picked up the candy from his lap, looked at it, smiled, and tossed it into his mouth. I will do that. The two of them were silent for a while, quietly eating their candy. Satoru Gojo. After a while, Mishiro spoke, her tone very serious. There is a high probability that something will happen tomorrow at the Goodwill event. Satoru Gojo didn't respond immediately. He chewed up the candy, swallowed it, and then asked, why do you say that? The timing of Mahito's move last night wasn't a coincidence. Mishiro raised her hand, holding up a finger. After Junpei was taken into Jujutsu High, he lost his target, and then he appeared after I left Jujutsu High. It was a planned ambush. Her finger swayed as she continued, Jogo dared to come try to kill us alone before, which means they are aware of the threat Satoru Gojo, that is, you, pose, but they still chose to attack. It's obvious they are gathering intelligence. Mahito figured out the essence of my soul, Jogo tested your domain, and that time with Hanami, they saw all of our curse techniques. Every time we've come into contact, they've obtained a piece of information. Mashiro lowered her hand and looked at Satoru Gojo. The Goodwill event is a public schedule. The teachers and students from both Kyoto Jujutsu High and Tokyo Jujutsu High will all be present. Because of the large number of people entering and exiting, the Jujutsu High barrier will have brief gaps. The higher UPS will be focused on the student confrontation. If I were them, I would choose this time to make a move. Satoru Gojo listened in silence for a moment, then finished the smoothie he had set aside, which was almost melted. How high is the probability you're talking about? He asked, his voice muffled with smoothie in his mouth. 70 or 80%. That's quite high. They have no reason to miss this opportunity, Mashiro nodded and said. Not far away, the 5 students from the first and second years were training intensely, with fluctuations of cursed energy rippling over from time to time. Satoru Gojo stood up, tossed the empty cup into the trash can, and then sat back down. This time he sat a bit closer, lowering his voice so that they couldn't be heard from the training field at this distance. How do you think they will make their move? First, they need a barrier to prevent the 2 of us from entering. Mashiro stretched out her hands and drew a frame in the air. If you and I are both inside Jujutsu High, any frontal attack is meaningless. But they can't stop both of us at the same time, so they can only stop one. Satoru Gojo said without a doubt, that would be me. You are the biggest variable. They will definitely find a way to block you outside, whether by using a barrier or a curse technique. As long as they can keep you from entering the Goodwill event grounds, they can spend enough time on the students. Mashiro paused. As for me, they could also consider using a second barrier to block me. So, 2 curtains, then? One targeting me, one targeting you. 50 Chapter 50 Intelligence. Chapter 50, Intelligence. Mashiro thought about it after listening to what he said. It might be different, the measures against you will be stronger, while against me, they might not have time to prepare, but as for just holding me back, that shouldn't be a problem. Mashiro tapped her fingers on her knee. Besides, they should know by now that I can learn other curse techniques, so they'll probably keep the obstacles meant for me simple and straightforward. Gojo Satoru pulled down his sunglasses and looked at Mashiro. How large is your perception range now? Mashiro thought for a moment. It used to be around 300 meters, but after these wings appeared, it can reach around 450. She raised a hand to touch the wings on her head. Fluctuations in cursed energy, traces of residual energy, and so on, the information I perceive now is much richer than before. Although I still can't precisely distinguish every detail, I can capture the general intensity and direction. So, you started feeling something last night? Yeah, there were some very vague directions of cursed energy flow, all converging toward the vicinity of Jujutsu High, Mashiro said after a moment of silence. This wasn't entirely a lie, she had indeed sensed some abnormal cursed energy flows. Of course, she also knew that something would definitely happen at the Goodwill event, and this reason was sufficient enough in front of Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru thought for about 10 seconds. What good does stealing the fingers do for them? To gain more cursed energy? Mahito said they want to win over Sukuna. Mashiro shook her head and said. The fingers are a gift for Sukuna, or tools to create more threats. Just tossing one into a crowd could trigger a cursed spirit rampage. Gojo Satoru nodded, this analysis was not much different from what he had in mind. Besides the barriers for you and me, and stealing the fingers, are there any other objectives? Targeting the students, perhaps, Mashiro said. The Goodwill event brings together the best batch of students in the Jujutsu world. If they could wipe them out in one go, it would be an irreparable loss for the Jujutsu world. Or at least cause enough casualties to keep us busy dealing with the aftermath. If even a single student dies, the goodwill event is a failure. Gojo Satoru put his sunglasses back on, stood up, and shoved his hands into his pockets. It's too late today. Tomorrow morning, I'll go find Yaga. We'll add another layer of guards to the ceiling vault, and have the window test the stability of the barrier during periods of high personnel traffic. We'll set up observation points around the periphery of the Goodwill event venue. If there are any anomalies, report them directly to me and you. He looked down at Mashiro. Do you have anything else to say? Mashiro also stood up and brushed the dust off her pants. If my barrier is broken, I will rush to the students immediately. But before that, I have an idea. Speak. If they drop the fingers inside the venue to lure the students away, it means Hanami or Mahito will sneak in during the chaos. I've fought Hanami before, and my flames are effective against it. So if the special grade that comes tomorrow is Hanami, I can hold it off by myself. Mashiro paused. But the students must evacuate quickly. Battles between special grades are too dangerous for them. Gojo Satoru looked at her. The silver-haired girl's wings obscured her eyes, making her expression unclear, but the tone she used to talk about holding off a special grade was no different from discussing what to eat for dinner. Are you saying you'll go fight the special grade and let the students retreat? Yes. You were with me when you fought Hanami last time. Don't underestimate special grades. I'm not underestimating it. Hanami doesn't excel at offense, Mashiro said. Besides, my cursed energy is much higher now than it was then. It can't kill me, and I can make sure it can't do anything either. Gojo Satoru stared at her for a moment, then smiled. You've already gone over it in your head? Twice. Fine, Gojo Satoru stretched. Then if there's an attack tomorrow, I'll deal with the veil and the threats outside, and you hold off the invading special grade. For the students, I'll have the second years lead the retreat. As for the fingers, I'll have Yaga guard the ceiling vault personally, and Ajichi will be in charge of all communications. Mashiro nodded. This arrangement was the best that could be done at this stage. Letting more people know would likely result in the information reaching the enemy's ears, although she felt that Kenjaku would still be able to steal the items and escape. After all, from the higher UPS to the students, there were people colluding with Kenjaku. Mashiro thought for a while, but decided not to mention the informant. She would save Mekamaru after Mahito healed him with idol transfiguration, and throw him in jail for a while as well. It was frustrating to say, but Mashiro still hadn't been able to analyze and use idol transfiguration. Idol transfiguration was ineffective against her, it didn't even trigger an adaptation. The reverse technique was useful, but she hadn't had time to adapt to it either. Mashiro sighed. To stabilize her soul, her gears were spinning until they were overloading. Before she knew it, the second year's training had ended, and Maki was dragging her wooden sword toward the locker room. Panda followed behind her, imitating her sword-swinging motion, only to be hit by Maki with a backhand strike without her even turning her head. Inumaki followed silently at the very back. Gojo Satoru watched this scene with his hands in his pockets, his tone suddenly becoming very soft. Mashiro. Every time you tell me some intelligence, I keep wondering about one thing. What? Are you really omniscient, or are your guesses just more accurate than anyone else's? Gojo Satoru didn't look at her, his gaze still on the training ground. If it's guessing, then your intuition is a bit excessively accurate. If you actually know, then you are likely hiding even more from me than I thought. The wind blew from the woods, brushing against her wings, and the silver-white feathers trembled slightly. After a moment of silence, she said, If I told you my eyes could see the future, would you believe me? Gojo Satoru turned his head to look at her, his 6 eyes piercing through his sunglasses and her wings to meet those crimson pupils. I would, Gojo Satoru said, then pulled down his sunglasses. No matter what you're hiding from me, you will never be an enemy. But will there be a day in the future when you'll be willing to tell me? Mashiro looked at Gojo Satoru, his expression was very serious. We'll see when the time comes, she said, closing her eyes for a moment. That's a promise then, Gojo Satoru raised the corners of his mouth. I've recorded that, you know. Your phone has been in your pocket the whole time and you haven't taken it out. Oh my, I've been found out. Gojo Satoru showed no sign of being embarrassed at being exposed. He turned and walked toward the office building, waving his hand without looking back after a few steps. Arrive early tomorrow. I'll talk to Yaga. You don't need to worry about what those stuffy old men think, just like Yuji, you're under my protection. Mashiro stood in place, watching his white hair disappear around the corner of the corridor, the corners of her mouth curling up slightly. What do you mean under your protection? In the future, I'll be the one who needs to save you. She sat on the stone steps for a while longer, then took out her phone. Yuji's line profile picture was still lit up. Mashiro, the Goodwill event is tomorrow, are you ready? Yuji, no problem. Teacher Gojo came to see me today and said I'm in great shape. Yuji, oh right, Sister Mashiro, are you coming to watch my debut tomorrow? Mashiro, I'm a supervisor, I'll be there the whole time. Yuji, that's great. I'll be super cool when I make my entrance, just wait and see, sister. Mashiro, alright, get to sleep early. Yuji, received. 3. She put her phone into her pocket, stood up from the stone steps, and went home to sleep. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.